3 years ago, Earth underwent a strange mutation. Plants worldwide began evolving wildly. To prevent the world from being destroyed and to maintain global peace, humans awakened the ability to control and command monsters in battle. These awakened individuals are called beast tamers. The red-haired lady lecturing at the chalkboard is Murong Shui, the homeroom teacher for class 11 to 3 at Xian 3 High School. She was teaching, while stressing to the students which topics would be on the exam. As the school bell rang before dismissal, she didn't forget to remind the students. Tomorrow is the Beast Tamer competition. Those who are interested can invite their parents to watch. The 18-year-old youth is named Gao Peng, a student at Xian 3 High School. For the past 18 years, Gao Peng's only dream has been to become a beast tamer. However, lately, Gao Peng has run into some trouble. He frequently sees weird interfaces in his mind, which has him a bit spooked. He doesn't know this is the legendary system for the protagonist. Congratulations to the host for linking with the monster evolution system. The system can help the host identify information related to monsters. I hope the host makes good use of this. Not knowing if it's because Gao Peng has been under too much academic pressure lately, or if he's actually hallucinating, he thinks to himself while walking up the stairs. Suddenly, he spots a bizarre figure around the stairwell corner. Gao Peng's mouth twitches as he faces a giant spider crawling on the ceiling, its eyes glowing red like it hasn't slept in days. There are stripes all over its body. Suddenly, the strange interface pops up again. Monster name, Spotted Orb Weaver. Monster level, Level 3. Monster quality, Common. Monster attribute, Wood type. Monster status, Healthy and irritated. Monster weakness, Fire. Gao Peng recalls the name the Spotted Orb Weaver is the spider that his neighbor Mrs. Tran keeps as a pet. Murong Shui once said this type of spider is quite docile. Just as Gao Peng is about to walk past it, the spider, that was supposed to be docile, suddenly leaps out and lunges at him. Luckily, his reflexes are sharp, and he dodges the spider's attack. It crashes to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment before the spider recovers, he scrambles up the stairs as fast as he can, screaming for Mrs. Tran, telling her that her pet spider has escaped and is out here biting people. In the mess the spider made when it landed, its glowing red eyes are staring straight at Gao Peng. It sprays a bunch of white silk, forming a net aimed directly at him. But thankfully, he narrowly escapes the pressure. After running for a bit, Gao Peng thinks he's lost it, but the spider is charging at him at lightning speed. In the heat of the moment, not knowing what to do, he remembers the interface from earlier saying this spider's weakness is fire. Luckily, he uses a traditional lighter instead of an electronic one. He immediately pulls the lighter from his pocket and throws it at the spider, chasing him wildly. Flames erupt, causing the spider to flip backward. It thrashes around in panic and pain, but the fire is too small for such a big spider. Very quickly, the flames on its body die out. The provoked spider races toward Gao Peng, eyes full of killing intent, emitting incessant, angry shrieks. The interface screen suddenly flashes a red warning. Gao Peng realizes he's just done something stupid. Once again, he turns and runs for his life toward the upper floor. There's only one floor left until he reaches home. Da Zi is at home, so as long as he makes it there, he'll be safe. Gao Peng just keeps his head down and runs. The spider behind him is still playing tag with him. The distance between them is shrinking. The door is right in front of him. Suddenly, the spider spreads its 6 legs and leaps. It brings its legs together like swords, aimed right at him. He screams out the name Da Zi. The door to his house is quickly swung open. Violently, something huge reaches out toward the doorway. Gao Peng quickly ducks down. That huge thing reaches out and lashes out at the spider, knocking it flying. Seeing a long, massive figure moving toward him, the spider suddenly turns fearful. Its screeching becomes cowardly, no longer as aggressive as before, as if it's seeing its natural predator. A giant centipede appears behind Gao Peng, giving him an intimidating presence. He looks at the spider with a provocative gaze, daring it to try that again. As soon as he finishes speaking, the spider is so terrified that it leaps onto the ceiling and flees. Gao Peng doesn't even bother chasing it. He adjusts his glasses with his hand, squinting with a cool expression. Da Zi is Gao Peng's beast companion. After forming a contract, he and Da Zi can communicate mentally. At this moment, Da Zi suddenly rubs its head against Gao Peng's shoulder, shifting back to its non-combat state, pestering him for food like it's collecting a debt. Monsters have 2 forms, combat form and non-combat form. In non-combat state, monsters shrink their size to conserve energy and can even slowly heal minor wounds. Seeing Da Zi pestering him for food because it's hungry, Gao Peng wears a doting smile. He pats its head and walks inside to cook. Gao Peng rolls up his sleeves and grabs a knife, showing off his top-tier blade skills. He skillfully slices the meat into thin, even strips. Then, he tosses a carrot into the air and dances his knife around, splitting the carrot into tiny pieces. The result? A nutritious dinner specially made for Dazi. Dazi eyes the food on the table, its eyes sparkling and drool dripping, lunging quickly for its meal. It devours the food as if it's been starved for 3 years. Gao Peng turns his gaze toward Dazi. The interface screen appears again with Dazi's information. Monster name, purple-backed yellow-clawed centipede. Level 7. Monster quality, common. Monster attribute, yin type, poison type. Monster status, healthy and happy. Monster weakness, lightning, fire. After Gao Peng reads Dazi's info, he suddenly realizes something. On the attribute panel, a square box appears, representing the ability to upgrade quality. Wait, what? Dazi went from common quality to elite quality. Monster qualities, from low to high, are divided into common quality, elite quality, and perfect quality. Quality determines a monster's development limit. The higher the quality, the greater the potential. Gao Peng is overjoyed, thinking that if Dazi can be upgraded to elite quality, it means there's still a chance to upgrade to a monster with perfect potential that could break through legendary barriers and evolve into a leader. Just the thought of it is incredible. Gao Peng couldn't contain his excitement. He happily hugged Dazi, who was still chewing his food, already dreaming of how he'd make a fortune thanks to him. He firmly declared that he would eventually raise Dazi to the artisan grade. Dazi just kept munching away, looking completely clueless. Since he didn't understand a word Gao Peng said, the boy tapped on the interface to check Dazi's evolution requirements. The menu popped up. There are 3 types of materials needed to evolve to the artisan grade. First is the yin-born grass, a special herb that grows in areas dense with yin energy, naturally attracting yin attribute monsters. The amount required is 10 stalks. Next is thunderstruck wood, a material produced when lightning strikes trees, possessing both wood and lightning properties. The required amount is 1 piece. Finally, a lightning attribute core, produced within the bodies of lightning attribute monsters, containing a massive amount of thunderous energy. The requirement is 1 core. Looking at the list, Gao Peng pondered it over and over. The yin-born grass and thunderstruck wood. Those can be acquired with a bit of money. The real headache right now is the lightning attribute core. Regular 5-element cores already cost 8 credit points. So, this lightning core must cost at least 10 credit points. Feeling the pinch, Gao Peng closed the system. After the World Alliance was established, the standard currencies were set as Alliance coins and credit points. Credit points are a high-end currency based on Alliance coins. 10,000 Alliance coins can be exchanged for 1 credit point. Gao Peng remembered when his parents met with their accident. The state gave him 20 credit points as support. Right now, Gao Peng's account only has 11 credit points left. While this amount could barely help Dazi evolve, I'm afraid after the evolution, they wouldn't have any money left to live on. Dazi finished his 8 portions of food and crawled over to Gao Peng, demanding more. Gao Peng helplessly reminded Dazi that he's a centipede, not a pig. Not caring about what he said, Dazi stood up and threw a tantrum, demanding to be fed. Gao Peng sighed helplessly and gave him more food. Watching Dazi eat so happily, his mind was still racing. Even though he had the method for evolution, he didn't have the money to buy the materials. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. If the method recorded in the system is real, perhaps he could become one of the top beastmasters of this era. Monster evolution requirements have always been a secret that beastmasters spend their lives researching. Now that he could see them directly, it meant he could become the greatest beastmaster ever. Just thinking about it, Gao Peng happily dreamed of the day when he'd have as much money as he could ever want. Mentioning beastmasters, Gao Peng remembered that the beastmaster competition was tomorrow. He quickly opened his phone to check the registration time. There were only 3 seconds left. Gao Peng didn't hesitate, his fingers flying as he signed up just in time. The next day, Gao Peng and Dazi were standing at a door, knocking. The door creaked open. A young woman was still wearing a thin, sexy nightgown, opening the door while yawning. This was Duo, Gao Peng's neighbor. Young Gao Peng saw her in that half-hidden state, his cheeks instantly flushing red. He cleared his throat a few times before greeting her. Duo didn't know why he had come looking for her so early in the morning. Gao Peng stammered that since he was preparing to participate in the Beast Master competition, he wanted to ask her to look after Dazi for a few days. Duo nodded in agreement, telling him to go to the competition without worry. Hearing her answer, he beamed with joy. After getting Dazi settled, Gao Peng waved goodbye to her and rushed off. But the moment Gao Peng left, Duo's expression changed instantly. She cast a look of disgust at Dazi, judging him. His potential is average, and his face isn't even cute. I don't understand how Gao Peng could sign a contract with Dazi. Dazi heard this and held a grudge, jumping up and preparing to attack Duo. However, with just one pat on the head from her. He was left stunned for a full 5 seconds. If the old man knew, he would definitely be furious to death. After going inside, Duo sat on a chair, propped her legs up, and called the old man. She told him one thing: "Don't get excited, Grandpa." Gao Peng signed a beast contract. With a purple-backed emperor centipede of common quality, the person on the other end exploded in rage. He scolded her for not stopping Gao Peng. Duo stood up helplessly, walked to the window, and replied to the other end. "How could I stop him? This grandson of yours is exactly like you. On the surface, he acts like he doesn't care about anything, but in reality, he's stubborn as a mule." It turns out Dazi was left to Gao Peng by his parents. Duo played with a lock of her hair and asked how things were being handled over there. If it were her, she would just kill the people who didn't listen and replace them with a bunch who did. But she didn't say anything more about this shady affair. She only told Grandpa that he should rest easy. With her here, Gao Peng wouldn't be in danger. After saying that, she hung up. On the other end of the line, a wealthy-looking old man in a suit was standing, looking out the window. After a moment of thought, he instructed his secretary to speak with the laboratory. He only gave them 5 months. If they didn't work for him, they wouldn't need to exist anymore. Besides that, there was the issue with Li Yi of the Qinghai branch. He needed them to resolve it within 7 months. The secretary bowed her head in fear, acknowledged the order, and went off to do as he commanded. After the secretary left, he took out his phone and stared at a picture on it with an affectionate expression, murmuring, "Gao Peng, within a year, Grandpa will take care of everything. Then I'll come find you. By then, no one will ever be able to hurt you." At this time, at the Beastmaster branch in Chang'an City, thousands of people were filling the square. Gao Peng stood in one spot, looking around. Everywhere he looked, there were people. He concluded that being a beast master was truly a profession that everyone craved. Suddenly, he heard his name being called. It turned out to be his classmate, Li Zikong, along with Li Zikong's mother and sister. Li Zikong's mother wondered why he came to watch alone. Gao Peng stammered that he had come to compete. The answer surprised all 3 of them. Then, Zhang Hong, Li Zikong's mother, patted his shoulder, praising him, saying that's exactly how a young person should be, and cheering him on by saying that maybe, just maybe, the youngest beast tamer might be born today. Gao Peng awkwardly scratched his head, feeling embarrassed and humble, when suddenly a voice rang out, mocking him. "The youngest beast tamer in Chang'an City. Really? Since when did the bar for becoming a beast tamer get this low? Just any cat or dog can join now." A short man with shoulder-length blonde hair walked in, accompanied by 2 massive, hulking bodyguards. Li Zikong got angry and was about to throw a punch at him, but fortunately, his sister held him back. The blonde man, however, kept spewing insults and judgmental remarks. He thought he would crush Gao Peng's spirit, but all he got in return was Gao Peng's complete indifference. If you could become a beast tamer just by winning a shouting match, you'd be a high-level one by now. Hearing that, the man clenched his fists in anger and turned to leave. But he didn't forget to get one last jab in at Gao Peng. Zhang Hong recognized him. He was the young master of the Wang group, named Wang Shu. He had participated in the Beast Tamer exam 4 times already and failed miserably every single time. Just then, the doors to the Beast Tamer branch opened. A few security guards in costumes, holding long staves, came out to maintain order. At this moment, the chief examiner, Feng Tu, also appeared. He announced that the Beast Tamer exam was officially beginning and invited the candidates to enter in an orderly fashion. Once all the candidates were inside, Feng Tu began announcing the rules. The exam would be split into 2 parts, written and practical. The first part was the written exam. The screen would show 3 video segments, and the candidate's task was to accurately describe the information about the monsters appearing in the footage. After explaining the rules, Feng Tu declared the exam officially started. Just then, a scene of an ocean surface appeared on the screen. The silhouette of some creature flickered briefly, and then the camera gradually dipped below the water, revealing a massive form swimming before the lens. It danced underwater for a bit, and after the opening, the screen suddenly went black. Standing to the side, Feng Tu raised his hand to check his watch and announced that after watching the first video, the candidates would have 20 minutes to think and write their answers. As soon as Feng Tu finished, the hall began to buzz with noise. Many candidates panicked, having failed to observe the creature in the short time allowed. Some even sat there, clutching their heads in despair. Feng Tu couldn't take it anymore, and shouted angrily, "If anyone else is noisy, you'll be kicked out of the exam room." Hearing this, the hall suddenly went silent out of fear. Wang Shu smiled deviously, thinking to himself, this year's written exam is the hardest in recent years, but he felt smug because he had already obtained the test questions beforehand. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and glanced at the desk next to him, only to discover that Gao Peng didn't look worried in the slightest. He looked at him with contempt, assuming he was just putting on a fake act. While Wang Shu was busy being snide and judgmental, Gao Peng was actually beaming. The system had been influenced by his subjective intentions and provided exactly the information he wanted to know about the creature from the video. Storm whale loves soothing music, enjoys sunbathing, and likes to eat various fish and shrimp. It is vulnerable to dark attribute attacks and dislikes being disturbed by sonic waves. Gao Peng immediately wrote down all the information he saw in the system. Afterward, the screen continued to show more videos of monsters. The monsters in these clips were all newly evolved species, so very few people knew about them. Every detail about these monsters appeared, and Gao Peng's job was just to copy that information down. The third video showed the crescent mantis brave, aggressive, a carnivore that loves eating insects and is afraid of fire-based attacks. Just like that, the written exam concluded, and all papers were collected. An hour later, the results were in. Feng Tu began announcing the list of those who qualified for the next round. After reading the list, he began to offer comments on the people he had just named. Even though there were many errors in the papers, the results are still valid. Hearing this, Wang Shu turned to Gao Peng, using a mocking tone, because he didn't hear Gao Peng's name on the list. Gao Peng sat there, lost in thought, swallowing hard. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't understand was the information from the system wrong. Just then, Feng Tu spoke up again. "Oh, right. Which one of you is Gao Peng?" Hearing the examiner call his name, he jumped in surprise and stood up. He thought something terrible had happened, but to his surprise, Feng Tu suddenly started clapping, congratulating him for being the valedictorian of the written exam. He offered endless praise, Gao Peng. As soon as Feng Tu finished, the whole hall erupted in whispers. In the blink of an eye, he became the center of everyone's attention. Gradually regaining his composure, Gao Peng looked over at Wang Shu with an arrogant expression. "Gao Peng, the candidate with the perfect score, disappointing, isn't it?" Wang Shu gritted his teeth in rage. Filthy words were already at the tip of his tongue, but he didn't dare say them in front of the examiner. With the first part of the exam over, Feng Tu led the qualifying candidates to the location for the second test. Once they stepped through that door, a spacious, bright area appeared before their eyes. At this moment, Feng Tu began announcing the rules for the practical exam. The practical assessment is very simple. In the room behind Feng Tu, they have provided monsters supplied by the association. As long as the candidates can upgrade the quality of the monster within 1 week, they will pass the exam. All the materials the candidates consume during the exam will be covered by the association. However, in the case that you cannot upgrade the monster's quality, the candidates will have to compensate the association at market price. And more importantly, the materials the candidates can use are strictly limited. If they exceed the limit too much, they will be considered to have failed. After that, an invigilator named Li Jin walked in and then invited everyone to draw their room keys. Finally, Gao Peng understood why the Beast Tamer certification is one of the hardest to obtain. This random drawing of room keys means you never know what kind of monster you will encounter. Wang Shu, who was in line behind him, started his annoying act again, laughing mockingly at Gao Peng. He was clearly plotting something to make him lose face in front of everyone. When it was Gao Peng's turn to draw his key, he prayed to get a good draw. But there was one thing he didn't know. Inside the box was a beast, waiting for him. The drawing you got was rigged from the start. The proctor watched you pick your lot, wearing a wicked smirk as if he had everything planned out. After every candidate finished drawing their lots, Feng Tu officially announced the start of the exam. Soon after, Liu Feng arrived at the door of the room he had drawn, room 10. Chu Yuan, the person in charge of this room, came over to shake his hand. Liu Feng swiped his card and unlocked the door. His expression shifted instantly to shock. Right before his eyes was a cage holding a beast so terrifying it would make anyone tremble. At that moment, the system displayed the beast's information. Flood Beast, level 10, monster grade. Normal monster attributes, wood type. Status, mutated, negative, mental state is deteriorating, negative monster points. Liu Feng immediately asked Chu Yuan what on earth was going on. Chu Yuan dodged his gaze and said, "This flood beast had been used as a test subject too many times. Its body was still filled with a massive amount of waste gas and conflicting energy. It was supposed to have been discarded. But the association had no other beasts left for Liu Feng to train. In Chu Yuan's memory from a few minutes ago, this plan was intentionally set up by the proctor, Li Jin. Li Jin had taken money from that bastard Wang Shu, so he had to ensure Liu Feng wouldn't pass this round. Chu Yuan, being low-ranking, was powerless. He could only helplessly say that if the flood beast had made it this far, it was entirely due to its own strong will, but the chance of it evolving was now a pipe dream, far beyond normal difficulty. If Liu Feng wanted to save his record and just take the combat exam next time, he would help him. Liu Feng thought for a moment, then turned to stare intently at the flood beast before rejecting Chu Yuan's offer. Chu Yuan shrugged, speechless. He could only wish him luck before leaving the room, leaving Liu Feng alone to face the flood beast. After Chu Yuan left, Liu Feng took a closer look at the flood beast. Those huge arms looked mutated and deformed, and there were signs of swelling from fluid retention in other parts. At that moment, the flood beast looked at the person standing before it with a sense of helpless despair. It shivered, its eyes filled with a longing to evolve. But in the past, many had given up on its evolution, saying it was a lost cause. Thinking of this, the flood beast grabbed the iron bars, let out a desperate, intense roar, and a tragic cry echoed throughout the entire room. It wept as it looked at Liu Feng, expecting him to leave, but Liu Feng stayed. Just then, a warm hand rested on its head, and Liu Feng smiled gently. He promised to help it evolve. Liu Feng began to look over the evolution plans, but a system notification popped up that left him stunned. There were two paths to help the flood beast evolve. The first was normal evolution, clearing the negative attributes from its body to evolve into an elite-grade flood beast. The second was twisted mutation evolution, absorbing the power of the negative attributes to completely remove its negative weaknesses. The chance of evolving into a new species was very high, with a minimum grade of elite, but the materials required for this usually required a lot of consumption, exceeding the competition's limits. After seriously considering both methods and the final materials, Liu Feng chose the second option. The system immediately displayed the instructions for the twisted mutation. You need 1 pound of black fortune grass, taken in 3 doses over 3 days. 3 days later, feed it a spirit core from an elite-grade undead monster, and add 3 ounces of glow powder to the acid. Include 1 dose of skull mushroom and 3 ounces of dried dead grass. Then let the flood beast soak in it. Liu Feng wrote the list of materials and handed it to Chu Yuan. After reading it, Chu Yuan hesitated and asked, feeling suspicious, because the list contained toxic materials. The staff member didn't understand if Liu Feng was trying to train the flood beast or kill it. Liu Feng confidently replied that one must fight poison with poison, telling the staff member to relax because he knew his limits. After that, he slammed the door shut, leaving Chu Yuan standing there with a list full of questions. As Chu Yuan turned to leave, his attitude changed. He cursed him, thinking he was just a bookworm. 3 days later, the combat candidates were eliminated one by one. Some went in with their chests puffed out, but came out on stretchers. Some went in with thick, shiny black hair, but came out completely bald. Yet, the flood beast had been taking the poison for several days in a row, and its mental state was actually getting better and better. The previous wounds had mostly recovered, and the undead spirit core had started to take effect. Now, only the final step remained, having the flood beast soak in the acid. But the problem now was, monsters that haven't formed a blood pact have trouble connecting complex thoughts. The monsters provided by the association aren't usually aggressive. But this flood beast had been used as a test subject over 10 times, so there was no guarantee it wouldn't attack. Liu Feng thought for a moment. Letting it out now still had risks, but having come this far, giving up now would mean all his efforts were in vain. Now he had no choice but to trust the flood beast. Liu Feng took a deep breath and opened the cage door. Suddenly, a figure dashed toward him, lightning fast. He thought the flood beast was going to attack him, but it nuzzled its head against his chest, acting cute. Liu Feng comforted it gently, then reached out to pull back the white curtain. In front of them was a bathtub filled with a specially prepared green acid solution. The water in the tub was even emitting black smoke. This was a tub of acid containing every poison under the sun. He told the flood beast to endure the soak, promising it would be reborn immediately. The quick-witted flood beast plucked a tuft of fur from behind its own tail and threw it straight into the tub. Almost immediately, the tub emitted black smoke, terrifying the flood beast. It shook its head violently, signaling it didn't want to get in. Seeing this, Liu Feng reached out to pat its head, comforting it. He knew he could give it strength, but it needed some courage first. As if fueled by a new surge of strength, the flood ape stood up, tentatively dipped its foot into the tank, and slowly submerged itself. The thick black smoke grew denser by the second, triggering the fire alarm. As soon as the warning for Room 10 blared, the security staff ordered nearby personnel to handle the situation immediately to prevent the fire from spreading. Wang Shu stood to the side, looking smug, convinced his scheme had pulled off something good. Everyone assumed Gao Peng had made a mistake, causing the fire. But when the staff kicked the door open, the sight before them shocked everyone. Inside the room, there wasn't a single flicker of flame. There was only thick, pitch-black smoke. Gao Peng turned around and seeing everyone standing there, had no idea what was going on. Chu Yuan pointed at the fire alarm, showing him why everyone had rushed over. Gao Peng chuckled. He'd been so focused on the flood ape that he'd forgotten everything else around him. Seeing that there were no issues, the staff turned off the alarm and gradually retreated. However, the commotion had caught the attention of the examiner, Feng Tu. A staff member whispered an explanation that this was a phenomenon from monster training. Other candidates also rushed over to watch the show. Thinking Gao Peng had failed, Wang Shu looked around. Not seeing the flood ape, he was certain he had successfully brought Gao Peng down. But just then, the water, which had been perfectly still, suddenly began to churn. A skeletal hand, covered in a layer of violet light, reached out. Next, a full skeleton radiating violet light slowly emerged from the water. In the hollows of its skull, two flames flickered. The candidates watching from outside were terrified, as if they'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. The skeleton leaped out of the tank, leaving everyone around completely stunned. The appearance of this monster was rare and hard to find. The massive skeleton didn't have a single trace of flesh or blood on it. Its bones were held together solely by red threads. Everyone watching was shocked, and even Feng Tu looked on, dumbfounded. Gao Peng hadn't expected the system to be this useful. Mutation evolution successful. The flood ape had evolved into a skeleton wraith ape, reaching level 11, elite grade, with perfect quality. It was in a weakened but excited state. But this was only the first test. From now on, as long as he had enough materials, he could make any monster level. He started walking around, examining the skeleton. He discovered the purple aura around it was tangible, and its bones felt like they were made of metal. Li Jin said excitedly that this might be an entirely new type of monster. Furthermore, it was a rare undead type monster, which was incredibly precious. Hearing this, Feng Tu was secretly pleased, as undead types were indeed rarely seen within the Alliance. But what interested him wasn't just the new monster. It was Gao Peng, the person who had created it. Gao Peng prepared to leave, but the skeleton wraith ape tugged at his clothes, putting on a pitiful face as if afraid of being abandoned. Gao Peng said in a gentle tone, pushing its hand away lightly, that he had already upgraded its quality, so why wasn't it satisfied? The skeleton just looked at him with sad eyes, like a child about to be abandoned. Standing nearby, Li Jin couldn't help but wear a sly smile. Monsters that level up successfully were usually awarded to the staff in the association. He hadn't bothered to compete for the previous ones he didn't like, but for this monster, he had to have it at all costs. Just then, seeing how much the monster relied on Gao Peng, Feng Tu decided he would gift this skeleton wraith ape to him. Hearing this, not only Gao Peng, but even Li Jin thought he had misheard. Gao Peng looked at the skeleton wraith ape, and then pointed at himself to confirm with Feng Tu. Although this was a new monster not yet recorded in the data logs, and its capabilities weren't certain, its appearance clearly showed a successful evolution, so gifting it to him was only logical. Gao Peng stared at the information panel, lost in thought. Originally, it was only of normal quality. After evolving to perfect quality, it only needed to break through 20 more levels to rank up to a Lord-tier monster. But after looking at the information table, Gao Peng reached a different conclusion. The skeleton wraith ape could basically be considered to have met the standards of a Lord-tier monster. Plus, it was a rare undead type. At that moment, Li Jin stepped out to interrupt everyone's thoughts in the hall. He claimed that this went against the rules. According to the association's customs, monsters that leveled up successfully were usually awarded to association staff. Furthermore, this flood ape had gone through 6 experiments. It wasn't certain if this specific trial was what actually caused it to level up. Before Li Jin could finish, Wang Shi ran over to add fuel to the fire, claiming that Gao Peng was too young to be able to make a monster that was practically on death's door level up. He was certain Gao Peng had cheated. Feng Tu coldly asked the two of them, who were singing the same tune, exactly how Gao Peng had cheated. Although Li Jin couldn't explain it clearly, he stubbornly insisted that Gao Peng had cheated because he thought the challenge was too difficult. The difficulty level had exceeded what a beginner beast tamer could handle. He suggested that maybe Gao Peng luckily found some method, and then went all in. A do-or-die gamble, which is how he luckily healed this monster. Therefore, the current result might not reflect Gao Peng's true ability. Feng Tu's face was expressionless. If what Li Jin said was true, did that mean they should cancel Gao Peng's test results? By now, Li Jin stopped hiding his true intentions. He suggested that they didn't need to cancel Gao Peng's results, and should still give him his certificate, but the monster should be handled according to the association's customs. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Tu burst into laughter. He then turned to Gao Peng and said it was his own poor management that allowed him to be ridiculed. There were very few capable beast tamers in Chang'an, which was why frogs in the well like Li Jin didn't know how vast the world truly was. Gao Peng let out a long sigh. He had only come to get his certificate, yet he was being pointed at. Just because he was young didn't mean he had cheated. Li Jin couldn't do it himself. So, if you can't be humble, then just be arrogant. Liu Feng's expression, usually so laid back, shifted instantly. Now, he turned dead serious. aiming to enlighten fools like Li Jin. The flood in the flood serpent's name comes from the fact that they live along the banks of the flood river. It has absolutely nothing to do with its elemental affinity. If you see flood in a monster's name, and just assume it's a water type, you're beyond hopeless. Based on the previous state of this creature, whoever experimented on it must have force-fed it a massive amount of water and yin attribute materials, completely oblivious to the fact that its true weakness is actually the yin element. Liu Feng jabbed at Wang Shu. If you don't even understand common knowledge like this, how have you even managed to survive this long? The insult was indirect, but Wang Shu still felt humiliated, insisting that Liu Feng was just spouting nonsense. The weakness of the flood serpent is clearly the wood element. Feng Tu, standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore. Although it reacts with fear to wood, its actual elemental weakness is indeed yin. This was one of the key points in the exam. Feng Tu's words effectively shut down Wang Shu's endless ranting. Liu Feng continued to explain. Because the chaotic energy within the flood serpent has seeped deep into its bones and blood, it's nearly impossible to fully purge. That's why I took a counterintuitive approach. 3 days ago, the reason I had it consume black bamboo grass was to boost its soul strength. After that, I fed it a large quantity of undead-type materials. And finally, I used an undead-type core to trigger the transformation. Liu Feng wasn't afraid to share these details, but he added a warning. He hoped no one would try this haphazardly because the most critical part is the precise sequence and the exact ratios of the materials used. Before he even finished, Feng Tu clapped and stepped forward, praising him. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Given your skills, Liu Feng, holding only a primary level license is a total waste. He told Liu Feng he would grant him an intermediate beast tamer certificate. As for the advanced level certificate, you'll have to take the exam at the Beijing headquarters to get it, but with your talent, that should be a walk in the park. Regarding the cheating allegations, Feng Tu turned coldly, his voice dripping with intimidation. Who exactly is the one cheating here? He shot a look of pure contempt at Li Jin. He sneered. Did you really think that as the association president, I'd be completely in the dark? Feng Tu turned to grill them further. This flood serpent was a discarded test subject, so why did it appear in today's exam? As soon as he finished, Chu Yuan raised his hand to expose Li Jin. He had intentionally put the flood serpent on the exam list because he had accepted bribes from the examinee, Wang Shu. All the evidence was recorded in the logs. When it came to the monster deployment records, Wang Shu was so terrified he nearly wet himself, collapsing to the floor. He knew he was done for. Feng Tu exploded in rage. With both witnesses and physical evidence in hand, as the president of the Chang'an Beast Tamer Association, I declare, examinee Wang Shu is disqualified from this competition and banned from all Beast Tamer exams for the next 3 years. And as for the chief examiner, Li Jin, he is expelled from the Beast Tamer Association and will never be eligible for rehiring. Once everything was settled, Feng Tu turned back, acting courteous, and told Liu Feng he was sorry for the trouble today, inviting him to his office for a cup of tea. More importantly, Feng Tu had a small favor to ask of him. Standing at the bus stop, Liu Feng pulled out his new certificate to take a look. It even comes with a 30-point bonus for university entrance exams. Liu Feng thought as he boarded the bus, I really hit the jackpot this time. Not only did I get an elite monster, but I also got this official badge. An hour ago, in his office, Feng Tu had asked Liu Feng to represent Chang'an City in the World Beast Tamer competition. In terms of both quantity and quality, Chang'an's beast tamers weren't looking too promising, so over the past few years, Chang'an had never achieved good results in other competitions. The world had changed over the last 3 years, and the World Beast Tamer competition still had no age limit. Whether you were old, middle-aged, or a youth, everyone started from the same point. However, in terms of growth potential, a young prodigy like Liu Feng would definitely have a huge advantage. Listening to Feng Tu's long-winded pitch, Liu Feng just gave a wry smile and raised both hands, intending to decline the offer. Seeing his reaction, Feng Tu strategically added that the top-ranked contestants would all receive prize money. The top 10 would take home at least 10,000 credits. Well, money might not solve everything, but having a lot of money is a different story. The moment he heard about the massive prize money, Liu Feng jumped to his feet, cutting Feng Tu off. What kind of pressure is that? With great power comes great responsibility. I'll do this competition. Back to the present. While Liu Feng was deep in thought, 2 men in the back row started whispering and gossiping about a Dai, the skeleton following him. The blonde guy sitting next to them heard this and reached out, intending to grab a piece of a Dai's bone to see what would happen. But just a split second later, a few strands of red silk tightly bound his hand. A Dai, radiating sub-zero cold, suddenly snapped its head around 180 degrees to glare at the blonde man. He was shaking with fear, but his mouth was already gagged by the red silk, a dye, prepared to pierce his eyes with its sharpened bone nails. But Liu Feng called it off just in time, saying, "To raise my kids, I, Dad, can only go out and work. You've already eaten plenty, Da Zi. Look at your frame, your appetite must be huge. Raising you guys is really hard work." Despite the sighing, Liu Feng smiled brightly, looking as if he'd just gotten a raise, proudly boasting, "Who else could be as handsome and possess such insane talent at my age?" As he spoke, two other people whispered back and forth, shocked that he could command the monster so well, without even having signed a contract with it. "That's the main character for you." A moment later, Liu Feng got off the bus near his house, planning to find that girl. Just as they were about to discuss things, a chill crept up behind them. Adai immediately sensed something was off and worried that Liu Feng might be in danger, pushed him aside and effortlessly blocked the surprise attack. Liu Feng held his aching back, stepped forward, and told it to calm down, because the one who just attacked them was actually Da Zi. They were all on the same side now. Seeing what was standing before him, Liu Feng's mouth twitched involuntarily as he stammered, calling out Da Zi's name. It had only been a few days, but Da Zi had become noticeably chubby. Just then, Duo walked over to greet them. She told him that she and Da Zi had come to pick him up. Seeing Duo approach, Liu Feng pointed at the fat pig, Da Zi, and stuttered, asking what on earth had happened to it. Duo laughed and asked if Liu Feng didn't think Da Zi looked sturdier now. She said with a proud look that she had been feeding Da Zi plenty of supplements. Liu Feng's inner thoughts were in turmoil as he saw the system notification pop up, warning that Da Zi was severely overnourished. Adai glanced at Da Zi, assessing the situation. Compared to that lump of meat, its own lean, muscular body was definitely superior. Adai felt a smug sense of victory. Beside them, Duo patted Liu Feng's shoulder and asked him, "How did the exam go?" Liu Feng shyly scratched the back of his neck, saying it went pretty well. He just happened to run into a level 6 monster, helped it level up successfully, and then easily obtained his intermediate beast tamer certificate. Finally, the president of the Beast Tamer Association had gifted that monster to him. As Liu Feng spoke, he pointed toward Adai. Duo stood frozen for a few seconds after hearing him. She couldn't help but be shocked because he had entered the primary beast taming competition, but had walked away with an intermediate license. Seeing that Duo was still skeptical, he pulled out the real certificate. Duo smiled gently and told him that his growth speed truly surprised her. There was something she had planned to tell him later, but today was the perfect time. "Do you know why the status of a beast tamer is so high? Simply put, no matter how strong a beast tamer is, their reliance is ultimately on an external source. The spirit transfer secret technique is a method that can transfer all the damage your body is taking directly onto your beast's body. However, the range is limited, and only the beast can choose to initiate it. But a beast's defensive power isn't something a human can compare to. As the beast upgrades, it gains more health and defensive strength. After Liu Feng learned the technique, he could instantly feel an invisible thread binding him and Da Zi together. Liu Feng began to doubt Duo's true identity, wondering how she could possess such a secret manual. As he was lost in thought, his eyes landed on Da Zi's face. It looked exactly like a purple sweet potato. Seeing Da Zi trying to talk back, he called for Adai to bring a mirror over. Da Zi looked at itself in the reflection and turned to stone. It lay motionless on the floor, as if it had lost all will to live. Liu Feng reached out and patted its head, telling it to stop playing dead. He demanded that Da Zi start exercising and lose weight over the next few days so he could upgrade its grade. Imagining himself riding a bloated, chubby Da Zi into the sky, Liu Feng's hair stood on end. On the second day at the Truong and Center, Liu Feng arrived at the meeting spot to see Duo. She had asked him out because she wanted him to join her small company that specialized in cultivating monsters, as her partner had recently run off with the money, leaving the company short-staffed. But before she could finish, Liu Feng became suspicious because Duo's company was located in the most affluent part of the center. The rent couldn't possibly be cheap. Duo started, stammering an excuse that business used to be booming, which was why she rented the place. But ever since the other beast tamers left, business had been declining. Seeing her smile awkwardly and struggle to explain, Liu Feng felt she was acting a bit strange today, quite different from her usual self. After that, Duo led him inside the building and introduced him to the office, which was on the 3rd floor. As for the compensation, it was based on the highest industry standards, and on top of that, Liu Feng would receive 20% equity. She pressed the elevator button while assuring Liu Feng that it wouldn't interfere with his studies. He only needed to come by on the weekends. She added that the work for a beast tamer was very light. Liu Feng was a bit tense because the offer was too high. In the market, hiring even 2 beast tamers casually wasn't a huge deal, but Duoduo insisted that not having a beast tamer was a small matter, but having one's reputation damaged was a big deal. Better to have quality than quantity. At this moment, Liu Feng was inwardly suspicious. First, there was the powerful beast-taming technique, then this shop in a high-end district, right in the city center. Along with such generous perks, Liu Feng suspected it might be a trap, yet the one setting this trap was Duoduo. For 3 years, he had been an orphan on his own. Without Duoduo's secret help, it would have been truly difficult. Thinking of this, he dismissed the thought that Duoduo would hurt him. The generous compensation didn't matter because, compared to his actual strength, it wasn't an issue at all. He resolved to earn plenty of money for Duoduo in the future. He then smiled and said that he would listen to whatever Duoduo arranged. Upon hearing that, she glanced away and happily agreed to the partnership. But deep down, Duoduo was startled, as if a storm had just swept through her heart, fearing that Liu Feng would discover something amiss. The two quickly reached the 3rd floor, where a cute girl hurried toward them. Her name was Kuan Yuan. She was wearing a gray vest and had short hair that reached her shoulders. Once Duoduo finished introducing them, she hurried into the elevator to get to work. Liu Feng let out a long breath, thinking that this girl was terrible at lying. She left way too many loopholes. Afterward, Kuan Yuan helped Liu Feng enter his information. While working, she stole a gentle glance at Liu Feng, feeling surprised that he looked way too young for the position of an intermediate beast tamer. She guessed that their boss, Duoduo, must be hopelessly naive and had been swindled by another young man again. Meanwhile, Liu Feng was secretly thinking that he had to earn a lot of money to repay her. He would also need to reset Duoduo's fee standards. He wasn't like other beast tamers. If he just did things his way, it seemed all beasts would upgrade successfully. If that was the case, he couldn't charge fees like other beast tamers did, even though Liu Feng wasn't a greedy person. But if he charged too little, it would be disrespectful to the system and to his own golden hand. So, he reluctantly decided to take a small loss and set the price at 3 times the highest rate of an intermediate beast tamer. Kuan Yuan returned the certificate to him and asked Gao Peng, "Are you sure you want to charge 3 times the highest rate of an intermediate beast tamer? You haven't worked at the company for long, so you don't fully understand how things work yet. If we don't set prices according to protocol when there are customers, that's one thing, but if it affects the reputation of the office, that's a big problem." Gao Peng's expression immediately turned serious as he asked what she meant, but just then, a man suddenly pushed the door open. He interrupted Gao Peng and demanded that he prove to everyone that he truly had the skills to justify charging 3 times the market rate. With bloodshot eyes, he rushed over and pleaded with Gao Peng, saying that if he could just heal his beasts, he would immediately pay him 10 times the amount. Mr. Ma pointed his finger directly at Gao Peng and shouted in anger, 10 times. As long as my beast successfully upgrades, I will pay you 10 times the price. Beside them, Kuan Yuan stammered, trying to ease the tension, and said, Sir, please, calm down. Gao Peng faced Mr. Ma calmly and replied, That won't be necessary. He raised 3 fingers in front of him and said, This is also my first time taking a commission. Consider yourself a VIP. 3 times is enough. Mr. Ma's face darkened, and he asked disbelievingly, So, you're that confident you can heal my beast? Gao Peng smiled, held out his palm, and said calmly, What's the rush? Where's your beast? I need to examine it first. Only then can I give you a definite answer. Mr. Ma picked up a blue box, turned to Gao Peng, and said angrily, Fine, I'll trust you, little brat, just this once. After speaking, he took a tiny, injured creature out of the box. It was trembling in his palm. Kuan Yuan saw the creature in front of them. She couldn't help but feel moved. Gao Peng stood behind, observing the condition of the creature in front of him, a creature with purple fur. Red streaks were spreading across its body, and it was still trembling in Mr. Ma's palm. Mr. Ma, losing his patience, demanded, Can you do it or not? A system message appeared. It provided information on the creature before Gao Peng, name, purple electric weasel, state, mutated conflict, level, 19, rank, elite, quality, superior, attribute, lightning, state, lightly injured, painful, weakness, mud attribute. Gao Peng read the information displayed on the system, his eyes widening as he said, Wait, this is. The system screen turned red, displaying a warning, danger. Mutated conflict state detected. Please treat immediately. Gao Peng immediately asked Mr. Ma, What did you feed it to make it turn out like this? Mr. Ma was startled, unable to speak for a moment, then his face darkened, revealing embarrassment. He said, I fed it a blood jade branch, originally wanting to help it evolve. Mr. Ma raised the hand holding the purple electric weasel, begging Gao Peng, Can you heal it? I beg you. Gao Peng placed a hand under his chin and thought seriously. In reality, this purple electric weasel was currently in the middle of evolution, but the conflict between its blood type and lightning type powers caused this current result. The system displayed mutated evolution. Take 15 obsession fruits, 11 red maple hearts, and a quantity of lightning gold leaves. Put them in a grinder, crush them, and cook them into a broth. Add a monster core to the broth. It must be from an elite-level blood-dropping beast, Gao Peng said. So, we need to use the system's plan to turn the conflict into a synergy. Then this purple electric weasel can complete its evolution. Gao Peng turned to Kuan Yuan and said, 5 obsession fruits, 1 red maple heart, some lightning gold leaves, and a blood-dropping monster core. Go, hurry. Hearing this, Kuan Yuan nervously replied, yes. He turned back, glanced at Mr. Ma, and warned, you know the rules for beast tamers, right? We provide the plan. We can help you cover the cost of materials, but you have to pay the fee yourself. Mr. Ma immediately said, no problem. Gao Peng looked gently at the trembling purple electric weasel and said, little treasure, don't worry. With me here, it's hard for you to fail your evolution. The door closed. Gao Peng had equipped everything he needed. He put on his gloves and stood under the light. Kuan Yuan and Mr. Ma watched the scene in front of them and couldn't help but shudder. Mr. Ma asked, is this really the way to make my purple electric weasel upgrade? Mr. Gao Peng, are you sure? Gao Peng held a knife in one hand. His other hand held the purple electric weasel firmly as he answered nonchalantly, yeah, is there a problem? Kuan Yuan and Mr. Ma panicked. You're asking us? Gao Peng threw the purple electric weasel straight into the pot of broth. Mr. Ma saw this and rushed forward to stop him, shouting, don't. Kuan Yuan stood behind with a helpless expression, holding a calculator and clicking away, saying, how much is the compensation for this? The purple electric weasel, thrown into the broth, bobbed up and was stirred around, dizzy from the ladle Gao Peng was holding. Gao Peng even showed goodwill by scooping a spoonful of broth from the pot and holding it up, his face revealing a dangerous look as he said, mouse soup, do you want a taste? It's great for supplementing your energy, mister. Ma was in pain, holding his head with both hands, saying, no. Gao Peng opened the lid and laughed, saying, don't be nervous. I'm just joking to lighten the mood. Mister, Ma, look. The purple electric weasel was already floating on the surface, its face showing clear signs of enjoyment. Gao Peng explained, this isn't cooking soup. It's a medicinal broth specially prepared for your beast. Adding the heat is just to facilitate the absorption of the medicinal properties. Gao Peng's eyes lit up. His face darkened as he closed the lid and said, the heavens are about to give a great task to this mouse. I need to cook it for 2 more rounds. Let it simmer for 10 more minutes. Hee, mister. Ma looked at Gao Peng's malicious face and thought to himself, I have to stay calm, I have to stay calm. In all of Chang'an City, there are only 2 high-level beast tamers, both big shots with very high status. I can't even get an appointment with them. Mr. Ma narrowed his eyes, thinking, now I can only let Gao Peng try. At the very least, he is an intermediate beast tamer. But if something really goes wrong, it's not like I don't have other methods. Time flew by, and 10 minutes passed. Mr. Ma asked Gao Peng impatiently, are you done, Master Gao Peng? Hasn't the cooking time been a bit too long? Gao Peng reassured him, don't worry, it's almost done. Gao Peng looked at the pot and said, it's here. Inside the pot, noises erupted, making the lid shake. Mr. Ma stood by, dazed, not understanding what was happening. A loud explosion occurred. A plume of white smoke billowed out as the pot lid flew off. Through the haze, the purple lightning rat emerged, curled up inside, its eyes snapping open to reveal a piercing red glow. The purple lightning rat darted out of the pot like a lightning bolt, knocking it aside. It then zoomed across the desk, sending the keyboard and files flying in every direction. It finally landed on the desk. Mr. Ma was thrilled. Success. My beast successfully leveled up. But Kuan Yuan, standing behind him, didn't look nearly as happy. She clutched her head in distress. Good grief. The system interface appeared, displaying an image of the purple mouse with red streaks in its fur. Displaying new info. Purple lightning rat, level 20, elite tier, perfect quality, lightning and blood attributes. Liu Feng beamed, saying, sir, you got a massive deal. We're done here. At perfect quality, with just a bit more training, it can definitely reach commander tier. Mr. Ma cradled the purple lightning rat in his hands, doting on it. He looked at it happily and said, I apologize for my rudeness earlier. I never expected it would actually evolve. Thank you so much, Mr. Liu Feng. Liu Feng smugly slid the invoice over to Mr. Ma. Don't mention it. You paid for the service, I provided it. By the way, this covers the damage to my office, plus the consulting fee. Please settle the bill in a bit. Mr. Ma didn't hesitate at all. No problem. Liu Feng turned to Kuan Yuan and handed her the invoice. Could you take care of this? Use the money to pick up these materials and bring them to my place later. Deduct it from your paycheck. Kuan Yuan replied, sure. Mr. Ma looked completely awestruck. With stars in his eyes, he held the purple lightning rat and stood before Liu Feng. Mr. Liu Feng, I want you to take a look at my other beast as well. Do you have any open slots for an appointment tomorrow? Liu Feng looked troubled. Oh, about that. Mr. Ma hurriedly held up 3 fingers, insisting, Mr. Liu Feng, money is no object. 3 times the rate, I can pay it. Before Mr. Ma could finish, Liu Feng raised his hand to stop him. It's not about that. I have school tomorrow. I don't have the time. Mr. Ma was stunned. School? With your level of skill, you still need extra training? Is it a master class at the association, or are you an apprentice to some grandmaster? Liu Feng calmly grabbed his jacket and said, What are you talking about? He draped the white jacket over his shoulder. He picked up his bag, stood at the door, and looked back. Standard education for the last 3 years of high school. Anyway, I have to get home and do my homework. Kuan Yuan and Mr. Ma dropped their jaws, unable to believe their ears. Mr. Ma muttered, Are high school students this terrifying nowadays? Kuan Yuan thought, Miss, Duoduo bought this office for a fortune a few days ago, fired all the beast tamers, and told me to keep it a secret to trick Liu Feng. I thought she was just some rich kid playing around, but she's actually a big shot testing her skills. Elsewhere, a hand held a spirit core. This core quality is, Duo sat in a chair, legs crossed, while the phantom dragon Shi held a glass of wine, observing from the side. Duo raised the arm holding the spirit core and commanded, Take that over to him. The phantom dragon Shi glanced over and said, Fine. Sunlight filtered through the window. The phantom dragon Z, invisible, clung to the outer wall near the window to monitor the purple lightning rat's movements. The phantom dragon's side dropped the spirit core through the window. It rolled right in front of the purple lightning rat. The rat hid under the chair in curiosity. It peeked its head out, crawled forward, and stared at the core. Dai, behind it, looked puzzled. Without hesitation, the purple lightning rat scurried over and ate the core. The purple lightning rat's expression went from joy to disgust as it chewed. Suddenly, it jolted, making Dai anxious. Outside, Liu Feng was walking back with 2 bags of groceries, 15 pounds of blood essence, and enough food for a Dai for a month. A Dai is already perfect quality now. If it evolves again, it'll reach epic quality, epic tier monsters. I've only ever heard of those in books and on TV. Better to keep a Dai well-nourished for a while before thinking about the next evolution. That'll be safer. Liu Feng's face suddenly clouded with worry. As for the purple lightning rat, I definitely can't rush it. To level up, it needs a lightning attribute monster core above level 10. That stuff is impossible to find. Liu Feng sighed. Plus, even if I found one, I couldn't afford it. Suddenly, Liu Feng felt something was wrong back at his place. It feels like a Dai. His face darkened. He thought anxiously, something's wrong at home. Without a second thought, he dropped the 2 bags of groceries and sprinted toward his room. Liu Feng rushed up the stairs, his feet moving rapidly. He reached out, grabbed the door handle, and slammed it open, yelling, Dai. In front of him, the purple lightning rat was lying on its back, rolling around, foaming at the mouth, with Dai standing nearby watching. Suddenly, the system chimed. A message appeared. Purple-backed yellow-clawed rat is evolving. Current level, 8. Consumed a large amount of blood, flesh, and a lightning diamond centipede core. Evolution path of purple-backed yellow-clawed rat is currently evolving. Liu Feng looked at the information on the system, stunned. His eyes widened. Evolving? Using a lightning diamond centipede core? Liu Feng sat down, looking at the shivering rat in front of him. He placed a hand on his chin, thinking, how did it get its paws on something that expensive? Who would? He glanced toward the door. Miss Duo? Duo was standing there holding a bag, looking flustered. Ahem. Liu Feng looked at Duo and asked, Miss Duo, did you feed this core to the rat? Liu Feng started to lose his cool, standing up in front of Duo. Why would you do that? You could have at least told me first. Duo was speechless. She just said, ha. She tried to maintain her composure, holding up the bag in her hand. I just came by to drop some stuff off for you. In reality, Duo was thinking. If I told him, he definitely wouldn't have taken it. Duo set the bags down. Look at you, leaving your groceries halfway on the floor and not caring about them. She quickly darted toward the door, waving happily. Geez, you just started making money a few days ago and you're already being this wasteful. As soon as she said that, Duo quickly hurried out of the room. Liu Feng said, All right, get some rest early. I won't bother you anymore. She left Liu Feng standing there, stunned, unable to get a word in. All he could say was, Wait, that, Miss Duo. Liu Feng felt helpless. He could only say, "There's a kind of needs called Miss Duo thinks you need it." Liu Feng turned to A Dai and gave it a light knock on the head. The purple lightning rat was still dizzy. "You little glutton. Don't just eat everything you see. You hear me?" He sat down, crossed his legs, propped his chin on his hand, and stared blankly at the board. "The system says it's stalled. I can't just leave it like that. Isn't there any way to speed up the upgrade?" Gao Peng desperately dug through everything he had on him. He pulled out screws, marbles, medicine bottles, and branches, muttering, "No, not this. This isn't it either. This one doesn't work either." His eyes landed on a branch with purple flowers, and he exclaimed happily, "Found it. I just need to grind this intermediate-grade poison flower into medicine and feed it to Dazi. That should trigger its evolution." Without a moment's delay, Gao Peng rushed to the kitchen, grabbed a blender, and started whipping up the concoction. He poured the freshly made potion into Dazi's mouth. "Drink up. Hurry." Dazi's eyes suddenly flared with a brilliant red light. It began to levitate, surrounded by a golden glow that filled Gao Peng's entire room. The golden light was so intense it shattered the window glass. From the swirling smoke, a pair of long horns and a massive frame began to emerge. Radiating with gold, Dazi appeared in its new, powerful form right in front of Gao Peng. The system interface popped up. It displayed info on Dazi's new form, name, Violet Lightning Centipede. Level, 9. Quality, Elite. Attributes, Lightning Poison. Upgrading its quality to perfect. Requires silver leaf grass ground into powder, daily water intake for a week, and a leader-level lightning-type monster core. Gao Peng read the info and grinned, saying, "Woo, finally done. I didn't think it'd be this smooth." Dazi hit elite level. Is this what it feels like to ride the coattails of a big shot? A moment later, Dazi collapsed, sprawling out on the floor, leaving Adai stunned and Gao Peng helpless. Dazi lay there, exhausted. Adai approached, looking worried. But Gao Peng just stood there with his hands on his hips, laughing casually as he comforted Adai. "Dazi is usually such a pain, and yet you're still worried about it. Don't worry, it's just drained." Gao Peng turned to hand Adai a bowl of beans, saying, "For someone who looks as intimidating as you, aren't you a bit too soft-hearted? I bought these especially for you today. Dig in." Adai looked at the bowl of beans, confused. It reached out to grab a piece and popped it into its mouth, but the bean fell straight through its body. It went right through its stomach and hit the floor. Gao Peng handed the bowl to Adai while sweeping up, comforting it. "It's okay. Just keep eating." Gao Peng looked at Adai with a radiant smile and said, "You just finished your own upgrade, so it's better to stabilize for a bit. Wait until I find the perfect materials for you before we start your next upgrade. You're definitely going to become an incredibly powerful beast." Before long, Dazi was back to full health, laughing and full of energy. Dazi looked toward the sofa and saw Gao Peng leaning back, exhausted, with his head drooping, while Adai was resting against the back of the sofa behind him. Dazi chuckled, struck by a bold idea. It grabbed a pink towel and happily crept toward Gao Peng. Duo peeked through the doorway, eyes narrowing as she watched. Is this the calm before the storm? She looked at the three of them, Adai, Dazi, and Gao Peng cuddled together. Even though Gao Peng looked a bit annoyed at being hugged by Dazi, she smiled at the warm scene. Duo said, "Little Peng, you really need to grow up soon." A wonderful morning at school. In the principal's office, the silver-haired man slammed his desk in anger. "I absolutely disagree. How can we allow monsters into the school?" The man's eyes widened as he shouted, "The students are just children. They haven't had professional training. Are those people up there not considering the children's safety at all?" The brown-haired man sitting opposite him clasped his hands together and replied, "In times of peace, they'd be children. But back in the ancient days, kids this age were already holding weapons to defend their homeland." The silver-haired man asked, shocked, "Has the situation really become that dire?" The brown-haired man looked uneasy and avoided eye contact. The world is researching new tech, but the evolution rate. Two cats living in different environments starting from a harmless stray, they evolved to adapt, becoming massive and aggressive. The brown-haired man said, "It's still too slow. If we keep going like this, one day, our technology won't be able to pose a threat to them anymore. By then, it will truly be too late." The former principal switched topics to the classroom. Gao Peng stood at his desk. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, making him feel nervous. Damn Qianjin, who sat in the row in front, turned around and said, "Gao Peng, did you really pass the intermediate beast tamer exam?" Gao Peng nodded but asked, confused, yeah. How did you know?" Damn Qianjin held up a piece of paper, pointing to a headline in the school newspaper. "Youngest beast tamer in Chang'an City breaks the record for the youngest ever in the Beast Tamer Association." His eyes sparkling, Damn Qianjin said, "You're in the paper." The rest of the class started crowding around Gao Peng, showering him with praise. Isn't it obvious? Gao Peng, you're a celebrity now. Exactly. You've really made our class look good. Li Zikong is in for a world of hurt now, though. Ha ha ha. I heard his mom is at the school too. Once he gets home, he's going to get his butt kicked. Damn Tianjin rubbed his hands together, looking shy as he stood in front of Gao Peng. Friend Gao Peng. Gao Peng didn't even need to ask. He immediately held up a hand to stop him, saying, "If you're about to ask for a favor, just don't," which left damn Tianjin stunned on the spot. Gao Peng glanced at him and said, "If you tell me what the small favor is, wouldn't it just turn your awkward situation into an awkward situation for both of us? Not worth it, right?" Damn Tianjin was annoyed by Gao Peng. He frowned, clenching his fists and saying, "You? Since when did you?" Behind damn Tianjin, the imposing shadow of Mu Taiying appeared. Mu Taiying smacked damn Tianjin on the head. "Cut the chatter. What are you all huddling for? Get back to your seats. I have an announcement to make." The other students were scared, scrambling back to their seats while whispering, "Oh shoot, it's the old teacher. Run, run, the old teacher is mad." Mu Taiying cleared her throat. "Ahem. I have an announcement to make." She stood seriously at the podium, looking down at them. "Starting now, across the globe, all schools will undergo urgent reforms. 11th grade will add a beast-taming subject, and we are opening a special training track." The TV in the beast-taming specialty classroom showed a live negotiation. Reporters were filming as two high-ranking officials shook hands. This is a joint project between the Ministry of Education and the military. Students in the beast-taming track who achieve excellent results. The screens at the Beast-Taming Academy broadcast a live negotiation, showing reporters filming two high-level officials shaking hands, announcing a joint project between the Ministry of Education and the Military Alliance, specifically for top-tier students from the Academy. The entire class was stunned after hearing the latest news on live television. Students can now be directly admitted to prestigious universities or military academies. It didn't end there on TV. The military instructors will be arriving very soon. Starting this afternoon, students can officially become specialty students. "We have to start training," the instructor said. "Any student wishing to become a specialty student, come find me after school to sign up." The class was bewildered, asking, "Why such a sudden reform? Did something happen? It must be a big deal if the military is involved. Is it on the outskirts? I heard the situation is very tense." Liu Feng remained calm. Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Hey, Liu Feng." He glanced over and asked, "Yeah?" Mu Taiying looked at Liu Feng and gestured toward the outside. She said, "Let's step out for a bit. I need to talk to you." Liu Feng replied, "Sure." As the two walked to the hallway, Mu Taiying stood in front of him, hands on her hips, and started. "You performed very well this time. You qualified directly for the Intermediate Beast Tamer certification. The principal even specifically praised you during the meeting today. Tomorrow, students from High School 7 are coming to visit. I hope you and Thu can represent our school as the new students." Liu Feng laughed awkwardly, raising both hands to decline. "Miss Mu, let's skip the speech. That kind of thing is just, totally, not my style." Suddenly looking bright, Liu Feng said to Mu Taiying excitedly, "Actually, I want to sign up to be a combat tamer specialty student." Miss Mu, confused, asked, "Why the sudden interest?" She frowned and said, "While becoming a combat tamer is a great path, it doesn't hold much significance for you personally. Plus, you're all ready." Before she could finish, the sound of a horn interrupted her. Miss Mu looked out the window. Tanks were moving in a neat line, entering the school grounds. She said, "Your grades are excellent. Just keep playing it like you usually do. Add that Intermediate Beast Tamer certificate, and getting into any top-tier school in the region is a breeze for you. You could even try for international ones." She looked down and saw a soldier controlling a beast while a commander behind him gave orders. "Tighten it up. We need it by noon," the soldier replied. "Yes, sir, miss." Mu continued, "If you really want to become a combat tamer, you can use your academic scores to enter a military academy and then enlist. There's no need to rush like this." Liu Feng clenched his fists, looked at the window, and said earnestly, "Miss Mu, thank you for looking out for me. But entering a military academy to become a combat tamer is safer, sure," he continued. "But that's too slow. I want to learn more during the actual training. Real combat, rapid growth, getting stronger." Liu Feng squinted his eyes and smiled lightly to reassure Miss Mu. "Besides, I can do both, right? I won't pass up any opportunities. Don't worry about me." Miss Mu could only laugh helplessly, looking at Liu Feng and saying, "You rascal." She turned around, pointed to the sky, and said, "Fine. If you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. Just promise you've thought it through." Liu Feng bowed quickly to show his sincerity. Thank you, teacher. At noon, the school grounds were packed and lively. Liu Feng walked behind a crowd as everyone's eyes turned toward them. Are these guys here for the tryouts, right? They look so confident and tough. Go get 'em, seniors. Liu Feng turned and suddenly saw Damn Qianjin. He was waving his hand from the crowd and shouted, Hey, Liu Feng, you signed up to be a combat tamer too. Liu Feng asked, confused, Damn Qianjin? Damn Qianjin squeezed through the crowd, annoying the people around him. He looked at Liu Feng and said happily, Aren't you already a beast tamer? And your grades are so good. Liu Feng didn't even want to look at him and asked coldly, Your grades aren't that great either. Why are you signing up? Damn Qianjin's eyes sparkled as he grinned naively. It's all for my childhood dream. Back then, the cartoon I loved most was Pocket Monsters. The monster tamers in it were super cool. I want to be the strongest tamer ever. How could I miss this chance? Liu Feng asked, If the strongest tamer is a man, do you want to be his man? Damn Qianjin was stunned, raising his hands to explain quickly. Poofed, no. The strongest tamer is an adjective, not a title. Liu Feng walked ahead, coldly saying, Got it. Just hurry up and follow me. Ahead was the basketball court where everyone was lining up. Some looked at the vehicles parked by the court and couldn't help but exclaim, Whoa, these are the latest mechs. This is my first time seeing them in real life. They're a bit scary, right? I feel the same way. The teacher gestured with one hand, inviting the burly man approaching them. Captain, please. Liu Feng just stayed silent, hands in his pockets, watching. But next to him, Damn Qianjin had his arms crossed and his hands behind his head, pouting. So this is our instructor? A bit stocky. Nothing special. Suddenly, the captain's eyes narrowed, a hint of red appearing, revealing clear danger. The moment he saw that look, Damn Qianjin, standing right next to him, went pale and got goosebumps, saying, Whoa, Liu Feng, check it out, he said, guarding himself. That kill aura is intense. This captain isn't just someone simple. On the platform, the captain continued. First, I'll give you credit. Compared to those who didn't dare to come, you guys at least have guts. But don't think you're real tamers yet. The captain's aura flared up like fire, combined with his terrifying gaze. He said, without a firm spirit and nerves of steel, when you face a real wild beast, you'll just wet your pants and your legs will turn to jelly. You won't even be able to run. Those words quickly provoked the students below. They angrily retorted, Stop looking down on us. Exactly. Isn't it just taming? Who hasn't seen that before? The captain smirked. Not convinced? Huh. He gestured with his hand as two soldiers brought out a huge, aggressive white wolf. The captain said, Then let me show you. The captain, with his imposing build and solid physique, radiated an incredibly powerful aura, standing still before the students with his beast, the Silver Moon Wolf. It was a wolf with a coat of blue mixed with white, its gaze incredibly intelligent. The captain ordered a junior instructor, Go. He immediately saluted, shouting, Sir. Yes, sir. The trainee stood at attention, his voice booming with absolute clarity as he reported, Target object at 10 centimeters, sir. Once the armor plate was set, the lieutenant looked down at the Silver Moon Wolf with a gaze full of pride and trust, whispering, Go. Hearing his master's command, the Silver Moon Wolf bolted forward instantly. It charged toward the armor plate, moving faster than an arrow in flight. The Silver Moon Wolf leaped high into the air, and with little effort, it sent the heavy armor plate flying. The plate was incredibly tough, yet the wolf's claws shattered it into two pieces in a heartbeat. All the students witnessing this were left completely wide-eyed and stunned. Some looked terrified, breaking into a cold sweat. Gao Peng was just as shocked. He stared blankly at the beast, his mind racing. A plate that thick, destroyed in a single blow. The lieutenant turned back to everyone, his tone harsh, sounding more like a warning than a speech. You saw that clearly, right? This is the destructive power of a trained beast. This is the kind of monster you will have to face. They will have power like this, or even more. The lieutenant stood tall, his voice echoing across the stadium where the recruits were gathered. So, this is your last chance. Anyone who wants to quit, step forward now. Initially, only one person took a hesitant step, but then, one after another, more footsteps followed as they walked away. Gao Peng watched his peers leaving and felt a wave of panic. There were so many. It seemed like a lot of people had just been headstrong and here for the spectacle. The lieutenant suddenly lost his temper and shouted, Why are you hanging your heads? Turns out, he was annoyed by the sneaky, cowardly demeanor of those young men. A strong, upright man like the lieutenant couldn't stand the sight of them hunching over like that. He simply couldn't ignore it. He tried to reason with them, saying they hadn't done anything wrong. Despite his cold, fiery exterior, the lieutenant was actually very sensible and empathetic. He smiled to say goodbye to the students leaving, giving them sincere advice: study hard. Academics is a great path. 2. You aren't dropouts. You're just making a rational decision. He concluded with a remark that was a bit crude but funny. Now, get lost and go study. The lieutenant then turned to those who stayed. The gentle, warm look from before had vanished, replaced by a gaze that felt like it would swallow them whole. His voice became even more aggressive. But you are different. You chose to stay. From now on, if anyone quits, you're a true dropout, and I don't want to see any dropouts. Understood. The remaining recruits were too scared to speak up, whispering softly. Understood. The lieutenant didn't like this timid, hesitant attitude, so he barked, a little louder. I can't hear you. Instantly, all the students on the field shouted in unison. Understood. In contrast to the intense atmosphere just now, the outside world was incredibly peaceful. After hours at the academy, Gao Peng finally got home. As soon as he entered, he flopped face first onto the couch with a thud, groaning, I'm dead tired. Gao Peng sighed warily. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. Suddenly, his cute beasts saw him come home and crept close, whining that they were hungry. He was exhausted, but he still had to feed them. Gao Peng sighed, oh, man. Gao Peng walked over to the fridge, still pondering the principal's words. Based on what the principal said today, within 1 month, there were 1,200 students enrolled across all the schools in the city. Gao Peng felt anxious. The dropout rate was too high. He opened the fridge and saw the empty shelf, blurting out, huh. Gao Peng looked around, acting as if he wanted to lift the whole fridge to shake it. He asked blankly, Dazi, where's the yin snow pine needle? I left a bunch of yin snow pine needles here. Where are they? Gao Peng stared blankly at the single needle left in his hand, murmuring, just one left? Gao Peng immediately went to interrogate the beasts. What is the meaning of this? Dazi, acting tough, immediately pointed at Adai and tattled, He ate it. Gao Peng stared, dumbfounded. Adai was gentle and didn't dare to defend himself, just uttering a depressed, Adai. Why? Gao Peng slowly gave a gentle smile. Next time you want to eat more, just tell me. You know, seeing Gao Peng angry like that earlier, Adai was afraid he was still mad, so he shyly turned his face to the wall. He looked so pitiful. Gao Peng was a bit surprised by this. Oh, I really didn't judge you wrong. You're such a goofball. Gao Peng returned to his chair to research the system, reading intently. According to the attribute frame, Adai needed to absorb 600 pounds of yin snow pine needles to complete the first stage. Gao Peng looked at his phone screen. Order successful. 30 pounds of yin snow pine needles, 10 pounds of thunder flower fruit. 1 pound of yin snow pine needles costs 1,000 alliance dollars. Eating 15 pounds a day only costs 1.5 credits. This isn't even enough, Gao Peng thought, then remembered Adai and felt relieved. Being able to eat was a good thing, beneficial for absorbing more material. It would also speed up the next evolution. Adai was currently an elite-level monster. Once he reached a higher level, the materials needed would be even more precious. Some materials aren't even for sale. That's when it'll really start burning through money. Gao Peng glanced at the snake, Dazi. And what about this Dazi? Gao Peng looked at Dazi, who was eating happily, and felt glad, but he still had to calculate carefully. To upgrade Dazi's quality to perfect, he needed to eat 200 pounds of thunderflower fruit. Thunderflower fruit was a bit cheaper than yin snow pine needles, costing only 200 alliance dollars per pound. Gao Peng let out a weary sigh. The life of a single parent was exhausting. Raising a family is really not easy. Just like that, a day had passed. The next day, Gao Peng stood at school, looking around in bewilderment. Is this an open zoo now? The schoolyard was a mess and bustling with noise as students tried to control their own beasts. Shrieks rang out endlessly. Stop those two pets from fighting. Little Hua, come back. And I have to lure that lazy pet down from the tree. Gao Peng fixed his gaze on a giant pig blocking the entire view and the walkway. He sighed heavily. Other things are fine, but this pig is just too extravagant. Gao Peng walked over and hesitantly asked the girl, Is your beast pet really that strong? Could you ask it to move a little? The female student was startled and let out a soft ah, while Liu Feng spoke, still feeling a bit awkward. Embarrassed, he realized his beast pet was blocking the doorway. The girl flushed, stammering. Oh, She recalled what her little pig looked like when she first bought it. It had been so tiny, cute, and incredibly well-behaved. It looked like such an adorable baby, she reminisced, eyes welling up with tears, suddenly pouring her heart out. Before I bought it, it wasn't like this at all. Liu Feng looked confused and muttered to himself. Since she clearly didn't understand what he meant, an instructor happened to walk over. Seeing them standing there awkwardly, he asked loudly, What's going on here? Liu Feng gently replied, It's the instructor. The instructor glanced over and immediately realized the path was blocked by the beast pet. So, he turned toward it and spoke softly. With the command, Silver, move aside for them. The silver moon wolf immediately snorted, casting a fierce glare at the stubborn little pig. In its small form, the silver moon wolf, radiating an incredibly terrifying and chilling aura. The beast pet saw this and scrambled to its feet, body trembling violently as it hid behind its owner. The instructor smiled and said, Done with the act. If you're done acting, let's start the training. All the students gathered on the grass field today. Every student had their own beast pet. The instructor said loudly, I know some of you are definitely aiming to sign contracts with multiple beast pets in the future to form a complete combat squad. That's why today, we are training your ability to command your beast pets. This is basic, but it is also a vital step. The instructor stood with his hands behind his back, speaking seriously and sonorously. Otherwise, even if your beast pet is stronger, if it doesn't listen to your commands, it's all for nothing. Contrary to the instructor's stern attitude, the silver moon wolf stuck its tongue out, looking incredibly cheeky. The instructor's voice continued at a steady pace. The girl with the little pig pet was still shy, her face blushing bright red as she kept her head down, clutching her skirt. The instructor was still teaching the students. I'm sure everyone saw the other side of things earlier. Then, the instructor knelt on one knee and petted the silver moon wolf's head. It nuzzled back affectionately. Then the instructor began his lesson. To train a beast pet, you have to understand their preferences and habits to build a good relationship with them. The instructor cared for the silver moon wolf very carefully and thoughtfully. He recounted, For example, my silver moon wolf, because I specialize in buying the black pig meat it loves most, and I feed it personally. Not just feeding it, the instructor also played and spent time with the silver moon wolf. He tried to pass on all his experience to the students. I play and sleep with it every day, so now its reliance on me has increased significantly, and it's willing to follow our commands. The students immediately gasped in wonder. They were very interested in this new knowledge. Seeing this, the instructor continued. Earlier, you saw the colonel's beast pet use its tail to shatter armor, but in reality, the tail isn't a natural strength of the silver moon wolf. It's just that after days of systematic training, its tail became increasingly sturdy, and its attack speed became faster and more accurate. The instructor raised a finger, excitedly explaining. So besides its teeth and claws, it gained another attack method. This is the colonel's training, expanding and developing its attack diversity to increase its advantages. Then, the instructor invited another instructor up to the podium, Old Lee, to demonstrate the specialties of his silver wolf. Old Lee nodded immediately. Sure. Old Lee was also a long-time instructor with a wealth of experience. He continued to explain to the students, even with silver moon wolves, different combat tamers use different training methods, and they have different development paths. Watch closely. Old Lee flicked his hand, tossing a stone. The silver moon wolf immediately dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, chasing the stone Old Lee had thrown. It quickly caught it and crushed the stone, which proved that not only was its speed incredible, but its destructive power was terrifying too. Liu Feng and Dazi were startled, jumping back in shock. Liu Feng secretly remarked, That bite strength is terrifying. The instructor continued to break down a new concept, classifying beast pets, attack types, defense types, support types, healing types, and crowd control types. Those are the 5 major categories. Some beast pets can even hold multiple roles. The instructor gave an example to make it easier to visualize. For example, the vine demon. It can be both a defense type and a crowd control type at the same time. Some special master tamers can even train it as an attack type. After finishing his explanation, the instructor clapped his hands once and gave the assignment for today's lesson. I've already demonstrated it for you. Now, let's officially start the training. I suggest starting with simple materials for now. For example, if you're training bite strength, choose wood first, then gradually increase the hardness. At this moment, those ape-shaped beast pets were actively transporting materials. The instructor kept talking. As for the source of materials, we have brought a large quantity of training materials, so you don't need to worry at all. The instructor gestured to the right, saying, Once you've chosen your training path, you can go register and receive your training materials. Liu Feng thought to himself, feeling conflicted. Does Dazi need to strengthen his as well? Liu Feng looked at Dazi, who hadn't decided yet. Since we already learned the damage transfer secret technique, let's focus on improving its defensive abilities first. How should I train? To increase its defense, Liu Feng recalled the image from just a moment ago. To think such a small ape could carry such a large barrel. It must be a strength type. Wait, an ape, right? An ape. Liu Feng remembered a book he had read and realized he had seen a mention of it in the office files. He had seen a type of ape-like monster with very little fur called a raging ape. They were incredibly aggressive and combat-oriented, but their defense was very low. At that time, the ape beast pets were very unruly, so from the moment they were born, the raging apes were trained by their parents to crazily slam their bodies against trees. When they first started slamming into wooden logs, their power was so great that even stones would shatter. Liu Feng still remembered it vividly. Afterward, they would slam into cliff rocks. Gradually, over time, as their skin was constantly injured and healed, it would become increasingly sturdy. Liu Feng imagined the arrogant and fierce image of a raging ape and marveled. Once a raging ape matures, not only will it have thick muscles, the beast's horn fragments fuse together, forming something like armor. At this point, it could ram into a mountain without getting hurt at all. Gao Peng thought to himself, hatching a plan. He could totally use this method to train the beast's defense. If that's the case, then this will be the training material. After thinking it over, Gao Peng made his final decision. He approached Dazi, who was napping comfortably on the grass. He called out to it. Hearing Gao Peng's voice, it turned its head to look at him. He said, "Come here, Dazi. I've already chosen a training method for you, but training this way might be a bit rough for you." Gao Peng clenched his fist, determined, and told the beast, "The sweat we shed now is so we don't bleed later. I'm only doing this for your own good. A little pain now is better than a lifetime of suffering later." Gao Peng was already holding a dumbbell in his hand. Despite Dazi's panic, he still smiled brightly, trying to reassure it, "Be good, I'll go easy on you." Seeing Dazi blink away and bolt, Gao Peng was a bit annoyed. Oh, trying to run? A beast trying to escape its master? The chase went on until they were both out of breath under the morning sun. Their shadows darted back and forth so quickly, it looked quite cute and lighthearted. Gao Peng shouted, "Get back here. This is all for your own good. You have to understand my struggle." But how could Dazi possibly win against Gao Peng's long legs? After a while, it was caught. Gao Peng was panting, unable to catch his breath. In the end, Dazi was still caught. Exhausted, Gao Peng complained to the heavens, "Oh my god, my arm feels like it's about to dislocate." Just like that, both of them were probably training quite intensely. Dazi must have been worn out that day. Time flew by, and a week later, the alarm clock rang loudly in the room. A slow hand reached out and shut off the ringing. The room fell silent again. Still drowsy, Gao Peng sluggishly muttered, "Oh, no morning training today. Let's sleep a little longer." But the thumping sound outside wouldn't let Gao Peng catch any more shut-eye. Gao Peng yelled, "Stop knocking. Make breakfast for you already." It turned out to be Dazi trying to wake Gao Peng up, mostly because it was hungry. Gao Peng still wasn't fully awake. He groggily got up to make breakfast for the beasts, silently complaining, "I'm the one upgrading you, so why am I the one suffering?" It seemed like not only was his own strength increasing, but his speed was faster, and his egg-frying skills were getting more and more refined. Dazi and Adai were already sitting nearby, waiting for food. Dazi's starving face looked so mischievous and cute. Adai still had that gloomy expression, waiting expectantly for the hot food. Gao Peng continued his long streak of complaints. Luckily, during this time, the extra meals didn't go to waste. Dazi has grown physically and has also successfully reached level 10. Level 10 monster. Adai didn't go to waste either. He leveled up too. Gao Peng teared up. Why is the fate of a beast-taming parent so miserable? Gao Peng lamented. Who's training defense for Dazi? My arm is about to snap, and Adai is about to eat through all my supplies. Trying to feed these two ancestors is so exhausting. Suddenly, the phone rang. Adai nimbly grabbed it and handed it to Gao Peng. A rushed voice came from the phone. "Is this Mr. Gao? I'm the director of the Blue Shield Security Company. My name is Liu Senlin." "Mr. Liu, greetings. I'm not sure why you're looking for me," Gao Peng asked groggily. He had never had contact with the Blue Shield Security Company, nor had he ever heard of them. On the other end, the man was still enthusiastically introducing himself. "Mr. Gao, hello. I am representing Blue Shield Security, and I want to discuss something with you that would be very beneficial for you. I wonder if you have time to meet up and talk." The next day, at the Faibong Beast Taming office, a petite girl stepped out to greet Gao Peng. That was Kuan Yuan. As soon as she saw Gao Peng appear, she quickly greeted him. "Mr. Gao, your guest is already waiting for you in the lounge." Gao Peng replied concisely, "Got it." Liu Senlin stood up and greeted him first. "You must be Mr. Gao." Gao Peng politely replied, "Mr. Liu, right?" Liu Senlin continued, in a respectful and gentle tone, "Greetings. It's an honor. I am the general manager of the Blue Shield Security Company. My name is Liu Senlin." Both shook hands. Liu Senlin initiated the proposal. "I've come this time to invite you to serve as a beast-taming consultant for our company." Gao Peng was still confused. "Oh, Director Liu, Let's sit down and talk. Gao Peng asked his suspicion first. Why look for me? There isn't only one high-level beast tamer in Chang'an City, right? I don't know that I have such a reputation that a general manager of a security company, as large as Blue Shield, would come to my door. Lu Senlin laughed heartily and replied, "Haha, Mr. Gao, you are too modest." Then Lu Senlin explained clearly. The reason he called Gao Peng here was that Chang'an City did have high-level beast tamers, but one was President Tran of the Beast Taming Association. He wouldn't have the time to be a consultant for a small company like ours. Lu Senlin continued to explain. The other is Mr. Ko Kuang Lam, but he is also the government's specialized beast taming consultant. Lu Senlin gestured toward Gao Peng with great respect. As for other mid-level beast tamers, compared to them, I would rather trust you, Mr. Gao, a talented young man. Gao Peng replied, his expression still filled with surprise. Well, first, let me state my requirements. Only if we can accept these conditions can we continue. Otherwise, there's no need to waste everyone's time. First, from Monday to Friday, I have to attend class. Unless it's an extreme emergency, don't disturb me during normal times. Second, I'll be the beast taming consultant. That's no problem. But I will not sign a buyout contract. I can only guarantee that I won't poach your competitors. Lu Senlin didn't even mind or hesitate. He thought about it for a second and immediately agreed, even pulling out a piece of paper that looked like a contract. Agreed. I accept. Mr. Gao, take a look at this non-exclusive contract we've prepared. Is it suitable? Gao Peng read the content carefully. As he read, his eyebrows knit together. This contract, it's not quite right. There are no mandatory requirements, and the salary is paid annually. Annual salary of 500 credit points, plus commission. For every Blue Shield company praying mantis monster that evolves successfully, there is a commission of 50 credit points. Don't talk about legal loopholes. This is just giving away benefits. Gao Peng put his pen down and signed it immediately, still marveling in his heart. Is the boss of this company always this randomly wealthy? But this kind of loose contract, which is barely binding, can be signed outside a knock sounds at the door. Knock knock. Kuan Yuan announces that Mr. Ma has arrived as scheduled. Lu Senlin stands up to bid farewell to Liu Feng. Since the contract is signed, I won't take up any more of your time, Mr. Cao. Before leaving, Lu Senlin lingers a moment to say to Liu Feng, I look forward to our future cooperation. Mr. Cao, Director Liu, you're too kind. Liu Feng steps into the elevator, ready to leave. Wait, no, it's Lu Senlin. He's talking on the phone with someone. His expression is a bit cryptic, and his voice drops, lacking the excitement from just a moment ago. Yes, uncle, I understand. The contract is signed. Yes, Mr. Cao shows to sign a non-exclusive contract. Uncle, I don't understand. Why are there so many intermediate-level beast tamers in Truomen City? It must be. All right, I understand. After the call, the two go their separate ways. Who knows where Liu Feng is headed? After the meeting with Lu Senlin, in the treatment room, Liu Feng is observing his new spirit beast and asks, Mr. Ma, is this the one you were talking about earlier? The owner replies happily, that's right. A system notification pops up. Monster name, 4-season begonia flower sprite. Rank, level 3. Quality, common. Attribute, wood. Status, healthy and happy. Points, lightning element, fire element. Upgrading requirements, 1,100-year-old spirit flower tree, 100 drops of spirit flower dew. Lu Feng looks at its appearance and guesses. A plant-type spirit beast. Lu Feng absolutely loves it, gushing. This flower is so adorable. The leaf edges even have deep purple patterns and serrations, plus it has a light, faint fragrance. You want to evolve this flower sprite? Mr. Ma chimes in, but his demeanor is a bit awkward. Yes, in half a month, Truong and City is hosting a Flower King pageant. I'm planning to take it to compete for the Flower King title. Liu Feng is bewildered. A flower pageant? Isn't that just a beauty contest? Liu Feng pulls a hilarious, deadpan face. Although plants have mutated aggressively, plant-type spirit beasts that can develop sentience are incredibly rare. Because they have healing attributes, they are even more sought after than ghost-type beasts. And he's taking this one to a beauty pageant. The luck this guy has makes one both envious and jealous. Kuan Yuan, standing nearby, is just as confused as Liu Feng. But wait, isn't the Flower King pageant usually for girls to enter? Mr. Ma has to admit, I know. A grown man like me entering a Flower King contest, it must look really weird to others. Mr. Ma slowly reaches out his hand, and the begonia immediately reaches out, wrapping around him, gently saying, but it's my second spirit beast. Mr. Ma looks at the begonia with deep affection and says in a low voice, I just want to give it a good start. I believe my own way of thinking isn't wrong. I just want it to be happy. Then Mr. Ma turns to Liu Feng, looking at him with absolute trust. So, Master Cao, you must help it evolve. That way, it'll have a better chance of winning. Liu Feng is completely taken aback. His mouth hangs open slightly. He didn't expect this guy, Ma Jian, to be so caring toward his beast. Not wanting to let Mr. Ma down, Liu Feng smiles to reassure him. Don't worry, leave it to me. Liu Feng snaps his fingers decisively. Same old rules, triple the fee. Kuan Yuan immediately holds out the card reader, eyes sparkling. Please, swipe your card. Mr. Ma stares at him, stunned. Oh. Liu Feng instructs his secretary, Kuan Yuan, prepare these materials. 2100-year-old spirit flower trees, spirit flower dew. 150 drops, 1 spirit flower leaf, 1 kimlin seed, 1 giant sea clam, 1 kilogram of black wind grass. Kuan Yuan responds swiftly. Understood. These are common materials we keep in stock. We can use them right away. Kuan Yuan's voice is clearly full of excitement. Master Cao, the materials are ready. Liu Feng nods. Good, good. With the materials in hand, he flips his attitude like a pancake. You too, go outside. Don't bother me while I'm working. Kuan Yuan sees Mr. Ma keeps sneaking glances, so she quickly reminds him, her face pale with fear of being scolded. Mr. Ma, please don't peek. It's not good to disturb Master Cao. Liu Feng, for some reason, flashes a wicked, roguish grin. Hey, hey. Liu Feng approaches the little begonia, his voice sounding oddly savage. Be good now. It'll hurt a bit, then it'll be over. Don't be afraid. Despite Liu Feng's reassurance, the begonia shrinks its tiny body, sweating profusely. Quickly, efficiently, Liu Feng gives the begonia a shot. It hurts so much it's about to cry. Mr. Ma can't stand the heartache and is about to rush in, but luckily Kuan Yuan holds him back. She panics and shouts, Oh, Mr. Ma, please stay calm. Everything is for your beast's own good. Liu Feng finishes and calls them in. All right, you two can come in now. A complete success. The begonia has a new, stronger form, but still retains its cuteness. Liu Feng confidently tells them, learn and grow, you two. Have you ever seen a level 4 plant-type spirit beast? Monster name, 4-season begonia flower sprite. Rank, level 4. Quality, elite. Attribute, wood. Status, healthy and happy. Points, fire element, lightning element. Mr. Ma is overjoyed and cheers. It worked. Beside him, Kuan Yuan exclaims, It's so beautiful. Mr. Ma runs over and gives Liu Feng a bear hug. Master Cao, thank you so much. Liu Feng, hugged too tightly, says hurriedly, Thanks is fine, but don't get handsy. Their laughter fills the room. In another place, Dai Long is there, clinging to a spirit beast that has fainted, sighing. Another failure. Huh. Elsewhere, 3 students are talking among themselves. Tell me, why are we risking our necks like this? Even if we pass the test, it doesn't mean we'll get into a prestigious school. Isn't that right? After graduating, aren't we still going to end up in a 9-to-5 job? We might not even be able to be beast tamers, and we won't even find a job. Yeah. But it's not easy to just quit now, is it? It's okay. They said they're only taking 1,200 people, right? Why don't we just endure for a month? A month later, we can go back and take the academic exam. Let's just treat this month as a break. Dai Long hears them talking, her face showing pure annoyance. She curses them under her breath. A bunch of idiots who think they're so smart. I don't care about the others, but I absolutely must try again. I have no choice but to find that person. Classmate Liu Feng, wait for me. The scene opens up to a vast forest with rolling, lush green hills. Something's moving in the grass, making the blades rustle. Turns out, it's a little beast that looks just like a tiny chipmunk. Its round, wide eyes look so adorable. It's got light brown fur and, surprisingly, a few pieces of armor equipped on it. It spots some delicious-looking mushrooms in the distance, its eyes lighting up and its mouth watering. But the poor, innocent thing has no idea it's actually a trap. Just as it gets there, it's snatched up. The little thing trembles, casting a pitiful glance behind it. Oh, wait, this little guy isn't a pushover after all. Sharp spikes and claws suddenly pop out. Spiky protrusions burst out along its back, looking way more intimidating and powerful. The little creature spins around a few times, and those silk threads that had it trapped are instantly ripped off. The thread snaps. The little guy falls straight toward the ground by reflex, but instead of landing, it plunges into a deep pit. Dust and sand fly up as a burrow appears below, crawling with venomous spiders. They're closing in on their prey, the little chipmunk. It's still stuck tight in the spider's silk, but sensing the commotion, other spiders start swarming toward the pit in massive numbers. The scene shifts to a different location, the Tran Kai material shop. The person at the counter is asking a question, and Liu Feng answers quickly. Old Tran, the usual. I need 30 pounds of Yin's snow pine gold. Old Tran, toothpick in his mouth and a sheepish look on his face, says, Boss Cow, we're severely short on stock. Only 10 pounds left. Liu Feng is stunned. Short on stock? Doesn't the outskirts have that manor that specializes in supplying Yin snow pine gold? How can you be out? Old Tran suddenly slides his iPad over for Liu Feng to see. Don't even get me started. A week ago, out of nowhere, a swarm of vicious spiders crawled out and devoured all the herbs in the garden. That whole area is locked down by the military now. The screen displays an urgent breaking news headline. Terrifying giant spiders, ultra-violent. Citizens describe the most horrific night ever. Almost became spider food. Chang'an City, Black Forest area, brand new spider-type monster spotted. The area is completely under lockdown now. The government is warning everyone strictly against entering the Black Forest. Old Tran continues, clenching his fist and slamming it onto the table. In the mountains surrounding it, other monsters have become their food, too. They say if the manor owner hadn't run fast, he would have been eaten as well. Another customer walks in and shouts, Boss Tran, do you have any spirit wood grass? Boss Tran shouts back, yeah, how much do you need? Old Tran turns back to Liu Feng. Boss Cow, we've got business to tend to. Do you have any other requests? I'll tell you later. Liu Feng nods. Yeah, okay. Liu Feng's expression is laced with a flicker of worry and unease. He starts piecing together the events of the last few days. He reconsiders every detail, feeling like something is off. First, the incident with the military, then the security company reaching out, and now this unknown spider species. A voice echoes inside Liu Feng's head. Something big is about to happen. A phone ringtone cuts through his train of thought. The person on the other end seems to be from Lu Senlin. Boss Cow, do you know about the cruel demon-slaughtering spider they just discovered in the Black Forest? Liu Feng whispers the name to himself. Cruel demon-slaughtering spider. Liu Feng falls into deep thought. Where is all of this headed? At the Lam Thuan Security Company, building number 1. Lu Senlin rushes out and calls out, Boss Cow. Lu Senlin hurriedly updates Liu Feng on the urgent situation. No time for small talk. Let me sync the background info with you first, Boss Cow. The situation is extremely dire. Because a massive number of cruel demon-slaughtering spiders are raiding multiple resource points, the government is now summoning security companies and several private organizations to scout the Black Forest. The goal is to uncover the weaknesses and behavior patterns of the cruel demon-slaughtering spiders. Lu Senlin keeps rambling, explaining to Liu Feng, our company just received the mission today. We depart in 3 days, but right now, our company's reserve beast taming department isn't fully prepared yet. That's why I wanted you to come take a look first. If you can upgrade these few devil mantises before we head out, the mission's success rate will be much higher. Of course, even if you can't upgrade them, it doesn't matter. Either way, I've really troubled you. Liu Feng speaks up, suggesting, let's look at the condition of the devil mantises first. Lu Senlin looks at Liu Feng and pleads, Boss Cow, you absolutely have to give it your all. The company values this opportunity highly. Before this, the government coalition held a meeting and scrapped a lot of the regulations that were suppressing private forces. Lu Senlin pulls out a card to swipe as they keep talking. It's also because of that the monster's mutations over the last few years have made it even more exhausting for the government to respond. This meeting rolled out many new policies. The coalition's direction is likely about to change. Lu Senlin steps aside and tells Liu Feng, Boss Cow, please take a look. In front of Liu Feng, inside the room, are dozens of mantises standing in neat rows. All of the company's devil mantises are here. We will also arrange for enough people to come and assist you, Boss Cow. Lu Senlin says to Liu Feng with great urgency. As long as you get results, the pay will definitely satisfy you, Boss Cow. Liu Feng flashes a bright smile. Don't worry, I definitely won't disappoint Director Lu. Liu Feng walks up and touches the mantises, calling them mantises. He observes them slowly. Another employee walks up and casually asks, Director Lu, this Boss Cow here, what exactly is he doing? They watch Liu Feng from above and remark. Since he got downstairs, he's just been touching them as if the old guy is out for a stroll. I don't get it. This Boss Cow, does he even look 20? Is this guy for real? Lu Senlin hears his employee running his mouth and gets angry, scolding him. If you don't know how to talk, shut your mouth. If things go wrong, not even your sister can save you. Lu Senlin thinks to himself anxiously. Can he do it? I don't even know, kid. You've gambled your entire future on this guy. This Liu Feng must absolutely have the skills everyone says he has. Liu Feng pushes up his glasses, his eyes sharp and glistening. The first row, the 8th one from the left, 4th row. the fourth one from the right. Seventh row, the biggest one there. Liu Feng smiles and says, please leave me the 10 mantises I just mentioned. After that, prepare a laboratory along with some low-level insect-type enhancement potions, low-level earth-type core crystals, steel essence, and 10 portions of flower leaves. Lu Senlin is just waiting for that. He immediately orders his staff to prepare everything according to Boss Cow's request. He's panicked and hurries to say, yes, sir. Lu Senlin kept his eyes glued to Gao Peng. In 10 minutes, he had accurately picked the 10 strongest beasts out of nearly 100, not too many, not too few. That speed is incredible. This level of accuracy is definitely intermediate, or even faster than advanced expert level. Lu Senlin smiled with pride and genuine trust, silently praising Gao Peng. And the scariest part is, he hasn't even turned 20 yet. Lu Senlin's staff rushed to gather the materials for Gao Peng. Getting ready for the experiment, Gao Peng quickly dove into the work, running from one end to the other, hands moving constantly, working incredibly hard. Looking at the small green orb, Gao Peng smiled proudly, secretly thrilled. Tick-tock, time drifted by. Gao Peng's voice rang out, full of excitement, waking up Lu Senlin, who was dozing off in his chair. It works. Lu Senlin jumped up, blurting out, oh, Mr. Gao. Lu Senlin hurriedly stood up and headed toward Gao Peng's spot. Where? Let me see. A beam of light appeared in the lab. The mantis from before had become much more formidable. From its appearance to the aura it emitted, everyone watching was filled with awe. Lu Senlin's staff cheered. It evolved. Amazing. One staff member expressed his admiration to Lu Senlin. This is great, Director Liu. As expected, your eyes are sharp. It's a commander-grade purple-backed mantis, and with perfect quality, too. Lu Senlin looked at Gao Peng again. With eyes full of respect and appreciation, this Gao Peng is truly unfathomable. I really struck gold. Gao Peng picked up the stopwatch and announced, time's up. The purple-backed mantis dashed like the wind, kicking up dirt and rocks everywhere. Gao Peng checked the watch, 7.47 seconds. Faster than last time by 0.4 seconds. Gao Peng patted the mantis's head, holding a bag of treats. You did great. Here, have your favorite worms. The purple-backed mantis drooled. Gao Peng suddenly glanced at the people laughing nearby. Ha ha ha. Two young men were standing there chatting with a girl. How about we go to that park next time? The girl replied. Good suggestion. Gao Peng stood to the side and muttered to himself. Sigh, some students are already goofing off during training. Gao Peng looked at the instructor, thinking. The instructor only cares about the students who actually try. For the students who were lazy and neglected their tasks, the instructor was talking to a female student. For your NDT 0, you need to train your reaction time now. The girl nodded and thanks to the instructor. Gao Peng just thought, that makes sense. If the person training doesn't have the persistence, they'll never make it to the real battlefield. No need to waste the effort. A clear female voice suddenly called out, Gao? Student Mu Taiying, she asked. Gao Peng, your beast is trained really well. Gao Peng looked up at her, quite surprised, thinking, so tall. Gao Peng turned beet red, thinking, if this were a guy, he could definitely be called a real man. Gao Peng answered shyly, haha, thanks for the compliment. Mu Taiying reached out her hand and said, Student Gao, I'm here because I want to team up with you. Gao Peng couldn't believe it and asked, me? Why? Mu Taiying looked a bit sad and said, in the later stages of training, we have to engage in combat. When that happens, we'll be split into teams, and the performance will be based on the squad. The other people's abilities are just not. I can't communicate with them. Gao Peng thought happily. Aha. This classmate Mu might look shy, but she's actually pretty articulate. Gao Peng asked in a serious tone. Where's your beast? Mu Taiying laughed nervously. Wait a second. Mu Taiying put her hand to her mouth and blew a whistle. A giant creature came running from a distance, which surprised Gao Peng quite a bit. Mu Taiying shyly introduced her beast. This is my beast. It was an iron rhino. Gao Peng and his purple-backed mantis were shocked by how huge it was. Mu Taiying stroked the rhino with one hand and said, but before you consider teaming up with me, I have something to say first. The rhino was a bit timid. Mu Taiying remembered the scene where the rhino was startled by a small bug on the road earlier. It even had to let monsters 10 times smaller than it passed by. Mu Taiying clasped her hands together in a plea to Gao Peng. As it is now, it's quite suitable for defense. Maybe the reason is that its pain sensation is a bit slow, so its resistance to pain is very strong. Gao Peng stroked his chin, thinking, actually, teaming up with classmate Mu isn't a bad idea. The system board displayed the rhino's information. There are many beasts here, but 99% are of common quality. Only 10 can reach fine quality. And out of those, there are only 2 with perfect quality. The Iron Rhino is one of them. Gao Peng laid out a tactical plan. The mantis should take the attack route with poison properties. A beast with high defense is just what we need. We can let the mantis create more opportunities and space for attacks. Tactically, we have more options. Mu Tiang looked worried, thinking, Student Gao has been hesitating for so long. Is it really a no? Mu Tiang turned away, reluctant to leave. The rhino might really not be suitable for combat. A beast like this isn't fair to Student Gao. Sigh. Gao Peng suddenly raised a hand to stop her. Wait, Student Mu. I accept your invitation. Mu Tiang was very surprised. What? Gao Peng reached out, his hand, signaling his agreement. Your calm temperament is fine. We can train later. Besides, I also feel like communicating with the lazy students is just too exhausting. Mu Tiang's face lit up with joy. Mu Tiang shook Gao Peng's hand happily, lifting him off the ground. That's great, Student Gao. Outside the Gray Forest joint operation, the lead instructor invited the squad captains and those in charge to gather in the clearing. Tong Tu waved his hand and said, I didn't expect to meet the famous Director Liu here. Director Liu laughed and said, Ha ha, Tong Tu, you're joking. Director Liu said with a sharp look. According to the latest intelligence from the state, the brutal demon spiders have a clear, fearful reaction to fire. Everyone knows your team is the best with fire elements. Looks like Tong Tu has to take the lead on this mission. Tong Tu replied, I wouldn't dare. The demon. Mantis of Director Liu's is called the Assassin of the Deep Forest. I'm afraid you all will finish the mission first. Director Liu and Tong Tu looked at each other, the tension thick. The instructor said, Everyone, I'm glad you could get the new intelligence. I'm sure you saw it yesterday. A cave filled with many glowing red eyes appeared the brutal demon spiders. They bring a large amount of prey back to their lair. It's highly likely they are providing enough food for their offspring, and everyone understands. Once the mother reaches full maturity with enough food, it means they will spawn even more terrifying spiders. The instructor clenched his fist, saying seriously, Therefore, this mission is extremely important. I hope everyone can agree to work together. Priority 1 is finishing the mission. As long as we get the job done, the rewards will definitely be generous. Other captains whispered to each other, the military is really something else. They're just afraid that our civilian organizations will turn on each other over the mission and then we won't even finish it. If we start fighting amongst ourselves, we'll just wear ourselves out, Tong Tu said. What do you think, Director Liu? Director Liu replied, No rush. Let's wait and see. The instructor kept his hand on his earpiece and announced, It seems you have no objections. Then, the mission begins according to the requirements. We will provide suppressing fire. Adjust fire to Sector 3. Open fire. The troops heard the command and immediately unleashed their attack, opening fire on Sector 3. The missiles flashed like lightning, tearing a massive hole in the hardened ground, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Director Liu said, See, even after a nice chat, you still have to flex your muscles to scare this mob. I guess this is what they call tough love. Tong Tu shot a sideways glance at Director Liu, while Liu continued his analysis. But the government is really taking this expedition seriously. Although these artillery strikes were meant to intimidate us, they actually took out a huge chunk of the threat for us. These are real monsters. If we don't bring anything back from this mission, it'll be hard to explain. Tong Tu pointed toward the insects. Director Liu's insect? Are you for real? 8-leader rank beast taming summons? Most of these organizations only have 3 or 4 each. Director Liu laughed. Haha. That's because they still have their trump cards. Unlike our group, we're just too honest. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted all around them. The vibrations shook everyone. What was that sound? The insect trembled uncontrollably. The instructor observed its reaction and reported to Director Liu. Director Liu, the ghost mantis's state is unstable. It seems completely terrified. Director Liu refused to believe it. What? A gigantic foot suddenly appeared. A massive monster covered in golden light approached with a ferocious expression. Director Liu, standing below, looked up in terror. This aura, it's a leader rank beast. The monster's eyes glowed a fierce red. Director Liu screamed, That's the overlord of the Black Ridge Forest. A leader rank monster. It stepped into the crowd, opened its massive maw, and let out a deafening roar. The people below scrambled in a panic. Run! Hurry! Don't panic! Don't run! Listen to my command. Don't block the path. Listen to the commander. Seeing the chaos, the instructor frowned and clicked his tongue. Useless. All of them. A beam of golden light streaked past. From the light, a brilliant, glowing bird emerged. Everyone pointed at the bird and cheered, It's the Golden God, the military's ace killer. We're saved. The Golden God hovered above the leader rank monster. The monster pounded its chest and roared repeatedly. The Golden God unleashed fire at the beast, forcing it to block with its limbs. The leader rank monster retreated, looking a bit wary. The leader rank monster slumped down to the ground. The space went quiet. The roaring stopped. The others helped each other stand up. Are you okay? That was too dangerous. Thank goodness. I thought I was dead for sure. Director Liu was talking to the instructor. I suggest you take action immediately. Our support can only go this far. Understand? The instructor ordered his men, all personnel, assemble. The Chang'an guard team is here. The instructor frowned and sneered. A bunch of amateurs. Why should the military need them to step in? We could have handled this ourselves. A man with blue hair and glasses spoke up. Although we took the lead, discovered the anomaly, and seized the opportunity. Doing plenty of prep work, the world's changes are becoming more violent. We underestimated the situation. It's getting more serious. To prepare for what's coming, we have to get the other team leaders involved immediately. Beneath the cave, the team leaders were scouting. Tong Tu directed his summon to advance, use fire to wipe out those spiders. Liu Xiaoyu spoke up. Captain, if we keep going like this, it's a massive waste of energy. Even though our summons can easily kill elite rank monsters here, the number of monsters is just too high. It won't be long before our summons burn through all their energy. Tong Tu replied. Adjust the formation. Defensive summons in front, support summons in the center. Attack summons on both flanks. Melee first. Don't use long-range energy attacks. Keep pushing forward. Understand? 2 spider demons spat webs at them. Liu Xiaoyu gave the command to the flower spirit. Flower spirit, quick. Use thorn armor. The flower spirit cast a buff on the Black Knight Hound, which was covered in spider silk. Tong Tu held a small red mouse in his hand. It's your turn. The little mouse leaped out, spewing flames that incinerated 3 spiders. Liu Xiaoyu said with admiration. It didn't even take much energy, and you took out 3 spiders at once. The tactics we trained for are really paying off. Tong Tu stroked the little mouse. Good job. Ahead, the sounds of battle erupted. Liu Xiaoyu said in a panic. Someone beat us to it. Sounds in the cave carried very far. That means we're still some distance from the target. Tong Tu shouted. Run to the front. Hurry. The recruits replied, Yes, sir. The team leaders below were already fighting. The commander's voice was arranging the battle formation. The formation is falling apart. The left side's attack is too weak. Reinforce them. They were struggling to attack the giant spider, but it was blocked by a protective shield. Liu Senlin commanded everyone. The mother spider doesn't have much attack power left. Don't let its size fool you. It's only like this because it's laying eggs. In reality, its combat power is extremely weak compared to others of its rank, Liu Senlin said, his face drenched in sweat. Everyone, work together to kill this mother spider. Afterward, we'll divide the credit based on the damage dealt. If you trust me, Liu Senlin, I guarantee a fair split. Listen to my command. Rear line, long-range attack. Everyone else, keep attacking its legs. The recruits obeyed in unison. Yes, sir. They attacked the eyes, but suddenly, the eyes had a protective barrier too. Damn it. Plus, the attack power. Liu Xiaoyu ran over to Tong Tu. Captain, if it keeps going like this, we have to go down and help them quickly. If the military investigates after this, they'll dock our contribution points. Other teams will shun us too. Tong Tu looked worried. You're right. Sitting on the sidelines watching tigers fight will only bring trouble. We have to go down now. But the mother spider's condition isn't right. I have a bad feeling about this. Everyone kept attacking the mother spider. Just then, the mother spider's defensive shield suddenly shattered. Seeing this, Liu Senlin screamed, The eye barrier is broken. Attack now. The ghost mantis heard the command, leaped up, and attacked the mother spider. Suddenly, the female spider's defensive shield shattered. Seeing this, Liu Senlin shouted, The shield is broken. Attack now, monster. Tang Lin, following orders, leaped forward to strike the spider. He slashed the female spider twice with his bare hands. Suddenly, the spider's eyes glowed with a golden light. Seeing this, the captain reached out to stop the recruit, shouting, Something's wrong. The female spider let out a deafening screech. It was so piercing that everyone had to cover their ears in agony. Ah, my ears. It hurts so much. They kept screaming. How is it possible for a creature that's supposed to be non-aggressive to do this? Director Liu covered his ears. Liu Senlin's eyes widened. Wait, that's... Liu Senlin continued, the glowing ring. The leader, Liu Senlin, said while sitting atop the devil mantis. This is a peak-tier leader-class monster in the middle of evolving. And clearly, we've interrupted its evolution process. The group started panicking and fleeing. This isn't something we can handle. Run. The 3 people standing outside discussed. It's been 3 hours and no one's back yet. It won't be that fast. The group estimated 5 hours. Wait, look up. A shadow appeared. Look, someone's coming back. They finished the mission so quickly. The instructor looked up. He spoke into his headset. All units, stay alert. Prepare for combat, Liu Senlin shouted from the air. Don't fire. It's us. It's us. The devil mantis landed on the ground, and Liu Senlin collapsed. Cough, cough. Why are you the only one? Where are the others? What happened out there? Liu Senlin grabbed the man's lapel and shouted, the government sent us there just to be fodder? What do you mean the female spider has no combat power? That was a female spider upgrading to a warlord tier. The instructor walked over and pulled Liu Senlin away. Calm down and explain the situation. Liu Senlin let go of the man's collar. While we were scouting the cave, we ran into the female spider evolving. Because of the difference in strength, it was a one-sided slaughter. To complete the mission, we sent out our best beasts, but they all died in there. I don't even know how many subordinates managed to escape. The casualties, the losses, are astronomical. The instructor kept a straight face and said, is this the result of your government research institute? You guys identified a monster as having low combat power? The people from the research institute just stammered. This. From the forest, someone ran out clutching their arm. Everyone looked in that direction and said, look, someone else is back. The instructor asked the man, where is the Spider King? Did you bring it out? The recruit replied, I don't know. I think it went off chasing someone else. After we got out, we all scattered. The lieutenant and the instructor exchanged glances. People whispered, Old Lee, you made it back too? Yeah, I've got to go check on my deputy. I'm sorry, Captain. It's my fault I couldn't protect Daliu and A Ling. It's enough that you two made it back, the instructor said, crossing his arms. If we had known the Spider King was evolving into a warlord, we never would have sent so few people. Exactly, the instructor said with a dark expression. If we could have brought it back to the military district to raise it, we could have bolstered our strength. Those office bureaucrats only know how to mess things up. The instructor stood with his hands behind his back. However, since this Spider King's evolution failed, it's worthless now. We don't need to worry about the rest. Two tigers can't share one mountain. The warlord tier Black Demon will definitely not let it go. Dazi ran over from afar at high speed. Liu Feng patted Dazi's head. Good job. The young man nearby saw this and scolded his own beast. Look at that guy's beast. The beast, unwilling to listen, rebelled. Grr, grr, grr. Liu Feng stroked Dazi's head and thought, I never expected that in just one government mission, I'd encounter two warlord-tier monsters and one quasi-warlord. The environment for wild hunting is becoming increasingly dangerous. Liu Feng continued, the corpse of a common monster is worth a pitifully small amount. An elite-tier monster corpse only nets enough to buy Ada some snacks. I need to hurry up and get Ada and Dazi to the leader tier. That way, the success rate for hunting in the wild will be higher. Plus, once I upgrade, my reputation as a beast tamer should skyrocket. When that time comes, I'll head to Yan City to get my advanced beast tamer certification. One offensive, one support. As long as I follow this growth path, I can keep getting stronger. Ada had naturally broken through to level 14. Unfortunately, the guild's monster hunting quest went uncompleted. The silver snowfrost gold in the house was also eaten up by it. The image showed a skeleton sitting in front of the fridge, just sitting there blankly like a fool, staring at the fridge. Liu Feng watched Daisy playing. Daisy, through this period of training, had already reached level 13. At that moment, Mu Taiying walked over to Liu Feng with a notebook. Liu Feng, this is the summary of the defensive-type beast training I put together. Liu Feng took the notebook and examined it. Since we chose to team up, we have to be fully prepared. With this notebook, I can devise tactics based on the characteristics of your Mu. The notebook recorded that, for defensive beasts, willpower as strong as steel is far more important than physical defense. Every day, the training covers mental fortitude. Liu Feng thought with a smile, haha, Mu is really serious. Mu Taiying asked blankly, what's wrong? Liu Feng patted Mu Taiying's shoulder and said, nothing. It's just that I suddenly realized, you've really been working hard. The loudspeaker suddenly blared. All students, assemble in front of the podium. No free training today. The instructor stood with his hands behind his back and said, Phase 1 of training ends here. Before starting Phase 2, I have to announce a list. The instructor smiled and said, Liu, he, expelled. Ta Jiangyi, expelled. Hu Jiudao, expelled. The instructor continued reading the list. Wu Yonghuan, expelled. Will these students please leave the grounds? The crowd below shouted in frustration. What? Why am I on it? Exactly. On what grounds are you expelling me? This isn't fair. The instructor's eyes turned red as he glared at the students. You have a problem with it. For these past few weeks, we instructors have seen everyone's performance clearly, whether you were slacking off or not. Don't you know in your own hearts? Ta Jiangyi remembered his phone. Am I having fun? Hu Dao sheepishly covered his face. Hu Dao, you were sleeping on the training field. How could you be comfortable? Starting tomorrow, you're going back to the classroom to continue your studies, the instructor continued. If you're lazy, even with the most basic training, then there's no point in continuing. The instructor introduced the content for the next stage of training. Phase 2 training is about real-world combat. If you still treat it with that lazy attitude, not only will it cause accidents, but it could even. If you let your beasts get killed, you'll be the ones suffering the consequences. The students were stunned, unable to believe it. 2 students looked absolutely devastated, staring at their own beasts. Wait, you want our beasts to fight these monsters? My Teddy is the strongest. He can definitely take these monsters down. Teddy, that thing of yours just looks scary, but once it actually steps into the arena, it'll probably be shaking in its boots before the fight even starts. You need a beast like my golden-tailed centipede king to stand a chance. The 2 boys shot sharp, heated glares at each other. What are you 2 bickering about? Golden-tailed centipede king? It's just a regular golden-tailed centipede. You just added the king title yourself, so what if I named it myself? Can't the quality of a beast be determined by its potential? It can absolutely evolve into a golden-tailed centipede king. The instructor announced the rules. Form teams of 5 and prepare for live combat training. Each team will be led by an instructor. Everyone, hurry up, split up and find your teammates. Let's go. Let's go find the others. We're already in Gao's team. The atmosphere in the courtyard was electric. Lin, let's team up. We'll be an unstoppable force. You're right, Gao. We're a team now, right? Of course. I've been wanting to team up with you for a long time. Gao Peng just chuckled awkwardly. Suddenly, the instructor appeared, waving her hand. Gao, it's me again. The instructor stood with her hands behind her back. Let me introduce myself properly. I am Zhang Renbai, and I will be in charge of your group's live combat training. Behind Zhang Renbai, a beast appeared with glowing green eyes. She flashed a wicked smile. So, who's willing to go first and give it a try? A massive beast emerged. A bristle-haired iron pig, level 9, common grade, currently in a weakened, injured state. The chubby, orange-haired boy and the dark-haired Gao were terrified, trembling in fear. Instructor, could we pick a different monster? Zhang Renbai pointed at a smaller pig. Fine, how about this one? This is a hairless blood tusk pig, level 10, elite grade, moderately injured. Gao Peng tensed up, sweat beading on his forehead as he thought, that hairless pig doesn't look like much, but it's an elite grade beast. It has a higher grade than the wild boar and has natural poison resistance. Plus, since it's injured, if it gets agitated and goes berserk, its attack power might actually be way higher than the wild boar. Gao Peng decided, so, I can't let the instructor pick the monster. I have to choose the weakest one to fight. Gao Peng stepped forward decisively. Since no one else is going, I'll be the first to challenge it. Gao Peng and his beast, Da Zi, stepped up. Standing before the bristle-haired iron pig, Gao Peng gave the order, Da Zi, go. Da Zi expanded its body as a golden light radiated from its frame. The bristle-haired iron pig let out a deafening roar and lunged, swinging its razor-sharp claws toward Da Zi. The iron pig slammed its massive paw down, but Da Zi was already gone. Da Zi appeared on top of the iron pig's head, opened its mouth with glowing golden eyes, and used its tiny fangs to bite into the pig, drawing blood. The bristle-haired iron pig shrieked in pain and, in a fit of rage, tossed Da Zi away. The pig's eyes turned blood red with fury. Da Zi shuddered in fear. The chubby orange-haired boy and the dark-haired Gao were deathly pale, drenched in sweat. Did we lose? Is it over? I don't know. Don't pull my hair. Gao Peng watched the scene unfold with a calm, stoic expression. He let out a soft, humph. Though Da Zi seemed to be at a disadvantage, the system notification popped up. Bristle-haired iron pig is poisoned. Minor injuries. Moderate injuries. A green liquid began to ooze from the pig's mouth. Da Zi had been in control of the situation all along. When it bit the pig, it had already injected the green toxin into the pig's system. The poison was spreading through its body with every movement. The more the iron pig attacked, the faster the poison spread. Its legs buckled, and the bristle-haired iron pig collapsed to the ground. The system announced, critical injuries. The chubby boy, the dark-haired Gao, and their beasts stared in absolute shock. What just happened? The iron pig clearly had the upper hand a second ago. Da Zi crawled over to take a look, while the chubby boy and the dark-haired Gao were still completely lost. It just suddenly fell down. Zhang Renbai watched and said, the bristle-haired iron pig is turning green. It's clearly been poisoned. The chubby boy exclaimed, using poison again. Zhang Renbai walked over to Gao Peng. Congratulations, you passed today's training. Your centipede's poison is extremely potent. Its combat skills are decent, But you mean to rely less on poison. Otherwise, its true combat potential will be limited. Plus, if you ever face an enemy that's immune to poison, it will lose most of its fighting power. Gao Peng nodded. Thank you for the guidance, instructor. Gao Peng habitually rewarded Dazi with a treat. Good job. Zhang Renbai watched this, bewildered, thinking, he's really raising that centipede like a puppy. Zhang Renbai asked, the bristle-haired iron pig can still fight. Who's next? The dark-haired Gao patted his beast's head and said, I feel like my beast is ready for the second round. The chubby boy standing next to him crossed his arms. Ha! You're only good at kicking someone when they're down. The dark-haired Gao stuck out his tongue. Whatever. Your teddy can only fight drowning dogs too. The chubby boy retorted, fuming. Zhang Renbai stepped in to cut their bickering short. Enough! Stop wasting time and get on with the training. The dark-haired Gao ordered his beast to charge. Golden-tailed Scorpion King, go. The scorpion lunged toward the bristle-haired iron pig, striking it with its tail. Now's our chance. Use your poison stinger and finish it off. The dark-haired Gao imagined the iron pig dying and laughed, ha ha ha, as expected of the golden-tailed Scorpion King, defeating the iron pig so easily. Just then, he looked up, and the golden-tailed Scorpion King was lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. What's going on? Why did my scorpion fall down? Gao Peng called out, it's poisoned. The dark-haired Gao spun around, shocked. Poisoned? My scorpion is poisoned? Mu Taiying turned to the dark-haired Gao and said, Gao is probably right. The dark-haired Gao couldn't believe it was actually happening. What? Mu Taiying explained, your beast and Gao's beast, this scorpion. And all of it remained inside that monster's body. Besides, it's not like every beast has toxic attacks. Some have poison resistance. The tall, black-haired guy scratched his head. So you're saying it poisoned itself? The chubby, orange-haired guy standing outside chuckled. You tall, black-haired idiot. What about that golden-tailed Scorpion King? You're killing me. The tall, black-haired guy snapped angrily at the orange-haired guy. Shut it, you fat jerk. The tall, black-haired guy pointed behind the chubby guy. You're still laughing at me? Look at your own beast. The chubby guy turned around to look. Huh? The chubby, orange-haired guy turned back and saw his beast running toward that pile of waste, so he yelled, Wait, hey, what are you doing? The chubby, orange-haired guy frantically tried to stop his beast. No, you can't. That's a no. Don't do that. Mutai spoke to Gao. Gao, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Meanwhile, the tall, black-haired guy was feeding his beast some antidote. There, drink up, good boy. Zhang Renbai placed a hand on his forehead. Squad 5 is not easy to lead. In the morning, in the city, sunlight sparkled through the high-rise buildings. A Dai was standing in front of the refrigerator. It opened the fridge drawer, but it didn't see anything. A Dai closed the fridge drawer. It opened the drawer once more, but still nothing. Gao Peng watched this scene, crossing his arms and looking at A Dai, pitiful. It was as if it thought opening it like that would magically make food appear. So silly, yet so adorable. Dazi was still eating its own portion of food. Just then, Gao Peng's phone rang. The screen lit up. Gao Peng picked up the phone to look. The screen displayed the number 010101. The Monster Association, the Silver Snow Ginseng must have arrived. Gao Peng picked up the call. A staff member's voice came through. Respected customer, order number 0134872. The person at the Monster Association has completed the product assignment on schedule. The delivery is almost at the location. Please be ready to receive it. Gao Peng hurried outside, quickly putting on his shoes. Finally, the goods are here. If it had been delayed any longer, I would have already thought about changing an evolution path for A Dai. A robot was holding Gao Peng's package. He waved his hand and called out, over here. Inside, the boss and the second-in-command were standing there, pointing at Gao Peng. Boss, that must be the person who paid a high price to buy the Silver Snow Ginseng. The boss said, no mistake. We follow the delivery truck from the Monster Association warehouse. There's definitely no mistake, the boss laughed evilly. Tonight, we're going to score big. The third-in-command stepped forward and asked the boss and the second-in-command, B-boss, is it really okay to do this? The boss looked at the third-in-command furiously. Oh, what a loser. The second-in-command angrily knocked the third-in-command on the head. What are you afraid of? The world is built on the strong eating the weak. As long as we don't get caught, it's fine. The third-in-command clutched his head and screamed, stop hitting me. It hurts. The boss looked down at the second-in-command and laughed. Number 2 is right. Besides, we aren't going to make a move immediately. We're just following them. If they turn out to be someone we can't afford to offend, we'll pull out immediately. The second-in-command said, well said. That's why you're the boss. At night in the city, The three of them were sneaking under the building's entrance. Third, hurry up. This is way more thrilling than just stealing stuff. Hey, something's not right. Boss, why is this area so run down? It feels even poorer than the hellhole we live in. Is this kid really a rich person? The boss clenched his fist and said, Isn't that even better? Look at this guy's appearance. He didn't have any background before. It's only recently that he struck it rich, which makes him even more suitable for us to target. The three of them were sneaking around while talking. Keep it down. Why did you hit me again? I said I wasn't being loud, boss. The boss was picking the lock, while the third and second kept watch. Boss, is it done? Don't make a sound. Suddenly, there were footsteps. A woman at the door, Duo, from the room across the hall, opened the door and covered her mouth. What are you guys doing, not sleeping in the middle of the night? The second and third turned around, stammering an explanation. Cough, cough. Sorry about that. Miss, the hallway is a bit dark, and I couldn't get it open for a while. Yeah, it's too dark. Duo turned around and walked inside. Oh, the boss used his hand to touch the door. Wait, the boss had a lewd look on his face as he looked at Duo. Miss, we're a bit thirsty. Could you let us in for a glass of water? Duo gave a light laugh. Oh, ho? Duo stepped aside. Why not? Come on in. The boss and the second looked at each other and grinned sinisterly. Hey, the boss said to the second and third. Aren't you guys going to thank this lady? The second said, Thank you, miss. The boss, the second, the third, and Duo were all inside the room. The second reached out and locked the door. Duo saw it and asked, Why are you closing the door? The boss rubbed his hands and said, It's so late. We're just afraid of disturbing the other neighbors. Duo's face remained calm as she laughed. Oh, well, you can rest easy then. Duo said ominously, These walls of mine are made with high-quality soundproofing materials. Even if you were having a rave, it wouldn't disturb the neighbors next door. The boss, the second, and the third were terrified, their faces turning pale. Wait, behind Duo, a green gecko appeared. Duo's eyes turned a mystical, burning red. What is that? The boss and the second were startled. Sweating profusely and trembling, the boss pulled out a blade. Ugh, dirty woman. The boss aimed the blade at Duo. Don't play ghost stories with me. Duo was slightly surprised, and by accident, the knife in the boss's hand flew far away. Duo's eyes were burning red, her hand wrapped in a red aura. The boss knelt on the ground, holding his hand. Ah, my hand. The second and the third were incredibly scared and anxious. Boss, Poison Hedgehog, hurry up and help the boss. The third ordered the Poison Hedgehog to attack. As the Poison Hedgehog jumped, it was quickly snatched up by the long tongue of the gecko. The second and the third saw this and were also shocked, not knowing what to do. What, my pet? Duo stroked her beast. Hey, how come you're eating trash again? Just then, sharp rays of light flew toward Duo. The boss held his wound with one hand, opening his mouth to command his beast. Nice job, Purple Sand Bee. You dirty wench. Let's see you be arrogant now. One side of Duo's sleeve was torn. Seeing the scratch on Duo's shoulder, the boss said in surprise, How are you not injured? Duo exuded murderous intent. Haha, I'll tell you the answer, but you wouldn't understand it anyway. Duo's eyes burned red as she looked at them. But that's okay. I'll teach you step by step. We have time. Duo laughed hypnotically, making the boss and the second. The third guy is terrified, begging, Don't come any closer. Meanwhile, at Liu Feng's place, he's silently weeping while the sound of wailing echoes outside. That girl is wrong, he thinks. Liu Feng sighs. It's the middle of the night. Can't a guy get any sleep? Over at Duo's, she's on the phone while the boss, the second guy, and the third guy are tied up. Hey, old T, you sent people to my place. 3 of them volunteered. Don't worry, they've been disciplined. I guarantee they'll hold the border defense until the very end. That morning at school, Dazi, Rich, the Golden Tail, and Teddy are all sprawled out on the ground. The orange-haired chubby guy, the black-haired guy, and Liu Feng are all shocked. Liu Feng thinks. They couldn't even break the defense. The system screen displays the monster's name, Variant Water Bear, a new monster, level 12. Elite grade, common quality, status, healthy, lazy. Weaknesses, first, fire element. Second, it needs to drain water fast. Making it dry up causes it to die. Third, being chopped into pieces will kill it. Hidden trait, cryptobiosis. Once activated, the water bear's metabolic system drops to the absolute minimum. It curls up in place and doesn't move, while its resistance levels skyrocket. Liu Feng says, A water bear? This is the first time I've seen a monster with this kind of attribute. Liu Feng glances over, thinking, actually, it's about time I considered a third beast companion. Should I sign a water bear? Liu Feng imagines a water bear giving a thumbs up. After all, water bears have incredible vitality even in outer space. In nuclear radiation, at -200 degrees, in a microwave, all kinds of extreme environments. Liu Feng continues to contemplate getting a third beast. After the cataclysm, their vitality increased even further, and they have extreme resistance to all kinds of abnormal attributes. Liu Feng thinks of Dazi and Ada. But even though this beast's defensive capabilities are immense, it doesn't really have anything that synergizes with Ada and Dazi. Forget it, it looks like. I still have to choose one suitable for attack or defense. Of course, if it were a flying or healing type beast, that would be even better. The three guys suddenly hear a loud noise and turn to look. Lian Tu is using its massive body to pin down the opponent. Dai Long stands below, cheering for Lian Tu constantly. Well done, Lian Tu. Truong Nan Bok sees Dai Long standing dangerously close to the fighting beast. He goes to stop her. Mu Taiying, stay calm. When large beasts are fighting, you have to move away from the battlefield to avoid any accidents. Liu Feng glances at Dai Long, smiling to himself. Actually, thanks to Mu Taiying's training, Lian Tu's timid personality has improved a lot. The phone in Liu Feng's pocket suddenly vibrates. He picks up. Hello, Mr. Cao? Do you have any free time today? Hearing the voice, Liu Feng thinks. Director Lu Senlin. Liu Feng answers the phone. What's this about? Lu Senlin, driving on the other end, says, I want to treat you to a meal. I have a few friends here who also want to join. I hope you'll do me the honor. I'd also like to introduce them to you. Liu Feng thinks for a moment. Lu Senlin's attitude seems a bit too sycophantic. Liu Feng remembers what happened a few days ago. Ever since the Black Forest incident, their company suffered huge losses. They're naturally trying to recruit beast tamers of my level. After thinking for a while, Liu Feng replies, Fine, let's meet at the school gate after school. That evening at school, Liu Feng sits in Lu Senlin's car. Sorry for the trouble. Lu Senlin replies, Not a bother at all. Actually, I was just passing by. Haha. My daughter happens to be at your school too. I came to pick her up after school today. Liu Xiaoyu leans forward from the back seat. Dad, this is the third time you've come to school, and the first time this year was at the opening ceremony. The cat in Liu Xiaoyu's arms meows. Lu Senlin glances at Liu Feng. Haha, that's right. Mr. Cao, if you have time, I wonder if you could take a look at Triu Vu's beast companion. Liu Feng glances at the girl's beast. The system notifies monster name Peppermint Cat, level 12. Quality, common. Attribute, wood. Weakness, water. A cat-type beast? That's quite rare. Liu Feng turns back and says, I'm at the office on Saturdays and Sundays. You can come find me there on Sunday. Liu Xiaoyu asks, Really? A voice comes from inside the car. All right, little Vu, go home first. Dad and Mr. Cao have business. Liu Xiaoyu replies, Got it, Dad. Liu Xiaoyu gets out of the car and waves. So, it's a deal then, Mr. Cao. Bye-bye, Liu Feng thinks. If we're just meeting friends, why send the daughter home first? This is getting stranger and stranger. Liu Feng asks Lu Senlin, Director Lu, what kind of people are these friends of yours? Lu Senlin says, Mr. Cao, you'll know when you get there. Lu Senlin gestures for Liu Feng to enter. Mr. Cao, please. Lu Senlin goes first, Liu Feng follows. Liu Feng thinks, this place is decorated in the style of a mountain villa. It must be the work of a master designer proficient in both northern and southern styles. Eating at a place like this, it seems Director Lu's friends aren't just anyone. Lu Senlin leads Liu Feng into a room. You're here, Mr. Cao. Come. Let me introduce you, Mr. Cao. Lu Senlin introduces each person to Liu Feng. This is Tong Tu of the Fire Squad. Tong Tu raises a hand in greeting. Nice to meet you. Lu Senlin continues. And this is Captain Jiang Gu of the Heaven Star Squad. Jiang Gu says, Hey, old Lu, it sounded so mythical when you talked about him. Who would have thought it was just a kid? Liu Feng's eyes grow cold as he looks at them, thinking, what a coincidence. The room is full of weird squads. Liu Feng clenches his fists. And the way these people are looking at me, full of probing and suspicion, makes me feel really uncomfortable. Lu Senlin speaks up, cutting off Liu Feng's train of thought. If everyone is here, let's eat. Jiang Gu, looking fierce, says, Wait. Giant Jiang Gu looks him up and down, exuding killing intent. Mr. Cao, you don't look very happy. Did we come too abruptly and upset you? Liu Feng doesn't answer, only thinking. Tong Tu walks over with a glass of wine. I'm telling you, Captain Jiang, what are you doing scaring the kid? If word gets out that we're bullying a student, I won't be able to show my face in public. Liu Senlin breaks into a sweat, wincing. It's a misunderstanding. It's all my fault for not coordinating with Mr. Cao. Mr. Cao didn't know so many friends would come today. It was my oversight. I hope you brothers will forgive me. Jiang Gu laughs heartily and responds, so that's how it is. We've heard of Mr. Cao's reputation for a long time. My apologies, my thoughtlessness was inconsiderate. I hope you brothers can forgive me, the beast tamer said with a friendly smile. So that's how it is. We've heard of your great reputation for a long time. I've been trying to meet you for ages, Mr. Cao, but you're a hard man to pin down. Finally, I've got you. Come on. Show some respect and let's clink glasses. The others started pressuring Liu Feng to drink too. Come on, join us. Drinking alone with Mr. Cao just isn't any fun. We need to take this chance to learn a thing or two from you, Mr. Cao. Right? Absolutely. Liu Feng saw how enthusiastic they were being, but he knew they were just putting on a show. Their words were dripping with hidden agendas. They weren't here for the food. Liu Senlin walked up and handed Liu Feng a drink. My apologies, Mr. Cao. I didn't handle the arrangements well. Liu Feng stayed silent, lost in thought. He looked at the glass Liu Senlin had just handed him. The value I've created for this guy far outweighs the pay he gives me. If anything, he owes me. And now he's playing these games? Liu Feng stared at the drink. Let's see what kind of Hallman banquet trap you set for me. Clack. He set his chopsticks down on the table. The sound broke Liu Feng's train of thought. Jiang Gu looked at him and said, Mr. Cao, I'm a blunt man. There are some things I just have to get off my chest. Rumor has it a young guy like you has extraordinary talent, especially with those 100% upgrade rates. Jiang Gu laughed. I heard you even got special treatment for that promotion. I'm not sure if you're as magical as the rumors say, Mr. Cao. Liu Feng chuckled, brushing it off. You're too kind. It's all thanks to the favor of Officer Feng and Captain Jiang. If you ever need anything, feel free to come to our company for a consultation. Jiang Gu's words were loaded with subtext. Liu Feng replied, Now, that's a bit cold, don't you think? Jiang Gu held his drink, looking down before saying, If you're a friend of Director Liu, then you're a friend of mine. It's only natural for friends to help each other out. Why bring the company into this? That's too distant. In Liu Feng's mind, the hidden meaning behind their words was becoming crystal clear. Right? Since we're all eating together, we're all friends here. Dragging the company into this? Come on, little Cao, that's not right of you. He's just a kid. He doesn't know any better. If we nudge him in the right direction, he'll get it, won't he? Hey, little Cao, I've got some beasts on my end that could use your help too. Why don't you find some time to help out? Liu Feng was breaking a sweat, thinking, Are these people taking me for a fool? A moment later, everyone stood outside the restaurant. Goodbye, Mr. Cao. Liu Feng looked at the captains and said politely, Captains, I'm just a high school student. I've barely started my career. I don't have much experience, so I'm afraid I can't take on such important tasks. Liu Senlin frowned and looked at Liu Feng. Mr. Cao, this is all my fault for not arranging things better today. Wait here a second, I'll drive you. Liu Feng gently declined. No need. Liu Feng held up his phone. A notification flashed on the screen. Ride request accepted. I've already booked a car. No need to trouble yourself. Liu Feng got into the car and drove off quickly. The guy with the bowl cut grumbled, That punk, he's really full of himself. The guy with black hair was furious too. Forget it, he's just a kid. Don't lower yourself to his level. Liu Senlin turned back to the captains. Sorry about that, everyone. I had good intentions, but it looks like this didn't work out for either side. The captains left in a huff. Fine. Let's go back inside and keep eating. The director meant well. It's just, you have to say, this Liu Feng is still way too young and naive. Suddenly, a hand landed on Liu Senlin's shoulder. Jiang Gu walked up from behind, his eyes glowing red. Director Liu, I helped you corner Liu Feng today, and tried to stir up trouble between him and the other factions. Consider that debt from the Black Abyss Forest paid in full. Liu Senlin smiled back at Jiang Gu. Oh, don't say that, Captain Jiang. We're all in this together, we should help each other. Hearing that, Jiang Gu quickly waved his hand. No, let's keep business and friendship separate. We aren't on the same path. As Jiang Gu walked away, he glanced back at the smiling Liu Senlin and thought, even after Liu Feng helped you guys so much, you're trying to drag him onto your sinking ship. You betray anyone for a scheme, you old fox. That night, in the city, the lights were still on in the office buildings. In his room, Liu Feng tossed his coat onto the sofa. Dazi watched from afar as Liu Feng grabbed the TV remote. Liu Feng turned on the news. A headline flashed, Llama Beast Transformation Serum Scandal. The report, released by the Jia Long Group, was being accused of having severe side effects. Reports were coming in from the Red Mist district about many beasts using the llama serum and suffering from malignant mutations. On the TV, images showed injured, rampaging beasts. The Jialong Group announced a global recall of the llama beast transformation serum. Customers who had already purchased it could go to authorized Jialong shops to return the product for a full refund. Liu Feng stared at the screen. Scientists were already pointing out how the transformation serum was completely uncontrollable. They were urging the public to take a serious, critical look at the product. Liu Feng's phone rang. The screen displayed Liu Senlin. Liu Feng thought, "What is Liu Senlin calling me for now?" He picked up the phone. "Director Liu, what's up?" Liu Senlin's voice was cheerful as he spoke to Liu Feng. "I am truly sorry, Mr. Cao. Today was entirely my fault. I should have told you who they were beforehand. I didn't expect them to be so disrespectful today." Liu Feng replied, "It's fine. I'm not the type to get angry over such a small matter." Liu Senlin, holding a glass of wine, said, "Rest assured, Mr. Cao. If they don't respect you, they don't respect me." Liu Senlin. From today on, Liu Feng didn't wait to hear more and hung up immediately. He gritted his teeth in anger. He gripped his phone tightly, thinking, no wonder those people thought I was easy to push around. I just don't have the strength yet to tell these schemers to get lost. Dazi, standing nearby, saw how angry Liu Feng was and felt worried. But these things didn't make Liu Feng lose heart. If anything, he was more determined than ever. Liu Feng looked at the TV. For now, I have to play by their rules. Just wait until I'm strong enough. On the TV screen, the news was showing footage of Han Ning and his beast. The first Yang City Beast King tournament concluded successfully yesterday. The competitors in this year's tournament hailed from all over the Yang City, Rong City, and Bang City regions. The first ever Yang City Beast King title went to a 21-year-old genius beast tamer, Han Ning. According to reports, Han Ning is also a university student currently attending the Yang City University of Science and Technology. System Board. System Notification. Monster Name, Bone Wraith. Level, 39. Rank, Lord Quality. Perfect. Gao Peng fell into deep thought, silently impressed. To evolve a beast to the Lord rank in just 3 years. And with perfect quality, this must be the peak of talent in the mortal world. But my time will come soon enough. Scene shift to the office. Beast. Blobby. Dai looked at the item in Gao Peng's hand. Gao Peng tossed the object into the blender and turned it on. Gao Peng poured out a purple liquid that looked rather toxic. Gao Peng handed the liquid to Dai. Dai, time for your medicine. Dai's expression was a bit reluctant. Scene shift. The elevator stopping at the 3rd floor. Liu, Xiaoyu, along with her 2 friends and their beasts, were whispering and chatting. Liu Xiaoyu, is this really the Uncle Gao office you mentioned? Xiaoyu replied, "That's right. You said this Uncle Gao was the same age as us. Doesn't he sound super old?" Liu Xiaoyu turned her head, annoyed. "Oh, you?" She tickled her friend. "You brat. How dare you call me old? Take this." Xiaoyu's friend couldn't stop laughing. "Ha ha ha. Okay, stop tickling me. I was wrong. Ha ha." The receptionist greeted the 3 of them warmly. "Welcome to Tianpeng Studio. Do the 3 of you have an appointment?" Xiaoyu's 2 friends looked around. "Huh? Is your shop doing that well?" "Yeah. I don't see anyone else here." The receptionist replied, looking confused. "Oh, if you don't have an appointment, I can help you contact the boss." Deciding to wait, Liu Xiaoyu rubbed her chin. "The 3 of you, the rumors say this. Uncle Gao's beast taming skills are top tier. Some even call him the #1 genius in Chang'an. The only downside is his high service fees. Could that be why there aren't many customers?" The space around them suddenly began to vibrate. Liu Xiaoyu and her friends clutched their chests in discomfort, faces covered in sweat. "What is that sound? It sounds terrifying. I can't even breathe." Dai's skeletal structure began to change, and its heartbeat started to glow, gradually transforming. Its entire body had undergone a massive change. The system board appeared, monster name, Bone Wraith level, 16 quality, epic attribute, undead weakness, light attribute special trait, heart of blood threads. Seeing Dai's dramatic transformation, Gao Peng was incredibly excited, shouting out loud, "Finally, it worked." Suddenly, Gao Peng was caught off guard. Wait, this upgrade also granted a new trait? The system board displayed the trait info. Trait, Heart of Blood Threads. Effect 1. Passive effect consumes a certain amount of blood threads and energy to condense a heart of blood threads. Once it exists, it upgrades all-around physical attributes for the Bone Wraith. When the heart of blood threads is destroyed, the passive effect disappears. Effect 2. Activation of the heart of blood threads can trigger heart resonance. This can be used to control heartbeats. After reading the trait details, Gao Peng was thrilled. This monster trait is actually quite powerful. Gao Peng stared at the system, excitedly thinking, with this trait, A Dai's combat power will skyrocket. But then Gao Peng looked at A Dai's massive frame and sighed. This look isn't very convenient for going out. Gao Peng walked out of the office and pointed to the inner room. Huan Yuan, sorry, could you please find something to help cover A Dai up? This look won't be easy to take out on the streets later. When Huan Yuan saw A Dai, she was extremely shocked. Oh my, she thought to herself. In just this short time, he's upgraded another beast. Gao Peng is getting more and more formidable. Liu Xiaoyu called out to Gao Peng. Uncle Gao? Seeing Liu Xiaoyu, Gao Peng thought, I remember, this is Director Liu's daughter. Gao Peng recalled the scene where Director Liu used strings to control his own daughter. Did he send me because I hung up on Liu Sen directly? This old fox is probably unsure of my stance, so he sent his daughter to probe me. At that moment, Gao Peng suddenly noticed the glowing beast next to her. But her friend's beast, on the other hand, is quite interesting. A completely new ecological niche. Gao Peng looked at the beast floating nearby, using the void as a sea. To think such a unique life form exists. Liu Xiaoyu, sweating, said to Gao Peng, Uncle Gao, I'd like to ask you to look at my beast for me. Gao Peng opened his mouth. You. Gao Peng suddenly changed his expression and smiled, saying, No need to call me Uncle Gao. You and I are the same age. Calling me that feels a bit awkward. Liu Xiaoyu was stunned by Gao Peng's sudden change, feeling a bit awkward herself. Oh, Gao Peng raised his hand. Same old rules. You probably know my standard fees. Pay up front. This beast of yours is a peppermint cat, right? Quality. Elite tier common. Based on my fee schedule, that'll be 60 credits. Thanks for your business. Gao Peng thought to himself. Forget it. Looking at Liu Xiaoyu, she probably doesn't even know what her fox father has been up to. No point in bullying a young girl. Gao Peng rested his hand on his chin. For your father's sake, I'll tell you the materials needed to upgrade your peppermint cat's quality. Hearing that, Liu Xiaoyu was overjoyed. Thank you, Master Gao. Gao Peng looked around and asked, Right, where's your beast? Only then did Liu Xiaoyu look around in a panic. Huh? Where's the cat? It was just here. Xiaoyu's friend pointed toward her beast. Your peppermint cat is hiding in the corner. It must have been scared. The peppermint cat was shivering uncontrollably, staring at Dai. The peppermint cat whined at Liu Xiaoyu. Meow. Its eyes were glistening, looking very pitiful. Liu Xiaoyu sat down and pulled the peppermint cat into her arms. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Kitty. Good kitty. The peppermint cat rubbed against Liu Xiaoyu. Gao Peng saw this and thought, what a lecherous cat. Gao Peng asked, Excuse me for asking, but where did you buy this jellyfish? Liu Xiaoyu replied, Mr. Gao, are you interested in this kind of pet-type beast too? Gao Peng replied, I've never seen this attribute before. I'm just a bit curious. Xiaoyu's friend laughed and said, Actually, this guy can hardly be counted as a beast. It's just a small pet. It can barely serve as a portable money pouch. Xiaoyu's friend held up her phone toward the beast, and it immediately sucked the phone inside. Xiaoyu's friend turned to continue talking to Gao Peng. See, it stores things in its own internal space. This floating jellyfish is a specialty from Bang City. Some merchants from there were around recently. With several imports now being sold at the square, Liu Feng's eyes were sharp as knives. He finally had a lead on his third beast. Scene change at the Wuku Square. A crowd was busy selling flying jellyfish. Passers-by, don't miss out. Check out these latest, exclusive coin purses. Flying creature coin purses, the hottest trend from Bang City. Come and take a look, everyone. These flying jellyfish are super cute. Just watch them drift around. Girls were instantly charmed. Wow, how adorable. One girl used her charms on her boyfriend to get one. I want this little guy. Can I have it? The boyfriend, unable to say no, immediately agreed. Liu Feng approached the vendor and asked, Mind if I take a closer look at these flying jellyfish? The vendor handed one to Liu Feng while saying, Here you go. Meanwhile, other sellers were busy pitching to customers. Boss, I want one. Boss, I want one too. Give me one. The system displayed, Level 1, Common Quality. Liu Feng chuckled. No, that's not what I meant. Can I take a look at all your remaining jellyfish? I want to pick one out myself. The vendor led Liu Feng inside and opened a door. A mist billowed out. Liu Feng stepped inside, revealing rows of tanks filled with jellyfish. The rest are all here, the vendor introduced. According to records, the origin of these flying jellyfish likely dates back to the OS-7 catastrophe. A swarm happened to be infected by spatial energy. Over the next few hundred years, they settled in those sea areas and bred in huge numbers. An image showed a fish chasing the jellyfish, only to be nearly eaten by another monster. Liu Feng looked up. This might be the most pathetic spatial attribute monster ever. The vendor laughed. They say it's spatial, but it can only fly. They have a tiny, useless space inside their bodies. A pocket dimension that's basically useless. If they didn't look pretty and weren't inedible, they probably would have gone extinct ages ago. Liu Feng stared at the swarm, thinking, so they're not tasty? Huh. The tanks were filled with level 1 and 2 jellyfish. The levels were identical to the wild ones. Suddenly, Liu Feng froze. Wait, why is this one in the tank so calm? None of the others were this excited. Why does it feel so different from the rest? The others were just drifting peacefully. Only this one was bursting with energy. Liu Feng turned to the vendor. How much for this one? The vendor replied, oh, good eye, kid. My boss said this is a rare mutant strain, a jellyfish king. Perfect quality, mutant speed. 100 credits, selling it cheap for you. Liu Feng grinned and started haggling. Come on, man, be honest. A mutant? That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? 50 credits. The vendor didn't say much and agreed. Fine, you know your stuff. 50 it is. Let's just make a friend. Liu Feng pulled out his phone to transfer the funds. He didn't hesitate. Even at 50 credits, they're still making a profit. The vendor added, Liu Feng, if you bring others to buy, I'll give you a discount. Liu Feng thought, they're asking 100 credits right off the bat. What kind of jellyfish king is this? Just don't overcharge me next time, and we're good. Liu Feng smiled, but he knew he hadn't lost out. The system notification popped up. Flying jellyfish, level 4, elite quality. Attributes, spatial, wind, likes, sweet fruit juice. Weaknesses, 1. Lightning, 2. Ice, 3. Scared of fish and birds, it shrinks when facing them. The vendor was still babbling about referrals, but Liu Feng was distracted. Spatial and wind attributes, elite quality, we're a team now. Liu Feng looked at the jellyfish and chuckled. You look like a balloon. How about I call you dummy? The jellyfish looked confused. Scene change. Liu Feng's house, Dazi was lounging on its pillow. The door handle turned. I'm home, Liu Feng called out. Hearing his voice, Dazi sprang up. Liu Feng walked in, holding the cage with the flying jellyfish. Dazi, meet the newest member of our family. Hearing this, Dazi froze, then bolted into the room, slammed the door, and waved its hands. Liu Feng was baffled. Huh? Dazi slammed the door shut again. Liu Feng realized what was happening. Learn to be jealous, have we? Liu Feng cracked his knuckles, his aura turning cold. You ungrateful little thing, let's see how I handle you. Liu Feng said softly, Dazi, I specifically bought those dried bug treats you love, and some from the poison sword beetle, and the leaf beetle from the spirit forest. Dazi's ears perked up at the mention of the treats. Liu Feng leaned closer to the door, whispering, and to help you level up, I even posted a high-priority bounty for a leader-level lightning-type monster core. I offered 301 credits that's higher than the average price. That's enough to cover the family's living expenses for a while. Dazi's mouth watered, eyes glowing. It extended a claw and opened the door. Liu Feng teased, well, want some? Dazi drooled, want. Liu Feng pulled the bag away, playing keep away. Not that easy. You slammed the door on me, remember? Dazi scrambled to grab the bag. Give it to me, Mamma Mia. Liu Feng and Dazi continued playing around. All right. You even learned to talk back. Take this, you brat. Adai ignored them both, staring intently at Dummy. Liu Feng rubbed his shoulder and walked off. If you don't discipline them for a day, they'll tear the roof down. Liu Feng ignored Dazi, who was dizzy on the floor, and approached Dummy's tank. He channeled his energy into his hand. Dummy showed level 0. My spiritual energy should be enough. Let's try the contract. Liu Feng held his hand to the tank. Dummy panicked and curled into a ball. Liu Feng closed his eyes. Dummy's consciousness space was even smaller than Dazi's was at the start and weaker. This is going to be a headache. Besides, Dummy's consciousness was too unstable. Liu Feng checked the system interface. If I contract it now, I feel like I'm being a bit of a jerk. Like I'm corrupting a child. Liu Feng stood there, scratching his head with Adai and Dazi on either side. Looks like we need to spend more time together. Lower its defenses first, build some trust. Liu Feng's face lit up, slightly flushed. Decided. Tomorrow, I'm taking little Dummy to school. To build that bond, Dazi stood nearby, pouting, unwilling to accept it. Scene change, next morning at the school training grounds. Mu Taiying was sweating, his face slick with it. Class B. Good morning, Liu Feng. The chubby boy with orange hair standing next to him couldn't stop looking around in confusion. This was Liu Feng. A jellyfish-like creature was perched on Liu Feng's head as he stepped forward to greet everyone. Morning, Mu. The other students, seeing Liu Feng like that, laughed and whispered. That hat on his head is so tacky. Ha ha. From inside the jellyfish's space, Liu Feng pulled out a bottle of water. Right. Liu Feng handed the water to Mu Taiying. Want some spring water? It's not chilled. Mu Taiying looked dazed and refused. No, no thanks. That hat of yours is. Liu Feng smiled and pointed to his head. This isn't a hat. It's a cloud jellyfish, a beast with space warping abilities. Mu Taiying stroked the creature on his own shoulder, smiling. Huh, I've heard of them. Though, they're a bit timid, aren't they? Forget that for now. Did you see the monster they're using for training today? The creature Mu Taiying was petting chirped happily, clearly enjoying it. The crowd, along with Liu Feng and Mu Taiying, was standing right in front of the beast's cage. The sign displayed the monster's name, Purple Gold Centipede. Liu Feng looked at the beast and muttered, Looks like this will be a tough test. Mu Taiying looked at the monster and asked Liu Feng, Well, are you going first again today, Cow? The other students chimed in, Yeah, looks like Liu Feng is going to snag the first bonus points for volunteering again. Well, there's no helping it. Given Liu Feng's winning percentage, we can learn from his tactics. Even just watching him beat his opponent can be satisfying enough. Contrary to what everyone thought, Liu Feng decided to turn to Mu Taiying. I should give others on the team a chance. I can't be the one going first every single time. That wouldn't be fair to them. Everyone was shocked to hear that and shouted, What? The guy with the glasses and his beast stepped up. If Cao is willing to, give up the first slot. Instructor Zhang, I ask for permission to be the first to challenge it. Liu Feng narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. A mother dragon? It was the only elite-level beast in the group, already at level 11. It was a shame its quality was only common, but it was still enough to test the depth of the purple gold centipede. Just then, Liu Feng jumped, turning to look at his own beast, Dazi. Dazi, did you see that? Wait, hey, pay attention. Where are you looking? Dazi's mouth was dripping with drool. Liu Feng smacked Dazi on the head with his hand. You only know how to eat. Pay attention to the habits and attack patterns of that purple gold centipede. I'm going to let you go in a bit. What is that shiny stuff on your mouth? Wipe it off, now. Instructor Zhang Zongbai raised a red flag and called out the command. Ready? Begin. The mother dragon stood tall, facing the purple gold centipede. The mother dragon was surrounded by a layer of red energy, while the purple gold centipede was wrapped in a layer of green energy. The two beasts locked eyes. The purple gold centipede started the match, lashing its tail down hard toward the mother dragon. The mother dragon quickly leaped into the air to dodge the attack, then swooped back down, using its claws to try and grab the centipede. The purple gold centipede wasn't about to lose. It used its pincers to clamp down tightly on the mother dragon's claws. With both legs trapped, the mother dragon couldn't break free and started struggling frantically. The guy with the glasses saw his mother dragon being cornered and looked panicked. This isn't good, Zhang Zhongbai remarked. Luckily, this purple gold centipede doesn't have poison. Otherwise, one sting and your beast would have been taken down already. The stinger of the purple gold centipede had pierced the mother dragon's thigh. Zhang Zhongbai added, It's a good thing your mother dragon is sturdy. The centipede only used its reverse hook to pierce the muscle. The shell on the back isn't hard enough to deal critical damage. The mother dragon's eyes glowed red as it glared at the purple gold centipede. The mother dragon used its beak to peck directly down onto the top of the purple gold centipede's head, causing the centipede to bleed profusely. The guy with the glasses and the mushroom haircut cheered happily. We won. The jellyfish on Liu Feng's head grimaced and covered its mouth with two tentacles. Liu Feng pondered deeply. I'm not so sure about that. The purple gold centipede was lying on the ground, taking the hits, when suddenly a flash of red light flickered in its eyes. The purple gold centipede used its pincers to hook the mother dragon's legs, pulling hard. The mother dragon's legs were yanked apart, and it let out a pained scream. The guy with the mushroom haircut panicked, screaming, Mother dragon! The sound of water splashing echoed from the two eggs the mother dragon was carrying. The mother dragon looked up to the sky, tears streaming down its face as it let out a pathetic wail. The rest of the male students covered their own crotches, shivering in fear. Sigh. A pale foot stepped into the ring. A beast with eyes radiating pure, killing intent approached the mother dragon, which was lying on the ground. Zhang Zhongbai said, All right, that's enough. Stop. The purple gold centipede jumped, sweating, and let go of the mother dragon's legs. The mother dragon slumped down. The mother dragon burst into tears and scurried away as fast as it could. The guy with the mushroom haircut ran after it. Wait a second. Zhang Zhongbai said, hands behind his back, Is there anyone else who wants to challenge the purple gold centipede? The whole group of students shook their heads, refusing. Zhang Zhongbai's face darkened. For a while now, every time there's a challenge, it's always Liu Feng's beast who goes up first. I know some of you are dissatisfied, feeling like the instructors are biased and look down on you all, right? So, what about now? The students all deferred to each other, no one daring to step up. Go ahead, you can go to get better grades, can't you? Getting no response, Zhang Zongbai turned to look at Liu Feng. Cow. Liu Feng didn't say much. He just fed Dazi a bug, then commanded it, go. The jellyfish on Liu Feng's head pointed forward excitedly. Dazi stepped into the iron cage. It stood face to face with the purple gold centipede. Dazi lifted its legs off the ground and stood up tall, its massive body towering over the purple gold centipede. Mu Taiying walked over to stand beside Liu Feng. Dazi is impressive, but based on the strength the purple gold centipede has shown, it doesn't seem like it's a pushover. The jellyfish grimaced. Liu Feng said nothing, only thinking to himself, Mu is right. This purple gold centipede is very likely hiding its true strength. Liu Feng clenched his hands, his fingers trembling slightly. Now, I can only trust Dazi. The purple gold centipede started the battle again, swinging its tail toward Dazi. Dazi quickly twisted its body out of the way to dodge the attack. Mu Taiying cheered excitedly for Dazi. Nice one. Liu Feng stood behind, keeping a close watch on the match. The jellyfish on Liu Feng's head had drifted into a daze at some point. The purple gold centipede continued to use its tail to attack Dazi. The centipede's tail struck Dazi right in the head. Dazi broke a slight sweat but quickly regained its composure, slamming its tail down hard onto the purple gold centipede. The golden centipede was battered until its head was dizzied. The great beast continued to sink its teeth into the creature, violently ripping off a chunk of its hide, causing blood to gush out profusely. The students watching from the sidelines cheered excitedly. Wow, nice one. The great beast wrapped its long body around the golden centipede as the system interface displayed its status, severely injured. Gao Peng was thrilled to see the great beast performing so well. Nice job. Ah Xuan, perched on Gao Peng's head, was also beaming, overjoyed that the great beast had won. Mu Taiying's eyes sparkled as she shouted. Nothing less than expected from Gao Peng's beast. It was so dangerous just now, yet you didn't even flinch. Master. Gao Peng smirked and boasted, haha, it's nothing, really. Everything went exactly according to plan. Despite his words, he was sweating bullets inside. Gao Peng thought to himself, honestly, my palms were sweating like crazy back there. Zhang Renbai, sweating nervously, spoke to Gao Peng, call your beast back. Inside the cage, the great beast was still gnawing on the golden centipede's flesh. Zhang Renbai added, there aren't many monsters suitable for training like this. If you let it keep eating, it's going to finish the thing off. The great beast's face and mouth were smeared with green fluid, and it was still chewing on a piece of meat. The other students, seeing this, trembled and murmured, Is the great beast not fully tamed yet? This is too brutal, right? Is there any danger? Mu Taiying. Upon hearing this, she glanced back at them. Gao Peng put his hand to his mouth and whistled. When the great beast heard the call, it looked annoyed and didn't want to leave. Despite its reluctance, it quickly scrambled back toward Gao Peng. Seeing it rush back, Gao Peng quickly pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, just always eating messily. Gao Peng and Ah Xuan used the handkerchief to wipe the green fluid off the great beast's face and mouth. If you get a stomach ache from eating that, what are you going to do? You're scaring the timid ones again. What? It's not a bad thing, right? It's delicious and nutritious. The people around them looked disgusted. Oh, what's with this arrogant attitude? Yeah, seriously. Mu Taiying said awkwardly, Gao Peng, don't take it to heart. They were just a little spooked by your beast. Gao Peng replied, his face completely composed. We are currently fighting monsters in a cage, protected by instructors and Yin Shuilan. So you still have the luxury of feeling sorry for these monsters? Gao Peng stroked the great beast's head and glanced at the crowd. But what if we go to the wild, the monster's own backyard? In a real fight, will the monsters feel sorry for us? We're here to learn how to fight, not to play around. If you have that kind of mindset, you might as well quit early. The students, upon hearing Gao Peng's words, retorted angrily, Hey, this guy. Suddenly, applause rang out. Gao Peng is right. Zhang Renbai, with one hand in his pocket and the other pointing at the students, took advantage of the atmosphere to announce something important. Your basic training is nearly complete. You can sign up for the real-world field training base. Zhang Renbai said warmly, the training period is 1 week. The school has approved the time off. Once you get back, you can discuss it with your families. The registration fee is 5 credit points. Everyone started buzzing with excitement. Is that true? I've been waiting so long, we finally get to do real combat. My basic training isn't ideal. What should I do? Gao Peng furrowed his brow, his face flushed and sweaty, thinking, The real-world field training base is pretty generous, too generous. The students talk to Zhang Renbai. Instructor, does this registration require a fee? Seriously, shouldn't the school let us train for free? Why wouldn't you have to pay? Zhang Renbai offered a wicked smile that radiated killing intent. You can choose not to go, or you can go to the field training base. The black-haired student Gao and the bowl-cut student wearing glasses complained, pushing their luck. Just the base fee for a week is at least 20 credit points. 20 points is just for the admission ticket. If you want to use other tools or materials, that's extra. The students, hearing the costs, felt dejected. At the end of the day, we're still just too poor. Yeah, I'm really struggling. I might have to ask my dad to borrow some. Zhang Renbai smiled wickedly and pulled out a form. Besides paying your own way, there is another option, which is to sign a contract with the Alliance. In that case, all training fees will be covered by the Alliance. All the soldiers stood in a straight line, stern-faced. Students who sign the contract must enlist for 8 years. After graduation, you can choose to retire. Additionally, if you get into a military academy, your study time at the academy also counts toward these 8 years. Mu Taiying crossed her arms and said, "It makes sense. 5 credit points for an average family might not be impossible to scrape together, but it's definitely not a small amount. This policy is actually quite humane." Gao Peng responded, "This policy is very smart. It lets us choose whether or not we want to enlist. There's no coercion." Gao Peng's face darkened. But regardless of whether you graduate from a military academy and serve for 4 years, or enlist as a regular soldier for 8 years, in the end, you belong to the military. Zhang Renbai continued speaking to the students, solemnly reminding them, "Finally, if you sign up to participate, you must sign a death waiver." The students were all terrified. "What? If we sign that, we'll die." Zhang Renbai explained, so the students would understand. The high school graduation exam for specialized students, like beast tamers, is different from other exams, so you must treat this intensive training opportunity with the utmost seriousness. Signing a death waiver doesn't necessarily mean you will die, but if your intellect continues to remain at this level, that not necessarily might very well be taken away from you. The students laughed upon hearing this, and a girl asked, "Professor." She shyly scratched her head. Mu Taiying glanced at Gao Peng. "So, Gao Peng, tomorrow let's be partners." Gao Peng and Mu Taiying bumped fists. Gao Peng said happily, "It would be an honor." Ah Xuan, behind Gao Peng's back, poked its head out and laughed excitedly. The military trucks were racing down the road, fast as the wind. The iron vehicles looked simple, yet incredibly powerful. A female student looked out the window from inside the truck. "Wow, it's so beautiful." The students inside the truck were bustling with excitement. "Xiao Rui, look over here. Those mountains are so tall." "Ha, they're so tall. Over there are even wild beasts." Suddenly, the truck hit a rock. The car jolted violently, sending everyone inside swaying. "Whoa, what the hell was that?" The soldier driving smirked, glancing back. "My bad, didn't see the rock in the road." Liu Feng sat with his arms crossed, deep in thought. Crafty old soldier, probably found us too noisy and did that on purpose. Liu Feng sighed. He couldn't shake what happened earlier. That morning, before leaving, he'd knocked on Miss Tang's door, but she hadn't answered, and she wasn't picking up her phone either. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be in any real danger. It's probably nothing, he told himself. But then a thought crossed his mind. Could this be related to that secret she's never been able to tell me? The car lurched again, shattering his train of thought and throwing him from his seat. Ag! Liu Feng winced, sweating and gritting his teeth. "Are you kidding me? Not again." Everyone on the bus was battered and bruised. Enraged, they stumbled toward the soldier, complaining. "That's way too far, man. Yeah, you can't just bully us like that." The soldier wiped some sweat off his forehead, laughing it off. My bad. I didn't do that on purpose this time." At the edge of the wilderness training grounds, 3 military trucks were parked. "You've reached your destination," the instructor announced. Everyone scrambled out and gathered together. Instructor Sun Cox shouted, "Behind me lies your wilderness training base. Every inch of this valley has been cleared out. We've kept the common and elite monsters, but absolutely no leader-level monsters will appear here." The first lieutenant held up a watch. "I'm giving these to you students. These ID watches are equipped with a positioning system. They also have an emergency distress button. Your mission is to survive in here for 1 week." Liu Feng stared at the watch on his wrist, lost in thought. The lieutenant continued, his tone turning serious. "There's no turning back once you start. If you leave, you're considered a failure." He barked. "Any questions?" The students looked panicked, sweat beading on their faces. Are there any designated supply points in the training grounds?" The lieutenant pulled out a small towel and huffed. There are safe houses in the valley built with special reinforced steel. Only monsters at the leader level or higher can break through those defenses. They also contain a certain amount of food. The lieutenant stood with his hands behind his back, looking stern. So, if you just want to survive for 7 days, it's not impossible, depending on the choices you make. Get moving, you bunch of chicks. The gates to the valley swung open, and everyone charged in excitedly. Dai Long shouted, "Come on, follow me. Let's find a safe house first." "Got it. This time, we're definitely going to prove what we're worth." Dai Long caught Liu Feng's eye, the two communicating with a look. The instructor roared through a megaphone, "Faster. If you're careless and get eaten by a monster, the positioning system will help us track them down, and then we'll avenge you. Keep moving. Stop staring." Dai Long walked over to Liu Feng. "Hey, Professor Cao, what are you looking at?" Liu Feng turned back and said, "A sparrow. This kind of sparrow loves to gather in damp, water-rich environments. They are extremely sensitive to rain. If there's rain somewhere, they'll flock to it. That's why they're called rain birds." Dai Long smiled slightly, agreeing with him. I remember that the city's weather signal towers keep rain birds. Their attack power is very weak, but they're incredibly fast. The bird spread its wings and flew high. Liu Feng watched it disappear. Sure enough, you have to see things for yourself outside. It's not as boring as the city. The wilderness has so many different kinds of beast-taming opportunities. It's a monster paradise. Dai Long put her hands on her hips, watching Liu Feng with a grin. A scholar is always a scholar. Everyone else rushed into the valley, but you, Liu Feng, you're already observing the environment. I guess that's the kind of mindset you need to be that talented. Liu Feng turned back to look at Dai Long and quickly spoke up. "Don't jump to conclusions. That's not it. I just hate crowds, so I stayed back to let them go first." Hearing Liu Feng say that, Dai Long looked blank, clearly not buying it. "So, can we go now?" Liu Feng turned and started walking. "Let's go." Dai Long followed behind, beaming. "Yep, let's move." Liu Feng's face tightened. "Did I see that wrong? Just now, it looked like there was a shadow in those trees over there." Liu Feng looked down. "Huh." On the ground, there are boxes of food and water. As they packed it up, Liu Feng noted, "There are 5 ration boxes and 10 bottles of water per person. If we eat sparingly, we can basically survive for a week." So the military is still testing the students' true abilities. Otherwise, if we had to fight monsters and find our own food, we'd probably lose a lot of people. At this moment, Dai Long was wearing a full suit of armor. She didn't wear the standard protective gear. "Why are you wearing that Mu Taiying?" Liu Feng asked, confused. "Oh." Dai Long saw Liu Feng, looking blank, and replied with a bright smile. "Deep in the forest, there are tiny mosquitoes with pretty strong toxins. You'll be miserable if you get stung." Liu Feng smiled warily and raised his hands, shaking his head. "No need for that. I've already applied some medicinal herbs." He coughed a few times. "Ahem, let's hurry and look around to see if we can hunt some prey. I don't want to eat compressed biscuits for 7 days straight." Liu Feng only had a single backpack on his shoulders. Now that they had a safe house, they could rely on Lian Tu's physique. "We can clear a path quickly. Even if something happens, we can always retreat to the safe house. Let's go." Hearing that, Dai Long's eyes sparkled. As expected of classmate Cao, his thinking is so thorough. Lian Tu relied on his massive build, leading the way, while Da Zi kept a sharp lookout for any danger. Liu Feng walked ahead of Dai Long. "Let's find a water source nearby first. Usually, the area around water is a natural hunting ground." Dai Long followed behind. "Got it." Suddenly, a sickly purple scent wafted toward Dai Long. "In this forest, the floral scent is too thick, and there's this rotting smell. I think I'm going to pass out." Dai Long grabbed her head, swaying unsteadily. Ah. Liu Feng reached out and grabbed her, keeping her from falling. She looked up, wanting to say thanks. "Tha." Before she could finish, Liu Feng put his hand over her mouth, signaling her to be quiet. Sheesh. Liu Feng lied to Dai Long, having her Lian Tu touch a tree branch, pushing with all his might. Hearing Liu Feng's instruction, Dai Long was surprised. "This tree? There's nothing special about it, is there?" "Tao, why on earth did you make Lian Tu slam into that tree?" Mu Taiying asked, looking at Cao, bewildered by his strange behavior while they were at school. Chao's instincts are always on point. He must have spotted a clue. "I should trust him," Mu Ting thought. She reached out and patted Lian Tu. "Go on, Lian Tu." Upon hearing the command, Lian Tu's eyes glowed crimson. As it braced for a strike, the tree branch suddenly shuddered. "I don't see it. I really don't see it." Once ready, Lian Tu charged with everything it had, slamming its horn violently into the branch. A snake tumbled out from inside the tree, tears streaming down its face. It flopped from branch to branch before crashing onto the ground. The snake immediately went limp. Mu Tiying broke into a cold sweat, clutching her heart. Thank God. If you hadn't warned me, I would have been hit. But what kind of monster is this? Talk about expert camouflage. Drawing on his vast knowledge, Cao explained the monster to Mu Tiying. It's a tree branch snake. It's a snake that perfectly mimics the color of tree branches. Its meat contains trace amounts of toxin. Monsters can eat it, but humans can't. Suddenly, Cao realized something. Wait, Da Zi and I have a soul contract. Cao began to mentally calculate. In theory, any damage I take gets transferred to Da Zi, and Da Zi has high poison resistance. Cao rubbed his chin, a devious smirk forming on his face. That means, technically, I could eat it. They say the more poisonous the snake, the better the meat. Nearby, Da Zi overheard this and its face went slack. Suddenly, another noise came from a nearby branch. Cao turned to look. After staring for a while and seeing nothing, he turned away, stroking his chin. How strange. Did I mishear it? Behind the thick tree trunk, a snake was shivering, trying to sneak away. Suddenly, Mu Tiying waved at Cao from the distance. Hey, Cao, I think there's a water source ahead. A sparkling river. Look at those leaves drifting by. Mu Tiying reached her hand into the water. It looks like clean water, no foul smell at all. When Cao heard clean water, his face lit up with excitement. That's great. If we have clean water, our chances of surviving these 7 days just went up significantly. Under the water, a strange green creature suddenly appeared. It spat some kind of liquid onto Cao's leg. Ugh! The spot on Cao's pants where the creature spat suddenly started to reek. Cao caught a whiff and turned purple. My God, what is that smell? Cao looked at the creature, and an information panel popped up. Monster, blue skin frog, level 2. Quality, common. Trait, love spitting on other creatures. Weakness, 1. Lightning element, 2. Earth element, 3. Hates being spat on by others. Cao stared at the frog. He wore an expression of pure disgust. Is this blue skin frog crazy? It loves spitting on others, but hates being spat on itself. Most importantly, what kind of bored monster wastes energy spitting back at it? The blue skin frog continued spitting on Cao's pant leg. Cao couldn't take it anymore and muttered, Forget it. Forget it. Instead of worrying about how to improve the filtration efficiency of this pond, I should just deal with this. Cao looked down at the frog with a dark, silent glare. The cute little blue-skinned frog actually stuck its tongue out to taunt him. Cao didn't waste another word. He pursed his lips and spat right back at the frog. Splut. After spitting, Cao stood there proudly, striking a pose. Humph. I gave you a chance, and you didn't appreciate it. You think just because I have a system, I can't handle a tiny green frog like you? Mu Tiying, Lian Tu, and Da Zi were watching the whole thing, looking completely defeated. Hey, Cao. Seeing Cao act like that, the blue-skinned frog shivered slightly. Suddenly, it started wailing from inside the pond. Dozens of screeches erupted as frogs began jumping out everywhere. Mu Tiying turned to Cao. So that's why there were so many frogs in this pond. Cao looked down into the water, sweat beading on his forehead. Hey, Mu, look behind you. In the pond behind Mu Tiying, there were countless blue-skinned frogs. Mu Tiying, still clueless, asked, What's wrong? Her expression suddenly turned to one of pure shock. The frogs all opened their mouths wide, gathering energy into their throats, forming glowing energy spheres. Cao quickly grabbed Mu Tiying's hand. He pulled her along and shouted, Run, move, now. Lian Tu and Da Zi took off as well. The blue-skinned frogs bombarded them with endless spit. Lian Tu, Da Zi, Mu Tiying, and Cao all sprinted away. Mu Tiying was panting heavily, huff, huff. Scene change. A while later, after their narrow escape, everyone was exhausted and gasping for air. Huff, puff, huff. Are we safe? Mu Tiying slumped against Lian Tu. Who would have thought I'd be chased by a bunch of frogs? As they turned to run, Cao lay flat on the ground, breathing hard. Don't underestimate frogs. 1 or 2 aren't scary, but in a whole pond, there are at least thousands of them. Cao's eyes turned purple, his lips thinning as he gathered his thoughts. Mu Tiying took off her hat, and Lian Tu looked like it was about to cry. So, this terrifying mess was all your fault. Cao rested his chin in his hand, thinking for a moment. Let's organize the situation. Cao recalled the clean water pond to the north. Behind the forest was the blue-skinned frog pond. Cao then remembered the main entrance to the valley to the west was the main gate. The trees were sparse, and it seemed like a clear path. He hadn't spotted any large, dangerous monsters there. Cao then remembered the massive footprints he had seen in the mud to the south was a dense, overgrown forest. He had already found tracks from a large carnivorous monster, and the trees were too thick for Lian Tu to move through comfortably. That left only one direction, the east. Cao remembered the east. The east had a small slope. Following the slope upward, there was a large grassland with signs of grazing by herbivores. After hearing Cao's analysis, Mu Taiying nodded in agreement. Yeah. That's all the info we've gathered for now. So, what's the plan? Do you want to expand our range and go a bit further? Cao thought for a second, then his attitude shifted rapidly, his eyes sparkling. Let's go cook dinner. Seeing Cao's lightning-fast mood swing, Mu Taiying was left speechless. Huh? Only Dazi's eyes were sparkling, drool leaking from its mouth. Cao folded his arms and grinned. Relax, partner. We've done enough exercise for today. If we go too hard on the first day, we'll burn out early. Mu Taiying sighed, feeling helpless. Fine, if you say so. Let's go find something to eat. Cao gave a smug smile. No need. Cao held up the tree branch snake and offered it to Mu Taiying. Look, see this? This is that slimy snake from earlier. Mu Taiying stared in confusion. Gao Peng pushed up his glasses and tossed out several potion bottles. And here are the spices, some mint and cloves. This is gold bean cardamom, and here's some blue dark herb. Mu Taiying looked blank, wondering where Gao Peng even got these spices. When did you pick all this stuff up? That's not the question. The question is, where have you been hiding all this? Gao Peng crossed his arms and answered nonchalantly. It's wilderness survival. Obviously, you have to be prepared at all times. Hearing that, Mu Taiying went silent, resting his chin on his hand. Every move Gao Peng and Mu Taiying made was being tracked through the lenses. Camera 17. It wasn't just them, everyone's actions were being monitored through the cameras in the surveillance room. Rewind camera 13 for me. Candidate 31 just sent a distress signal from coordinates 173.824. 3 teams are currently rushing towards slope number 3. Safe house number 7 has been found. The instructors stood in the control room, watching them. Is this candidate 17 the one Truong Bosch Nun mentioned? The one he said had insane potential? It's got to be him. The beast taming and his appearance matched perfectly. The instructors chatted among themselves, facing a green-skinned frog, and the only option is to run. Running is one thing, but to not even forget to hunt for food while doing it, if you think about it, that's actually a high level of survival skill. Really? The lieutenant spoke up sternly. You guys are looking at this too simply. Don't forget, he's just a student who's only had a short period of training. The lieutenant shared his thoughts. Regardless of his ability to utilize the terrain, his grasp of field survival techniques, or the fact that he didn't just give up when things looked bad, his performance has already surpassed most of the other teams. Keep him as a priority on the monitor for me. The soldier replied respectfully. Yes, sir. Mu Taiying and Gao Peng headed toward their base. Well, I'll have to taste the cooking skills of classmate Cao later. Mu Taiying reached out to pull the door open, then suddenly jumped in surprise. Huh? Gao Peng, standing behind, didn't understand what happened and asked, Mu Taiying, what's wrong? Mu Taiying, looking a bit downcast, turned back to Gao Peng. It seems. It's locked from the inside. Mu Taiying stood outside and knocked on the door. Classmates, open up inside. After knocking for a long while, a voice came from within. Nobody here. No one's here. This spot is taken. Go somewhere else. Mu Taiying turned to look at Gao Peng. The field safe house really has no first come, first serve rule. Seeing people like this, I guess we'll just have to call it bad luck. Gao Peng put one hand behind his back and gestured with the other. It's getting dark. There's just the 2 of us. We can just spread out a mat and sleep on the ground. The person inside the room didn't hold back at all. Why are you still nagging him? Just tell him to get lost. It's such a small safe house. Who wants to squeeze in with him? It's not dark yet. Hurry up and go somewhere else. Mu Taiying was furious at having their spot stolen. Gao Peng quickly grabbed Mu Taiying by the shoulder. Wait a second, Mu. Gao Peng spoke up, intending to stop him, and told her, getting angry with people like this isn't worth it. Someone will teach them a lesson. Mu Taiying sighed. Classmate Cao is right. Mu Taiying reached out to stroke the massive body of Lian Tu. Let's go, Lian Tu, let's move out. Gao Peng didn't leave immediately, but turned back toward the safe house door. Seeing Gao Peng's strange behavior, Mu Taiying asked, classmate Cao, what are you going back for? In Gao Peng's hand was a steel chain. Mu Taiying suddenly gasped. This is. Gao Peng didn't say much and immediately used the chain to lock the door tight from the outside. Seeing that, Mu Taiying said, You're locking them in from the outside. Gao Peng dusted off his hands. Mu Taiying, standing behind him, looked thoroughly impressed, covering her mouth with her hand. Classmate Cao, where did you get this lock? Gao Peng flashed a smirk, his eyes glancing down at Mu Taiying, inside the safe house. Gao Peng remembered the steel chains sitting next to the cabinet, right by the table. I figured the instructors wanted us to use it to reinforce the door and increase safety. When we left, I just conveniently slipped it into my bag. After locking the door from the outside, Gao Peng and Mu Taiying happily headed off. Let's go. Gao Peng walked in front with Da Zi beside him, and Mu Taiying ran along behind. All of Gao Peng and Mu Taiying's actions had been caught by camera 17. The instructors present were quite shocked by Gao Peng's move. Whoosh. The instructors burst into loud laughter, impressed by Gao Peng. Ha ha ha, I surrender. This kid is something else. The instructors couldn't stop praising Gao Peng. He's as smart as a monkey. The lieutenant said, "What do you think? This kid has real spirit, doesn't he?" A mysterious man stood in the shadows, his eyes glowing blue. Far stronger than the average student, but the real show is about to begin. Outside, it's crawling with monsters. Can he survive the night? The sky was full of beautiful stars with just a few wispy clouds. Gao Peng took the lead to guide the way. Let's head this way and see if we can find another safe house. Mu Taiying listened to Gao Peng. Got it. Gao Peng and Mu Taiying walked ahead. Behind the two, a black shadow emerged, radiating a terrifying, dark aura from within the bushes. A black panther with fiery red eyes and razor-sharp fangs was watching them. Outside in the night, dangers were everywhere, filled with chilling sounds. Mu Taiying's face was sweating, her brow furrowed, hands on her hips. Looks like we'll just have to spend the night out here. Gao Peng remained calm and said, "If we keep pushing forward, it's not safe. And I don't see any movement nearby." Gao Peng observed for a moment, then pointed to a high tree branch up there. "Look at that branch. It's straight, 3 or 4 meters off the ground, and it has just the right fork in it. Let's use that tree to set up a simple shelter." Mu Taiying looked at the tree and felt a bit more at ease. That works too. At this moment, Lian Tu was putting effort into shaking the tree while Mu Taiying stood by, cheering. "Come on, Lian Tu, you can do it. Knock some more branches down." After a bit of a struggle, Gao Peng and Da Zi were up in the tree, setting up their living space. Gao Peng used large leaves and small branches to block the gaps. Very quickly, Gao Peng had created a cozy, clean spot. Finished. Mu Taiying let out a long breath, sweat dripping down. "Finally, I can catch my breath." After sitting down for a moment, Mu Taiying turned around and saw Gao Peng already fast asleep. She thought, "Classmate Cao, are you being a bit too fast?" Da Zi wasn't much different from Gao Peng. Once it hooked onto a branch, it quickly drifted into a deep sleep. Lian Tu was asleep at the base of the tree as well. Mu Taiying looked down from above. Da Zi and Lian Tu have already settled down to rest, and Mu Taiying pulls a star-shaped yellow blanket out of her backpack. Mu Taiying quickly lies down and pulls the blanket over herself, thinking that she should get some sleep early, too. Up on a higher branch, someone is watching Gao Peng and Mu Taiying sleep. "What big hearts they have," a girl standing in the shadows says, looking down at the two of them. Sleeping out in the wild without a fire, not even keeping watch. The girl suddenly breaks into a smile. "Well, that makes things easy for me." Suddenly, something bumps into a branch and bounces back. The girl startles and quickly dodges to the side, thinking something is coming from inside the bushes. A leopard leaps out. Its eyes are glowing, its face full of ferocity. It's a shadow leopard. The girl hides behind a tree trunk, her eyes narrowing slightly. A shadow leopard. Its power isn't exactly high level. Given Xiao Peng's current strength, he should be fine. The shadow leopard jumps from branch to branch at lightning speed, heading straight for the spot where Gao Peng and Mu Taiying are sleeping. After a few jumps, it locates Gao Peng, Mu Taiying, and Lian Tu sleeping under the tree. Lian Tu suddenly twitches. He notices a strange sound and wakes up, letting out a few growls to alert Gao Peng and Mu Taiying. Hearing Lian Tu's cries, Mu Taiying sits up and rubs her eyes. "Huh? What is it, Lian Tu?" Gao Peng quickly shouts, "Get down from the tree, now." Hearing Gao Peng's command, Mu Taiying scrambles to move, quickly leaping down from the tree. With Lian Tu nearby, Mu Taiying lands on his back. "Student Cao, what happened?" Gao Peng stands firm in front of Lian Tu, looking up at the tree ahead. By now, Da Zi is already in a fighting stance. On the opposite branch, a monster with glowing red eyes is staring straight at them. "This must be a shadow-type or dark-type monster," Mu Taiying says, crouching down toward Gao Peng. Its form and power are unknown, and the darkness is essentially this monster's home turf. Should we run or fight? Gao Peng stays silent for a moment. His system interface pops up, and he looks at the monster's information. The system shows the monster is at level 15. Seeing that, Gao Peng thinks, "A level 15 shadow leopard, common grade." After observing for a moment, Gao Peng tells Mu Taiying, "Running would mean exposing our backs to a beast. which will only trigger its predatory instincts. The monster leaps from the branch, charging straight at Gao Peng and Mu Taiying. The shadow leopard uses its great speed, swinging its sharp claws toward Gao Peng. Seeing the leopard's blinding speed, Gao Peng thinks, so fast. He quickly reacts and shouts a command to Da Zi. Da Zi instantly uses his maximum speed, appearing in front of Gao Peng. Da Zi stands face to face with the shadow leopard and quickly uses his tail to strike at it. The shadow leopard isn't a pushover either, quickly dodging to the side. Using its speed, it instantly appears by Da Zi's side, and as they clash, sparks fly everywhere. The shadow leopard's speed catches Da Zi off guard, and it tries to sink its claws into him. Da Zi refuses to be hit. His eyes glow brightly, and as soon as the shadow leopard touches him, it gets electrocuted and goes numb. While the shadow leopard is distracted, Da Zi quickly bites into its body, causing fresh blood to gush out endlessly. Standing to the side, Gao Peng clenches his fists, smiling. Using electric-type skills to paralyze the enemy and reduce their speed, all that training didn't go to waste. Even when facing a higher-level monster, Da Zi can handle it easily. The shadow leopard quickly reacts, using its tail to fling Da Zi far away. The shadow leopard quickly jumps back onto a tree, intending to flee. After being bitten by Da Zi, it climbs the tree, moving in great pain. Blood continues to drip from its back as it struggles to catch its breath. Suddenly, in the shadows, two large, glowing red eyes appear, causing the shadow leopard to freeze. It trembles uncontrollably with fear, as if something extremely dangerous is approaching. The shadow leopard turns its head around to look, and indeed, on the tree behind it, a massive green python is coiled around the trunk, staring directly at the shadow leopard. The python lunges down, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth. Seeing this scene, Gao Peng and Da Zi break into a cold sweat. Damn, that's a python. The python, with the leopard in its jaws, looks down at Gao Peng, Da Zi, Mu Taiying, and Lian Tu. Gao Peng orders everyone to run. Run now. Gao Peng and Mu Taiying get on Lian Tu's back, and they flee quickly. The python looks down at them from above, but it doesn't care about them and just turns its head away. The python bites down hard on a tree branch. The woman standing on another branch watches the python. Looks like you have no interest in the little ones. I guess you know your place. If I fought you, the commotion would be too big and might expose my position. After standing for a moment, the woman quickly leaves at high speed. On the monitoring screen, the instructors see the python's appearance and report an emergency. The instructor turns to look at the lieutenant. Do we need to deal with this mutated giant python? A man speaks up. No need, Chen Hanqiao says, explaining. The giant python is actually quite docile by nature and isn't actively aggressive. For these students, this is just a test. If they can't handle a challenge at this level, it's better for them to give up on this path sooner. The lieutenant smiles and tells instructor Chen Hanqiao is right, but we must tell the Golden Eagle team to be fully prepared for rescue at any time. As soon as someone asks for help, move out immediately. Chen Hanqiao bows respectfully and replies, yes, sir. Scene shift to the forest, day 2. Through the treetops, sunlight shines down on Mu Taiying, who is still leaning against Lian Tu, sleeping soundly. The sunlight hits her eyes, causing Mu Taiying to gradually open them. When Mu Taiying wakes up, she sees Gao Peng standing in front of her with a smile. You're awake? Perfect. We can start moving out immediately. Mu Taiying is still sleepy. As they set off, Mu Taiying asked, bewildered, Gao Peng, where are we going? Gao Peng, while feeding a bug to Da Zi, kept a calm expression and replied, Mu Taiying, we're heading back to yesterday's campsite to take a look. Yesterday we were in such a rush, there's still a lot of gear left behind. Mu Taiying asked, sounding nervous. The campsite from yesterday? But we aren't even sure if that giant python is still there, and we don't know its attack patterns or weaknesses. We don't know any of these critical details. Going back is way too dangerous. Gao Peng listened to Mu Taiying and then explained his reasoning. It was precisely because they lacked that intel that they had to go back. Gao Peng said this while continuing to feed Da Zi. Knowledge of these monsters is part of a beast tamer's strength. You never know when this information might save your life. In this world, survival has changed, Gao Peng said as he walked on. If you still want to hide in a safe zone like before, you'll only keep getting weaker. Hearing Gao Peng's words, Mu Taiying fell silent and followed behind him. Mu Taiying called out from behind, wait for me. She ran to catch up, saying, you're walking so fast. I can't keep up. If you don't take me with you and we run into a monster, you'd probably just dump Da Zi and run, wouldn't you? A girl standing among the trees watched Gao Peng and Mu Taiying pass by. Don't be angry, Da Zi. But humans really couldn't be counted on to carry others. The scene shifted. Gao Peng and Mu Taiying were climbing over fallen trees. This is miserable. If we hadn't run so fast, we would have ended up just like these trees. Suddenly, Gao Peng noticed something sparkling inside a tree trunk. He stopped, sweat beading on his face. He wondered what it could be. Mu Taiying hadn't noticed Gao Peng yet. Classmate Gao. I'm going over there to check something out. The system board displayed the data for the sparkling item. Material. Hollow wood heart. Space-type material. Gao Peng exclaimed in surprise. It's a hollow wood heart. The hollow wood heart was a vital material for upgrading a Zune, but there was no information about it on the market. It seemed like no one even knew this material existed. Gao Peng knelt on the ground, peering into the tree trunk, thinking. So it was hidden inside this wine barrel-like tree. Gao Peng recalled their escape with Mu Taiying the day before. It seemed the mutated creature's aggression might have been because it was guarding this rare material. No wonder it didn't chase us when we ran away yesterday, it was just protecting its food. Gao Peng quickly grabbed the hollow wood heart. Looks like I'll have to find opportunities to collect more of this later. Gao Peng tucked the hollow wood heart into his bag. With a sly grin, he began stuffing more pieces of the hollow wood heart into his backpack. He thought that he could use this field training opportunity to find more rare materials. By the third day of field training, Gao Peng had found another tree shimmering like crystal. He didn't stop there. On the fourth day, Gao Peng continued his search and found another glowing tree atop a rock. He ordered Dazi to climb up and retrieve it. On the night of the fifth day, Gao Peng found shimmering purple crystals, glowing under his torchlight. This continued until the sixth day. Time flew by, and the field training was coming to an end. On the seventh day, the instructor stood before the students and said, "You are all excellent students for completing this training." The lieutenant looked at the rookies and smiled. "I'm very pleased. The next Mountain Valley training session is tentatively scheduled for 3 weeks from now. Those who registered this time can participate for free next time. That concludes the first training session. I hope everyone gained something." The next 3 days were a break before returning to normal classes. Hearing they had time off, the students cheered excitedly. Woohoo! Finally, we can get some rest. I'm going home to have a feast. Mu Taiying and Gao Peng were no exception. Finally able to reconnect with the outside world, he had to call home to let them know he was safe. I should text Sister Tang, too. Gao Peng looked at his phone and suddenly froze. On the screen, there were images of insects flying through the air. Meanwhile, in the city center at the Chang'an pedestrian street, everyone had their eyes glued to their phones, checking the news. Sweat slightly visible on his face, the large TV was also broadcasting news, Alliance News 2105, working together to overcome difficulties. Now broadcasting the war situation in the north. On the phone, a reporter was standing on the front lines reporting the news. Viewers, I am currently at the front line. The Jiangnan Military Region Army has successfully blocked the locust swarm at the front lines. Gao Peng sat at home with a Dazi, and a Soon watching the news. According to the latest research results from Chairman Feng, the Chang'an Beast Tamer Association stated. On the TV, they showed pictures of Chairman Feng too and images of a locust. This species is known as the devouring locust. They are extremely afraid of fire. Based on this weakness, we have successfully managed to hold them back. A swarm of devouring locusts filled the sky. It was estimated there were billions of these locusts, each one about 30 centimeters long. Gao Peng sat watching the news, looking deeply troubled. The situation was not good. Gao Peng's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Chairman Feng. Gao Peng happily answered. "Hello, Chairman Feng." A voice came from the phone. "Little Gao, training is over, right? Come over at noon." The scene shifted to Chairman Feng's office. He was on the phone with Gao Peng. "The military has a batch of new empty-bellied sky-devouring insects. They want us to upgrade in quality. Do you have time to come to the association tomorrow?" After taking the call, Gao Peng suddenly froze in shock. Could it be? Does the military actually plan to use the empty-bellied gold heaven to take down the withered leaf emperor? Captain Feng Tu calmly replied, "Yeah." On the other end of the line, Gao Peng shouted, "What?" The two middle-aged men in Captain Feng's office were equally stunned. How did he know the military is using it? Captain Feng shot a quick, sharp look at them before turning his attention back to Gao Peng. "You're not wrong. That's exactly what the military is thinking. Conventional weapons are just too ineffective against the withered leaf emperor. We have to find a way to counter it using the laws of nature." The two people speaking just a moment ago are now trembling with fear. Liu Feng. On the other end of the line, brows furrow the laws of nature. Finding her natural predator is a very difficult task, though highly feasible. President Feng smiled and said to Liu Feng, "What do you say, little cow? Are you interested in joining this research project? We can discuss the compensation." Liu Feng coughed a few times. "Cuckoo. President Feng, if you've already said as much, then I won't stand on ceremony. Can we change the compensation to monster cores?" Just one lightning element Lord rank crystal will do. Liu Feng was eagerly awaiting the response. On the other end of the phone, President Feng was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Well, in theory, that's not allowed. But for you, little cow, it's certainly a special case. We'll find a special way to handle it, no problem. Then see you tomorrow." Monday, in the lobby of the grand building. Liu Feng, holding his phone, stepped into the lobby. His name was called out, Liu Feng, little cow. President Feng walked over from afar, warmly welcoming Liu Feng. "Welcome back." President Feng smiled brightly, greeting Liu Feng. "Haha, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Two receptionists looked on, curious about Liu Feng's identity. Who's this young man? President Feng actually came down to welcome him personally. Could he be the son of some high-ranking official? President Feng gestured to lead Liu Feng toward the elevator. "Yesterday, the military transported the hollow-bellied cicada here. Let's go." Liu Feng replied, "Got it." The elevator display showed B15. Liu Feng looked at President Feng's dark circles. "Did you stay up all night?" President Feng replied gently to Liu Feng. "That's right. I watched it all night," President Feng said with a serious face, but still, there are no clues. The elevator reached B55. "We're here." The elevator doors began to open. Liu Feng was quite surprised by the room's space. "It's so spacious." President Feng gestured to lead the way for Liu Feng. "Welcome, little cow, to the Beast Taming Association's research facility." President Feng introduced it to Liu Feng. "Our laboratory is over here. Inside that cage is the hollow-bellied cicada. Little cow, take a look. This is the hollow-bellied cicada." Liu Feng stood and watched the cicada, thinking to himself, the hollow-bellied cicada, evolved from a common breed, has incredible jumping power and is Earth attributed. A lab assistant brought items to Liu Feng. "Mr. Cow, please look over here." Liu Feng looked down at the items in the assistant's hands. "This on the tray is processed royal leaf." The assistant explained to Liu Feng, "This is grilled royal leaf skewers with fennel flavor, the food the hollow-bellied cicada loves most. You can try feeding it." As he said that, Liu Feng picked one up to eat. "Absolutely delicious." He gave a thumbs up. "Fragrant, fresh, rich but not greasy, and the outside is crispy. This grilled royal leaf meat, I give it 10 points." The assistant was shocked to see Liu Feng eating it so happily. Everyone there, including President Feng, all looked at Liu Feng with strange eyes. Little cow, the hollow-bellied cicada, seeing him holding its skewer, chirped and jumped up. Seeing that, he held the remaining skewer out in front of it. "Don't be impatient. I'm just taste testing for you. Unfortunately, there's a bit too much fennel. The flavor is a bit strong." "All right, eat up." After saying that, he held the skewer out, and the cicada snatched it with its tongue. Seeing the cicada eating happily, he looked down at the skewer and thought, "It can eat live wire. The stomach of a hollow-bellied cicada must be very robust. Otherwise, it couldn't digest it." He turned to ask Feng Tu, "So, what specific aspect does the military hope to improve?" Feng Tu replied, "Defensive power and digestive ability. Of course, increasing attack power is fine too." He pointed to the research board. "Come over here and look at my previous research results. I discovered that the hollow-bellied cicada has a not-so-weak compatibility with fire attributes. After that, I took some skin tissue from the hollow-bellied cicada and combined it with fire attribute materials. Then, I tested its flesh and blood, and it has the highest compatibility with fire orchid vine. There was no rejection reaction. It's just that the fire orchid vine's attribute is too mild, and we haven't found an effective method." Hearing that, Liu Feng thought to himself, is there really an evolutionary method that uses fire orchid vine as a supporting material? The evolutionary direction is indeed fire type, but the recipe needs adjustments. After thinking, he turned to Feng Tu, President Feng. "Perhaps we can change our way of thinking." Feng Tu was surprised. "What, so quickly? You already have new ideas?" As he spoke, Liu Feng confidently explained. "For example, suppose we make 3 dishes using fire orchid vine to soak the hollow-bellied cicada, but fire orchid vine has a mild flavor that is very difficult to penetrate. At this point, we can think about changing the preparation method. For example, adding strong spices and cooking it over high heat will allow for better penetration." Feng Tu's jaw dropped, confused. "Adding strong spices and high heat?" Liu Feng replied mysteriously. "Exactly." Feng Tu seemed to have discovered a new horizon. "Let me think. Red Devil Chili." Liu Feng still wore a confident smile. "President Feng, you can give it a try." After thinking, Feng Tu immediately turned to instruct. "Little Trin, I remember in the association's storage is a batch of Red Devil chilies. Go bring them here." The young man, being named, nodded. Understood." As he walked, he thought, evolution is like cooking? This is going a bit too far. Is this really the method of the youngest beast tamer in our city? Feng Tu watched him from behind, clicking his tongue. Little Trin is very promising, but on this path of beast taming, to shine, we need many talented people to participate. We must expand this path. Little Trin, I hope you understand this principle soon. Not long after, the young man, Little Trin, carried a case of materials inside. President, the materials are here. Very good. Feng Tu opened it to check the materials inside. The quality of these is top-notch. Little Trin heard that and gave a faint smile, glancing sideways at Liu Feng. Of course, I had to choose the best one so that after failure, this Mr. Cao won't find it convenient to use the quality of the materials as an excuse. Meanwhile, Feng Tu put the materials into the machine, and slowly, the materials were ground into a paste. Looking at the color, the medicinal properties were a bit too strong. After that, Feng Tu turned back to Little Trin. Little Trin, get some more to Ha Wood, King Ginseng, Moon Eye, and Angelica. Little Trin immediately nodded. Yes, President. Liu Feng watched and fell into deep thought. Other supporting materials are still missing, but giving suggestions directly now might be a bit too deliberate. It's better to wait for the experimental results before saying anything. Over here, Feng Tu finally finished the vial of serum. It's done, he beamed. The final evolution serum is complete. Without hesitation, he reached his hand into the cage. He injected it straight into the hollow-bellied golden cicada. The moment the needle went in, a surge of crimson energy radiated from the creature's body. It grew increasingly intense until, boom, it exploded violently, sending debris flying everywhere. Feng Tu immediately turned to order Xiao Zheng. It failed. Xiao Zheng, get over here and test the blood. Find out why it failed, he added. Xiao Zheng replied quickly. Yes, sir. I've already found the cause of the explosion. It seems like it absorbed too much fire element energy, causing a conflict in the bloodstream. You can still see plenty of residual fire elemental particles. They haven't merged properly. Feng Tu repeated. Conflicting energy? Huh. Xiao Zheng added. Based on our previous experiments, sir, if there's any chance of success, we might be able to find it in the blood and tissue residue. We can extract a small amount or perhaps a portion of the fire elements that did merge. As long as we keep refining the formula and adjusting the ratios, it should work. Then, Feng Tu turned to look at Gao Peng and continued. But this energy conflict also proves that these two elements fundamentally don't mix, which means this experiment was a total failure. Feng Tu remained calm. It's too early to say our direction is wrong. We keep experimenting. We need more data. Xiao Zheng, seeing how stubborn Feng Tu was being, shouted, Sir, but... However, Feng Tu didn't flinch. Enough talk. Go get another set of materials. But the second experiment failed too. And the third, same thing, it just blew up. Everyone around them, having seen 3 failures in a row, began to get suspicious. 3 failures in a row. The formula definitely has a problem. Just like Xiao Zheng said, the direction is wrong. Oh, that Gao Peng kid is too young. He's just talking big. But hearing the crowd, Gao Peng just wore a confident smile. He stood behind Feng Tu and said, Chairman Chen, after testing so many materials, I feel like the ghost chili pepper alone just isn't working as the main component. Maybe we should try a different main ingredient. Feng Tu looked skeptical. 2 main ingredients, that's a bold idea. Gao Peng remained confident. Since you already trusted me once, trust me again. Feng Tu sounded a bit impatient. What other main ingredient do you plan on using? Gao Peng calmly replied, Black Earth Soil. Black Earth Soil is a Earth attribute spirit material. It's quite damp and has negative energy properties. It can help the hollow-bellied golden cicada digest the intake and protect its internal organs. Then we add a piece of demon-slaying wood. The ghost chili is the main component. Wood feeds fire, fire feeds earth. Feng Tu looked at the remaining scraps of materials. Mutual generation and destruction. Let's try it. The lab staff quickly prepared 2 vials of serum. Xiao Zheng carefully examined the samples. After a moment, he suddenly shouted, Sir, this time, I've detected a massive amount of fire elements successfully penetrating the flesh and blood. Feng Tu was overjoyed. It's working. That's great. Gao Peng turned to Feng Tu. Why don't we proceed with a live test? Many of the ingredients need to be ingested for the effect to work properly. Testing in just the blood tissue samples isn't accurate enough. Feng Tu nodded excitedly. All right, let's do it. Gao Peng brought the test tube over to the hollow-bellied golden cicada. Although they hadn't cut much flesh during the earlier trials, it would heal eventually, and they had used anesthesia. Still, these holes were pretty gruesome. I'll feed it some golden locusts later. He stuck the test tube into the golden cicada. Immediately, smoke began billowing out of its body, eventually filling the entire room. So much smoke, Gao Peng raised a hand to cover his nose and reminded everyone, "The ratio is figured out. From here on, just keep adding materials over time. Maybe you guys should head outside first." Even with the smoke, Feng Tu refused to leave. Cough, cough. "No need. I have to stay close to observe the reaction." Seeing this, Gao Peng handed the tube over to Feng Tu. "Fine, I'm going out to get some air." Feng Tu agreed. "Sure, go ahead." Gao Peng stepped outside, gasping, "That ghost chili is intense." Then, he fell into thought. That went pretty naturally. No one should suspect a thing. I knew the formula early on, but I'll just say I provided some suggestions. The actual formula was still developed by Chairman Feng through his own testing. But I still need to be careful. If someone with bad intentions finds out, I'm in big trouble. This is the first research regarding the evolution of the fire-type hollow-bellied golden cicada. How could a high school student with no power or connections have the formula before the experiment even began? A moment later, the lab door opened and someone came stumbling out, coughing. It caught his attention. Gao Peng looked at the smoke and thought, "Crimson smoke, looks like they succeeded." Behind the smoke, the hollow-bellied golden cicada had finished evolving, radiating massive amounts of energy. Xiao Zhang rushed toward Feng Tu. "We did it. Fire attribute. Earth attribute. Wait, sir, we really succeeded." Gao Peng thought to himself, "Well, it has the fire attribute, but the earth attribute isn't guaranteed. But to get it into use quickly, this is the only way." Suddenly, the system introduced the creature. Name, Crimson Flow Cicada. Level, 19. Quality, excellent. Weakness, water type. The description read, evolved from the hollow-bellied golden cicada. To adapt to the evolution, it sacrificed its earth attribute to become a fire-type monster. However, during the evolution process, the body suffered extreme damage. A large amount of muscle was eroded by fire elements, weakening its jumping ability to varying degrees. The evolutionary potential has also been weakened. At the northern front line of the Chang'an district, everyone was doing a final head count before the battle. Third platoon, reporting in. Ammo check complete. Hurry up and attach the components. Listen up, units. The target is approaching sector, A3. Get ready for combat. Through his binoculars, he saw a swarm of dried leaf locusts flying toward them. A soldier shouted, "They're here." The swarm dove down to attack. The commander beside him shouted into the radio, "White phosphorus rounds. Use white phosphorus rounds." From the tanks, shells erupted like fire, flying straight into the swarm of locusts. Seeing the dried leaf locusts struggling, a soldier cheered, "Commander, the white phosphorus rounds are working perfectly." The commander smiled as well. "Great, keep up the rhythm. Take them down." But suddenly, he noticed something. Wait a second. The dry leaf emperors suddenly started glowing and began controlling the sand. The commander shouted, "It's not good. Those bugs are trying to control the sandstorm again." They created a massive sand vortex, blowing away all the incoming fire. The soldier panicked. "Commander, our ammunition is being blocked by the sandstorm." The commander immediately ordered dry leaf emperors begin controlling the sandstorm. "Cease fire, incendiary rounds." I repeat, "Cease fire, incendiary rounds." The soldier inside the bunker asked fearfully, "If we don't use the incendiary rounds, what are we supposed to do?" Suddenly, a gun was loaded. The soldier next to him was furious and showed no fear. "Behind us are countless innocent lives. These disgusting bugs. For every one we kill, we lose two. It's a net loss." Suddenly, a red claw stepped forward. It turned out to be a swarm of crimson flowery cicadas rushing over. They arched their bodies and charged toward the dry leaf emperors. From their bodies, they released waves of red mist and particles. That mist made the dry leaf emperors tremble and lose their ability to fight, and the sandstorm gradually subsided. The soldiers were shocked. The sandstorm stopped. "Commander, where did these giant cicadas come from?" The elderly soldier nearby explained. "What giant cicadas? These were specially researched by scholars to counter the dry leaf emperors. Don't call them giant cicadas. They're giant cicadas. High in the sky, one by one, the dry leaf emperors started falling. The swarm of crimson, flowery cicadas gathered energy in their mouths and each shot out a powerful blast of energy toward the sky. That energy hit the dry leaf emperors, causing them to explode. Their corpses fell like rain. The crimson, flowery cicadas immediately grabbed the corpses and stuffed them into their mouths, eating happily. The soldier next to him was stunned, mouth agape. Just one attack and they wiped out hundreds of them. The old soldier was overjoyed. "With these crimson, flowery cicadas, brothers, we don't have to risk our lives fighting these monsters anymore," he exclaimed. "The person who researched these is truly impressive." Back in the city, the elderly neighbors were chatting. "Old Han, your granddaughter is joining that special training too, right?" Old Han sighed. I, don't mention it. She got eliminated on the second day, and I gave her a good lecture. So embarrassing. Suddenly, a car came speeding from afar. It stopped in front of the building, and several people stood there, looking serious and professional. The old folks were puzzled. Who are these cars looking for? Old Han said, that direction leads to the 6th floor. Maybe they're looking for Gao Peng. Didn't cars like this come to pick him up before? Hearing the name Gao Peng, the lady in the brown shirt chimed in. Speaking of Gao Peng, I remember one time in the neighborhood, I saw him walking his dog and bringing a skeleton home. Old Han waved his hand. What skeleton? Don't tell me he's haunting the place? The lady in yellow added, I saw that skeleton too, and it even had ghost fire flickering on it. Seeing this, Old Han turned to Mrs. Tran, who was sitting there, and asked, Sister Tran, have you met the Cow family kid upstairs? Mrs. Tran smiled and replied, what skeleton? That's Gao Peng's beast pet. It just looks a bit scary, but honestly, living with it, it's actually very protective and takes good care of people. The ladies just scoffed. Then, Mrs. Tran looked down at the spotted spider. Little one, help me thread this needle. The spotted spider was very obedient and helped her thread the needle. Old Han saw this and exclaimed, that kid is talented. Why haven't I heard you mention its name? Mrs. Tran stroked the spotted spider's head and replied, there's no way to give it a name. The scene shifts to Gao Peng's front door. He exclaimed in surprise, so formal. The soldier handed him a box and said, Mr. Gao Peng, as promised by President Feng, on behalf of the military, I bring you news about the monster. A lightning-type leader grade, the thunder hoof has been successfully studied by the crimson flowery cicadas. Please inspect it. He stuttered. Okay, thank you. The soldier said cheerfully. I volunteered for this delivery mission because I hope to meet the person who led this research. The soldier stomped his boots, placed his hands behind his back, and saluted Gao Peng military style. Mr. Gao, on behalf of my comrades, I express our sincere gratitude and highest regards. The soldier smiled warmly at him, especially on behalf of the comrades who sacrificed their lives in this operation. Protecting the motherland is our duty as soldiers. We don't fear sacrifice. We only worry that our deaths might not be worth it. Gao Peng listened to those words, lost in thought as he watched the soldiers through the window. Then, he looked down at his hands and sighed. It seems that while protecting the system, I also need to quickly find a way to participate in this new soul experiment project, to provide support to the front lines. He clenched his fists, full of determination. But the system is only a support. The urgent matter now is to quickly raise my own strength so I can protect myself and have more of a say in these experiments. Suddenly, something surprised him. It was Daisy coming over to hug him. He exclaimed, Daisy. Then he bent down and hugged Daisy back, saying, You actually have a conscience and came to comfort me. Huh. Then, an idea popped into his head. Just in time, the main material is here. Since you're here, why don't I help you raise your quality today? After a while, he brought out a pot of medicine with a menacing look. Dazi, drink this bowl of soup. Gao Peng brought the medicine close to Dazi. Dazi was confused, its head full of question marks. Dazi took a sniff, and its eyes lit up. It used 2 claws to hold the bowl and drank it. When the bowl fell, its body emitted waves of golden light, and a series of lightning bolts discharged from Dazi's body. A moment later, the lightning disappeared, and Dazi's whole body was covered in black smoke, as if it had been grilled. Ada saw Dazi like that and gasped in worry. It approached Dazi and poked it to see how it was doing. Suddenly, it had an idea. It went to open the fridge to find something. Then it pulled out 3 cedar leaves for Dazi and went to help Dazi up to feed it. Seeing this, Gao Peng put his hand on Ada's shoulder and said, Don't mess around. Let Dazi be for a moment. Ada heard this and looked at Gao Peng. It looked at him, confused. Gao Peng sighed, looking at his 2 beast pets and thought, these 2 living treasures are just perfect to solve Aigzun's gluttony too. Thinking that, he turned around and called Aigzun. Son, come here. Son pretended not to hear him and flew somewhere else. Gao Peng had to take out a bottle of water to lure it. Come on, son. I've got some delicious fruit juice here. Seeing that, it swooped down for the water bottle. Gao Peng's face darkened slightly. Great, both of them are gluttons. Then, he took a needle and pricked his finger to let some blood flow out, then pressed it onto Aizun's head. While it wasn't paying attention, he closed his eyes to feel Aizun's consciousness space. Seeing its inner world, I thought, this X-Sun's consciousness is still a bit weak. As it approached, Liu Feng thought to himself, getting bolder, aren't you? Finally, willing to come closer. He flashed a smile. I guess all those fancy treats didn't go to waste. Liu Feng reached out to touch Egg-Sun's consciousness. Become my companion. As he touched it, a contract appeared. Join me, and I'll give you power that fears nothing." He laid it all out, but A Shun gave a blunt refusal. "Don't want it. I don't want power. I want juice." Liu Feng was left dumbfounded. He had no choice but to give in to A Shun's demands. "Fine, I'll give you tons of juice." A Shun seemed to have been waiting for those words and immediately agreed. After a moment, the contract was finally complete. The next morning, as Mrs. Tran was sound asleep, a dark shadow suddenly called out, Tu An, wake up for breakfast." Mrs. Tran started awake. Turns out it was the parrot mimicking her late husband's voice. The parrot kept repeating, "Tu An, wake up for breakfast. Wake up for breakfast now." She sat up. "You sweet thing. So it was you." She watched the parrot and continued, "After he passed, it's been you staying by my side." She reminisced about the days when her husband was still there. "Ever since our daughter's accident, my mental state has been a wreck. It's been so hard for him, he was clearly struggling himself. Yet, he still took care of my 3 meals every single day, especially breakfast. He would always wake up right on time to cook for me. Then he'd call me to wake up and eat." She looked at her husband's portrait. "It's a shame. I was waiting for my mind to get a bit better so I could take care of him in return. But then he left." She gave a gentle smile. "Back then, I didn't know how to keep living. I didn't even want to. If it weren't for this parrot mimicking him, I wouldn't have had the motivation to carry on. Thank you for staying with me. But my old man has been waiting for me for a long time now. I have to go find him." Suddenly, someone called her name. Tu An. She was shocked to see her husband standing right in front of her. "Tu An, I've come to find you." Overwhelmed with emotion, she stammered, "Oh, old man." He held out his pinky finger to her. "This time, let's not be apart anymore. Okay?" She reached out and hooked her finger with his. "Yes, let's not be apart again." Just like that, her arm went limp. She passed away peacefully, a smile still lingering on her lips. Back at Liu Feng's room, he was still snoring away when suddenly, Da Zi let out a pained cry. Still groggy, he sat up. "Da Zi, what's wrong?" Da Zi was howling louder, thrashing around. "It itches. It hurts. It itches." Liu Feng panicked. He jumped off the bed to check on Da Zi. "Don't tell me something went wrong with the evolution." Just as he was worried, he spotted something. He looked down at Da Zi's fangs, and the system notification popped up. Quality, perfect. State, teething. He was caught off guard. Teething. Centipedes can teeth? Could it be that after the world mutated, the centipede's genes mutated too? He smiled gently and patted Da Zi's head. "I suppose so. Da Zi's current form can't be judged by normal standards anymore. Don't be afraid. This is the pain that comes with growing up. Just experience it." After that, he set Da Zi on the floor and went outside, calling, "AX Soon, come here." As soon as it stepped out, AX Soon joyfully leaped onto his head. He stood in the middle of the room, pondering its evolution path. Which evolution path should I choose? Support-based or boosting attack power? He rubbed his chin in deep thought. If I use that silent wood from earlier as the main material for the evolution path, it'll become a wood spirit water mother, a dual attribute beast with healing and spatial abilities. Liu Feng imagined a Shun attacking, and with spatial type attacks. If he boosted its damage, it would be terrifying. If I give up on the direct attack route and turn it into a support type, I just feel a bit reluctant. Liu Feng thought about the mountain of money he had to shell out. The training process for that would definitely require time, energy, and a massive amount of cash. If I evolve it as a support type, the process is relatively fast. Ultimately, due to financial pressure, Liu Feng chose the support route. Forget it, let's go with the support path and upgrade it to a wood spirit water mother. Once I'm stronger, what kind of beast can I raise? What's suitable for now is what's best. The scene shifted to the street. Liu Feng walked outside, puzzled. Why is it so lively today? People were gossiping. Oh my god, what is that? Aya, is my eyesight failing me? People looked up with shocked faces. It's a manifestation. It's Mrs. Tran's old friend coming to pick her up. Look at the sky. It must be old man Tran manifesting. Liu Feng saw this and looked up, confused. When he saw it, he was struck dumb. The system notification appeared. Name, Soul Guardian. Level, 25. Quality, perfect. Attribute, Soul. Description, a manifestation of a strong obsession. When it guards the mortal realm, it has no fixed form. After the obsession is fulfilled, it will return to the underworld. An old man nearby cried out in excitement, "I see them. They're flying up." 2 glowing spots rose from the stretcher into the sky. Both the parrot and that person were clearly already dead. The man beside him stayed calm. "Sir, please, stay calm." Liu Feng thought to himself, did Mrs. Tran pass away? He suddenly remembered something. Right, he recalled the day he encountered the spider. He remembered Mrs. Tran had a spotted spider. After the owner dies, the tamed beast is no longer bound. If it heads into the mountains, it returns to nature. But if it stays near the house, it might become aggressive and attack others. Thinking of this, he ran to find that spider. Can't have that. I have to find it quickly. After a moment of running, he reached Mrs. Tran's doorstep. He was panting, wiping sweat from his face. He saw the door was locked. Locked and no movement inside. Where could it be hiding? He scanned the area. Based on the behavior of a spotted spider, maybe. Liu Feng looked up at the corner of the wall. Found you. He called Da Zi to battle. Da Zi, get it. As it saw him, the spider slowly crawled down. Da Zi flashed forward like lightning, circling around Liu Feng. Da Zi's eyes glowed red like lanterns. The spotted spider on the wall was stunned, sweating profusely. It fell off the wall. Liu Feng and Da Zi were left blank-faced. Huh? You got scared and fell just from a look? Behind his shadow, the spider was trembling violently. In its eyes, the words Mrs. Tran had said flashed back. I'm getting old and about to die, so I won't sign a contract with you anymore. It remembered when she patted its head. Forgive me, too. By not giving you a name, you were able to find a new fate. At that moment, Liu Feng reached out and patted its head. You must be having a hard time, aren't you? He flashed a gentle smile and reached out to it. If you're willing, come home with me. Passers-by frowned at the sight of him talking to. Well, nothing. Wait, what's going on here? As it turned out, Gao Peng was wearing black sunglasses, grinning ear to ear, walking with his feet splayed out, with a few creatures trailing behind him. The locals recognized him and Azzy immediately, whispering to each other. Oh, it's the 5 Poisons sect master, Gao Peng, they muttered. My beast-taming team is currently missing a tanky beast with high health. This little guy could work as my meat shield. Might be a bit of a long shot, though, Gao Peng thought, then started considering the evolution paths for the spider. But wait, the Ash Gray Band spider's evolution path actually leads to a tanky form. The materials aren't even hard to find. Gao Peng thought to himself while pressing the elevator button. Once I form a contract with this little spider, I'll work on strengthening it. That should yield a massive boost to my spiritual power, he continued thinking. Add that to the spiritual power from Ozzy and Axuan, and I should be able to form a contract with A-Dai soon. Then, his eyes welled up with tears. I really shouldn't have upgraded A-Dai's quality so early back then. Upgrading everything all at once sounds nice, but the required spiritual power is just way too hard to come by. Azzy, standing nearby, looked at Gao Peng with a confused expression. Gao Peng waved at the girl in front of him. Good morning, Kuan Yuan. Seeing him, Kuan Yuan ran over and said, Good morning, little boss. Hearing her address him like that, Gao Peng was speechless. Little boss, doesn't this kid usually call me Master Gao? Something's not right. Kuan Yuan's eyes were sparkling like stars, staring intensely at him. Gao Peng said, Little boss, it's been a long time, huh? Gao Peng hesitated, then replied, Ha ha ha, yeah, it has been a while. Kuan Yuan furrowed her brows, her mouth curling into a sly grin. Little boss, quite a few people have been asking about you lately. Some clients even asked for you specifically. Even when I told them you weren't available, they just wanted to wait, but they couldn't get a hold of you. Kuan Yuan huffed, smoke practically coming out of her ears as she stepped toward Gao Peng. Seeing this, he hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Heh, I've got time today. We'll take it slow, all right? Gao Peng held out a list. I'm counting on you to prep these materials. Hang on, I'll buy you some milk tea, okay? Kuan Yuan was still annoyed. But she snatched the paper from his hand anyway. She turned and walked away, just saying, humph. Gao Peng was left speechless, then breathed a sigh of relief. Woo! Azzy, standing nearby, looked at him with disdain. Humph. Inside the lab, Gao Peng channeled his energy around himself and the spider. Both of them were enveloped in a green aura. He spoke softly, Don't be afraid. Become my companion, and I'll give you a warm home. The spider responded, The contract paper flared up and burned away. Gao Peng happily patted its head. All right, let's start the evolution. The clock showed exactly 12 o'clock. Gao Peng reached out and turned off the alarm. He stared at the bubbling chemicals on the table, then dripped a single drop of green liquid into the mixture. Immediately, the green drop turned into a bright red ruby. Seeing the test tube smoking, Gao Peng cheered. It worked. Gao Peng turned to the spider and said, Your base color is gray with ash-colored stripes. After this evolution, you'll be a gray armored spider. Plus, since you, Axuan, and A-Dai all start with A, let's call you A-Ban. Gao Peng took off his mask, smiled brightly, and held the test tube up to the spider. Look at this. This is the evolution potion I made for you. Just soak in it for a bit, and you'll become much stronger. Gao Peng poured the liquid from the test tube into the tank, and it quickly swirled inside. The little spider suddenly underwent a transformation, growing larger and changing completely. It let out a roar. Gao Peng winced, gripping one of his eyes. So painful. This is the soul transfer feedback. It was a sharp, searing pain. As a band went through it, Gao Peng tried to endure the agony, his hands clenching his shirt. Hang in there. This pain is just part of the path to becoming stronger. We can only rely on ourselves to overcome it. Kuan Yuan walked in, smiling. Little boss? Little boss? Gao Peng turned his head. Kuan Yuan's eyes sparkled like a little mouse, and she smiled. Hey, little boss, a client is here. He knew exactly what that meant, the kind of client who looked cool. Gao Peng took off his glasses and smiled. Oh, coming. Deep down, he thought, another mouth to feed at home. Gotta make money fast. Gao Peng took off his lab coat, then saw something that made him wonder. The visitor was a blond man sitting on the sofa, with a bald bodyguard right next to him. Gao Peng used his identity check skill to see who they were. Interesting. A leader-level beast tamer. Gao Peng handed his coat to Kuan Yuan and said, Kuan Yuan, handle these two for a moment. Keep an eye on the little spider's evolution process. Gao Peng continued, see that object in the vial on the table. Once it fades, pour the white liquid from the test tube into it. Kuan Yuan smiled. Oh, got it. The blond man with glasses approached Gao Peng. That's right. I didn't expect Mr. Gao to know about that little garden of mine. I, Lu, am extremely honored. He thought, wow, he's way too enthusiastic. My reputation couldn't possibly be that big. Mr. Lu extended his hand to explain, Mr. Gao, by the look on your face, you probably don't know yet. A while back, I had the honor of attending a military banquet. During the party, I heard Chairman Feng talking about the research process on the red flow fire toad. Your contribution is absolutely number one. The bald bodyguard behind him pulled back a curtain, revealing a metal cage and a dark shadow. Mr. Lu pointed to the cage and said, it's just that I want to strengthen this beast. I thought about it, and you, Mr. Gao, are the most reliable one, so I brought it here. After the curtain was pulled back, it revealed a dog with a rugged appearance, sharp fangs, and a red gem on its chest. It growled angrily. Gao Peng saw it clearly and exclaimed in surprise, it's actually a Dark Night Hound. He imagined the image of two Dark Night Hounds, standing behind a gate. I heard that all canine-type monsters can evolve into Dark Night Hounds. It's a specific evolution path for canine monsters. The Dark Night Hound's jet black fur can blend perfectly into the night. It can also absorb large amounts of light, making it a master assassin in the dark and the best watchdog for nighttime. Many estates and gardens love to keep these dark. Listen, Mr. Lu, I know you set the prices for leader-tier beast taming yourself. Just tell me what the cost is, Liu Feng replied, glancing at the system interface before him. He thought to himself, excluding the two most powerful and rarest evolution paths, and weeding out 5 more that require impossibly rare materials or overly complex sequences that take too much time, that leaves 13 options. Liu Feng looked at Mr. Lu and said, improving the grade definitely won't be an issue. Plus, I've got a few excellent evolution paths here you can choose from. The power difference after evolution is quite significant. Mr. Lu clenched his fists and said, I understand. Then, let's go with the most expensive one. Liu Feng smiled and held up 5 fingers. All right, that'll be 5,000 credits. Mr. Lu and his bodyguard broke into a cold sweat. 5,000. Liu Feng shook the man's hand, smiling. Mr. Lu, you've truly made a wise choice. A spider leg smashed into some equipment. Hearing the loud crashing noise getting louder from inside the lab, Liu Feng asked, bewildered. He rushed over to the table and asked, Kuan Yuan, what's wrong? She stood there, trembling in fear. Oh my god. Before them stood a gigantic, massive spider. Kuan Yuan pointed at it in terror. Boss. Look, Liu Feng asked himself. Huh? The system was flashing wildly. Evolution successful. Evolution successful. Gray armor spider. Seeing this, Liu Feng was thrilled. It worked, but he cut himself off as he looked at the pile of broken gear scattered on the floor. Liu Feng shouted angrily, a ban. Why did you wreck the lab equipment and scare Kuan Yuan like that? Huh? The newly evolved little spider didn't know how to explain itself. Flustered, he reached out to pat a ban on the head. Liu Feng crouched down slightly and said, no matter how strong you get in the future, you have to learn to control your own strength. Understand? A ban blushed, quickly covering its face with its 2 front legs in embarrassment and nodding in agreement. But something felt off. Liu Feng looked puzzled. Wait. A ban tripped over a piece of wood, immediately rolled over, and passed out. Liu Feng stared in disbelief at the scene. He looked stunned, like a deer in headlights, wondering, why are all the beasts in my care a little bit slow? They say if you touch ink, you get stained. But no, that can't be it. Liu Feng patted A-Ban's head. All right, A-Ban, you head outside so I can have some peace and quiet. Don't go knocking things over. A-Ban nodded in obedience, but instead of walking normally like other spiders, Liu Feng's spider scuttled sideways like a crab, leaving everyone there completely stunned and bewildered. Liu Feng worriedly thought, why is it walking sideways? Liu Feng reached out to help Kuan Yuan get back up and said, sorry about that. Please get a replacement for that broken container, a bigger one. Just add the cost to my tab. Afterward, prepare the evolution materials for the Black Knight. Dog first. I have an appointment with a client to start testing next week. Liu Feng crossed his arms and said, get someone to come clean up the lab. Put that on the tab, too. The equipment is ruined and I can't keep going. I've got stuff to take care of, so I'm heading out. Kuan Yuan stood up, her face darkening. Fine. More money down the drain. Liu Feng walked away with his beasts, thinking, the household is getting crowded. It's time to find a house with more space, preferably in the suburbs where it's easier to train or forage for herbs. I should contact the broker first. Then, he turned to look at the little spider and broke into a cold sweat. Liu Feng tilted his head, confused. Did I mess up the calculation? Did I give it the wrong potion? How did it evolve into a crab thing? Liu Feng kicked its leg and shouted, walk properly. You're a spider, not a crab. A-Ban didn't understand. Liu Feng sighed in frustration, patting its head. Outside a store, an employee saw Liu Feng and smiled. They stepped forward and said, Mr. Cao, right? I'm the staff member you spoke with on the phone earlier. You can just call me Little Liu. Liu Feng asked, you mentioned earlier that we could look at the houses today? Little Liu guided him. Yes. We even have a private car to take you around. This way, please. As you requested, we have large properties with yards, basements, and suburban villas. It's quiet, and there's one that fits your needs perfectly. The employee handed a tablet to Liu Feng and said, Mr. Cao, take a look at this. These are photos of the villa. Liu Feng looked at the screen. The tablet showed photos of the villa. It was a white house, surrounded by a lush green forest, basking in sunlight, with a grand entrance, spacious sides, and airy windows. The employee said, while this villa doesn't have a basement, it has a huge plot of land around it that belongs to the property, so you can build your own basement. Liu Feng was quite satisfied. He asked, where exactly is it located? The employee looked flustered. Then she cleared her throat. Ahem. It's near the Long Hung Lake area. The price is very low, only 2,000 credits. Then she leaned in and whispered in his ear. Although it's in the suburbs, the area isn't strictly managed. Aside from the villa's footprint, there's still a huge piece of land included as a bonus. It really fits your requirements. Liu Feng replied calmly. Don't be in such a rush. I have a few more questions. These photos were updated recently, right? But these are pictures from before the cataclysm, aren't they? The plants in the background don't look mutated. He pointed to the plants outside the villa. Liu Feng held the tablet up to her. You're not hiding any other important information from me, are you? Little Liu anxiously dodged the question. How? How could that be? Think about it. A detached villa before the cataclysm, plus over 10 acres of gardens in our Chang'an city, would be impossible to buy. Getting it for just 2,000 credits now is a steal. Even if it's remote, there's a road for cars at the foot of the hill. You can just buy a car and come and go as you please. The image showed a racing track at the foot of the mountain. Liu Feng pushed up his glasses, a cunning smile spreading across his face. For others, this might be a problem. But for my guys at home, this is more than enough. Who knows, I might even get them a free side meal. He thought about the abandoned houses nearby. After all, when the social collapse first hit during the cataclysm, these kinds of suburban villas were either turned into fortresses or just abandoned. So, as long as the house is 60% like the pictures, I'll be satisfied. As for safety, he let out a sinister chuckle that terrified the employee standing next to him. He let out a chilling, eerie laugh. The employee, startled, asked, Mr. Cao? Little Liu nervously added, actually, this price isn't considered expensive. The seller is practically taking a loss to get rid of it. Gao Peng said, in that case, let's go take a look. Suddenly, the staff member gasped in surprise. Beneath her feet, A-Ban, Gao Peng's little red-eyed spider, was also looking up, looking bewildered. Liu bowed down low, staring intently at Gao Peng's spider. Is this your beast? This little spider is so adorable. You've got great taste. Gao Peng, who was getting into the car, turned around, looking a bit shy. Heh, A-Ban is pretty special, right? He answered nervously. Actually, it's a spider. The staff member chuckled. Ha ha. Oh, I see. Suddenly, Gao Peng noticed someone. hiding behind a wall, stealthily tailing him. Liu saw this and asked, Mr. Gao. Mr. Gao? Suddenly, it became strangely quiet behind that statue. Gao Peng turned his head away and said, It's nothing. I must be seeing things. Let's go. The staff member didn't understand, but she replied, Yes, sir. A man named Jose stood behind the wall, smiling as he watched the two of them and their beasts near the car. His sunken cheeks highlighted a sinister look in his eyes. He muttered, Young Master Gao, lately you've become quite the celebrity. Finally found you. The bus sped down the road, and Liu said, We're here. Liu smiled and gestured to Gao Peng, saying, Mr. Gao, look. This is the house I told you about. Gao Peng suddenly froze, looking dumbfounded. Oh? Facing the villa, apart from a few cracks, the entire structure was still intact. It left Gao Peng amazed. He thought to himself, It looks almost exactly like the photos, just a bit worn on the outside. Noticing the kitchen was spotless, he said, It's barely dusty in here. Does the owner have someone come by to clean it regularly? Looking into the other rooms, he added, The furniture is all here too, just a bit old-fashioned. Some of the tables, chairs, and floors need some repairs. Gao Peng glanced at the table and thought, The fixtures in this house are high quality. Even with a bad location, there's no way it's only selling for 2,000. That's strange. An elderly man with a beard approached and asked, Are you Mr. Gao? Gao Peng quickly turned toward the door. Who's that? Liu recognized the person and turned to explain to Gao Peng, Mr. Gao, this is the owner of the villa. Owner Liu laughed, Haha. I heard Mr. Gao wanted to come check out the house, so I came by personally. Gao Peng asked cautiously, Personally? Mr. Liu, have we met before? Mr. Liu walked along and explained, Who in this industry doesn't know the great Mr. Gao these days? You're the ace in President Feng's team from that operation last time. Mr. Liu handed him a business card. Here's my card. I've started doing some beast-taming business on the side. Mr. Gao, if you're interested in working together, I can give you a 20% discount. Gao Peng thought, This guy really knows how to do business. Mr. Liu asked, Mr. Gao, how do you like my house? I take great care of it. I have someone clean it every season. If you want to buy it, you can move right in with just a little maintenance fee. It's very convenient. Gao Peng replied, I won't lie to you, Mr. Liu. The price you're offering is very generous. Gao Peng continued, But that's the thing. Even with a poor location, this house is worth at least 4,000 credits. Gao Peng's glasses glinted. 2,000 credits is way below market value. Can you tell me the real reason behind this? Mr. Liu put his hand on the wooden table and said, Well, the thing is, haha. To be honest, I bought this place for my parents to enjoy their retirement. Mr. Liu's face turned sorrowful. He said, My parents are country folk. They weren't used to the big city, so I bought this villa in the suburbs for them. He imagined his two elderly parents and said, They worked hard their whole lives for me. Now that their son has a little something, of course, I wanted them to enjoy life. But then he remembered the scene back then. The image of cars exploding, beasts wreaking havoc, and people screaming everywhere. He couldn't help it. He shouted, That beast tide destroyed everything. They didn't even get to enjoy it for a single day. They'd suffered enough their whole lives. The image of the two old people, wrapped in a protective screen that shattered into pieces on the floor. His eyes turned bloodshot with rage. He yelled, This damn world. His hand on the table trembled. Mr. Liu tried to suppress his anger. I meant to keep this house as a memory. Then I heard Mr. Gao was looking for a place. That's why I asked the agent to introduce it to you for 2,000 credits. Think of it as my investment in you. I'm not young anymore. My abilities are limited, and my ambitions outweigh my power. But you are a talented youth, and you are the future of Chang'an City. He placed all his hopes on Gao Peng, saying that he hoped tragedies like that could be avoided in the future. Mr. Liu's words made Gao Peng think of his own parents. Gao Peng said, I understand. Thank you for your trust. Gao Peng decided, I'll take the house. Beneath the glowing skyscrapers in the night, Gao Peng brought home a box and said, Adai, soon, we're home. Seeing his beasts not showing any excitement, he said sadly, Why so cold? Gao Peng smiled and said, You too, come check this out. This is nutritional food I picked out for you guys. It's way better than that Gansen Kim stuff. The little jellyfish tilted its head in confusion. The skeleton beside it also glanced over. All four of them gathered around the dining table, looking at the steaming food. Gao Peng said, Come on, eat up. The house suddenly seemed a bit noisier. Gao Peng turned his head. He saw a woman with black hair, looking familiar as she leaned against the door. Gao Peng exclaimed excitedly, Sister Tang Tang. Tang Tang replied to him, Little Peng, long time no see. She happily walked over to the little centipede, smiled, and patted its head. Wow. A Dai leveled up. Then Tang Tang pulled on its little mouth. Seeing a row of sharp teeth, she said, "Oh my." A Dai even grew teeth. Even though it was uncomfortable, it tried to hold it in. The little centipede, unable to save itself, cried out, sending a signal for help. "Save me." Tang Tang didn't care and pulled even harder, saying, "Let me see if they're growing in straight." Gao Peng pretended not to see a Dai's signals, looked away, and transmitted a signal. "Just hold on. Just hold on a bit longer." His attitude shocked the little centipede. Then Tang Tang asked, "Right, little Peng?" She looked at him. "I heard you bought a house." Gao Peng was surprised but replied, "Sister Tang Tang, your news is lightning fast, but I still have to hire a company to renovate the house, so there's no need to clean up so soon." Tang Tang's eyes lit up. She rushed over to grab Liu Feng's hand and said, "When the time comes, I'll call you to go with me. There are a lot of things to look out for during renovations, and I don't have enough social experience. Don't let people scam you," he said worriedly. "Got it." Tang Tang waved goodbye and said, "All right, it's settled then. I've got things to do, so I'm heading out." Liu Feng broke into a sweat, suddenly starting to suspect why the house was so cheap as the door clicked shut. Tang Tang smiled and thought, "Once I'm settled, I can naturally just buy the house next to Xiao Bong's. That way, our neighbor will still be my little brother." With a breeze rustling through the green leaves, Liu Feng rested his hand against a tree trunk. He and his little beasts were hiding behind the tree, looking down at the military vehicles below. Thinking they had arrived at the pass, he turned around and figured the Tubing forest shouldn't be too far away now. He stepped onto the leaves. Liu Feng walked and thought, "It would be best to gather 10 pieces of material today. I've been off for 3 days, and today is the last day. If I can't gather the Muk Kong Tom today, I'll have to wait until next week's break to continue. That would really set me back." Suddenly, he gasped in surprise, spotting a blurry black shadow on a tree branch. He whispered, "What is that?" he shouted. "The first monster I've encountered outside the forest perimeter is an elite grade." It wasn't going to be easy. On the branch sat a black panther with long fangs. The system notified him, Huisa Forest Cat, level 13, common grade, wood element. The blue-eyed black panther growled and suddenly lunged. Seeing this, Liu Feng shouted to his beasts, "Not good. Everyone, watch out." It charged like a bolt of lightning. Just as he saw its long claws coming toward him, a Dai threw Dzi off his back and onto the ground. It rushed to intercept the forest cat instantly. It unleashed a purple bolt of lightning, but luckily, the cat dodged it just in time. Sensing danger, the cat backed away. A Dai began to get angry, his whole body glowing red as he shouted, "Your opponent is me." The forest cat bristled, and a Dai's very footsteps sent dirt flying everywhere. He rushed toward the cat, scaring the wits out of it. The cat tried its absolute best to run away, but a Dai wasn't about to let it go, gathering red energy in his fist. Then, that red energy tightly bound the cat's legs. Taking advantage of the fact that the cat was paralyzed and trembling like a cornered rat, a Dai delivered a devastating, earth-shattering punch. The forest cat saw a Dai's killing pose and its eyes widened in terror. Before it could even write a will for its descendants, a Dai smashed his fist directly into its head with a boom. Even the ground beneath them couldn't take the impact and cracked open. Fresh red blood flowed from the Hoisa forest cat. Liu Feng looked at a Dai's massive, sturdy back and thought, a Dai's strength right now is over 10 times greater than when he was a Hung Foin Goyen. I knew he'd be strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. But suddenly, a Dai raised his hands, staring at them sadly, which Liu Feng found strange. He let out an "oh," then said, "Not used to your own strength yet, huh?" Liu Feng smiled like a fit, handsome guy and said, "Anyway, I didn't let you fight right after you evolved. Looks like I need to let a Dai train a bit more." He turned around, signaled for the group to leave, and said, "All right, let's go." A Dai cast a glance back, remembering the time when Liu Feng saw him crying. He had gently come over to pat his head. Even though he didn't understand what the boy was saying back then, he knew a Dai smiled. Since then, the boy, a Dai watched Liu Feng and Da Zi bickering. "All right, a Dai only threw you away because it was an emergency. Don't be mad. If he hadn't thrown me, I would have gone to protect you first." "Got it, I know. Dazi is the best, and a Dai is also great, but he still threw me." A Dai looked at Liu Feng, overjoyed. The boy was his everything. Liu Feng, along with A Sun, a Dai, and Da Zi, walked along the road, saying, "We've been searching for 3 hours and have pretty much covered all the suitable areas. Finally found the two-bean tree." The tree had a rough trunk with vines wrapped around the branches. Liu Feng remarked, "Last time, I also discovered a Thanthu snake in the two-bean area. Maybe this type of snake has a special fondness for two-bean trees." Suddenly, Adai's eyes lit up. He realized that the vine wrapped around the branch wasn't a vine at all, but a snake. Adai quickly rushed over, reached out to peel the snake off, leaving it stunned and knocked over. Adai looked at it with contempt, using both hands to effortlessly rip the snake in two. Adai took a green gem out of the snake's body. Adai brought the gem in front of Liu Feng. He thought, "This is the Thanthu snake's essence stone." "You dummy! What is a Thanthu snake's essence stone? It's just a crystal." Today's mission is to find enough muk hum thum. The flying jellyfish didn't understand either. Liu Feng gave a reluctant smile, but the essence stone is still Adai's kind gesture. "I have to take it." After that, Liu Feng happily pointed at the Tubin tree and said, "Adai, break these Tubin trees for me." Adai remained expressionless, clenching his fist. Purple energy gathered around it. Seeing that, the tree trunk seemed to sweat in fear. Adai swung his fist, striking the center of the trunk and shattering it into many pieces. The trunk split in two, sending dust flying. Liu Feng beamed and shouted, "Great job." Inspired by Liu Feng's enthusiastic cheering, Adai's spirits soared. Full of energy, he continuously struck the Tubin trees. While gathering the Mokung Tom, Liu Feng said, "Go for it, Adai, break some more." On the other side of the forest, 3 men in black coats were walking along. The green-haired guy looked around suspiciously and asked, "Boss, is that kid really around here?" The bald guy, addressed as Boss, replied, "The intel shouldn't be wrong. Let's look around." A small mouse on the boss's shoulder pricked up its ears to listen, then immediately pointed in a certain direction. The scarred man asked doubtfully, "Captain Doo-Doo, any news?" The boss fed the mouse and said, "Doo." "Doo" said there was a strange noise over there. "Not sure if it's that kid. Let's go check it out." Suddenly, the noise grew louder. The guy wearing the red armband said, "Why does this sound a bit like when I practice boxing?" The scarred man said, "Boxing? Su Hoan, have you been boxing so much you've gone stupid? Who would be practicing boxing in a forest full of monsters?" The boss reminded Dang Sam, "Don't be careless. We can't overlook any clue. It was hard enough to get a mission with such high pay. Have you forgotten your younger sibling is waiting for tuition money? We have to finish this." The boss said, "Go take a look. Keep it quiet." The 3 of them snuck behind a tree, and all 3 saw Adai destroying the trees, filled with power as he punched the trunks. The group's expressions darkened instantly. Yao Huan said in shock, "Wow, this big guy is seriously strong." He snapped a tree in half with just one punch. The leader chimed in, pointing to a photo of Gao Peng he was holding. "That kid is our target. But what on earth is he looking for in that pile of broken wood?" Yao Huan was sweating profusely. "Captain, we should leave. The people who paid us only wanted us to investigate that kid's beast. We should just watch from here. Any closer and we'll get caught." Deng Sen added, Yeah. Did you see that giant centipede? Gao Peng's massive centipede is playing with a beetle." He continued, "Captain, just looking at that beast, you can tell it's extraordinary. And that big one next to it. It won't be easy to take down. Let's go." The leader signaled them to be quiet by putting a finger to his lips. "You kids always looking for an easy score, picking up carcasses for a few bucks every day. Haven't we had enough of that miserable life? With our current skills, we can't possibly survive deep in that terrifying black abyss forest. But now that an opportunity is right in front of us, we have to try." The leader frowned deeply. This kid is suspicious. A beast master just wandering in the forest for no reason, causing such a scene just to see how thick a tree is. If we can figure out if there's something valuable inside these trees, what's the most common thing in this forest? Trees. If they're full of loot, we're going to be rich. The leader gave orders, Deng Sen, hide in the shadows for now. Have your beast launch a sneak attack. Yao Huan, you're with me to handle that big monster. The 2 subordinates obeyed, and the leader smiled triumphantly. Let's see. Who knows, our fortune might be turning. Then we won't have to live in fear and desperation every day anymore. With the rustling of leaves, Adai and Da Zi suddenly became defensive. Gao Peng was puzzled. Da Zi, Adai. What's wrong? Gao Peng realized something was off. He spotted the 2 subordinates hiding behind a tree and shouted, "Who's there? Come out." To protect himself from a potential attack, Adai reached out to block in front of him. The group panicked, thinking, "Oh no, we've been spotted." The leader decided to step out and talk. "Haha, greetings, friend." The leader smiled, meeting his fate. "We just came by to see if you needed any help." Yao Huan was relieved. Thank goodness, the leader reacted fast. Gao Peng remained guarded, watching them. "Help, huh?" He started assessing the beasts behind them. A gale raptor and a spider minion. Those are beasts built for forest ambushes. Gao Peng quickly realized their true intentions. These 2 are definitely not to be trifled with. Adai also sensed the danger. It turned around to shield Gao Peng and looked toward the figures behind the tree. Only then did Gao Peng realize there was a third person. The leader forced a smile. "Ha ha, that's just my brother. Don't worry, we mean no harm." Deep down, he was panicking. What the hell is this? How is its intuition so sharp? Deng Sen chimed in with a grin. "Right, I was just heading to the bathroom and ended up here." Suddenly, a notification flashed. Level 18. Elite tier. Elite quality. Metal attribute. Weakness is lightning. Looking at the status board, Gao Peng thought, so it's a silver A-band lizard. Might be a rare mutation, but since it's countered by Dazi's lightning, it's not that scary. Gao Peng said coldly, "I don't think I need any help, especially not this kind of help." Gao Peng's beasts entered a defensive stance, looking visibly angry. The leader smiled. "If you don't want us bothering you, little brother, then we'll be off." Yao Huan was confused. "Captain, are we really leaving?" The leader replied, "We've been exposed 2 or 3 times now. The chance for a sneak attack is gone. If we fail, we just make another enemy." He continued, "To be raising 3 beasts at such a young age. He's either rich or powerful. Either way, he's not someone to mess with." He stared intently at Gao Peng. "A Dai, a Xuan, and a Z." He placed a hand over his chest. "Plus, that beast wearing the black robe. It emits an aura that makes Dodo extremely uneasy." Seeing his little Dodo trembling in fear, he said, "Dodo's intuition has saved my life many times before." The leader turned and walked away. "Let's go. In this dog-eat-dog world, who knows what kind of beast will kill you? Besides, we can just wait for him to leave and come back. Maybe we can find some clues. After all, there are so many trees in this forest, we don't need to fight him over these few." Yao Huan agreed. Understood. Gao Peng thought, if a Dai hadn't sensed them in the shadows, would they have attacked immediately? He pushed up his glasses and glanced at them. If they had moved, I would have taken them out right then and there. 2 hours later, broken wood lay scattered everywhere. Gao Peng happily held a bag and smiled. 1 kilogram. That should be enough. Gao Peng waved to Da Zi, "Come here." The little centipede, which was holding a smaller centipede in its mouth, turned its head, looking at him in confusion. Gao Peng grabbed the 2 feelers on Da Zi's head, using them like antennas. Got it. Thanks to the electrical sparks discharged from those feelers, the torch in his hand began to ignite. The flame grew larger and larger. Then, he tossed the torch into the pile of leaves at his feet, ignoring the roaring fire. Gao Peng turned his back and walked away. Before the cataclysm, setting a forest fire would get you prosecuted. But after the cataclysm, those laws have been abolished anyway. The vitality and resistance of these plants are stronger than anyone imagined. A small fire like this isn't enough to start a major wildfire in the forest. Gao Peng smiled, and it's a convenient way for me to destroy any traces. Standing on a hill, Yao Huan pointed toward Gao Peng's direction. "Captain, look, that kid is so crafty. Is he afraid that we'd come back and discover something?" The leader said, "His vigilance is way too high." The leader thought fearfully. Maybe even he doesn't realize the ruthlessness buried deep in his bones. Yao Huan asked, "Captain, are we just going to let it go like this?" The leader said, "There's no direct conflict between us and the kid. If he had been holding some priceless treasure, maybe I wouldn't have risked offending him. But then he cleaned up the evidence so neatly. Frankly put, the risk-to-reward ratio just wasn't there. I did the math, we wouldn't make a profit, but there are others who wouldn't think the same." He called someone. "Hello? Please relay this to Dr. Jiang." Mission accomplished. The target beast data has been transferred. A man on the other end of the phone replied, "Good work. The payment has been sent. Pleasure doing business with you." The man then turned to the person sitting in the chair, Dr. Jiang. "That group doesn't seem to dare make a move. This scouting mission is a failure." Dr. Jiang laughed and said, "No worries. Our next plan is already prepared, isn't it? Jiheng, your grandson, your only living relative, has been found by me." Gao Peng couldn't help but frown at the scene before him. A band's growth rate is too fast. Not only did it level up, but its body size looks twice as big as when we first went out. Watching the extravagant scene before him, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Eating this much at once? Just look at that spotted spider monster. A band had already finished over a dozen boxes of food, but still showed no signs of stopping. Even Gao Peng and the other 2 monsters standing nearby were speechless at this point. He only just noticed that on the ground, besides the empty food boxes, there were cracked pieces of skin shedding from the monster's body. He reached out and picked one up. The eyes behind his glasses couldn't help but curiously study it. "Cracked? I thought it would be like in those novels where the beast's shed skin has magical effects." Saying this, he looked down at the beast and laughed, cheering it on. "Keep eating. Go for it. Best if you get nice, plump, and chubby." The spider monster seemed to understand its master's intent. It looked back at him with sparkling, proud eyes and even made a few happy sounds. It was clearly a terrifying beast, but now it acted just like a puppy wagging its tail. Receiving praise from its master, who would have thought that before it could stay happy for long, it would hear Gao Peng say, "Wait. Once you get fat, we're having deep-fried spider meat." A simple sentence, but to the monster, it was terrifying. The beast turned into a trembling little dog, shaking nonstop. Facing the dark smile of its master, a ban considered its own life and decisively put the food box down. It pitiably retreated far away from the remaining boxes. It looked at him with teary eyes, like a little wife being bullied, making Gao Peng sigh helplessly. Eating a little less is for your own good. If you eat too much of this canned food at once, toxins will build up in your body. But then, he fell silent, his brows slightly furrowed. He calculated. The mission objective is achieved. I've collected enough materials for Ah Sun's evolution. But this time, I can't just throw them together in a pot like making a salad. Because Ah Sun's constitution is weak, it can't handle a crude process. These materials require a professional lab to be processed correctly. At the Fibong Beast Taming Workshop, the reinforced doors were locked tight, allowing no one to enter. Right then, in front of a digital screen, the young man's hand pressed against a few points, activating the mechanism. The sealed building door slowly began to rise automatically. As soon as he stepped in, the lights in the room turned on, welcoming him. There was no one else inside. He and his beast stood by the door, looking at the scene inside, unable to help but sigh. Coming back early today is fine too. Just right, no one will disturb me. The materials this time are rare. According to the recipe, they need to be frozen, high temperature, burned, and treated with strong corrosive acid. As he spoke, Gao Peng placed a large, carefully wrapped package on the table in front of him. He was alone in the office, doing everything according to the book. First, he put on protective gear carefully, then picked up a flamethrower. Bright red flames carrying intense heat erupted from the nozzle, aiming to incinerate the items before him. Next, he set the blender to high power, grinding the raw materials into an eye-catching green liquid. After a while of hard work, Gao Peng happily held a test tube filled with glowing fluorescent liquid in his hand. He laughed proudly and said, "Finally finished. It smells so sweet and delicious. Ah Shun will definitely love it." The floating jellyfish beside him watched its master and wiggled its little legs in celebration. Without hesitation, he poured the contents of the test tube into a large water tank. The green color merged into the clear water. Occasionally, waves of shimmering green smoke rose from the water's surface. Looking at the color, it was a bit questionable, but that rising green smoke was an irresistible temptation for the beast. Just looking at the jellyfish's expression, drooling as it followed the scent, you could tell how attractive it was. It even let out a few sounds, implying to him that the stuff smelled just like human apple juice. Seeing it so happy, Gao Peng laughed and reached his hand toward the tank, saying, "Come on, go in and soak for a bit." Before he could finish his sentence, the little jellyfish was even faster. It couldn't wait any longer and lunged toward the tank. Watching the beast slowly sink into the glass water tank, its body relaxed, and it started floating inside involuntarily. He was completely at a loss. "I hadn't even finished speaking yet. You're too eager." Suddenly, he let out a cry. His eyes widened and his red pupils contracted. Inside the large tank, the beast was lying there, looking incredibly satisfied. The relaxed posture looked really provocative, but its body inside the solution was changing. It shocked him. "This color isn't right." "Ah Zun, why did you turn green?" "I remember the place Ah Zun likes to stay the most is the top of my head." Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth twitched, his expression like he'd swallowed a fly. He imagined the beast jumping onto his head, combined with this color. It looked a bit like wearing a green hat. And a glowing green hat at that. No matter how he looked at it, the scene was extremely bizarre. He secretly regretted it. Suddenly, he felt that the wood spirit path of evolution might have been a wrong decision. At this, his inner self began to scream, "Save me. I don't like fluorescent green." He looked again, and the floating jellyfish's body was turning completely the green color of the solution. It even seemed to be getting fatter. He secretly considered the next steps. Materials needed to upgrade to epic quality are too rare. What on earth is void system material? It seems Ah Sun can only reach perfect quality at best for now. At this moment, Gao Peng closed his eyes and centered his focus. Around him, a strange, deep blue flame enveloped him. Feeling the surge of power in his body, he had some hunches, but with Ah Sun's upgrade, his own soul strength also increased significantly. He estimated that a bond with Ah Shun might still be a little ways off, but with a bit more effort, it would probably only take a few days. Suddenly, right at this moment, there was a sparkling gaze behind his back. A dark shadow was lunging toward him. Sensing something, Gao Peng felt a chill down his spine. He immediately turned around and struggled desperately against the floating jellyfish. "Hey, don't come over here." but its tentacles were like superglue, sticking tightly to him and refusing to let go. Finally, the image of a man and a beast walking out of the shop, exhausted, appeared. Gao Peng let out a helpless sigh, resigning himself to his fate, while a sun successfully crawled onto his head, confidently turning into his green hat, looking as chirpy and cheerful as if spring had just arrived. Only a few steps later, the phone in his pocket began to vibrate. He pulled it out, and when he saw the name on the screen, Gao Peng was puzzled. This was the renovation company Tang Tang had recommended to him just a few days ago to handle the specific procedures. Didn't we already finalize everything? Why are you calling this late? As soon as he pressed the answer button, the person on the other end spoke up immediately. Mr. Gao, do you have a moment? We've run into some trouble at the villa and really need you to come take a look personally. Hearing that, Gao Peng asked straight away, what kind of trouble? The person on the other end was waiting for exactly that and immediately launched into a spiel. We've discovered some mutated plants inside the villa. We can't continue the renovations until they're cleared out, but to remove them, we have to dismantle some structural parts. That's why we need you on site to give us instructions. Gao Peng strolled along, one hand in his pocket, and coolly agreed. Fine. As soon as he said that, he heard the voice on the other end full of excitement. Great, Mr. Gao. All the workers are here right now. Please come quickly. Before the guy could finish, Gao Peng mused for a second or two and cut him off. Wait a second, he said, his tone carrying a hint of danger. Director Lee, you said all the workers are waiting there for me right now. Am I really that important? It's so late, and all these people are working overtime. For my house? And there's no budget for overtime pay? He asked, picking apart the inconsistencies in the man's story. He let out a mocking laugh, though he didn't realize that at that moment, on the other end of the line, the man known as Director Lee, who had chestnut-colored hair, was being held with his arms twisted behind his back, with no chance to move or escape. Another man was holding the phone right in front of him. The director could only offer a bitter laugh, following orders, but hearing the probing questions, he panicked and tried to cover it up. This is all part of our job, sir. Mr. Gao, please, just get over here. After a moment of silence on the other end, the phone screen lit up, and his voice came through. All right, I'll be there in a bit. The man heard the answer he wanted and quickly hit the red button to hang up. Jiang Gu, who was holding the director's head, revealed a sinister look on his face. He smiled terrifyingly as he looked down. Well done, Director Lee. Your son will have roast chicken to eat tonight. The man, pinned down by the bodyguard, knelt there with wide, terrified eyes. As for Gao Peng, after hanging up with Director Lee, he tried calling a few other numbers, but none of them went through. Seeing this, he looked at his screen with concern. Director Lee's words were highly suspicious, and he couldn't get a hold of Tang Tang, either. Noticing his master's strange expression, A Soon curiously peeked over, but Gao Peng didn't have time to pay attention to it. He just felt like something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. He frowned, and to be safe, he decided to bring A Dai and Dazi along. With that, he set off. He broke into a run, heading forward and leaving a silhouette of the teenager behind. The jellyfish, hearing its master call, "A son, let's go," let out a chirpy sound of agreement and zipped along after him. Half an hour later, Director Lee was tied up, his hands behind his back, forced to kneel before the person in front of him. Not giving him a chance to flee, the henchman, having waited a long time without seeing anyone, asked, "Doctor, why hasn't that kid shown up yet? Could he have sensed something?" The person addressed, Dr. Jiang, was swirling a glass of red wine. He turned his back and scoffed, "Patience. Arriving a bit late is no big deal. We still have to deal with the people from the Ji Handong faction. To be honest, I don't want to use such crude methods. After all, we are civilized people." At this point, he raised an eyebrow, smiling viciously. Who would have thought Ji Handong still had a grandson alive? If someone hadn't secretly leaked this news to me, I would have thought the old man was all alone in the world. The henchman behind him chimed in. If word got out that Ji Handong still had a grandson, surely many would want to secretly move in and eliminate this threat. Jiang Gu raised his glass, looking at the swirling red liquid inside. His pupils, the same color as the wine, flickered with a faint light. Murderous intent radiated from his eyes. He smiled cruelly. Ultimately, Ji Handong has no family. He will grow old eventually, but his grandson is still very young. Money makes people waver. Today, the Namthien group has grown into a giant. There are so many high-level forces, each with their own secret agendas. His words made his underlings sweat with fear. Doctor, by your logic, we're going to eliminate Gao Peng. But why not just strike now instead of probing around like this? Doctor. Jiang heard this and poured the red wine out. The crimson liquid flowed like blood. He replied, Ji Handong has put a lot of effort into hiding and protecting his grandson. so he surely cares deeply about his safety. He must have arranged for people to secretly protect him. If we strike directly, it's easy to make a mistake. If we alarm him, it'll be troublesome. Besides, who said I wanted to kill his grandson? I only want to hold him hostage and bargain with the old man. He said this and turned around, his eyes dark. Do you think we have the qualifications to compete for power with a Nam Thean on our own? As he spoke, the wine glass in his hand fell and shattered. Kill his only living relative, and what awaits us is his wrath. In the end, the ones who would benefit are the others who are actually qualified to fight for that position. Comparing it to the foundation of the research lab, Dr. Jiang gritted his teeth. Compared to the Nam Thean Group's research unit, my research institute is nothing. At least they have over 30 supplies. Furthermore, besides the research unit, there are several other large protection units. Even if the sole heir of the Nam Thean Group died, that position wouldn't go to me. The protection units he just mentioned were composed of people who were well-trained and ready to use force or underhanded means to achieve their master's goals. At this point, he raised an eyebrow. Why should I dirty my own hands? Creating chaos is the only way for me to profit. Besides, if you think about it, Gao Peng is the future heir. He's very likely to take the throne. Even though he and I are at odds right now, the definitions of friend and enemy in this world have never been that simple. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Gu pulled out his watch. He stared at the ticking second hand, calculating the moment he'd reap his rewards tonight. Once the lab is expanded, who's to say he won't eventually submit to me? He said this while looking back at Director Li, who was still forced to his knees on the ground. It's almost time. Ji Handong's people should be here by now. Hearing this, the other man trembled and shouted a question. Wait, you promised you wouldn't hurt me. Jiang Gu didn't show a hint of mercy. He raised a finger, and a butterfly with strange black and white patterns on its wings appeared. It spread its wings and flew toward him. Don't be so tense, he said, looking down from above with a gaze colder than ice. As a man of science, you aren't like those savages, right? As he spoke, the moth on his hand took flight. It fluttered its wings, and powder began to rain down. Director Li inhaled the dust, his eyes quickly glazing over, his eyelids growing heavy. The man collapsed helplessly to the ground. Jiang Gu watched with zero pity. Rest easy, now. You aren't invited to what happens next. It's a shame I'm missing a witness to my success tonight. Just as he was reveling in his triumph, a whirlwind of dust stirred in the air, and a flash of light tore through the sky. A subordinate pointed upward. Doctor, look at that. He immediately realized something was wrong. Both men looked up to see a massive dragon-like divine beast appearing. It stood so proudly it terrified them. The old man, he came himself. At that moment, at the Chang'an Military District, atop a tall tower, a phoenix, with feathers as red as the sun was resting. Its eyes were closed as if it were sleeping, but suddenly, the divine creature snapped its eyes open, radiating light. It spread its massive wings into the sky. The huge body of the divine beast rose, and a golden light enveloped it. Two guards, hearing the noise at the top of the tower, looked up. They witnessed the massive bird glowing with intense light. One of them shouted, "What's going on?" Has the ape escaped the black dust forest? But the other was more rational. That's the south side, no alert. Go check it out, fast. The two were about to run when a voice rang out behind them. No need to check. It's that person from the Nantian Corporation visiting Chang'an. They both turned around. A middle-aged man in a high-ranking officer's uniform approached, leaning on a cane. They spoke up. Chief. The man looked stern, pointing his cane at them. Don't worry about it. Just keep your guard as usual. Receiving the order, the two performed a sharp military salute and shouted loudly. Once they returned to their posts, the chief looked toward the top of the tower, his expression darkening as he sighed. A storm is coming. Back to Dr. Jiang. He looked at the man before him in terror, backing away. Even in such a desperate situation, he didn't forget to threaten him. Chairman, wait. I'm holding Gao Peng's child hostage. At his words, the man who had just arrived didn't show the slightest hesitation. He looked down furiously. It was like an all-powerful lord looking at a lowly peasant under his feet. Behind him, the divine dragon glared at Jiang Gu with a murderous, terrifying intent. It looked ready to devour the man alive. He asked, think carefully before you speak. All around them, the bodyguards Jiang Gu brought were lying on the ground, bleeding. Seeing the tragic scene, he couldn't help but swallow hard, trembling as he spoke. Chairman, I said that just now because I wanted to save my life. Please, give me a chance to explain. At this moment, the white-haired man standing before him didn't listen to a single word. His eyes turned dark and cold. Who told you about little Peng? Realizing the situation was turning sour, Jiang Gu broke out in a cold sweat. He was terrified, but he tried to keep his composure. Take it easy, Chairman. I haven't told anyone else about Gao Peng, but I've set up a program. As long as I don't enter the decryption code on time, The program will send all the information about Gao Peng to everyone in the Nanjing Corporation. As he spoke, he thought about the program on his phone that contained all of his personal files. Ji Handong heard him and shot him a cold, sharp look. If you don't want to talk, fine. Everyone has their own ambitions. I won't force you. After saying that, he turned and walked away, leaving Dr. Jiang crawling on the ground, trying to drag himself up to follow him. Sir, don't leave. I'll tell you it's Shu kill you. He couldn't have imagined that the man before him wouldn't follow the script he had planned. At this point, he could only grovel. Chairman, I just wanted to ask for some more funding. I never wanted to hurt Gao Peng. As long as I have enough money, I guarantee I'll bring huge benefits to Nancian. He just didn't expect that the man had zero interest or patience for that flowery nonsense. He waved his hand, not looking back. You contributed a bit in the past, so I'll let you die a painless death. Hearing that, he reached out to grab the man's coat but only caught thin air. His mouth kept pleading, Chairman. Chairman, I was wrong. Suddenly, his voice went silent, his pupils dilated. Within them, he saw a sharp, cold claw lunging toward him. In the quiet night at the villa, only a single, harrowing scream echoed. No. Then, everything fell into complete silence. Jiang Gu, who just a moment ago was so arrogant, plotting against Gao Peng, was now nothing but a cold corpse. A blood stain spread across his chest as he slumped over against a rock. The older man turned his back, glancing at the cooling body. He snorted in disgust and cursed. Foolish. I, Ji Handong, have never bowed to any form of threat. Right at that moment, the device on his wrist flashed a red signal. He immediately touched it. A voice came through. Chairman. He looked at the device on his wrist, his gaze becoming serious. Investigate Jiang Gu. He likely set up a program. If you can find the program, cancel it. If you can't, then just say that I, Gao Peng, the heir of the Nantian group, am the one behind this. That's the truth, and at worst, just let that news get out. Upon hearing his instructions, the person on the other end immediately acknowledged the order. Once Ji Handong personally handled everything, he leaned back, leisurely gazing at the sky ahead. The night sky was full of sparkling stars, like an endless galaxy, with a few clouds drifting lazily by. The beautiful scenery made him reluctant to look away. I love this simple world, he mused. Yet, that beautiful atmosphere was soon shattered by desperate, heart-wrenching pleas for help. Right at that moment, a woman approached and knelt on the ground. She looked up at the tall figure in front of her and respectfully said, Master. Dong, the chief secretary, glanced at the girl kneeling behind him. You've worked hard during this time, Duoduo. In his dignified voice, he called her name. She was a stunning woman with wavy black hair, red eyes, and soft, pink lips. Always wearing a detached smile, she stood up after hearing her name. She followed behind Ji Handong, who ignored her and turned away. He recalled the past back when he had just returned from abroad, unable to fully control the group. The internal situation was a mess, and the news of the boy's parents' passing had overshadowed his own existence. I could only go with the flow and send people to clean up the remaining clues so he could grow up in peace. Now, the situation within the group seems to have stabilized. But on the other hand, there's no need to rush Xiao Peng back yet. This hands-off approach can better forge a person's willpower, and Xiao Peng's talent truly far exceeds my expectations. Saying that, he approached his beast companion, stroked its head, and spoke to Duoduo. The group still has matters to attend to. I'll leave the cleanup work to you. The white dragon felt the warmth from its master's hand, closed its eyes, and looked utterly satisfied. The girl standing nearby heard his instruction, and asked in confusion, Master, aren't you going to meet Xiao Peng tonight? But hearing that, he just smiled kindly. Wait for a more appropriate opportunity. For Xiao Peng, compared to external advantages that can be snatched away at any time, a firm heart of steel is more necessary. My child, let me see just how much you can grow. And at this moment, the person being talked about, Gao Peng, had already arrived at the villa, followed by a Ban, a Dai, and the jellyfish, a Sun. Arriving at the scene, he was startled by the chaotic sight before him. Manager Lee and the workers, where are they? I haven't been able to reach them for a while. What happened? Just then, he noticed deep, gouged marks on the ground. The more he looked, the stranger it seemed. This didn't look like maintenance work at all. He squinted at them, his mind racing with speculation. These looked like claw marks. Just as he was deep in thought, a slender, graceful figure stepped forward beside him. She crossed her arms over her chest and said, I didn't expect that I had still underestimated your growth speed. Her voice was neither loud nor soft. It was pleasant to the ear, carrying a gentle tone. The moment she stepped forward, he alertly spun around. Who? The girl with wavy hair smiled. It's me, Xiao Peng. Seeing it was Duoduo, he actually put on an innocent look and shrugged. Oh, it's you, Sister Duo. No wonder Adai didn't warn me. Seeing him give that annoying look, she was left speechless. Wait a second, what's with that expression? Why do I feel like there's a hint of disdain? This time, she stood up to him seriously. She pointed a finger at his face and scolded. In a situation like this, don't let your guard down so easily. How can you be so sure I'm not an enemy? Seeing her worried, Gao Peng flashed a toothy grin and gestured toward her. All right, Sister Duo. If I have to be suspicious even of you, then there's no one in this world I can trust, ever since I became an orphan. Before he could finish his sentence, she spread her hands, trying to refute him. It's not that, Xiao Peng. You aren't an orphan. Your grandfather is still alive. Hearing her words, he suddenly froze, asking back in disbelief, my grandfather is still alive. Duo looked at him. In her sharp eyes, there was a glimmer of something unclear. She spoke sincerely. Back when the upheaval happened, he was trapped on an island abroad. Trapped on an island. She recalled the days back then on that island. Besides the giant ancient trees and the sand, everything around was surrounded by an endless ocean. That island was essentially a tropical environment with countless monsters, and all around was the vast sea. The difficulty of that starting point was clear without even thinking. At that time, Gao Peng's grandfather was facing a monster covered in sharp spikes and a hard shell. It was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at the group. The situation was extremely tense. Duo recounted. If being in the city is normal difficulty, then he was at hell-level difficulty. After all, there was no army on that island. But heaven didn't leave him without a way out. Later, your grandfather was lucky enough to encounter a fortuitous opportunity. He used his immense willpower to continue surviving on the island and constantly cultivated his beasts. In the very moment of being surrounded by many ferocious, iron-skinned monsters, Ji Handong, even though the clothes on his back were no longer intact, and he looked absolutely disheveled, could not hide his majestic aura. He held a source of power in his hands and stood before those beasts, asserting his dominance, until all the beasts on the island had to bow to this man. After listening to Duo describe that series of glorious exploits of his grandfather back then, only 2 words remained in his heart: incredible. She said to him, your grandfather actually cares about you a lot. That's why he entrusted me to stay close and protect you. The reason he didn't acknowledge you was because he had his own hidden troubles. Yet, contrary to the worry that he might be resentful and blame his grandfather, Gao Peng wore an excited expression. I understand. It's still the classic heaven is about to bestow a great mission upon one strategy. The eyes behind his glasses glinted, and he said calmly, that's my grandfather. I understand him. Maybe he felt that being by his side wasn't safe, so keeping me in the shadows was easier to protect me. Also, he's testing me, hoping I can grow on my own quickly. Seeing that even though he was still young, he was so sensible and could understand his grandfather's heart without a trace of resentment, she softly called his name, Xiao Peng. Her voice was a bit sentimental, but he looked toward the distance, extremely resolute. Sister Duo, that is my only living relative. You don't need to worry. I won't misunderstand or blame him for not coming to see me sooner. Saying this, he chuckled and leaned in, changing the subject. So, what is my grandfather's beast? What level is it? Is it very powerful? Seeing the kid in front of her rambling endlessly, she couldn't help but give up. To calm his curious spirit, she smiled and waved her hand, acting mysterious. You'll know in the future. On this side, not getting an answer, Gao Peng put on a look of disdain and gave a huff. Right as they were chatting away happily below, they had no idea that their every move was being watched by the observer, Han Dong, who was hovering high above on the back of his white dragon. He watched and listened to their entire conversation, his eyes sparkling with a knowing light. He smiled slyly, a hint of pride in his gaze. Little Peng, you really do understand me well. All right then, let's see how this plays out. The dark of night began to fade, and the first rays of the new day began to stir. The clouds were painted in the fiery red of dawn, and by the time the sun had climbed high, the school courtyard was already packed with students jostling for space. Move a bit, watch it. Seeing the crowd so thick, Gao Peng walked up with his beast, looking surprised. What's going on? Just as he stepped into the crowd, he saw a young man being carried away by medics. Is it really this intense so early in the morning? Did he just trip or something? He wondered aloud. Immediately, a female student walked over to help him out. It wasn't an accident. Gao Peng, that's a beast tamer who hurt someone. She started telling him what happened. Word is, there were 2 students who had been feuding for a while. Eventually, one of them became a spirit beast tamer. This morning, at the school gate, the 2 of them clashed again, and the spirit beast tamer ordered their beast to attack. It looks like they were out for blood. As she spoke, she gestured to describe the scene. A massive, terrifying beast lunging forward with sharp, deadly claws. It had struck the student directly. Ignoring the panicked screams of everyone around them, The poor guy had been severely injured and collapsed on the spot. Just then, two other guys noticed Xuansun perched on his shoulder. The redhead sneered, "So you're a spirit beast tamer now, too?" "Exactly," the other one added with a click of his tongue. His friend, who didn't seem to have good intentions, glanced at Gao Peng and whispered, "Don't say anything more. Be careful, or you'll get a beating." On the other side, a timid female student stood near the teachers, looking completely terrified. She was giving a statement. Actually, the student who attacked today, he grew up being a total pushover, so he was always getting bullied by others. The guy who got beat up today is the one who used to be the most arrogant, the one who loved bullying him the most. Once she finished speaking, the students split into two factions, arguing. That's right. Before, he used his size to bully plenty of people. Now that someone else is stronger than him, why shouldn't he be bullied back? The other side argued back. You can't say that. No matter the reason, using violence is just wrong. Hearing that, some people criticize them. Give me a break. Violence is wrong? Why don't you try preaching that to the monsters outside the city walls? The guy was rendered speechless and could only get angry. You're just talking nonsense. The noisy argument about the incident dragged on and on. Gao Peng didn't seem to care about them at all. He walked away resolutely with his beast. He wondered how the school and the military would handle this. Would they move the training grounds off campus entirely? Outside, the courtyard was a noisy mess, but in the private office, the white-haired principal was furious, slamming his desk. Why did the school ever allow students to bring blades? Their age and mindset make them prone to rash decisions, and beast companions are far more dangerous than any blade. If they keep staying on campus to train, the safety risks are just too high. It's also unfair to the students who don't have beasts. The man sitting opposite him, having just been shouted at, could only try to defuse the situation. Please, principal, calm down. We didn't want this to happen either. Only then did the old principal calm down, a flash of worry in his eyes. My apologies, I lost my temper just now. This isn't about anything else. I'm just thinking about the safety of the students. Hearing his explanation, the military lieutenant offered some comfort. It's all right, I understand. He stood up from his chair, faced the principal, and said, I will consider your suggestion. I will also report this to my superiors, but I can't guarantee what the outcome will be. After speaking, he turned and opened the door. Before leaving, he looked back for a moment. The gaze beneath his cap turned serious because, in reality, there really wasn't any truly safe place left anymore. All we can do is rely on laws and force to keep things in check. Hearing this, the old principal lowered his head, his expression becoming increasingly despondent. He sighed helplessly. At the military district, atop the Jinshen Tower, things were much quieter than they had been the night before. It lay there, enjoying the gentle breeze and sunlight. The man from the principal's office had returned. He stood at attention, reporting everything that had just occurred. Reporting. Sir, that is the situation. The middle-aged man stood with his back to him. With one hand behind his back, he looked into the distance. Listening to his subordinate's report, he couldn't help but sigh. A school really should only be a place for learning. He turned his head back. His gaze was a bit dim, but that was in the past. You know, just in the last month alone in Chang'an City, there have been over 300 incidents of beasts attacking people, and because the destructive power of these beasts is so great, most of these cases were very serious. And that's just in Chang'an. If you look at the whole country or the whole world, our crime rate in China is still considered low. Look at the Western countries, they're in much worse shape. Their police are so swamped they've had to rely on civilian powerhouses just to keep the peace and order. Hearing him, the lieutenant gritted his teeth and bowed his head. I understand, sir. Seeing the lieutenant's heavy mood, the leader smiled, stepped forward, and patted his shoulder. I understand how you feel. Don't worry. The government alliance won't let things continue to get worse. They will act quickly. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Our mission remains heavy. As the conversation between the two ended, out in the school courtyard, the students had received orders to line up properly for a lecture. The officer on the podium stood with his hands firmly behind his back, loudly correcting the young men and women present. That's right. You lot are quite talented, aren't you? You haven't killed many monsters, but you're real experts at bullying your classmates. Starting tomorrow, your beasts are not allowed to set foot on school grounds. We will begin construction at the training facility. You will all bring your beasts there. Do I make myself clear? In the wake of the teacher's booming voice, everything went silent except near Gao Peng. The other students burst into laughter at the sight of him. Asun was happily clinging to the top of his head, letting out chirps as if it were singing. Its neon green body on his head looked less like a pet and more like he was wearing a ridiculous green hat. To make matters worse, the little guy was oblivious, waving its tentacles around. Facing everyone's stares, he looked completely dead inside and reached up, desperately trying to pry the creature off his head. But the sky jelly clung to him for dear life, wrapping its tentacles tightly around his hair and shrieking fiercely, as if to say, "I'm not leaving." Just then, Gao Peng spoke up. In a voice only he and the creature could hear, he muttered, "I heard jellyfish soup is delicious." That single, short sentence was enough to terrify a Xun. It looked at him like its life was about to end. Afraid of being turned into actual soup, it used its ability to create a spatial black hole and pulled out a bottle of water. The sky jelly expertly brought the bottle, which was as big as its own body, to him, acting all pitiful and whimpering. "Drink, drink juice. No, no jellyfish soup." Seeing how it acted, he was speechless, while those around them chuckled at how cute it was. Even the officer on stage couldn't help but smile at the scene. He suppressed a laugh and cleared his throat. "Focus, you lot." With that reminder, Zhang Renbai returned to his usual stern demeanor. With his hands clasped behind his back, he said, "The college entrance exam is only 2 months away. Time waits for no one. How you train over these next 2 months will have a huge impact on your final results. Don't think for a second that your scores don't matter. Major corporations, the military, and the government all value high-scoring beast tamers. They will pour resources into those with exceptional talent. Your benefits and opportunities for growth will far exceed those of the average student. Look at the screen." Yesterday, the topics for the first round of the Beast Tamer entrance exam were released worldwide. As the instructor spoke, a massive screen lit up behind him, displaying the exam topics in bold letters. He continued, "According to the official guidelines, the exam is divided into 3 rounds. In the first round, the entire country competes. You will lead your beasts to challenge monsters. You get to choose the monster's level and grade, but the species will be assigned randomly. Furthermore, you are not allowed to choose monsters that have a type advantage over your own. If the monster you are assigned happens to counter your beast, you only have 1 chance to swap. Of course, if your beast manages to defeat a monster that counters it, you will receive a 10% bonus. Points vary by level. Common grade monsters are worth 10 points, elite grade are worth 50, and leader grade are worth 500 points. On top of that, elite quality monsters give a 50% bonus, and perfect quality monsters provide a 100% bonus." He went on, explaining the grading scale and how to calculate their future exam scores to the students. But that wasn't all, the officer continued. "Second, the number of monsters you challenge cannot exceed the number of beasts you personally own. For example, if you have 3 beasts, you can only challenge 3 monsters. This prevents candidates with high-level beasts from picking many low-level monsters to farm points. The first round is essentially the final round for most of you. Only a handful of top-performing candidates will qualify for the second round. In the second round, you will actually be fighting in the wild, and it will be broadcast live nationwide. Specific rules will be announced as soon as the first round ends. But as long as you make it to the second round, you are basically guaranteed admission to a top-tier university." As he described this second round, he explained that candidates would lead their beasts into the vast wilderness, leaving the safety of the nation's borders to face monsters directly. And those things are massive and bizarre. After a brief overview of the second round, Zhang Renbai stood on the podium, smiling. His tone became more serious. "As for the third round, wait until you make it through the second, and then I'll tell you. I hope you won't waste your time. I believe you've all lived through the disaster 3 years ago. Please remember that the peace we have today didn't come easily. We must cherish it." After reminding everyone, he added kindly, "Our instructors will also be increasing the intensity of your training for the remaining time." Gao Peng stood among the students, deep in thought. Given his current strength, even though he was only a junior, he could probably take the exam. He just needed to speed up the perfect quality evolution for A-Ban. He pondered this, completely unaware that the one he was thinking about was currently clinging to his shoulder. While he was lost in thought, the instructor on stage stood behind a large iron cage. Inside sat a giant monster. "It took me forever to get this mutated dry-leaf grasshopper. Who wants to go first?" Mutated dry-leaf grasshopper type, giant mutation quality. Elite level, 10 level, common. Looking at the beast trapped inside, Gao Peng did some math. He scratched his chin. A-Ban had also successfully reached level 10 after its growth phase. Its level and quality weren't that far off from that dry-leaf grasshopper. It was a great sparring partner. Besides, grasshoppers were natural prey for spiders, so A-Ban would have the advantage. It was just that. He looked down at his own beasts. They all looked worried and pathetic, especially A-Ban, which was currently putting on a scared little wife act, eyes welling up with tears. It pushed the centipede in front of it to shield itself. Seeing it like that, he felt helpless. Why is A-Ban acting so cowardly? It was ferocious when it ambushed me last time. Could it be suffering from post-traumatic stress or something? It really needs more training. Resolving himself, Gao Peng bravely raised his hand. "Instructor Zhang, Let me try first. Ignoring the spider hiding behind his leg, Zhang Renbai looked at the boy and his pet, speechless. Why is there another one? He walked toward Gao Peng and reminded him. Normally, a beast tamer should pour all their effort into raising just one beast. Just wait until that thing reaches the commander level before you start focusing on the next one. Only when a beast tamer has a commander-level beast can they truly be considered capable of protecting their own life. Gao Peng, you're a standout student we have high hopes for. If you try to cultivate multiple beasts at the same time, you'll definitely be wasting a lot of your own time and energy. Especially with the exams coming up, focusing on raising one to the commander level and securing the points from a commander-level monster is the best move. Hearing the instructor's advice, he just offered a wry smile. Thanks for the reminder, sir, but I've already mapped out a training plan. It won't cause any issues, I promise. But inside, he was screaming. Even though he knew the instructor meant well, there was no way to explain that he had a system helping him out. Since it was so easy to upgrade his beasts, he turned back to his spotted spider and cheered it on. Look at that, A-Ban. You've put on a bit of weight. Come on, A-Ban. You can do it. No matter what his master said, the creature still looked pitiful, shivering as it crept toward the monster in the cage, its massive body. A-Ban had no choice but to crawl into the same space as the dry-leaf mantis. It stared at the creature, clinging upside down to the ceiling of the iron cage. Its heart couldn't help but tremble. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Just then, two other students walked up beside him. The young man with slicked-back black hair spoke up. First of all, why is there zero movement? Are they going to fight or what, then? The short-haired girl next to him suggested. Gao Peng. How about we let my tidy go in instead? But ignoring the two of them getting impatient, he kept his eyes locked on the cage, lost in his own thoughts. One was too suspicious to risk an attack, and the other was too terrified. They were practically evenly matched. Remembering the golden ring's centipede, which was always acting like a bloodthirsty nightmare, compared to the teary-eyed spotted spider, A-Ban. He couldn't help but compare them, finally understanding what the teacher meant by personality differences. Even though this was their first time fighting, the performances of Da Zi and A-Ban were night and day. Da Zi was extremely bloodthirsty and would aggressively attack its prey, while A-Ban chose to defend and wanted to run away. If this wasn't a concrete floor, it probably would have dug a hole and hid already. Thinking about this, Gao Peng felt a bit worried and frowned. A-Ban. This is a path you have to take. If you want to become strong, you must fight. Right then, there was movement in the iron cage. The mantis' large body lunged toward the spider. He was secretly startled. The dry-leaf mantis couldn't take it anymore and struck first. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, its sharp claws had already clamped down on the spider's body. A-Ban felt something touch it from behind and still looking. Tearful, it swatted the mantis away and retreated quickly. Seeing the mantis flying through the air and entering combat mode, he started feeling tense, too. Crap, the dry-leaf mantis wants to fight in the air. That gives it a huge advantage. And only this kind of variant could toss A-Ban around like that. My previous way of thinking was too rigid. The spotted spider, in its injured state, strained and sprayed a glob of web from its mouth. The strands it shot out immediately enveloped its opponent, pinning it tight to the ground. Seeing the tables turn so favorably, he couldn't help but get excited. Nice. Using spider silk to shut down the opponent's attack. Well done, A-Ban. At that moment, the smaller spider fell to the ground with a thud. It blinked, watching the larger creature struggling to get up from its webs. Once it saw the mantis squirming around, it actually huddled up, covering its head, hiding behind its own shield, silently praying for the thing not to break free too soon. But to its dismay, the dry-leaf mantis used all its strength to heave itself up. The thick layer of spider silk on it slowly started to crack. Trapped in the spider's spit, it grew furious, and used its two claws to strike wildly at the shield. Seeing A-Ban fall back into a defensive posture, Mutai walked up. Gao Peng, this spider of yours is actually pretty strong. The special variant's attack was completely countered. Even though he was being praised, he felt no joy. He furrowed his brows and kept analyzing the fight in his head. No, that was the perfect window for A-Ban to attack, but after it landed, A-Ban was just too scared, so it only knew how to defend, missing the opportunity. Even though the dry-leaf mantis is a variant, its strikes didn't cause any real damage to A-Ban. This proves A-Ban is stronger than it. Inside the spider, which was still hiding under its shield, and blocking one wave of attacks after another from the mantis, it wondered when this would ever end. Then Gao Peng stepped up. He encouraged A-Ban, go on, A-Ban, hit it. But from under the spider's shield, it said weakly, no, I'm so scared. Sensing its feelings, he patiently encouraged it, A-Ban, don't be afraid. You're much stronger than it. Just crawl up the cage wall and hit it. Suddenly, the spider seemed a little swayed, but it immediately recoiled. I won't hit it. Crawling up the cage is too hard. Seeing this cowardly display, he clenched his fist in frustration. His words reflected that, too. You're a spider, and you're telling me it's hard? You are the most cowardly beast I've ever raised. Finally, Gao Peng relaxed his hand, feeling a bit disappointed, and gave up on forcing it. Forget it, I'm being too greedy. Cultivating a beast was never something that could be done in a day or two. Watching the spider's shadow being pushed step by step against the cage wall, his heart softened. A ban was naturally a defensive beast. In reality, it couldn't rely on being an active attacker. If it didn't want to take the initiative, then he would just train it for defense later. Thinking of this, he called out, "Hey, come back here." He looked at his beast and told it to return, no longer intending to make it fight the mantis. You didn't want to fight, right? Then come back here. Sensing his mood had turned sour, with a cold tone mixed with disappointment and anger, it panicked. The spider felt hurt. The master doesn't want A-Ban anymore. It sadly remembered the old woman with the kind, warm face who was now sleeping forever in a coffin covered in white flowers. It didn't need Ban anymore. It felt a pang of sadness, remembering the old woman with her gentle, warm smile now resting forever in a coffin covered in white flowers. Now, he's certain that given Gao Peng's current appearance, he must be incredibly angry and even more heartbroken. The new master isn't happy. A-Ban will be abandoned. A-Ban doesn't want to be abandoned again. A-Ban is terrified. Those thoughts keep haunting it, and in that split second, the spider's emotions spiral into agitation. It crawls up the cage door to the ceiling. Its 6 eyes, filled with cold, murderous intent, stare down at the grasshopper. It frantically bares its sharp fangs. A-Ban doesn't want to be abandoned. With that, the spotted spider fiercely lunges straight at the dry-leaf grasshopper. Looking like it wants to tear its opponent's throat out, the moment it gets close to the beast, A-Ban raises its tough, razor-sharp claws and slashes directly at the grasshopper's massive body. Immediately, green blood spurts from the wound. Seeing the spotted spider counterattack and injure the dry-leaf grasshopper, the people watching below are incredibly excited. The black-haired guy, who was just anxious and complaining that it was boring, now laughs cheekily and nudges his friend. Hey kid, you were really good at hiding your skills. Beside him, Mu Tai is also thrilled. To land such a heavy blow on a mutant creature with just one counterattack. Unexpected. Gao Peng's beast pet actually has such a sharp offensive move. Surrounded by his classmates, he doesn't become arrogant. Staring at his beast inside the cage, he suddenly feels a bit worried. Wait, A-Ban's state isn't normal. He looks at the spider in the iron cage, its face reddened with bloodlust. It won't stop. The system's alerts keep ringing, warning. Anger, loss of control state. A bright red notification panel pops up in front of Gao Peng. Warning. In this state, the beast's abilities are enhanced, and its fighting desire surges. Maintaining this state for a long time will cause irreversible damage to the beast. Seeing the system's digital board, he panics. Irreversible damage? At this very moment, A-Ban is still in a state of uncontrollable rage, frantically shooting webs from its mouth at its opponent. Its silk hits and tightly binds one of the grasshopper's legs. Taking advantage of the fact that the opponent is immobilized, it lunges. With eyes full of malice, it raises its claws and strikes down. The warm green blood of the dry-leaf grasshopper sprays onto the spider's body. The more blood that spills out, the crazier and more uncontrollable its state becomes, fully transforming into the killing form of a wild beast. Just as its claws are about to deliver a fatal strike, a hand quickly reaches out. Gao Peng, who knows when he stepped inside, grabs the spider's sharp pincers, not wanting it to continue this madness. He smiles and says to it, "It's okay, A-Ban." He looks at his beast with tenderness and praise. "You did great. I'm sorry for what I said earlier. You were excellent, but it seems the difficult part has only just begun." The spotted spider slowly turns its head. Its eyes are still filled with fire and murderous intent. It opens its mouth, only repeating the words, "Abandoned." The master is angry and fighting, while the system's red alert keeps flashing, warning of the uncontrollable anger state. Even though its mental state is extremely unstable, even though right now, the beast could turn around and hurt its master at any moment, he still smiles patiently. "I won't abandon you. You are my beast, and I am your master. We are friends. How could friends abandon each other? Come back here. That's enough." His voice is full of coaxing. Immediately, the spider returns to its usual form. Those angry eyes suddenly well up with tears. It asks aggrievedly, "Really?" The system screen on the side has also turned green. Normal state. Officer Zhang stands there with his hands behind his back. He had been ready for that beast, to lose control and hurt Gao Peng. But now, seeing the human and beast happily comforting each other inside. "Yes, really. Trust me, I won't abandon you." Recalling his appearance just now, running excitedly to the front. "Officer, hurry and open the door. Let me in. My beast's state isn't stable. I have to save it." He raises an eyebrow, feeling a hint of appreciation. Intervening in a beast's battle is incredibly dangerous, but for Gao Peng, he didn't hesitate at all. Perhaps it's a kind of self-sacrificing bravery that allows his results to be so excellent. Thinking this, he sighs and begins to think of ways to train him further. A talent like this. If he could join the military, that would be wonderful. By the time the battle ended, the sun was beginning to dip behind the mountains. The whole school is bathed in the fiery red sunset. After the battle, A-Ban is on the ground, having returned to its happy and cute daily self. It lifts its claws and waves them wildly in the air. He looks at this and bursts into laughter. After a week of training, A-Ban has finally succeeded in losing weight. Although A-Ban is no longer afraid of fighting, he still has to take advantage of his free time to ask Officer Zhang more questions, setting a strategy for A-Ban to drain the enemy's stamina and avoid cruel, direct combat. During this time, Gao Peng has truly studied very hard under the guidance of Zhang Renbai. Returning home after a tiring day of training, Gao Peng is in comfortable loungewear, holding a trash bucket and standing by the side. Watching his beasts happily enjoying the juice in their hands, laughing and joking, he feels more at ease. After the last time A-Ban lost control, he realized many things. Although the help from the system is huge for him, if he thinks that just because he has the system, everything will be smooth sailing, sooner or later, he will suffer the consequences. Whether it's creating strategies or controlling information, he is still too green. He should still take it slow and not be too impatient. As he thinks, he picks up a piece of the beast's shed skin, carefully observing it. "I always throw this shell away. It feels like such a waste. I heard that after a shell is shed, it can be used as medicine. Or maybe I should dip it in egg yolk, sprinkle some breadcrumbs, and try frying it." Thinking of this, Gao Peng stares at the piece of skin in his hand and lets out a sinister laugh. What can't be eaten? If it's poisonous, Desi will be the one to worry about it anyway. But the centipede nearby cannot read his thoughts. But seeing the cryptic smile on his master's face, it felt a shiver run down its spine. And he really did it. He took the scales of the abba and threw them straight into the pot of soup bubbling on the stove. The steaming hot broth had turned the once dark gray spider meat into a beautiful golden brown color. It looked incredibly appetizing. Seeing his expression, he took a satisfied bite and started praising his own cooking skills. "So good. Just need to add a bit of cumin, and it'll be absolutely perfect." Once the food was fully cooked, he brought a heaping bowl over to his beast companions. "Abba, Dazi, try this." The mouth-watering aroma wafted through the room, making those little gluttons drool. Dazi, the gold-eating centipede, gobbled it up in one massive mouthful, chewing frantically. Its face was pure bliss. So delicious. Beside it, the spider, which was usually the biggest glutton of them all, was staring intensely at the fragrant bowl of food in front of it. It hesitated a bit. How did Master make this? Why does it smell so familiar? Gao Peng let his little ones enjoy their meal. He hung his apron back on the rack, thinking to himself, if Abba's level has increased, then my own spiritual power must be stronger than before as well. Let's try signing a contract with a Dai again. Walking up to the giant skeleton, he channeled his spiritual consciousness to establish a beast-taming pact with the guardian. A wave of green energy enveloped both man and beast. "A Dai, are you willing to become my tamed beast?" The moment he spoke, the creature felt it within its body. Its giant heart was beating non-stop, hot blood surging through its entire frame. A hidden surge of energy was about to break the seal. Feeling the stimulating pulse of that heart, after a moment, Adai happily responded, "I agree." Instantly, the contract was complete, and the covenant dissolved into thin air. Seeing that the pact was successful, Gao Peng happily clenched his fist, feeling the changes in his own body. It worked. As expected, my spiritual power was finally enough. Turning to the skeleton, he gave a sincere smile. "Adai, let's look out for each other from now on." Seeing his smile, the beast's eyes lit up. The bond between them would only grow stronger from here. On a steep mountain road, the bus sped along. In the back seat, Gao Peng crossed his arms over his chest, leaned back, and closed his eyes to sleep. He wore a blindfold over his eyes. Finally, the second outdoor survival training session had arrived. Last time, we just wandered around a bit and ran into a forest python. It scared the life out of us. And for the next few days, we had to be on high alert. But this time, with Adai and Dazi along, we can explore freely. Meanwhile, some male students in the rows ahead were gossiping with each other. Talking about the same topic again, they couldn't help but get angry. The one with pink hair shouted first, "Let me tell you, if I get my hands on that guy, that idiot from last time better not show his face in front of me." Hearing him, the dark-haired guy next to him chimed in, "Exactly. If I see him, I'm going to rip that animal apart. He's not an animal, he's a psychopath. The redhead sitting in front of them also gritted his teeth in rage. Damn it. Just because of a few words, he got us locked inside the house. Luckily, someone unlocked it, or we might have starved to death in there. Even though he didn't mean to eavesdrop. The guys were so loud that he, sitting in the back with his eyes closed, had to pull off his blindfold to look. Listening to them continue to vent, who knows who it was. We didn't even see his face that time. Let me tell you, that little brat. Don't let me find out who he is, or I've got 100 ways to make sure he can't stay in this school. He thought to himself, no wonder their voices sounded familiar. Turns out it's these guys. What a small world. After driving for dozens of miles, the bus stopped in a clearing near the forest. A military vehicle was already waiting there. In the back of the truck, a group of tamed beasts stood. When they saw the giant figure of a dai, they couldn't help but gasp. Scared, they huddled together, hiding to one side. The skeleton stepped off the bus, its giant body, moving quickly toward Gao Peng. On its shoulder, Da Zi, the gold-eating centipede, was slithering around, its long body, conveniently coiling tightly around a dai. He looked at his beasts approaching and silently assessed the situation. It seems that even though a dai's level isn't high, just based on its elite aura, it's enough to suppress the other beasts. It wasn't just the beasts. The other students were also startled when they saw its massive silhouette. They instinctively backed away, leaving him no choice but to reach out and call it back. All right, a dai, calm down a bit. Let's get moving. Another group of male students, seeing him leading a dai away, gritted their teeth. They could only curse behind his back. It's just one tame beast. What's with the showing off? In the mountain valley, one man and two beasts entered. A dai's massive frame was a convenient mode of transport, not only letting the centipede coil around it, but also letting him sit on its shoulder as they headed deep into the forest. Gao Peng looked ahead and explained the situation to both of them. We aren't grouping up with anyone this time. Being alone makes it easier to act. People are complicated. Hearing him, the beast thought he was afraid and said with great spirit, Master, I will protect you. Gao Peng burst out laughing. Where did this little guy learn these lines? And so a dai replied, from the little kid in the armor suit. It remembered a TV show where the main character's tamed beast said, I will protect you, Master. So it just copied it. Hearing his beast say that, he was speechless. A children's cartoon, huh? Man and beasts chatted happily like that, while the centipede on his shoulder slept, completely oblivious to the world. Just as they were walking, a shadow flickered past in front of them. He looked back in surprise. What was that? Taking a closer look ahead through the trees, there was a crystal-clear lake where the object had vanished. That looks like the lake where I ran into the green-skinned frog last time. Gao Peng pondered for a moment and ordered, change direction. I don't want to get sprayed with frog slime again. A dai. Go that way. The beast took the command, turned, and just as it was about to carry him away, right in front of them, a giant python head with tough green scales appeared. It flicked its long tongue out, its red eyes with narrow pupils, staring fixedly at its prey. Seeing its massive body lunging toward the lake, Gao Peng and the skeleton on his shoulder also panicked and crouched low, just in time to keep it from biting his head off. Even his beast was startled, mouth agape. Even the centipede sleeping on a dai's shoulder jolted awake. All three of them were shocked it was a giant forest python. Remembering the sight of that massive beast staring him down last time with those blood-red eyes, he felt a wave of tension. Encountering this monster twice in a row, it seems this area is its hunting ground. The python didn't even notice them. It was slowly making its way toward the lake. Its narrow, slit-like pupils were locked onto the trembling frogs as they surfaced on the water. Just as its massive head drew closer, the swarm of frogs scrambled to flee, but some were so paralyzed by fear they just stood there. The sheer gap in quality, level, and natural predatory instincts left them terrified of this hunter. To avoid being eaten, the green-skinned frogs had no choice but to desperately spit water, firing it straight at the giant forest python in front of them. From high above, the python glanced at the trickles of water hitting its scales. It felt like nothing more than a light scratch. Even though the frog's power couldn't hurt its body, it successfully angered the beast. Its massive frame lunged downward instantly. The once calm water surged violently. Frogs panicked, scrambling away, while others were swept up by the waves created by the python, a massive commotion unfolding right before their eyes. Gao Peng lowered his head, expression solemn. His gaze darkened. He didn't even care about the green frog's attacks. Even though this giant forest python was only level 20, its overall strength was on par with elite boss monsters above level 20. Just its raw power alone was enough to stir up that whole lake. As they hid behind the massive trees, he suddenly noticed something small, a round little head nearby. What's that? A tadpole? He watched it stare at the frogs, which were about to become the python's next meal, scared to the point of tears. At that very moment, following its gaze, one could clearly see the swarm of frogs in the lake frantically escaping. Other tadpoles were also swimming forward so fast they probably wished they could grow limbs like the adult frogs. Talk about a grand escape, huh? Just then, the python's head broke the surface, swallowing a frog whole. The sight sent the tadpole on the bank scurrying away in terror. Gao Peng, hiding behind the tree trunk, silently assessed the situation. No wonder these bully-like green frogs lived in this lake without destroying the surrounding ecological balance. It turns out this python comes by every so often to raid the place. After a round of destruction, it even gulps down a few green frogs. The giant python slowly slithered out of the water and headed straight into the woods. Watching its silhouette gradually disappear, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Finish your meal, huh? Life isn't easy for anyone, is it? In terms of level, this giant forest python was a few levels below a dai, and a dai's quality was higher, but for the sake of safety, it's better to avoid a direct conflict with this monster. Thinking this, he turned to speak to his beast, a dai. Wait a second, but before he could finish, he noticed something different about the skeleton beast. It was staring intently at some bushes over there. The grass was rustling slightly. A green frog and a round, black tadpole poked their heads out. Both looked exhausted, sighing with relief for narrowly escaping being turned into a snack. They watched their peers crawl back toward the lake. The water had calmed down, and others were cautiously emerging from their hiding spots. Suddenly, a frog was snatched up by an unseen force. Before it could even let out a cry, and before the tadpole beside it could react, having escaped the python's belly, it now became food for Gao Peng's group. Frog legs were being roasted, the mouth-watering aroma filling the air. Gao Peng held a large leg in his hand, took a bite, the meat crispy and delicious. His eyes sparkled, and he gave a thumbs up. The firm, succulent meat was so juicy and flavorful it just exploded in his mouth. It even carried a faint, grassy scent. No wonder that giant forest python came here to eat so often. Turns out, you guys have earned your keep. It wasn't just Gao Peng. His beasts nearby were happily tearing into their own pieces of frog meat. Just as they were enjoying the feast, the antenna on Dazi's head twitched. He saw his pet centipede chewing, then suddenly lift its head. Gao Peng looked around and asked, "What is it?" Dazi looked toward where the centipede was staring. Gao Peng caught sight of a black horse with a mane, emitting a faint green light, lunging out from behind the large trees. Seeing it, he was overjoyed. He never expected to find a black light horse in a place like this. He felt today must be his lucky day. The horse's eyes locked onto him and his beasts. The horn on its nose looked incredibly cool. Black light horse. Monster level, 14. Monster quality, elite. Monster attribute, dark. Weakness, water-type monsters. With one look, the horse instantly bolted in another direction at lightning speed. All that remained was a blurred shadow. Gao Peng instantly stood up, still holding his half-eaten roasted frog leg, wanting to chase after it. High destructive power, completely pitch black, it was like a spirit of shadow. He wanted to tame it so badly. Gao Peng immediately started imagining himself riding on the back of the black horse, looking incredibly cool. His eyes shone with excitement, and he couldn't stop praising it. Plus, riding a beast like that would be so awesome. But he immediately shook his head to steady himself. No, I can't. I already have a beast. I already have a beast. He gripped the frog leg tightly in his hand, muttering to himself to stay sane. Must be a good owner. He immediately turned around and headed back to his own beasts. He had only looked away for a moment, but the large frog leg he had been roasting over the fire was gone. Gao Peng roared. Who ate my frog leg? He spun around toward A Dai. The innocent skeleton pointed at itself, using its eyes to prove its innocence. It didn't eat it, and it didn't need to eat. He looked over at the centipede lying on the ground nearby, looking grumpy from being too full. There were even bits of food still stuck to its mouth. When it felt him staring, it didn't know what to do. Seeing the state of his two kids, Gao Peng curled his lip in a cold smile. Gotcha. There was still food stuck to its mouth. It felt awkward being stared at so intensely, not knowing what to do. Seeing how his two pets were acting, Gao Peng let out a cold, sharp smirk. I've got it. Gao Peng turned his head toward the giant skeleton with an accusatory look. A Dai. Why on earth did you eat my frog legs? The accused party immediately tried to defend himself. Master, how could you suspect a skeleton of stealing food? Meanwhile, the centipede, crawling on the ground, realized its master didn't suspect it and perked its head up. It glanced at the skeleton, feigning indignation on its master's behalf, trying to shift the blame. It was him. It was definitely him. Seeing its teammates show such shameless behavior, the skeleton got angry. Its massive arm grabbed the centipede by the tail and lifted it right off the ground. A furious A-Dai didn't hold back, shaking the centipede upside down so violently it got dizzy. The frog legs in its stomach immediately fell out. They were even covered in slime. Seeing the food drop out while the centipede was being tossed around, drooling everywhere, Gao Peng felt incredibly satisfied. As expected, only A-Dai can handle Da Zi. Just as he was happily letting his guard down, the skeleton suddenly sensed something. It looked up vigilantly, and before Gao Peng could even react, the skeleton was already faster. It used its arms to shield Gao Peng. Gao Peng was a bit startled by his beast's sudden move. He noticed the skeleton look panicked, grabbing both him and Da Zi, and bolting away. "What's wrong?" A-Dai. Gao Peng looked back at where he had just been standing, and his heart skipped a beat as he saw a massive python head lunging toward him. Its narrow slit pupils locked onto the target that had just slipped away. A malicious glare. "No way, another ambush." A-Dai kept running, clutching Gao Peng and Da Zi. Gao Peng grimaced, thinking that if A-Dai hadn't reacted in time, he and Da Zi would probably be buried in that snake's stomach by now. Looking at the giant snake above, Gao Peng thought, "This is the second time. I didn't even provoke you, yet you've come after me twice in a row." Gao Peng shouted, "A-Dai." Gao Peng asked furiously, "Can you kill it?" A-Dai roared aggressively, pounding its chest like a gorilla, then leaped onto a tree branch. Once perched up high, it glared at the giant snake, then launched itself off with full force. The snake, unaware of what was coming, didn't see A-Dai falling from the sky. By the time the snake reacted, it was too late to dodge. It took the full force of A-Dai's terrifying, direct punch. Blood splattered instantly, along with bits of scales. The snake shrieked in pain and fury. Right after that, A-Dai used all his strength again to land an uppercut under the green snake's chin, followed by a barrage of blows. The system displayed a notification, minor injury. A-Dai kept raining down, earth-shattering punches onto the green snake. Watching from behind a tree, Gao Peng was once again blown away by A-Dai's combat power. A-Dai gathered purple aura in his fist and struck the enemy hard. The snake's body was riddled with holes and covered in blood. The beast was sent flying. The snake's whole body trembled, its mouth bleeding, looking at A-Dai with pure rage, but A-Dai showed no mercy. He pushed its head down. The snake's eyes turned blood red with fury. Suddenly, Gao Peng received a system notification. Instead of the usual green, it had turned red. Monster, Deep Forest Python. State, Berserk. Gao Peng immediately sensed the danger. "Berserk, this isn't good." Gao Peng yelled, "A-Dai, watch out. It has a hidden move." A-Dai glanced at Gao Peng, but before he could react, a massive gust of wind blew by. The Deep Forest Python spun its body, throwing A-Dai far away. The surrounding trees were even uprooted by the wind. Luckily, A-Dai managed to regain his footing. The scales on the python began to protrude like sharp thorns. It let out a deafening, savage roar at A-Dai. Seeing A-Dai trembling from the hit, Gao Peng quickly asked, "A-Dai, can you still stand?" Despite being injured, A-Dai firmly reached out a hand to block Gao Peng. Gao Peng said with emotion, "A-Dai." Right after that, the skeleton placed a hand over the red glow on its chest. Suddenly, it squeezed. That red color began to intensify. It was as if that red orb was the heart of the Deep Forest Python, making the snake feel like its heart was being crushed, causing it to scream in agony. Gao Peng was stunned. The pressure is immense, so that's the power of A-Dai's blood-heart talent. Awakening at the epic tier, it's actually used like this. You can control an enemy's heart from a distance. This isn't good. The python is trying to attack. Seeing the python lunging to bite, instead of fear, A-Dai flashed a smile. Immediately, the heart was crushed into shards. The giant snake's body thudded and froze before crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Blood poured from its mouth, its eyes filled with hatred as it stared at A-Dai. That image of A-Dai standing tall and powerful would likely be etched in that snake's mind, even into its next life. A-Dai celebrated his victory, clenching his fist. The spectators watching the feed were in awe. "This is insane," the person behind the desk said. "Being able to kill a large mutant deep forest python, even without being a Lord-tier beast, this summon at least has Lord-tier combat strength. Send this kid's file to me." The staff member replied, "Understood." Name, Gao Peng. Age, 18. Gender, male. School, 3rd Senior High School, Chang'an. Family background, classified. Clearance level insufficient. The staff member said, "Sir, this kid's file is a bit unusual." The officer frowned, thinking, the training base only has level C clearance. Not enough, according to the post-catastrophe regulations. Only level 1 leaders have level C clearance. Provincial level leaders have level B. Just what is his background? if he has classified clearance. It seems we can't just recruit him at will. The officer said, keep a close eye on him. Try to make sure no accidents happen to him. The staff replied, understood. Gao Peng pointed at the snake. Dazi, come over here and cut it open. With just one slash, the flesh parted. Gao Peng thought, why doesn't this sound like cutting through hard skin? It feels more like paper. Once he saw inside, Gao Peng was horrified to discover such a massive vine inside the body. It made sense. That was the only way to explain how such a massive forest python could float through the jungle and why it didn't smash a deep crater when it fell from such a height. Dazi dug out an earthy brown stone and handed it to Gao Peng, showing it off like a child. For you. Gao Peng smiled. Good job. Gao Peng looked at A Dai, who was huddled in a corner under a tree, thinking. A Dai was in that powered-up state because he activated his blood heart earlier. Now that the blood heart effect is gone, although he can regenerate over time, without the passive boost, he looks much weaker. Gao Peng comforted himself, thinking that the blood nerve heart not only boosts the host's power but also has many benefits if he can push his innate talent to this level. It all comes down to how I develop and train it after my rebirth. The giant bug didn't care at all. It was just munching and crunching on something loudly. The big guy waved his arms around. It was that same muscular guy Gao Peng asked about earlier. Gao Peng quickly ran over and said, Mu Taiying, Lian Tu, let's head the other way. A mechanical two-horned rhino and 4 people lay on the ground. The girl with the ponytail said, Awen, Vivi, we need to be careful. Vivi said anxiously, Awen, are you okay? Vivi replied painfully, my leg. My leg is broken. It hurts so much. A loud noise erupted as a giant earthworm burst from the ground. Everyone thought, oh no. It quickly lunged toward them. Terrified, someone yelled, danger. Liam Tu braced the rhino and rushed toward the attack. The ponytail girl hugged Awen and said, Vivi, let's get out of here. Vivi said, okay. The ground began to shake, splitting apart and creating difficult terrain. The earthworm rose up and shrieked. Mu Taiying thought fearfully, there's another one. She remembered Lian Tu. Lian Tu had been pinned by the other one. Looking at Awen and Vivi's 2 beast companions, she thought, their beasts can't even stop the enemy. We're doomed. Just as she was about to give up, Adai flew in from out of nowhere, punched it, and Mu Taiying shouted, Adai. Adai clamped onto the earthworm's mouth, then immediately threw it aside with brute force. Dazi snuck behind it and generated an electrical charge, zapping the earthworm and making it writhe in pain. Gao Peng stepped forward and said, Adai, Dazi, help Lian Tu finish off that other one. Both obeyed and ran to the other side to beat those ugly, squirming worms to death. Gao Peng reached out to greet Mu. Friend, are you okay? Mu Taiying was overjoyed. I'm fine. You guys arrived just in time, otherwise I'd be the one lying on the ground. Thank you. Gao Peng smiled and said, no need to thank me. We should look out for each other. The intercom announced, attention all training candidates, please take note. Attention all training candidates, please take note. The Wilderness Valley simulation training ends here. The Wilderness Valley simulation training ends here. Mu Taiying asked, something happened? Gao Peng said, it seems the appearance of these worms isn't normal. Maybe some dangerous monsters have appeared nearby. But isn't this just a regular thing in our daily lives? Come on, let's go assemble. The group behind him replied, got it. Only Awen was still, staring, thinking. So cool. Gao Peng thought. According to the instructor, massive, new types of monsters have appeared in the desert Great Continent. They lured these man-eating Mandara worms to the human-based city. But fortunately, when talking to Commander Chen, he said the government had already researched countermeasures. There's no such thing as an easy life. It's just that someone is bearing the heavy burden to move forward for us. Suddenly, someone blocked their path and said, Gao Peng. The brazen guys blocked the road, holding bricks and tossing them up and down, saying, we finally tracked you down. You locked us in that safe house last time now, let's have a talk. Gao Peng said, found me already? Huh. We're all 18 now, don't be so hot-headed. Fighting over nothing isn't good. You've only got 4 beasts that aren't even elite rank, and you dare to challenge me? Gao Peng looked at the ranks of their 3 beasts and sighed. Level 6, Level 4, Level 9. Gao Peng's face darkened, thinking, I suspect Da Zi could take care of all of you by himself. Da Zi stood beside him, looking blankly at him. He turned and patted Da Zi's head. Don't be mad. I definitely didn't mean to look down on you. Me, ya, the red-haired guy, said angrily. Don't worry, we know our limits. We're just going to break a few of your bones, that's all. Dark violent ape. Get him. A massive gorilla holding an iron pipe appeared. Gao Peng questioned reality, thinking, buying equipment for beasts? For most beasts, their own bodies are already the deadliest weapon. They aren't any softer than steel. Their IQs are worrying. The gorilla roared and charged at Gao Peng, making him sigh in frustration. Adai, go teach this little monkey a lesson. Adai quickly grabbed the gorilla. Adai squeezed the gorilla's neck. It was so hard and painful that the beast couldn't stop trembling. Immediately after, Adai flicked its forehead. The others were shocked. What is this? Adai put his hand on top of the gorilla's head, and that flick left a red lump. They thought, why does it feel like he's bullying a little kid? The more they looked at the gorilla's teary face, the more certain they were. Afterward, the dark, violent ape fearfully hid behind its master. He said, a 2-meter 20 primate, acting like a wrong little wife crouching behind me. Are you kidding me? He frowned, thinking, damn it, I didn't expect Gao Peng's beast to be this strong. I thought he just knew how to suck up to the instructors. I'll lower my head for now and find a chance to deal with him later. He spoke up to smooth things over. Sorry, friend Gao Peng. It was all a misunderstanding. Before he could finish, he saw them walking away. He stood there stunned. Huh? They left? He thought, so they didn't even care about me to begin with. The guy standing behind him tried to comfort him. Boss, don't take it to heart. Let's go to the bar tonight to blow off some steam. The boss replied, you guys go ahead. I want to do some actual work tonight. The guy from the side replied, oh, all right then, we'll head out first. He took a piece of paper out of his pocket and said, A-ban. He took a handkerchief to wipe his A-ban's eyes and said, jealousy and anger are useless. These emotions will only waste my time and widen the gap between me and my enemy. Tonight, we'll train together. Let's work hard together and get stronger. He clenched his fists and smiled at A-ban. Then we'll settle the score with Gao Peng properly. In Gao Peng's office, he stood in front of the computer screen and said, stabilizing the potion. The data all looks good. This time, it should succeed. Then he turned to look at the little spider beside him and said, A-ban. He shouted, A-ban, wake up. Gao Peng stepped forward, rubbed its head, and said, all right, I'll help you become stronger. He pointed to the basin beside him and said, jump in. Then A-ban shot a web onto the ceiling and dropped down, causing the liquid in the basin to ripple. Gao Peng felt satisfied, stood with his arms crossed, and said, all right, now we just wait. The system only provides guidance. The materials and the operations have to be done by myself. Luckily, now I only need to boil a big pot. Later, when I'm at a higher level, I'll need to coordinate with beasts to refine materials, controlling fire, electricity, ice, even the temperature and the timing of the refinement have to be accurate to the very second. It's a tough assignment. Two shadowy figures whispered to each other. I'm telling you, there's no AI in this office anymore. Relax. I've been coming here to watch the place every day for the past few days. Everyone in this office has already left for the day, the chubby guy in the black cap said. Besides, it's reinforced military-grade security glass. I don't get why you're worried. Why are you so obsessed with robbing this office? You'd be better off hitting a bank, the tall guy replied. Banks these days just use digital credit transfers. What the hell kind of money would a bank have? Offices like this usually keep experimental materials on site. Any of those things could easily sell for a few $100,000. He summoned a blob of water and said, all right, enough talk, get ready to open the door. With both hands, he summoned more water and added, no need to worry about fingerprints this time. You go ahead, said the short, chubby guy. Oh, you and your infinite reincarnation nonsense. Mine loses one of its kind every single time, he grumbled, pointing at a bee trapped inside a block of ice. He placed it against the door. The tall guy standing behind him said, yeah, once we get the money, we can buy whatever badass monster we want. The chubby guy snapped back. Stop nagging. I'm almost done installing it. All right, step back. Be careful of the glass shattering. He pressed the red button on the door, and a burst of red gas escaped, causing the insect inside to shudder as it broke out of the ice. Immediately, it blasted a small hole. Gao Peng shouted, what was that sound? He rushed over to the computer to check and said, it sounds like it's right outside the door. He checked the security camera, but the screen was pitch black. He confirmed, the security camera by the stairwell has a perfect signal, but I can't see anything. Something must be blocking the lens. It looks like someone with bad intentions is out there. They're here, just don't know if they're here to kill or to rob. Gao Peng picked up the phone to call the police. Hello, police? I'd like to report a crime. Someone has malicious intent towards me. The tall guy whispered, don't waste time. Hurry up, finish it, and let's bounce. The chubby guy said, look, there's movement over there. It looks like some machinery is running. He turned his gaze toward the light inside the lab door, shone his flashlight, and cheered with excitement as he saw the 3 characters on the sign. It's the lab. There's definitely plenty of valuable material inside. Let's get in and check it out. He opened the door and walked in. He shone his light at a tank and asked, "What is this?" The chubby guy said. "Who cares? It's bound to be worth something. Smash it first, then we'll see." He pulled out a centipede, and it bit his hand. Instantly, his strength surged, and his muscles bulged. The tall guy said, "Hey," and tossed a hammer over to the chubby guy. Behind the curtain, Gao Peng thought, "This is bad. If they destroy a band's evolution chamber, it might fail. I have to find a way to stall them." Gao Peng walked out and said, "Hey," giving them a huge scare. They shouted in surprise. Gao Peng added, trying to sound friendly, "Must be tired from the search, right? Do you want to sit down and have a cup of tea?" The two thieves glanced at each other, communicating silently with their eyes. The tall thief swung his hammer toward the guy drinking tea. "I'm treating you to a hammer, old man." The skinny thief said, "You're dead." The one holding the hammer replied with a cold face, "Dead or close to it." In the dark, a black shadow suddenly appeared, though it was unclear what it was. The two thieves continued talking casually. "Dare to mock me? This is the result of a successful dark evolution. The shield demon armor, a mysterious creature covered in eyes, with strange green liquid oozing from the cracks. Inside the creature's eyes, it glared at the two thieves with a burning red glow. Do you hear that strange sound? Stop overthinking it. Just grab the loot." The two thieves busied themselves, grabbing one thing after another. Suddenly, one of the thieves turned his head and shrieked, "What is that?" A giant spider with glowing red eyes lunged, snapping its pincers toward the two thieves. A long time later, a police car was parked outside the building. Two officers stood staring at the hole in the wall, questioning everything. Covered in sweat, a young man spoke into his radio. "We've arrived at the scene of the report. The front door has been breached." One officer suddenly caught a whiff of blood. The smell of blood. "This isn't good." The two officers quickly ran inside to find the person who reported it. "Hurry. The reporter might be in danger." The bald officer shone his flashlight inside. Over there. On the floor, a man lay in a pool of blood, his body covered in countless deep lacerations. Mixed in with the blood on the floor was a strange green liquid and a few sharp spikes. The two officers turned pale. "That's brutal. Quick, report this to the captain. Get the forensic team down here. There's been a murder." The man on the floor, bleeding, muttered, "Officer, why?" The two officers immediately pulled their guns, aiming them at the man, and shouted, "Raise your hands, don't move." Sitting down with both hands over his head, the man was blinded by the flashlight and covered his eyes. "Wait a second, I'm the one who reported it." Gao Peng, with blood dripping from one side of his head, held his hands up to the sky. Beside him was the spotted spider, Hui Ban. "I'm Gao Peng, the victim. You can check my records." Scene changed to the station. Late at night inside the police station, the lights were still on. An officer slammed his hand on the interrogation table and yelled, "Gao Peng, why did you kill them?" Gao Peng didn't look afraid and said, "It was a case of self-defense." The officer furrowed his brows and shouted, "Self-defense? Does self-defense involve continuing to attack after the victim is already dead?" Gao Peng, with his bandaged head, replied, "They were the ones who attacked first. Haven't you already examined the wound on my forehead?" The officer kept pressing, "Don't deflect. Answer my question." Just then, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Outside stood the chief and director Duran. The chief looked at the officer and said, "Lao Xia, the expert team has finished reviewing the security footage. Those two victims broke into the room to rob it first. Gao Peng's actions were indeed self-defense. All right, you can release him." After hearing that, Lao Xia had no choice but to let him go. I understand." Outside the police station, Gao Peng and Duodo walked and talked. "Sister Duong, you coming here means your grandfather already knows, right?" "Yeah. He was really furious when he heard you went to the police station today. He's very worried about you. How's the injury? Maybe you should go to the hospital and get it checked out again." Gao Peng refused to go to the hospital. "Actually, most of the damage was absorbed by A Ban. I only have a few minor flesh wounds." Gao Peng chuckled and pointed to his head. "As for this, I hit it myself afterward. If I hadn't, I might have been labeled the culprit outright." Hearing Gao Peng say that, Duo could only smile. She walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. "You handled it well, little Peng. Being merciful to an enemy is just being cruel to yourself. Get some good rest. I'll handle the rest." Scene transitioned to Gao Peng's house, where he is currently sleeping in bed. A mysterious figure, radiating a blue light and holding a knife, approaches Gao Peng's bed. Gao Peng isn't asleep yet. His eyes are still open, and he thinks to himself, "Someone's here." The mysterious shadow plunges the knife straight down toward the bed. Gao Peng quickly rolls off. He looks at the stranger and demands, "Who are you?" That mysterious shadow is none other than the thief from earlier. Seeing he's still alive, Gao Peng is shocked. "It's you. How are you still alive? The thief looks at Gao Peng, laughing as he says, I've come back from hell to take my revenge. The thief keeps lunging at Gao Peng, but Gao Peng dodges easily. Don't think I don't know that back when that spider killed your group, you never actually passed out. Why didn't you stop it? You clearly could have told it to use its spider silk to restrain you all and hand you over to the police. If you had, you wouldn't have died. Gao Peng asks as he dodges, so what? You already made your move against me. If you want to survive in this world, you have to learn to be ruthless. From behind Gao Peng, a blood-stained hand lands on his shoulder. Gao Peng glances back and jumps in shock. The headless thief, holding an axe, is stuck to his shoulder. Gao Peng swings his own axe, but the blade stops right before his eyes. Gao Peng jolts awake, his face drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Gao Peng sits up, deep in thought. Phew, another nightmare like that. Is it their ghosts seeking revenge, or just my own guilt? Seems my resolve isn't as solid as I thought. Gao Peng turns to look at Da Zi and a band who are fast asleep. He thinks to himself, living in luxury, dying in comfort. We must challenge ourselves. In front of a glass cage with wooden bars holding something inside, a man speaks up. Yesterday, the government and the Unified Beastmaster Alliance, organized by the 12 best Beastmasters in the world, officially launched. Strict controls will be placed on all Beastmaster associations. The Monster Association and the Beast Tamer Association will also officially announce their entry into the Unified Alliance. They will become the Hunter Division or the Beast Tamer Division. We are also officially setting up the grading standards. Common level, elite level, leader level, and overlord level. Everyone can take exams for certification based on their level. All competitions and missions will offer priority access. The captain stands beneath the cage, looking serious. This year, the first batch of student Beastmaster competitions will be co-organized by the Alliance and the government. As the competition draws near, the training intensity will be increased. Our subject today is a bone-chilling blue bat, any elite level. To encourage you all, anyone who can successfully defeat it, a monster that looks like a bat, blue in color, is hanging upside down. It is sleeping soundly. The captain says, this bone-chilling blue bat will belong to the winner. The information screen displays data on the monster, bone-chilling blue bat, status, healthy and sleeping, level 20, elite level. Elite quality, attribute, ghost type. Weaknesses, 1, light-based, 2, wind-based. Chen Hanqiao and his beast enter. Instructor, I'll go first. The information screen displays data on Chen Hangqiao's beast, Thunder Light Bear, mature stage, level 18. Elite quality, current quality, mature. After upgrading past leader level, it will drop to common level. Attribute, thunder. Status, healthy and happy. Weakness, 1. Consuming spirit fruit will cause diarrhea and muscle weakness. The captain crosses his arms and looks at Chen Hanqiao. Give it your best. The students below start whispering. It's Chen Hanqiao. This guy got a huge stroke of luck during the last outdoor training and successfully evolved it into a Thunderlight Bear. His strength is formidable. Gao Peng stands there thinking. Elite quality. Level 18. This Thunderlight Bear is truly impressive compared to other beasts. The Thunderlight Bear enters the cage holding the bone-chilling blue bat. It attacks first with a loud roar. Its eyes are bloodshot, but the roar doesn't faze the bat at all. It keeps sleeping soundly. Seeing the bat still sleeping soundly despite its loud roar, the Thunderlight Bear is surprised and confused, not understanding what's happening. The Thunderlight Bear gets angry. It roars many more times, trying to wake the bat up. The Thunderlight Bear can't take it anymore and violently swipes its claws toward the bat. Suddenly, the bat opens its eyes. Before anyone knew it, the bat appeared behind the Thunderlight Bear. Its speed is so fast that the bear is caught off guard, sweating profusely. The bat uses a sonic wave to attack the bear, causing significant injury. Chen Hanqiao stands outside, sweating in fear, shouting, "Something's wrong." The captain orders, "Quick, get the medical squad up there." Gao Peng observes from afar, thinking, the bat's sonic attack is very powerful. The Thunderlight Bear is only 2 levels below it. It went down in one hit. Chen Hanqiao cries in pain, watching his bear get badly hurt. Boo-hoo-hoo, Thunderlight Bear. The captain looks at the remaining students with his hands behind his back. All right, is anyone else going to challenge it? The students dare not look the captain in the eye. Everyone looks away, yielding the chance to others. Oh, the weather is not. The captain sees how cowardly they are, and shoots them a glare. They all jump in fright. One young man quickly clutches his stomach and lies on the ground, shaking. Ouch, ouch. My stomach hurts so much. A yellow dog behind him looks at him with wide, shiny eyes and sticks out its tongue. The captain says sternly, "Forget it. I thought you were all graduates of the Central Academy. Usually, you're all so full of talk during training. Why are you scared now? A hand goes up. Instructor, I'll go. Gao Peng steps forward. Da Zi, outside, is wearing a black cloak to hide his massive body. Everyone around starts whispering. It's classmate Gao Peng. His grade ranking has never dropped out of the top 5. Go for it, classmate. Da Zi grips his cloak. With a decisive pull, he tears it away, revealing his massive, terrifying physique. A Dai steps into the cage and leaps onto the bars one by one. Slowly approaching the bone-winged blue bat, a Dai lunges, throwing a swift punch, but the beast narrowly dodges it. Despite the dodge, a part of the bone-winged blue bat's face is still left bleeding. Everyone watching from the outside sees this and can't contain their excitement. That's so cool. Our leader is a beast. I'm suddenly feeling lucky. He doesn't even take them seriously. Exactly. Even though he didn't land a direct hit, that was still a shame. But wait, just the wind from his punch was enough to injure the bone-winged blue bat. That's insane. The guy turns to his own beast. A bow. We have to give it our all too. The beast hears this, tears streaming down its face. I don't know. The bone-winged blue bat uses a sonic wave to attack A Dai. The crowd keeps whispering, what a pity. If this beast of Gao Peng's could fly, the situation wouldn't be this difficult. Hearing the crowd, Gao Peng just smiles to himself. Impatience, he thinks. Gao Peng glances at A Dai with a smirk. He had already planned everything with A Dai from the start. Even though A Dai can't fly, he completely outclasses the bone-winged blue bat in every other aspect. They just need to keep fighting it and slowly drain its stamina. The bone-winged blue bat is already starting to tire, and its attack frequency is getting lower and lower. A Dai clasps both hands together, forming a hammer, and strikes straight down toward the bone-winged blue bat. He was just waiting for the perfect opportunity. A Dai lands a solid blow on the bone-winged blue bat, slamming it straight into the ground at high speed. He doesn't stop, raining down punches directly onto the bone-winged blue bat's face. Teesk, teesk, teesk. That's brutal. It's bleeding from the nose now. This guy isn't acting arrogant anymore. A second ago, it was trying to fly into the sky. Did it really think no one could handle it? A Dai stands up, grabbing the bone-winged blue bat by its leg. Gao Peng's beast is so strong. Gao Peng smiles and speaks to the instructor. Instructor, I hope you still stand by what you said earlier. So, this bone-winged blue bat is yours to handle, right? The instructor replies, it's up to you. How do you want to deal with it? Gao Peng raises his hand and calls out to the other students. Any of you interested in this bone-winged blue bat? You don't need 199. You don't even need 299. I'm asking for 500 credits. Miss out today, and who knows how many years it'll take to find a suitable high-level beast again. Step right up, don't miss out. The lieutenant watches Gao Peng peddling the bone-winged blue bat like that and can only look on, helpless. Looking over, Mu Taiying walks up from a distance. I'll buy it. Sell it to me. Gao Peng looks at Mu Taiying. Are you sure you want this bat? Using his analytical skills, Gao Peng tells Mu Taiying. Among flying monsters, the bone-winged blue bat doesn't fly at high altitudes. Its speed isn't that fast either. It can only bully ground-bound monsters. If it faces large beasts, it's done for. Have you thought it through? In terms of aerial superiority, it's a bit tricky. The bone-winged blue bat is left stunned by Gao Peng's blunt honesty. Mu Taiying doesn't say much and hands over her credit card. All right, enough stalling. You deal with it yourself. We treated this bone-winged blue bat like a treasure, but credits are sent. Gao Peng checks his phone. Seeing the credit balance in his account rise, his eyes sparkling with delight. Who knew? Miss Mu is such a little rich girl. Miss Mu, I even provide after-sales care. If you need upgrades, come find me. I'll give you a discount. The students around them see that look on Gao Peng's face and can only sigh in defeat. By this time, it's late afternoon. On the phone screen, an image of a truck pops up. Someone comments, wow, this heavy-duty truck has 16 wheels. The large tires support the rear frame. Not only is it detachable, but the frame is reinforced with 2 layers of protection. Plus, the whole thing is silver and black, 2 colors intersecting. It's harmonious and the design is truly imposing. Gao Peng looks at his phone and says to his most gentle beast, A Dai, let's buy this one. A 3-system Black Dragon model, the truck of my dreams. The cockpit is several times larger than an off-road vehicle's. The driving experience will be top tier, and the interior is luxurious enough to fit all of you. Gao Peng clenches his fist, his determination rising fiercely. Of course, more importantly, it has that unique charisma perfect for me. Rugged, tough, masculine. Just as he's feeling high on life, a girl appears, coughing cough as if signaling to Gao Peng. Being caught, Gao Peng looks over, startled. Oh, Gao Peng recognizes her as Duo and greets her with a smile. Ha ha ha, yo sister Duo, taking your cat for a walk? This big cat is really pretty. Duo smiles brightly and says, it's nothing much. When I found it, it was filthy. It hadn't even grown its full coat, and it had a runny nose. The cat Duo is holding has a hilarious expression on its face. It looks like it's resenting the whole world. Yet, its name sounds very imposing. Shadow Knight Black Cat. Level 36. Leader level. Perfect quality. Ability. Shadow Obsession Level 2. Weakness. Cannot eat silver leaf catnip. After inhaling it, it loses all balance in its four limbs and becomes indescribable. It lazily lets out a meow as a form of greeting. Meow. Perfect quality. Leader level. None of Sister Duo's beasts are simple. Seeing Duo chatting for a bit too long, it meows sharply as if reminding her. Meow, meow. Duo modestly tells Gao Peng. It's grown up, it's grown up. It was already fully grown when I picked it up. The black cat suddenly gets angry, leaping out of Duo's arms. Gao Peng watches the black cat zoom forward, puzzled. Sister Duo, do cats need space too? Fearing Gao Peng might feel awkward, Duo skillfully pivots. Actually, Ruan just has a bit of a bad temper. Don't mind it. By the way, why haven't you moved into the suburban villa yet? Gao Peng scratches his head and replies, things have been busy lately, haven't cleaned up my stuff yet. Duo speaks, while patting Gao Peng on the shoulder, encouraging him. You have more and more beasts. The space here isn't enough and it's not convenient. I know. Honestly, you just can't let go. But this place is your home. You can come back anytime. Gao Peng lowers his head, feeling a bit sad, and answers softly, yeah. Gao Peng opens the room door, walks over to the bedside table, and picks up a photo, filled with nostalgia. Mom, Dad, your son has to move out now. Didn't you say I should move out once I grew up? I feel like I'm grown up now. His hand slowly glides over the two faces he loves, confiding, my new house. It's a big villa I bought with the money I earned myself. I can live well on my own in this world now. You two don't need to worry about me anymore. Gao Peng sits on the floor, leaning against the bed frame, still rambling about the things that have happened recently. Oh, right. Grandpa seems to be in a bit of trouble. After the college entrance exam is over, I'll go help him. Regardless, you are the only family I have left. A peaceful night for Liu Feng slipped away, and his sorrow quickly hid itself. Welcoming new beginnings at the Beast Taming Academy entrance exam. A barrier for crowd control had already been set up. The instructors commanded, personnel not involved, please stay away from the caution tape. Whispers broke out incessantly. Whose car is that? It's huge. The rear door of the container truck opened, and a foot slowly stepped out. Liu Feng had arrived. Accompanying him were familiar beast-taming faces, and just like their owners, they were all hyped up for the upcoming exam. Only A Dai kept his usual goofy, dazed look. Liu Feng smiled, looking forward to it. The beast-taming exam. Finally, this day has come. The announcement blared, attention candidates, please keep order while entering the school. Do not push. Please present your exam ID before the check. Liu Feng walked up and handed his ID to the instructor. Greetings, here's my exam ID. Go ahead. Please enter through these two doors with your beast. As long as the beast is contracted, the machine will turn green, and you can enter the exam hall. The alarm suddenly turned red. It wasn't Liu Feng's, but another student's. The instructor ordered, student, please check again. The student didn't understand why, and shouted, a beast. It was a dark red furred bear, now going berserk. It let out terrifying roars. Seeing the beast rampaging, the instructors immediately coordinated. Issue at entrance number 7. Squad. Quickly deploy the Silver Moon Wolf to support. The Silver Moon Wolf and its brothers immediately followed orders, lunged forward, and moved to subdue the bear. The instructor asked the student who was checking his ID again just before, student, please explain why your beast suddenly went berserk. The Silver Moon Wolf had now successfully pinned the bear down. That beast had bitten the bear with a critical strike, but only enough to make it give up, not to kill it. Terrified of being disqualified, the student knelt and hugged the instructor's legs. Tears streaming down his cheeks, he blurted out, no, I was wrong. This is my dad's beast. I snuck it out while he was at work. I just wanted to pass the exam. Please don't disqualify me. The instructor, who didn't really want to punish him, gently reassured him. Hey, get up. Then, with a serious and sincere tone, the instructor advised the student with the light brown, orange-tinted hair. You are a man. Don't kneel so easily. For a man, the most important thing is his pride. The student smiled brightly and thanked the instructor, but the instructor wasn't going to let it go that easily. His expression immediately turned stern again. Hold your thanks. Rules are rules. It was announced before the exam. It is not permitted to bring beasts that do not belong to you into the exam. Those who violate this will have their eligibility revoked. Come back and try again next year. The student was now helpless, his limbs limp, letting the other two instructors drag him away, but his last bit of willpower made him plead incessantly. I don't want to leave. I want to take the test. The instructor coldly pulled him away. Liu Feng watched and felt scared for him, sighing to himself. Sheesh. Even at this level of the exam, people dare to try such tricks. The instructor looked at his ID and said, "This is your exam number. Take it." Liu Feng slowly walked forward toward where the candidates had gathered in large numbers. He muttered to himself, "To pass the exam, I still have to rely on my own strength. Let's go." Liu Feng looked at the exam ID in his hand. The more he read, the more stunned he became. A5, ABC. Could the ranking for this exam be based on the beast's leadership level? Elite grade is usually for sorting. If someone has a sovereign level beast, what happens? Do they specially customize an S-level arena for him? But Liu Feng tried to shake it off. No, I'm overthinking it. It's absolutely impossible for anyone at this stage to have a sovereign level beast. The A-rank challenge area has 8 spots. That means there are at least 7 beast tamers with sovereign level beasts. Taking a few more steps, Liu Feng caught sight of a snake-like beast. He was incredibly impressed. Level 25, higher than A die. The Blackwater Python, level 25, elite quality. Liu Feng shifted his gaze to another beast. He felt the competition had opened his eyes. This is the first time I've seen a tiger-type beast in reality. The background of this person must not be simple. After all, the number of tigers before the cataclysm was already rare. Even though their reproduction rates increased after the cataclysm, tiger-type monsters remained rare for a short time. Liu Feng stood on the corridor looking down. It seems my guess wasn't wrong. Area B is mostly elite-level beasts, and Area C is all common-level beast combat. But in reality, A Dai is only level 20 right now. Even with the elite-level beast classification, he only has the combat power of a sovereign level. As expected, there is never a shortage of geniuses in this world. I feel like a puppy lost in a pack of wolves. Surrounded by experts with sovereign-level beasts. How thrilling. Liu Feng quietly entered Area A in Chang'an City. This was the gathering place for the 8 strongest beast tamers of the current generation. In the council room, the high-ranking instructors, including captains, lieutenants, and majors, were discussing. These 8 are perhaps the freshest blood of this generation. They are the backbone of Chang'an City, right? Tran Hankyu spoke up. Actually, there are only 6. 2 of them are a bit older, one is already 21, and the other is nearly 21. The time their beasts reached sovereign level was likely recent, and they are still quite a bit behind the true geniuses. The lieutenant glanced slightly and spoke up. Who can say for sure with talent like this? This stuff is too mystical. I only know that these 8 are rare among more than 30,000 beast tamers in Chang'an City, the 8 people capable of challenging sovereign-level monsters. Sitting imposingly in the middle of the room was the chief, who was also the moderator of the exam. He slowly spoke. Gentlemen, 15 years ago, our countries around the world detected abnormal signs. In sparsely populated areas, small amounts of mutated monsters began to appear. We originally thought we could contain everything, but we still lost. To keep the public from panicking, the textbooks and data published to the outside world all started from the disaster 3 years ago. He concluded with a statement. Therefore, the Beast Tamer exam must absolutely not have any mishaps. They are the hope of the future. All the instructors spoke in unison. Chief, rest assured. Every soldier at the exam has been selected through many rounds, and furthermore, every detail at the exam site is monitored by cameras. We are using a one-on-one surveillance method. Every camera is monitored by an assigned supervisor. If any round goes wrong, it's not just the contestant who messed up that's held accountable. The supervisor gets penalized too. Just then, an announcement blared across Exam Zone A, contestant number 5, get ready. The iron gate in front immediately swung open, revealing a scorpion beast. It's an Ice Lake Giant Scorpion, level 22, leader class. It's a single-element water type, but with a weak, unarmored spot on its sides. Liu Feng observed carefully and started commanding a Dai. Attack both sides of its body. That's its weak point. Once a Dai enters battle, he becomes incredibly agile. With a flash of speed, a Dai lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks just as Liu Feng directed. That beast's eyes began to glow intensely. A dangerous crimson light flickered. This beast was no pushover. It dodged a Dai's blows one after another. Liu Feng nodded and thought. The Ice Lake Giant Scorpion's reflexes are insane. It surged into the air with immense power. The pressure radiating from its body was easily on par with or even several times stronger than a Dai's. Liu Feng started to look anxious. He realized, just as I thought, the level gap isn't something you can easily overcome. Adai clenched his fists, awaiting urgent instructions. Blackish-green waves of energy swirled and whistled through the air. Adai had successfully triggered his evolution, reaching level 21 and advancing to leader class. Liu Feng secretly cheered, smiling brightly. He finally broke through. But it's still not enough to completely defeat that beast. Liu Feng still couldn't breathe easy. They could only barely keep up. The Ice Lake Giant Scorpion still held the advantage. In these fair one-on-one arena matches, even if a beast tamer has multiple beasts, they can't send them all out at once. Liu Feng watched every move both beasts made, not rushing to use other skills yet. Besides, after evolving to leader class, a monster gains unpredictable powers and begins to transcend the ordinary. This Ice Lake Giant Scorpion had awakened water manipulation, able to control water-type energy in a small radius, constantly corroding Adai. What do I do? Suddenly, his eyes flashed. Wait. A system notification appeared, new ability acquired. Liu Feng muttered, this is it. He began relaying his thoughts to Adai. Adai, bypass a few key joints. Use your blood silk to reinforce them, and redirect any excess blood silk to your feet. Adai received the signal and confirmed it instantly. Red streams of energy gathered from nowhere. Adai successfully manifested a new form, the Skeleton Dragon Ape. Ability. Hardened Skeleton, Level 1. Maximizes bone density, significantly boosting defense and attack power. Liu Feng smiled, feeling proud. Looking good. Relying on the concentrated blood silk to create a sudden burst of power, combined with this new ability, even if the Ice Lake Giant Scorpion's outer shell were thicker, it couldn't defend against hardened bone. While it might not sound as cool as elemental fire or lightning powers, it was the perfect fit for Adai's simple, brutal, close-quarters combat style. Adai didn't hold back, landing a heavy punch square on the giant scorpion. Even though it hurt, the scorpion used its tail with terrifying flexibility, leaving Liu Feng in awe. To be that heavily injured and still counterattack, suddenly, Liu Feng's voice rang out, grab it. Adai caught it instantly. Once he had it, he threw it without a second thought. He looked much faster and more formidable in this battle state. Liu Feng noticed it too. Adai was in peak condition. Adai swung his fist, now fully powered up, and slammed it into the scorpion's body. Liu Feng cheered with excitement, direct hit on the weak spot. General, we've won this round. Liu Feng stood by his side, praising him. You did great. Having finished the fight and received praise, Adai's expression softened. He seemed to be smiling gently at Liu Feng before stepping forward and lifting him up. Liu Feng was caught off guard by this affectionate gesture and stammered, Hey, Adai. Adai replied with a soft, sweet voice, sincerely thanking his master. Adai looked at Liu Feng with sparkling eyes, appearing incredibly cute, a complete contrast to his intimidating exterior. Adai opened his heart. If it weren't for you, master, I'd probably still be a monkey trapped in a cage, just waiting for the clock to run out. Liu Feng was touched. All right. This victory is the result of your own hard work too. Liu Feng pointed at the other three beasts, who were jumping up and down in jealousy. Liu Feng hurriedly told Adai, and hey, you've been hugging for long enough. Big Guy is getting jealous. Big Guy was sharp-tongued and always bullied Adai. He grumbled, it was just one hug. It's been 5 hugs already. I'm not staying in the audience anymore. He lunged forward. What about me? I want one too. Liu Feng panicked. He was exasperated by how childish they were. Oh. But Liu Feng was faster, blocking Big Guy with his hand. Liu Feng then noticed the python from earlier and looked at it curiously. It was faster than me, and there isn't even a scratch on its body. He then glanced over at the girl who owned the beast. This contestant and her beast aren't simple. The instructors were still watching every detail of the exam, commenting on their age. To win against a leader-class beast with such overwhelming force. That young lady, is she from the Quan family? Right? One instructor asked. She's the only daughter of Quan Hang. I think her name is Quan Yuan. Wait, I remember now. Her name is Quan Mac Wai. Hey, Chief. Watch what you're saying. I've met that young lady once. Although she's a bit cold, she's actually. The young lady's name is Quan Mac Wai. Another instructor chimed in. And I heard that after finishing middle school, that young lady from the Quan family didn't go to school. She just stayed home and hired private tutors, spending all her spare time with the Alliance government's expedition teams in the wild zones. I don't know if that's true, though. It is true. That young lady has already become an official member of the Black Flag Squad for the Alliance government. An official Black Flag member? Then she must have some real skills. Another person joined the conversation, interested. Ahem. The beast tamer next to her is also not bad. His beast is an undead type. Undead types are rare around here. That kid is a student I'm in charge of. The lieutenant crossed his arms. He's the youngest beast tamer in Chang'an City right now. He contributed quite a lot during the Dry Leaf Emperor incident back then. The other instructors chimed in. No wonder he looks so familiar. So it's that young man whom President Feng was pushing for. To be this young and already contributing to the alliance. He's a real gem. Not bad, not bad. That kid's pretty impressive. The chief looked at Gao Peng and gave a quiet grunt, then added a quick remark. That old man actually managed to raise a decent grandson. The competition flew by in a flash. The beast tamers in Area A had almost all finished. A proctor overseeing the exam called out, "Contestant number A3, you've completed the test. Can I leave now?" Jun Moye asked bluntly. Yes. Jun Moye caught a glimpse of Gao Peng and felt a bit surprised. Huh? Gao Peng stood there with his arms crossed, praising his beast. Well done, big brother. Jun Moye seemed to take notice of Gao Peng, secretly admiring him. He actually used an elite grade beast to defeat a Lord grade 1. Number A5, this is interesting. The announcement echoed again. The third round is about to begin. Will contestant number A5 please prepare? This new monster looked a bit ridiculous. As soon as it appeared, the system introduced it. Dead Leaf Mantis. Level 16. Common quality, wood attribute. Wood was strong against fire, and A-Ban's element was earth. This wood-type monster was a perfect counter for A-Ban. That's a 10% bonus right there. Watching the monster strut around with such arrogance, Gao Peng commented, this monster knows how to mimic human behavior. Its intelligence is pretty high, looks like it's as smart as an 8 or 9-year-old. Gao Peng considered this seriously. A-Ban's intelligence isn't low either, and it's 2 grades higher than that thing. Looks like this match will be good for building up that cowardly spider A-Ban's confidence. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The tense moments of the fight were about to begin. The speakers blared, "Start." The dead leaf mantis stood perfectly still, not even bothering to move, looking at its opponent with pure contempt. A-Ban was trembling, tears practically welling up in its eyes. Gao Peng urged it, "Get serious." The dead leaf mantis started performing a few moves, showing off its skills. Its movements were incredibly quick and nimble. Every flick of its arms and legs was crisp and stylish. Gao Peng felt something was off. He worried silently. Wait a second. This performance from A-Ban gives me a bad feeling. Just as Gao Peng suspected, A-Ban scurried away. The dead leaf mantis stood there, completely stunned. It turned out A-Ban wasn't scared. It was actually dancing along with the mantis. Master, master. Look, it even knows how to square dance. Gao Peng was exasperated with his naive child. A-Ban. It's trying to scare you. It wants to attack you. Counterattack now. A-Ban, still innocent. Asked back to be sure. So, it wasn't playing with me? While I was still trying to figure out just how serious this fight was supposed to be. The dead leaf mantis started showing signs of attacking. Suddenly, A-Ban said something to the mantis, and it got distracted, hesitating for a few seconds. Its feet slid across the sand. Then, the dead leaf mantis spread its wings to fly up. A-Ban joined the fun, casually firing off a few spider webs. Within seconds, the dead leaf mantis was wrapped up tight in a silk cocoon. A-Ban asked Gao Peng blankly, "Master, is this mantis really that weak?" It only got to be arrogant for a few seconds before the mantis shredded the cocoon and lunged at A-Ban, using its muscular arms to shove it away. A-Ban frantically screamed, "It hurts, it hurts. I'm mad now. I'm done dancing." A-Ban quickly pounced back. Keeping its word, A-Ban started landing hits. A-Ban dove in and made the dead leaf mantis cough up green blood. The proctor was horrified just watching it. Seeing how bloodthirsty this beast was, the proctor quickly turned around and said, "All right, your test is over. Don't stay in the arena. Finish the test and head outside." Gao Peng smiled awkwardly. Understood. At the waiting area, students who had been lined up for a long time were getting exhausted. Someone sighed, "The first group isn't even out yet, and I'm still in the second round. Don't talk about it. I'm still in the first." Right now, only that military student from Area A had finished everything. She had a military background and raw talent. Then, the door opened. A contestant shouted, "Hey, look, the main door opened again. Don't tell me someone else finished." Gao Peng, along with his children, strutted out. Amidst the whispers and admiration of the other students, "That's Gao Peng from Area A. It's Area A again. Are all the people in Area A monsters? Look at him. We're still stuck here waiting, and he's already done and heading home. That's the annoying gap in strength for you." Having tricked them, they walked past with their heads held high. After a while, they arrived at another location. Suddenly, Gao Peng and Azon were both stunned. They let out a groan of despair. Looking at the villa in front of them, covered in water stains and cracked walls, Gao Peng sighed. This is the house I just bought. Did 100 wolves run through here? It wasn't just the outside that was a wreck. The inside was no better. The floors were cracked, and broken furniture was scattered everywhere. Everything was just bad, or even worse. There wasn't a single decent corner to be found. Seeing this, Gao Peng felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Flashing through his mind, he wailed, "My new house, my credit points." Noticing movement on the sofa, Gao Peng narrowed his eyes. In the sharpest, most shrill voice he had ever used, Gao Peng shrieked at the culprit, who wrecked my villa and still dared to stay at the crime scene. Are you tired of living? Or does Gao Peng here not have the strength to lift you? Big brother Adai, bring it to me. Adai didn't need any commands. It stepped forward, using its massive body to shield Gao Peng. He smiled proudly. Adai, you're so thoughtful. It knew to step up and protect him without needing orders. Only Ajun stayed completely indifferent, as relaxed as ever, just like the spoiled youngest sister. But Gao Peng grabbed it and scolded it. I've told you so many times, that's not for you to eat. It squeaked. Adai asked Gao Peng, Master, can this be eaten? Gao Peng looked at the bird lying there, wondering, what kind of monster is this? A bird outside the window, Duo, had been waiting for a while. She cleared her throat to get Gao Peng's attention. Ahem, little Peng. Gao Peng exclaimed, oh, Sister Duo. It turned out to be her. She happily introduced it. This is a small pet my grandfather had someone bring over to congratulate you on moving into your new home. If you like it, keep it. My grandfather spent a lot of effort to get this. All right, I have other things to do. I won't stay for dinner. Gao Peng stared, his mouth agape, too shocked to even close his jaw. It was just like Sister Duo. She said it was to conveniently look after and protect him, but in just a few short days, she had built a whole villa right next door. Seriously, this place used to be a wasteland. And calling this a move-in, it's more like a teardown. Gao Peng glared at the villa. Gao Peng didn't forget to pamper Dumby, feeding him water. Then, he ordered Da Hai to bring the bird over. Gao Peng inspected the unconscious bird carefully, a one-legged crane. This type is pretty rare. Da Hai was being a bit too rough, so Gao Peng warned him, go easy, don't crush it before we even get started. Suddenly, the bird opened its eyes and squawked. It sounded like it was cussing them out. Gao Peng was surprised. Wow, you're a good actor, aren't you, little guy? Better tame that attitude, or you'll be flying right out of my house, he muttered. But Gao Peng didn't really care. He just turned and said, Da Zi, let's have grilled worms tonight. And just like that, the bird started acting again, pretending to pass out. Heh, keep acting for me. Let's see what you really are. Turns out this little bird had a fancy and confusing name, Scarlet Flame Poison Fire Crane. Juvenile form, level 6, epic grade. Current grade, after upgrading, it's a leader grade. After upgrading to Lord grade, it hits perfect grade. After upgrading to Monarch grade, it becomes elite grade. Fire element, special trait, not yet awakened. Legendary upgrade requirements, 500 pounds of Heaven Origin Fruit, plus 3 vials of Fire Marrow Earth Essence. Epic grade. Seeing this, Gao Peng couldn't help but exclaim, Grandpa is really generous. A devious smile slowly spread across his face. The Scarlet Flame Poison Fire Crane currently has the same grade as Da Hai, but once it matures, it can naturally reach the Lord level. It gets harder to level up as you go. Da Hai took forever to reach the leader level, only breaking through during battle. So, this Lord level peak monster will be an absolute powerhouse in the future. While Gao Peng was busy dreaming up a bright future, Da Hai and Da Zi were poking the Poison Fire Crane. Gao Peng kept that same shady smile and declared, Nice. Once you step into my house, you're my beast. Go on, have a little bug first. That's my bug. Gao Peng looked at the Poison Fire Crane, smiled gently, and whispered, Let me think of a name for you. Your name is Flame and Fire in it. That's like 3 fires. I'll call you Little Flame. He beamed, while the bird's sharp beak clamped down on the worm. Da Zi got jealous and slammed into a pillar. Gao Peng reached out to touch Little Flame's head to see if he could form a contract. Gao Peng observed the situation slowly. It seemed the clarity of the consciousness space was directly proportional to the monster's intelligence. These glowing spots were likely memories of Little Flame. Turns out, Little Flame had a past just as painful. The images flashing by were only brief moments of peace. Gao Peng closed his eyes, empathizing with the bird. So, you lost your mother too? Little Flame, can you be my friend? The contract appeared instantly. Little Flame's eyes sparkled. Then can you help me get revenge? Gao Peng asked very bluntly. If we sign this contract, we're family. Your business is my business. Finally, after a few minutes of negotiation, the contract was complete. But Gao Peng was confused. Wait, why was he still inside the consciousness space? The images of Da Zi and Da Hai appeared. Then Asun and a band showed up too. Gao Peng realized this was the Beastmaster's wisdom. The spiritual rings unlocked a new survival skill, Elemental Shield. It consumes the energy of your beasts and converts it into a protective barrier to shield yourself. Gao Peng seemed temporarily pulled into the space. His eyes went white. This skill didn't seem particularly rare. It felt like someone had used this ability during the first round of the exam. So, the first leader level beast, the first lord level, the first king level. It just keeps going. Every Beastmaster will eventually develop a survival ability. Maybe this skill appeared when Da Hai upgraded to leader level. Gao Peng also noticed words suddenly appearing in his mind. He didn't recognize them, but he understood them perfectly. Leave the fighting to the beasts. The beasts should hide behind the master, don't drag them down. Odd. It's like beast taming is a professional legacy. The blood contract records the inherited memories, and as the beasts grow stronger, information keeps unlocking. Could it be that beasts existed elsewhere for a long time? Gao Peng folded his arms and pondered. Forget it, those issues were too far off for now. But this survival skill was etched directly into his soul. It couldn't be taught to others by any normal means. No wonder Aunt Do told him not to casually show it off. An ability that isn't restricted and can be shared. If it got out, he'd definitely be a target for everyone. Gao Peng slowly realized it seems Grandpa and Aunt Do's strength is even more terrifying than he thought. With his current strength, he wondered if he could even help Grandpa. Back at the villa, Gao Peng spent his days in total peace, a true slacker's life. Da Hai, Da Zi, and A Ban were always around wherever Gao Peng went, playing together like kids. Little Flame, however, seemed the most mature. He was always cold and aloof. He trained by stabbing his beak into tree trunks. Gao Peng looked at him and sighed. Man, this kid is full of vengeance. Working this hard, all because he wants to avenge his mother one day. Someone was missing. Gao Peng looked around. Where's Asun? A moment ago, he was so scared of Little Flame eating him that he was running in circles like a maniac. Turns out, he was fast asleep on the lawn, drooling. Asun really was living his best, stress-free life. Seeing him, Gao Peng laughed. You can sleep through anything. You're thick-skinned. Huh? Gao Peng lay back on his chair to read, not forgetting to feel grateful. This life is so comfy. Ever since Grandpa gave me that credit card without a spending limit, this Beastmaster thing might actually become a hobby of mine. This book by Association President Fang is a good read. Ginger really is spicier when it's old. So much experience. Gao Peng suddenly remembered. Wait, the exam results. I think the system announcement is today. It refused to let Gao Peng see the results. Account logged in elsewhere. Login location, Yuzhou City, North U District, Sky Palace Building. Gao Peng twitched and his face fell. Grandpa, really? Gao Peng's grandpa sneezed while working. I can just tell who's mentioning me. Gao Peng thought of another way, putting that aside to check his results first. Gao Peng's profile popped up. Name Gao Peng, age 18. Score, 710. A total score of 700 for the 3 tests, plus 10 bonus points. Gao Peng grinned like an idiot. Rank, first place in Chang'an. Looks like I did pretty well. Just then, Gao Peng's phone rang. An unknown number appeared on the screen. The person on the other end said, Hello, may I speak to Gao Peng? Speaking, Gao Peng replied. The caller continued. Hello, you have qualified for the second round of the Beast Tamer exam. Report to the first round's exam site on the 27th at 9 in the morning. The exam lasts 15 days. No need to bring clothes or toiletries. Thank you for your cooperation. Gao Peng looked toward Asun. Before the exam, he hadn't signed a blood pact with Asun yet. According to the rules, Asun couldn't participate in the second round. He needed to find someone to look after it during this time. Just then, Duo was jogging past Gao Peng's house, waving her hand and flashing a bright smile. Good morning, Tiu Bone. How lucky. It's Sister Duo. Wait, that's not right. What a coincidence. Gao Peng was still lost in thought. My grandfather knows my score, and the exam rules were announced early. It's easy to figure out I'd need help. Maybe Sister Duo. Even when they called to notify me about the exam, she knew early on and probably prepared in secret. Duo laughed wide. Oh, really? It's like you've got, please help me written all over your face. Gao Peng gave a bright smile, thinking to himself, I really am a handful. He said out loud, Sister Duo, I want to ask you to look after my crane for half a month. Is that okay? Duo had been waiting for just that, patting her chest. Don't be so formal with me. Just leave it at my place. Rest assured, I'll definitely raise it to be plump and healthy for you. Gao Peng felt a bit uneasy inside, fidgeting. He felt like these words plump and healthy didn't sound right. And so, A's son was temporarily left in Duo's care, while Gao Peng went off to take care of business. Meanwhile, in a certain villa, Chang'an, on what grounds am I second place? That day, I saw it very clearly. He and I both have 3 beast pets, both of us have 1 leader rank and 2 elite rank pets. How am I ranked lower than him? A lady was reporting the situation. Young master, he has an elite rank beast with earth element attributes, and the challenge monster was wood element. It just so happened to add 10 bonus points. The young master slammed the table with a thud, expressing his anger. The young master was so mad his hands were shaking as he hissed, "Ah, ah, 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 I don't care. I won't let this go." Gao Peng looked at the other examinees waiting and thought, "Judging by these people, I guess I arrived pretty early." An instructor wearing a small plaid tie announced, "Judging by the look of it, everyone is here. Hello everyone, I am the person in charge of your next round. Please be silent. That's enough. There are only 8 people total. 8 people, and this is for the second round. Are they really picking the top 10 out of just these 8? The instructor continued. The location for the second round is the Jiangnan Base, Ocean Mountain Forest Park. This competition is not an arena fight. It's also not a one-on-one duel. It's survival-based field combat in a real forest at the Jiangnan Base. Ocean Mountain, why run so far away? The instructor's voice boomed. Ocean Mountain has been swept by peak-level beast tamers. A 100% check was performed to rule out the existence of Lord-level monsters, but over 500 leader rank monsters have been discovered. At the same time, there are peak-level leader monsters among them. In principle, the government and the Beast Tamer Alliance will try their best to protect your lives. We will also provide you with signal flares to use in case of danger. But after all, it is a primitive forest with at least 500 leader rank monsters. Therefore, the second round is not mandatory. You may choose. Someone spoke up. Sorry, instructor. I still feel it's too dangerous. Can I withdraw? It's fine. Perfectly understandable. No shame in that. Anyone else want to withdraw? Quan Mak Wai raised her hand. Teacher. This registration doesn't necessarily require parental consent, the instructor said. According to his words, it wasn't needed. He felt a bit suspicious. But your parents aren't ordinary parents, Quan Mak Wai smiled brightly. Then I'll register. Teacher. I'm just a small person in charge. The instructor's voice remained steady. In the end, 6 of you will represent our Chang'an base. At that time, there will be candidates from other city-level bases in the Huaxia region. You'll be competing together. The selected candidates were extremely serious. The instructor finished with a wish. You must strive for excellence. Perform well and bring glory to our Chang'an base. So there are other regions competing too. A student turned to greet Gao Peng. Hi there. My name is Han Xiao. May I ask how to address you? Han Xiao had a masculine look, striking purple hair, and a sturdy build, but his face was quite gentle. Gao Peng smiled politely and replied, Gao Peng, pleased to meet you. Han Xiao immediately rushed over to shake his hand, acting as if he'd struck gold. Gao Peng, you're the first place from Chang'an City. I've been wanting to get to know you for a long time. Han Xiao put his arm around Gao Peng's shoulder. The others here all have backgrounds. If they aren't children of officials, they're from wealthy families. At least one of their parents is a beast tamer. Only the 2 of us come from ordinary families. Gao Peng gave a wry smile. Sorry, brother. I don't think I come from an ordinary family either. Han Xiao talked enthusiastically. Right. Has any corporation approached you? After the exam ended, several corporations came to talk to me about partnerships. Gao Peng hesitated. I don't think so. Maybe my grandfather or sister Duo blocked the people from other corporations. Han Xiao clapped his back hard. It was like they were close brothers, but he clapped so hard it made Gao Peng choke on his own spit. It's fine. You're the top student of Chang'an City. Maybe they're all just thinking about what price is appropriate for you. Don't worry. Gao Peng was horrified. His hand strength was truly something else. Han Xiao then pointed to his beast. Right. Let me introduce you, my friend, the angel ant. During an exploration, it ate something wrong, and then a mutation occurred. It mutated from a black armored ant into an angel ant, implying it descended like an angel. Monster name, Golden Armored Demon Ant. Level, 21. Quality, Elite. Attributes, recently evolved metal element. Weaknesses, 1. A soft spot without armor protection. 2. Hates strong odors. Gao Peng was secretly happy. Han Xiao was lucky enough, precisely because the rich rely on science. The poor rely on mutations. It's very difficult to raise a leader-rank beast purely based on talent without background and resources. Where are these spiritual herbs coming from to help beasts evolve so quickly? But why is the system showing gold-armored demon? Gao Peng started having questions. What is this system even basing these monster names on? Some of them have never even appeared in any books or records. It's like it has prophetic abilities. Outside the window, the sound of the helicopter blades whirred as the instructor announced, "All right, our plane has arrived. Get ready, everyone, we're heading out." The helicopter landed at the Jiangnan City Airport. A competition can be this grand. They even use military aircraft to transport us. A buzz of conversation erupted. "Hey, you wouldn't know, would you? These are the chosen ones, the best of the best selected from tens of thousands of candidates across the military regions. Of course, we have to protect these geniuses." Gao Peng looked around. These were all fellow contestants. There were quite a lot of people, almost 200 people. The variety of beasts is pretty impressive. A sigh of frustration. Ugh, a stone-clad beast. That's a rare one. Monster, stone-clad, level 23, quality. Normal, attribute. Rock, status. Healthy, weakness, wind attribute. X2 afraid of being photographed. Please don't take pictures. As Gao Peng walked over, two instructors were guarding the entrance. Open the gate for him. A chief instructor stepped out. He had a long scar on his face, running from the center of his forehead, through his eye, down to his cheek. His expression was grave. Since all the contestants are here, we are now distributing the voluntary waiver forms for those who wish to participate in the second round. You must sign a death waiver. This competition is not inside a safe city. Even if you have a distress signal, the fatality rate for this competition is definitely not lower than 10%. The chief instructor warned, "Don't think I'm joking. Think about it carefully. Even your weakest beasts are at the commander level. Think hard, young people. You must take responsibility for your own future." Gao Peng took the paper from the instructor and thanked him politely. Gao Peng read the contents carefully. 1,000 credits was no small figure, even for a large company. Looks like this is going to be truly dangerous. Gao Peng thought to himself. The second round uses a point system in the Ocean Sun Forest. They've set up a large number of point pillars. Destroying pillars and killing monsters will both earn you points. The competitive pressure this time isn't small. The chief instructor with the long scar on his face continued. Everyone has read the waiver and the rules for the second round, right? Now, I'll announce some information. Regarding the third round, contestants in the top 12 of the points ranking will qualify for the third round. The third round has even moved beyond the scope of a simple Grade 3 Beastmaster student exam. It has its own name, the league's strongest young Beastmaster tournament. He shouted, his voice resounding with power. Those who perform well in this can earn titles directly. Even your beasts can be awarded titles. The final round will be broadcast live globally. Your beasts fighting will be shown in front of the entire world. The contestants were immediately drawn in by his speech. A state-recognized title? That's so cool. Gao Peng muttered to himself, "Hey, silly kids." Gao Peng turned to look at his beasts. But I really should think about it. What kind of title would be good? After all, there are so many appropriate ones. The helicopter gradually descended to the entrance of Ocean Sun Forest. Attention all contestants, attention all contestants. The second round of the competition starts now. The higher-ups' voices rang out. You have 20 minutes to prepare. 20 minutes until we officially start. Follow the light path from the helicopter to head straight to the target location within the allotted time. Gao Peng now had a new uniform. He turned to his beasts and said, "Let's go." Dazi carried Gao Peng and the other beasts all at once. Its massive body moved as fast as lightning. Before them, a different space opened up. Gao Peng called out, a ban, shoot your webs." Dazi quickly grabbed onto it and swung up. Gao Peng, looking numb and annoyed, thought, "Good thing I have the spirit transfer skill. Otherwise, just moving at this high speed with these rough movements would have turned me into meat paste." Over there, a voice rang out, slow down, slow down." Turns out it was another contestant struggling with his beast. Monster, psychic white pig, level 25, quality, perfect, status, healthy. Pig, why are you moving so fast? First place doesn't give a reward. I told you to go slow. Gao Peng scoffed at the attitude, tossing out a single word, pathetic. Gao Peng smiled slightly. Usually, the relationship between a beastmaster and their beast treats the beastmaster as the master, but there are exceptions. For example, if the beastmaster's personality is too weak and the beast's is too strong. But being scolded by a pig, that's a bit miserable. Gao Peng sped off, throwing a jab back. Good luck, that contestant. Good luck to the guy riding the pig. This contestant still hadn't realized the mockery in Gao Peng's words. Why is he cheering for me? Is that guy crazy? On the screen, the image of a bird was flying. This contestant comes from the Yanjing district. Registered beast, Firebird. Tang Tang, Jianan, Xiaoyan, don't rush. Xia Peng appeared immediately. Just as he finished speaking, The screen already clearly showed Gao Peng's image. This contestant is from the Chang'an district. He registered 4 beasts and is the top scorer of the Chang'an district. He is a hot favorite to be in the top 12 strongest this time. Tang Tang brought out a tray of delicious grilled fish. Xiao Yan, eat up. Eat more so you can become stronger and keep up with our master's pace. Indeed, just as Tang Tang promised Gao Peng, Xiao Yan had become much chubbier. Tang Tang watched Xiao Yan eat happily and smiled brightly. Back in the competition, nearly an hour had passed. The pig from earlier was in front of Gao Peng, growling, "Humph, H-imph." Gao Peng saw its master fall off its back and was stunned. Master?" The big pig's master hit the ground hard. His head was buzzing, his eyes spinning. What a hot-headed pig. The announcement sounded again. All right, time's up. Contestants who haven't arrived will be disqualified. The helicopters always follow the contestants closely. The instructors' voices continue to sound out, blending with the whirring of the blades. Before you enter Ocean Sun Forest, there are a few things I want to tell you. New information was constantly updated through the entrance. Just ahead lies Taiyang Mountain. At the entrance, you'll find tactical wilderness survival kits. They're packed with dry rations, canned goods, and water. There are also fast-acting heart stimulants. Use them in case of emergency. They'll keep you alive for 1 hour. Please, limit yourselves to 1 per person. The scarred chief instructor stands by the helicopter door, scanning the forest below. A total of 197 candidates are participating this time. In the end, 150 of you signed the contract. I'm honestly relieved. That number is beyond my expectations. It seems there aren't many cowards among you. Perhaps. Some of you have survival experience. Some are experts in the wild, and some have never even stepped out of the city. But regardless of your background, you need to know one thing. This forest is nothing like you imagine. My biggest piece of advice for all of you is simply, stay alive. Only by staying alive will you have a shot at earning a high score. All right, move out. The TV news broadcast is also covering the competition. Hello, viewers. Welcome to the Live Competition Report. Thanks to the tracking devices on each candidate, we can pinpoint their exact locations. The audience is buzzing. Is that Anwu? The cloud-piercing dragon from the imperial capital? I thought Anwu hated appearing on shows like this. Why is he here? This guy is no joke. He's a top-tier powerhouse in the imperial capital, quite advanced for his age. Anwu is one of the elite young masters in the capital. He's already quite well known. The host points to the TV screen and reports, as you can see, the candidates with higher scores are all heading toward the center of the forest. The point markers are mostly set up in that central area. Currently, the highest scoring candidate is Quan Mac Y. In second place is a girl that's a bit of a surprise. What do you think, Anwu? Anwu offers a nod of approval. Not bad at all. This species of black python appears to be a black or water python. Its scales have a distinct sheen, and its body is incredibly sturdy. The quality is likely quite high. Looking at its combat style, it seems this black water python has plenty of battle experience and is very well trained. The female host thinks to herself, I asked you to analyze the beast tamer, not the beast. What's so interesting about a big black snake? The audience wants to see a cold, beautiful girl, but since she's live on air, she can't say that. She just gives a polite, awkward smile. Anwu's analysis is very insightful. You can tell he's a true professional just by watching him. I've heard that the cloud-piercing dragon Anwu has been a loner for 10,000 years. Seeing him today, the rumors are true. He's definitely single by choice and pure talent, she continues. All right, now that we've seen the top scorers, let's take a look at the poor candidates stuck at the bottom.
Please, look at the big screen. The TV cuts to a different area. Oh, this candidate seems quite diligent. He chose an environment at a certain elevation.
It looks like he's preparing something. Let's ask the director to zoom in. On screen, the 4 Gao brothers are just hanging out, feeling completely at ease. Gao Peng is sprawled out on a rock, resting and completely relaxed. His beasts are also calmly sitting, resting alongside their master. Gao Peng has accidentally pushed the 2 hosts into an awkward spot. There's a long silence before they finally find something to say. Haha, this young man is certainly laid back. This is pure laziness. What is he doing? Salting a fish. Is he just lying there to dry? The female host is clearly losing patience. If he keeps acting like this, we won't see him in the next round. Time slips by, but the young man remains lazily stretched out. Gao Peng doesn't care about anything, grinning from ear to ear. Lying like this really is comfortable. After regaining his strength and spirit, Gao Peng stands up and stretches. The outskirts of the forest shouldn't have any danger anymore. We should get moving, too. Gao Peng smiles and says to his pets, let's go. Which way to the deep forest? The forest suddenly turns dark. That's because Gao Peng's group has ventured deep into Taiyang Mountain. Gao Peng continues to give orders. Egg soon. Toss out all those silver leaf herbs you picked earlier. These clearance flowers are worth one more credit point. We have to be smart, thrifty, and careful. A die points in a different direction. Master Gao Peng follows its gaze. Gao Peng realizes this is one of the legendary point markers. Wait, white earth sandstone? It's a material used for earth and sand-type beasts. In small amounts, it can toughen their bodies. Its other effect on monsters is that it has a certain attraction effect. Gao Peng ponders this and starts planning. If I destroy the point marker, can I get the points? But how do I pull this off? These vines are actually a type of monster recognized by the system. Level 22, Leader Class Wood Demon Vine. Normal quality, poison and wood attributes, weak against fire. This wood demon vine isn't moving at all. It's playing the part of a regular vine perfectly. Usually, they don't have high intelligence, do they? That's some great acting. Interesting. Since you like to perform so much, I'll give you a chance to win a golden acting award. Gao Peng snaps his fingers and Dazi lights a fire. The wood demon vine is secretly comforting itself. A seasoned hunter knows how to be patient. I don't see much progress yet. It tells itself, wait a little longer. An elite hunter must stay calm, but it can't take it anymore. The wood demon vine erupts instantly. It screams internally, I can't take it. It's burning up. Gao Peng shouts, A die. A die lunges forward to restrain the wood demon vine. But the wood demon vine isn't a pushover. It lashes back at A die. It doesn't just have flexibility, it also has magical support. It's firing shots straight at A die. Gao Peng smiles, completely unfazed. I see. In its usual hunts, it wraps those vines around its enemies, then uses its vine leaves like blades to cut them until they bleed to death, or uses the vines to crush their internal organs and bones. Well, you really hit a snag running into A die. Gao Peng watches A die playing with the vine and thinks, this kind of leaf blade attack against A die's reinforced bones is like throwing a toothpick at a wall. Gao Peng calls out, Dazi, finish it quickly. Dazi obeys instantly. Its expression is clearly showing how much it's enjoying this. Its eyes flash brightly, and in a single burst, everything around it is engulfed in the beam of light. It was as good as done. Gao Peng ordered Dazi, finish this up, quick. And just like that, it moved to obey. Its expression made it clear it was loving every second of it. Its eyes lit up, and in an instant, everything around it was swallowed by its blinding glow. Gao Peng was incredibly relaxed, which was surprising, but he had to be careful. Even though his beasts were high-ranking and had just leveled up their stats, they were constantly facing group attacks from A Dai and Dazi. It was impossible to defend. A Dai was scolding Dazi, you're stealing my kills. And Dazi retorted sassily, you idiot. I was helping you break free. Gao Peng pointed at the pillar, all right. A Dai, smash it. A Dai punched the pillar, shattering it instantly. Inside, a small sensor appeared, beeping incessantly. A notification chimed from the bracelet on his wrist. Congratulations to the candidate for destroying a target. You've earned 150 points, bringing your current total to 199. Gao Peng excitedly called for his beloved beasts to help. One of these nightmare spiders must have a monster core inside. Let's search for it. The battle was so intense earlier. I have no idea where the monster core ended up. That's all money down the drain. Suddenly, an announcement echoed. Candidate Chu Ha has been eliminated. Gao Peng felt a wave of unease. That's the fourth person eliminated already. Are the monsters in Taiyang Mountain really that brutal? Suddenly, his eyes widened in panic as a thought struck him. Could it be human interference? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Medical staff rushed to a beast that was bleeding out, patting it gently. Too late. It's over. A staff member asked his colleague, what happened to this beast? The other just replied, take it away, then turn it over to its family. Watching a candidate who had been killed by their own beast, the staff member sighed. It even pierced through the custom-made safety goggles. How could that happen? Gao Peng scouted the surroundings and smelled thick smoke. Did a fight break out here? Are other candidates just coming here to scavenge? The monster overlord. A giant centipede, level 21. He fell into deep thought. Although the rules didn't explicitly state whether candidates could fight each other, without a clear regulation, he still had to stay on guard. The guy beside him was still acting clueless, saying, wow, who knew the point target would be taken by you first? Consider it your lucky day. Next time, my king of insects will definitely get it first. Let's go our separate ways, and we shall meet again. Gao Peng let out a sigh of relief. Phew, lucky it was just some idiot. The show host said to Nam. It seems these two candidates aren't going to fight. Actually, this competition doesn't forbid beast tamers from fighting each other. Of course, though that's not exactly a good thing. Nam responded with a calm demeanor. Only like this can it be truly realistic. This isn't an arena. It won't be one-on-one matches. The wild is much more cruel than this. It's far bloodier. In the wilderness, killing people and looting gear is not uncommon. Once you kill someone, you just dump the body. By the second day, there won't even be bones left. Not everywhere has cameras like here. That's a lawless wasteland with no protection. Fighting over some treasure, a precious monster corpse, or the young of a powerful monster, these things trigger killing intent very often. Meanwhile, deep in the Taiyang mountain forest, Gao Peng looked very relaxed. While observing, he muttered, "What is this rotting smell? And why is it so suspiciously quiet around here? When you guys are digging for materials, keep an eye out for anything strange." Suddenly, from the surrounding bushes, a powerful vibration erupted, giving Gao Peng a huge scare. "What's going on?" From the grass, a tiny creature appeared. Gao Peng's group was terrified for a second, but it was just a one-horned rabbit, a false alarm. A few seconds later, while the rabbit was still standing there innocently, it was suddenly struck by a leg resembling that of a giant spider, delivering a fatal blow that ended its life in an instant. Oh my god! Gao Peng was so scared he backed away. "Let's retreat first. I can't even see the limbs to identify this monster's stats. I need to see at least 4 or 5 of its features to get a read. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. This is no time to play the hero." He ran as fast as he could to get out of the monster's line of sight. "I still lack long-range attack methods. If only I could scout the monster's appearance, see its stats and weaknesses, I wouldn't be this passive." Running toward the edge of the forest, there was a lake ahead. Gao Peng's group felt slightly more at ease. They had put about 40 to 50 meters of distance between them and the monster, but before he could even finish his thought, the vicious monster leg from before lunged out from the trees, chasing right behind them. Gao Peng could only scramble to run faster. This is bad. A die saw the leg targeting Gao Peng and dashed out to the side. It wanted to block the attack with its own body, preventing the monster from reaching Gao Peng, but nothing went according to plan. The monster, hidden in the shadows, seemed to sense and predict everything. It reacted so quickly that it diverted the trajectory of its leg, aiming directly at Gao Peng. Luckily for him, he had divine protection, or perhaps the author was shielding him. This fatal blow was taken by Da Zi, who used its own skill. It took the lethal strike meant for him, transferring all the damage to itself. The brutal blow made Da Zi vomit blood, leaving a massive wound on its body. This proved the monster was truly no small fry. Seeing this, Gao Peng shouted, "Da Zi, use your elemental shield skill." Even with the shield, it was badly injured. There was no time to console it. A die quickly caught Gao Peng, and they sprinted away. At the same time, he ordered A-Ban to use spider silk. Hearing this, A-Ban quickly fired off sticky strands, webbing up the monster's leg so it couldn't move. It was clear the monster was struggling with all its might to break free. Gao Peng didn't waste a single second and urged, "We have to go." Meanwhile, at the observation room of the Special Operations team, the observers watched the footage and reported, "We cannot keep this nightmare bamboo insect. It has killed tamers before and has learned their defensive patterns. For a beast, the tamer is the weakest link, so its first priority is always to attack the tamer." Another controller quickly reported, "White Rose is 5 kilometers away from the target location. She might be able to arrive in time for backup." Hearing this, the team leader felt slightly relieved and replied, That's good. This time there have already been casualties. If more keep appearing, tell me, are those people insane? Why are there death quotas? There have already been casualties this time. If more people die, are those guys out of their minds? Do they have some kind of death quota? They are the ones who said beast tamers need to be refined, and they're the same ones who claim to want more authenticity." The team leader crossed his arms. His voice carried a mix of sarcasm and a bitter laugh. Now that someone's actually in danger, they're more anxious than anyone. The staff member replied with a chuckle. "Hee hee. Team leader, isn't that how they always are? It's not like it's the first time." After saying that, he looked at the surveillance screen and hesitated. "But team leader, isn't this guy acting a bit too cowardly?" Hearing that, the team leader frowned, annoyed. "That's not being cowardly, that's called strategy. Knowing when to advance and retreat, understanding the risks, that's the quality of a true winner. No one is an undefeated general. If you think you're invincible, you'll sooner or later lose to your own arrogance." The staff member laughed awkwardly. "Hee hee, you're right, team leader. But they've only just met, how does he already know he can't win?" While the two were talking, the observer on the other side called out in a panic, "Oh no, the monster's information is appearing on the system board. It's a nightmare bamboo centipede, level 35, elite grade. It has a level 2 hardened shell, and it's a spirit type, weak to fire and metal elements. There's a small white dot in the center of its abdomen. Attacking that point can deal critical damage. It seems those spider webs he used earlier didn't even scratch it, and it didn't even make Gao Peng run very far. Instead, it backfired, making the monster even more furious and savage. It roared and chased after Gao Peng. The tremors from its movement caused the surrounding forest to shake, scaring all the smaller monsters nearby into running away. Gao Peng sat on the shoulder of a dai, looking back at the savage beast, terrified. "Oh my god! I have to hit that weak point, or I'm dead. My life is worth more than that. Forget it. Run." The nightmare centipede poured its energy into its long, writhing legs, and a red aura began to envelop them. The monster looked 10 times more terrifying. Without hesitation, it used its legs like weapons, lunging straight toward Gao Peng. Once again, his companions saved him. Aban used its iron-hard legs to brace against the attack, shielding Gao Peng. He shouted, looking like he had lost half his life force. "Aban! Aban!" Aban urged him to run. "Master, run." As if ignited with fresh resolve, he lost all fear and hesitation toward the monster. His eyes now burned with determination and rage. "No more running. Today, we kill it." There's a small white dot on its abdomen. That's its weak spot. Hearing this, Adai roared, ready to fight with everything he had. Adai channeled his power into his palms. Firepower erupted as if to scorch the air. It was prepared to launch a powerful counterattack to avenge the friends this nightmare centipede had hurt. Then it lunged, punching the monster standing there. Gao Peng stood to the side, watching, feeling a bit tense. The nightmare bamboo centipede's attack style relies mainly on its limbs, which can extend and retract, sharp as long spears. It can pierce through anything, but facing an opponent that is just bones, like a die, makes things difficult, especially with the monster's legs being as sharp as well-honed swords. It countered and stabbed a die without hesitation. This isn't good. While the nightmare bamboo centipede couldn't land a fatal blow on a die for now, a die was pinned by the opponent's limbs, unable to create any effective distance to attack. A die quickly used its hands to grab one of the centipede's legs. Gao Peng, watching, seemed to understand what a die was doing. No, a die isn't being pinned down. It's afraid that if it dodges, the monster will attack us from behind. A die. Dodge. Don't just take it. We're at a safe distance now. It's countered by the elements. It's definitely not our match. Let's try to find that weak point on the abdomen first. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Die 2, who was down below, weakly stood up. Die 2, it cried out. No, it lunged at the monster with great force. Don't you dare bully Die 2's friends. High above the ocean-like forest, a girl with red hair was riding a giant eagle. She flew toward them. Before I get there, don't you dare die. Gao Peng commanded his beast. Die 2 followed the underside of the nightmare bamboo centipede and climbed up. By now, Die 2 had reached the nightmare centipede and prepared to inject venom. Unfortunately, the centipede reacted quickly, threw it off, and landed a critical blow. Gao Peng called out in worry, Die 2. A die, seeing Die 2 hurt, flew into a rage and used all its power to break one of the centipede's legs. Die 2 acted like it had gone mad, attacking continuously without stopping. Seeing this, Gao Peng had to call out, A die, stay back. Observe the situation. He looked at all his beasts, which were already injured, and thought, this won't work. I can't keep pushing. The nightmare bamboo centipede, although one of its eyes had been smashed and its face was covered in blood, looked pathetic but wasn't actually heavily wounded. Its strategy was maintained at a very high level, while Aban, Die 2, and a die were all suffering from various injuries. What do I do? Gao Peng told Die 2, try using a lightning discharge to attack that white spot. Die 2 used lightning to attack the whole area, causing the centipede's body to be electrocuted. Seeing the situation had eased, Gao Peng sighed and thought, that was close, but it worked. A die, draw its attention. Die 2, get ready to do it again. At this moment, the girl riding the eagle arrived and contacted headquarters. I've arrived at the scene. Should I kill the nightmare bamboo centipede directly, or play it by ear? Kill it, understood. Hearing the command, the eagle unleashed a burst of energy to wipe out the nightmare bamboo centipede. Gao Peng saw that scene and was stunned. So the eagle is a bright-winged heaven bird, level 38. Gao Peng was shocked. The military's level 38 bright-winged heaven bird. The bright-winged heaven bird lunged at the centipede, gripped it, and carried it away. Gao Peng stood below, witnessing this, not yet understanding what was happening. Just like that, he wearily sat down on the ground and sighed. But that's good, too. If we kept fighting, there might have been casualties. Maybe even total annihilation. Everyone at the command center sighed. Phew. Luckily, White Rose was fast enough. This kid is pretty good, too. If I'm not mistaken, both of his beasts are leader grade. At his age, to have 2 leader grade beasts at once is very rare. Team leader, I see. but relying on 2-liter grade beasts to defeat the nightmare bamboo centipede is still a bit difficult. Seeing this, the coordinator wondered, "Team leader, why did you let the white rose kill that monster?" According to the original rules, we were supposed to wait for the signal flare before making a move, the team leader said anxiously. But if we waited, people would be dead. The higher-ups need a guaranteed number of surviving beast tamers. This was a mistake. It seems their performance in the arena was just talk. Even if they show promise in forest combat, they're still too green for the ocean forest. Liu Feng watched his pet and thought to himself, "It's already starting to grow flesh. The vitality of this beast is incredible." He looked at Dazi and said, "Don't even think about it. The flesh is still quite soft, like fish meat." Just then, Dazi noticed Aban acting strange. With sparkling eyes, Dazi looked at Aban and said, "I want to eat." Seeing this, Aban got angry and retorted, "I treat you like the boss, and you want to eat my leg." Dazi stepped closer to Aban and said, "Eating makes me grow limbs faster." Liu Feng walked over and scolded it. "You're hurt this badly and you're still thinking about food. You even want to eat Aban's leg? I really don't know who you take after." Aban saw how desperate it looked, so it sighed, wiped away a fake tear, and said, "If you want to eat, just eat it." Both Dazi and Aban then turned to look at Liu Feng. He looked at them, confused, and asked, "Why are you two looking at me?" After that, the group left. A moment later, an announcement came through. "Contestant Fian Fong has been eliminated. Contestant Fian Fong has been eliminated." Liu Feng remarked, "Another one out. Let's go. We need to find some nutrients for Aban to help it shed its skin and grow its legs back." Night fell, and the group found a shelter. Liu Feng told his beasts, "Another bunch got eliminated today. Looks like if you want a high score, you just have to hold out as long as possible. Actually, the points-gathering pillars on the outskirts of the forest aren't scarce at all. Everyone is just rushing into the center of the forest now. No one is fighting us for these, so the ones left on the outskirts are enough. Your wounds need rest too, so let's be careful. For now, let's just use the monsters on the outskirts for practice." Dazi nodded repeatedly at this. Liu Feng pondered for a moment and then continued. "This leader-level Fong Dia Fong Ngam Thu is a dual-attribute monster, wind and earth, with an abundance of energy in its body. After eating and going through another shed, Aban should be able to reach level 20. It's a shame we didn't have much time to train Aban. Even though it has 0 defense within its own rank, facing a leader-level beast right now is still impossible to fend off." He was so lost in thought he didn't notice. Aban had already turned into a shell. It's shedding its skin. Maybe by tomorrow morning it will successfully emerge. Liu Feng then crawled into his sleeping bag. He seemed exhausted after such a long day. Just sleep. Everyone's tired today. Early the next morning, Aban's shell showed a crack. It slowly crawled out with a completely healthy new body. Healthy. Excited monster state. Level 20. Liu Feng felt relieved. That's great. Aban has fully recovered. Even its leg has grown back. He thought, Aban is level 20 now. Just one step away from being leader level. Once Aban promotes to leader level, I'll have a leader level beast. Plus, Aban specializes in defense and crowd control, which can really patch up the weak points in our team. Liu Feng called his beasts together to head out. Let's find new points-gathering pillars. Then, all 4 continued on. Wherever there was a chance for training, Liu Feng made them train. They reached a riverbank. Seeing a frog on a rock in the middle of the river, Liu Feng thought, "Huh? Why does this frog look so familiar?" The monster was a lamb by Oa, level 8, common quality. Status, healthy, happy, likes quiet, dislikes, noise, element, thunder, trait, 2. Liu Feng thought to himself, the name is similar too. Is it related to the Thambi Oa frog? Just then, the frog jumped onto the bank and spat something at him. Liu Feng luckily dodged it. Why didn't the attribute panel show this weird hobby? Has this spitting habit evolved into a survival instinct for the lamb by Oa? High above, a drone appeared. The commentator looked at the screen and said, "Does everyone remember the lazy fish look from our main character? That contestant hasn't been eliminated yet. Let's check his current ranking." They were shocked. That salted fish tamer is already in 15th place. Anam analyzed. This ranking isn't low. There are only 121 contestants left in the Tai Duong Sun Forest. 15th place is basically the total points of all the eliminated contestants combined. To qualify for the 3rd round, you need to be in the top 12. His total points are nearly 10. He still has a chance. The MC just nodded. Yeah. Since she didn't quite understand. She looked a bit flustered, stammered slightly, and continued. Well, we hope this contestant can, as Master Tan said, successfully make it into the top 12. Next, let's take a look at the other top-ranked contestants. On the screen, images of the higher-ranked contestants were displayed. We can see that in second place is Quan Mac Y. Oh, Quan Mac Y has gained another 40 points. It seems like, besides finding points gathering pillars, most students are choosing to kill to quickly rack up a large amount of points. At that moment, the system's timer announced, "The competition has ended. Stop counting points now. All contestants, please proceed to the designated safety zone for extraction." Liu Feng sighed, exhausted. "We can finally rest." He thought to himself, these past few days, even though I didn't find many points gathering pillars, thanks to A-Band successfully reaching leader level and fixing our formation, we managed to kill quite a few leader level monsters. Liu Feng stood tall and proud, saying, "Do your best and leave the rest to fate. I've given it my all. No matter the result, I won't have any regrets." At that moment, his rank on the leaderboard climbed to 11th. Back at a hotel in Jiangnam City, a voice echoed, "Dad once told me to try and make it into the top 12. His father, a man with green hair and glasses, said seriously, "If you can participate in this Youth Tamer Alliance convention, it will be of great benefit to your future growth." The young man listened and stood straight to reply, "I have tried my best." Then he said anxiously, "Dad, you haven't seen my performance. Dad, why don't you use your connections and get me in?" He slammed his hand on the chair, shouting, "Don't be reckless. How can I arrange for you to get into a convention like this? Do you really think your father is all-powerful? When will you ever be of any use to me?" He angrily explained, "There are countless eyes watching me from the outside right now. If I make the slightest mistake, those people are just like greedy dogs, salivating at the chance to tear apart our influence. Let it go. Let me think about it. For the next few days, keep a low profile. Do you hear me? Don't go around with that trashy crowd anymore. If I catch you with them again, I'll break your legs. Gao Peng, it's time you stepped out into the real world." Eating while staring at your phone? The strongest Youth Beastmaster tournament is happening in 3 months. It's been pushed back, and honestly, the performance of the latest batch of candidates is pathetic. That's why the government gave us a 3-month grace period for them to grow. But there's an age limit, 20 years and 3 months. What? Why so sloppy? It's a precaution. Because if we delay, we might have people turn 20 before the tournament even starts. Han Ning was standing there waiting for him. He didn't know how long he'd been there, but as soon as he saw him, he called out, "Gao Peng, I've been looking for you forever. Come grab some food with me. We're all getting together at Chang'an." Just then, a pair behind them looked absolutely furious. Han Ning draped his arm over Gao Peng's shoulder and whispered, "Come on, join us for dinner." Look, even Wang Jun, who never smiles, agreed to come. Gao Peng just chuckled awkwardly. "All right, get your arm off me." He stepped out of the building. Han Ning waved at someone. "Let's go. I know a seafood place nearby that tastes like the real deal." Suddenly, a man approached Gao Peng. "Mr. Gao, could I have a word with you?" It was Mr. Zhang. Gao Peng didn't even acknowledge him, just walked right past. This caught Mr. Zhang off guard and ticked him off. He stepped in front of Gao Peng, held out a card, and said, "The PIN is 6 sixes. There's 1 million union credits on it. Whether you take the deal or not, consider this compensation for wasting your time." Seeing that, Gao Peng stopped to talk. "Is my time really worth that much to you?" Mr. Zhang pointed to a nearby cafe. "Let's talk in that cafe over there." Gao Peng stopped him. "Don't be so eager. Wait a sec." Behind him, a die had appeared out of nowhere. "My pet beast has been a coward since it was small. It needs me to pat its head just to fall asleep at night. It's not even its bedtime, and it's already looking for me." Mr. Zhang was shocked. This kid is cautious, but that's fine. Being extra careful when you're out and about is a good thing. The two of them went into the cafe. Mr. Zhang started, "Honestly, I'm here to make a deal with you, Mr. Gao." Gao Peng wondered, "Oh, what kind of deal?" Mr. Zhang slid a card toward him. "Someone is willing to pay you a compensation fee if you withdraw from the strongest Youth Beastmaster tournament. This compensation is definitely higher than the first place prize. To show my sincerity, I'll even leak some internal info to you, Mr. Gao. According to my sources, there's a Beastmaster in the Mei district who has already signed a Lord-tier beast. He's basically the frontrunner to win it all. Which means, even if you compete in the youth tournament, you're basically not going to take first place. Think it over, Mr. Gao." Gao Peng replied, explaining his situation. "I'm just a poor kid. My parents are gone. What kind of value do I have that makes someone look at me and offer such a huge price?" "It sounds like your employer really dotes on their child, doesn't it?" Mr. Zhang asked. "So, shall we talk business?" Gao Peng took a sip of coffee and said, "Sorry, but compared to money, I'd rather have the chance to reach a higher level." Mr. Zhang was infuriated by the change in attitude. "Mr. Gao, what's that supposed to mean? I'd suggest you think very carefully. Don't you love money? This is a lot of cash. Gao Peng spoke his mind plainly. I guess I was being too subtle before, wasn't I? My answer is no. Mr. Zhang sighed. What a pity. Gao Peng stood up and started to walk away, waving his hand. You take your time drinking, my treat. Mr. Zhang, fuming, pulled out his phone and called someone. The person on the other end asked, what did he say? Mr. Zhang stood at the door, watching Gao Peng leave. He refused. The kid has guts. Not bad. Gao Peng didn't care at all and started talking to Han Ning on the phone. I'm almost there. You guys go ahead and eat. Mr. Zhang watched, thinking to himself, I'm easy to talk to. But the people who hired me, they aren't the type to play nice. This kid is still too young. Wait until he faces some real hardship, then he'll realize how cruel and real the world is. Whatever, none of my business. I'm just the messenger. Suddenly, Mr. Zhang felt like something was off. Huh? The area around him was completely empty. That's not right. Where is everyone? The sound of rattling chains echoed from the end of the street. Someone was leading a beast toward him. Mr. Zhang was stunned. When did they get there? He panicked and looked the other way. Directly to his left, there were more people. This isn't good. Mr. Zhang grew tense and anxious. I didn't expect them to play their trump card this fast. What the hell? Who on earth is targeting me from the shadows? Those people approached him. Mr. Zhang, don't struggle. Your Ice Mountain Bluebird has already been subdued. We don't want to hurt you, so please cooperate. Mr. Zhang tried to signal his beast, but to his horror, he couldn't reach it. Damn it, it didn't even have a chance to warn me. This is going to be a tough day. One of them stepped forward, gesturing politely. Sir, someone wants to see you. Mr. Zhang thought, fine, I want to see exactly who this big shot is. Walking inside, someone was already waiting for him. Mr. Zhang, I presume? The woman accompanying the man tossed the same card Mr. Zhang had given Gao Peng at him. It embedded itself straight into the table. The man turned around. It was none other than Gao Peng's grandfather, Ji Handong. He said, sorry to waste your precious time. That's a card, with 5 million union credits on it. PIN is 5 fives. Consider it compensation for your time. I want to know what you were saying to that innocent, good-natured kid earlier. Mr. Zhang knew he couldn't mess with this man, so he gave a forced smile. Sir, I was just having a chat with him. Innocent and pure. What are you talking about? Mr. Zhang knew this guy wasn't someone he could mess with, so he just gave a forced laugh and said, Sir, I'm just here to have a little chat with him, trying to convince him to withdraw from the strongest youth Beastmaster tournament. Innocent and good-natured, he thought. These people are here for Gao Peng, and they've got such deep connections. What the hell? Didn't my background checks say that kid had no ties? How is he linked to people with this much money and power? Ji Handong walked right up to Mr. Zhang and glared at him. And how did the boy answer you? Trembling, Mr. Zhang replied, he refused. He insisted he didn't want to miss an opportunity to broaden his knowledge, wondering to himself, who is this person behind all this? Just who are they? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Mr. Zhang's mind. Could it be him? The chairman continued, so, what are your next steps? I don't expect to hear lies from you. I trust you. And you wouldn't want to hear lies from her either. It sets a bad example for the kids. Just then, a little girl called out from behind, Mr. Zhang. He turned around, flustered, and said, Tuan, why are you here? Tuan explained, Grandpa said he could let me see you. You've been so busy lately, you never come home. I haven't seen you in so long. Then, with tears welling up in her eyes, she added, Grandpa also said I could play a game with you. As long as I don't let you notice me, he give me 5 ice cream cones. I'll give you all my ice cream. Please don't be mad. Okay, I just missed you. Chairman Ji walked over, gently patted the little girl's head, and said softly, Why would your brother be mad? My cute little princess. I need to talk to your brother for a moment. Why don't you go inside and have your ice cream? Seeing this, Mr. Zhang also knelt down to comfort his younger sister. That's right. I'm not mad. Why would I be mad? After the little girl went inside, Tuan followed her. Mr. Zhang then said loudly to the chairman, My sister is innocent. She doesn't know anything. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you everything. I haven't done anything yet. I only spoke with Gao Peng. Chairman Ji replied, That's why you're still standing here talking to me. He sat down, nonchalantly signaled for someone to bring tea, and said, How is working for me? Mr. Zhang was shocked. You're not killing me? Chairman Ji sipped his tea and remarked, From the lowest to the highest. As long as a person is human, they have value. Killing is the simplest method, but also the most wasteful one. Keep talking. Mr. Zhang finally spilled everything. And that's the result. That's the situation. Mr. Ji, Chairman Ji, mentioned the mayor of Chang'an Bay City, Han Yuanming, After receiving the news that someone was investigating Xiao Peng, I thought it over and over. I wondered what it was about, but I never expected it to be for this reason. The woman beside him asked, Chairman Ji, should we clear out Han Yuanming? Chairman Ji shook his head and said, no. Leave Han Yuanming to Xiao Peng to handle personally. This whole situation started because of him, so it should end by his hand. That way, he'll feel a greater sense of accomplishment. But I do agree on one thing, Xiao Peng participating in this competition really is a waste of time. He stood up, looked outside, and thought to himself, it's been 4 years, hasn't it? The sky had already turned dark. Gao Peng stood in his room, looking down at the city. Who was behind this today? He shook the thought away, didn't care anymore, and lay down on his bed comfortably. Forget it, I'll think about it tomorrow. Since they were rejected today, they'll definitely make a move. I'll just take it one step at a time. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Gao Peng jumped up, startled, thinking. That fast, he stayed vigilant, walked to the door, and cautiously asked, who is it? Outside, a voice replied, a young man sleeping in. That's not a good habit. The sound of a lock clicking echoed. The door was pulled open, and Gao Peng was stunned. Chairman Ji walked in, stood before him, and said, Xiao Peng, long time no see. Gao Peng lunged into the man's arms, shouting happily, Grandpa. Chairman Ji hugged his grandson and carefully looked him over. It's been a few years, kid. You've grown quite a bit. He sat in a chair and complimented him. Grandpa watched your competition too. You performed very well, brave and resourceful. Gao Peng shyly scratched his head and said, actually, my strength just wasn't enough. I could only play some tricks on the sidelines to earn points. Mr. Ji disagreed, saying, being able to protect yourself is the greatest success. There's nothing to be ashamed of. When I first founded the Nantian group, I also had to make temporary compromises on some things, but now that I'm back, as long as I am here, absolutely no one will be able to bully you. Hearing this, Gao Peng was moved. Then, Grandpa, regarding your group's business, if there's anything you need, or if I can help you with beast taming training, I'm quite confident in that. Chairman Ji sneered, those are just a few small fries struggling. They won't be able to stir up any waves. Changing the subject, someone wants to strip you of your competition eligibility. Thinking of the look on that man's face, he continued. It's the mayor of Chang'an Bay City, Han Yuanming. I know you've already turned him down, but he has more than one way to take your eligibility away. He's just acting polite before resorting to force. Gao Peng asked, puzzled, the mayor? Why go to such lengths? What kind of stratagem is he planning? Mr. Ji explained in detail. He'll ruin your reputation first. He'll find a girl to say she admires you and invite you to dinner. Once you've had that meal with her, something will happen. Then, that girl will frame you for assaulting her, and he'll stir things up further. You're a good kid with no backing. 100 people saying the same thing makes it the truth. Once this label is slapped on you, I'm afraid you'll never be able to shake it off for the rest of your life. I want you to be able to take revenge yourself. Grandpa will give you his full support. Actually, having the motivation to write a book is good too. Gao Peng nodded slightly. Thank you, Grandpa. You remember that, don't you, Mister? Ji teased. Are you remembering what Grandpa said? Or are you remembering this person? Gao Peng scratched his head, smiling shyly, and didn't answer. Hey. Chairman Ji's tone became serious. He opened his mouth and said, all right, let's talk business. He looked seriously at his grandson and suggested, I hope you can withdraw from this Youth Beast Tamer League. Gao Peng, hearing this, didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. All right, I'll contact the organizers tomorrow. Mr. Ji was surprised that he agreed so quickly and asked, why? I just arrived and you're already giving up an opportunity that was hard to come by? You're not even going to object? Gao Peng replied obediently. If Grandpa says so, there must be a reason. I'll listen to Grandpa's reasoning first. Mr. Ji rested his hand on the armrest, stood up, sighed, and said, you brat. Chairman Ji walked toward the window, looked outside, and said in a low voice, you also know that since the catastrophe happened, it's only been a little over 3 years. In reality, the gap between everyone isn't that large. Thinking of the high-rise buildings that were now just piles of rubble, he said nonchalantly, age doesn't provide any advantage to anyone at all. Whether you're 30, 40, or 50, everyone is standing at the same starting line. He looked toward his grandson and asked seriously, Xiao Peng, why must we be counted as youth? Why not strive for the title of the strongest beast tamer, period? Isn't it better to just drop the word youth? His eyes widened. The strongest beast tamer? I asked, echoing his words. Grandpa looked out the window and nodded. Yes, the strongest. Times have changed. This is the golden age for beast tamers. Even though the Alliance holds the reins for now, it's only temporary. Sooner or later, a massive conflict will erupt. Gao Peng kept his voice low. Grandpa, are you saying? He imagined himself standing at the pinnacle of power. His grandfather's voice grew excited. Think about it, Gao Peng. When someone gains the power to move mountains and drain seas, will they be content living a normal life? Will they be satisfied with their current status? A person's ambition always grows with their power. Gao Peng frowned, his thin lips pressed tight as he thought to himself. Suddenly, he felt a shiver at the thought of what that day might bring. Grandpa put a hand on his grandson's shoulder and said solemnly, "So, strive to become stronger. Retaking that competition is just a waste of time. A man needs ambition." Gao Peng's lips twitched, but finally, he asked, "Grandpa, I have a question." He looked his grandfather straight in the eye. "When that day comes, will there be strong people willing to protect the order? Because there will certainly be many who want to rise above it." He hesitated for a moment. "Grandpa, do you want to protect the order? Or?" Grandpa laughed heartily. He gave an answer Gao Peng never expected. "You silly kid, I want to protect you, of course." He continued, "I know you're not happy about dropping out of the competition. 3 months from now, when the competition begins, I'll secure a spot for you to join as a referee. It's the best position I can get for you. Spend these 3 months training hard." Gao Peng was startled. A referee? A mischievous look suddenly crossed his face. Participating as a contestant is pointless, he thought, but being a referee? That sounds interesting. If he showed up after the competition started, seeing the looks on the faces of the team members who thought they were rid of him only for him to turn up as a referee, that would be hilarious. Today was a beautiful day. The sky was a brilliant blue. This was the arrival hall at Chang'an Airport. Gao Peng dragged his suitcase along the escalator, his beasts following close behind. Finally home, he thought. But is it really a home if there's no family waiting? Once I handle things here, I'll head straight to Yuzhou. It's the best choice for university. Honestly, it doesn't matter much where I study. Even if I can't really help Grandpa, I'd at least like to be closer to him." His phone buzzed in his pocket. He saw it was Feng Tu and picked up immediately. Feng Tu got straight to the point. "Little Gao, are you back from Jiangnan? You busy? I have a favor to ask. It's a great opportunity." Gao Peng agreed instantly. "Sure, Brother Feng. Actually, I was just heading to the association anyway." Feng Tu sighed, looking at his phone. "Wait, I've actually left the Beast Taming Association." The voice on the other end sounded shocked. "Brother Feng, why did you leave?" Feng Tu's eyes turned cold at the thought of those people. "It's corrupted," he replied in a low voice. "It's no longer the association I believed in. It has completely become a puppet of the Beast Taming Alliance." The Beast Taming Alliance. Never mind, let's not talk about that. He looked around his office and added, "I'm working for the military now. I've got a big job, want in? I can't pay you much in credits, but I can offer rare materials instead." Gao Peng didn't want to beat around the bush. "Brother Feng, just tell me what it is. I'll help if I can." Feng Tu replied. "Straight to the point then." He thought of the giant worm with hooks for jaws and began his story. "You know about that man-eating sandworm we brought in from the Australian desert? A hunting squad found that the leader of the colony is about to evolve into a Lord-tier monster." Gao Peng was shocked. "You're planning to capture a sandworm leader that's evolving into a Lord-tier?" Feng Tu, thinking about the tanks and troops they had, felt a bit more reassured and said, "Don't worry. We aren't fighting the Lord-tier head-on. We just need to clean up the battlefield while it's evolving." Gao Peng laughed out loud when he heard that. Ha! He imagined 2 Lord-tier beasts clashing and thought to himself, the Australian desert already has 1 Lord-tier desert tyrant. The desert might be vast, but it definitely isn't big enough for 2 Lord-tier monsters. It's going to be an all-out war, so the Chang'an military is just waiting to swoop in and reap the rewards. Seeing a Ban laughing beside him, Gao Peng quickly explained, "Not you." He put the phone back to his ear. "Why ask me? Don't you have plenty of strong soldiers in the military?" Feng Tu covered his mouth, coughing awkwardly. "Ahem, this plan was my idea, but the top brass aren't sold on it. So, I have to find my own help. But don't worry, there's no major danger. I have several military tamers with me. Besides, if all goes well, we might even get the Kim Temple to intervene." Gao Peng joked, "Doesn't sound like things are going too well for you in the military, eh?" Feng Tu didn't answer, just laughed. Gao Peng asked again, "All right, when is the giant worm evolving?" The volume on the other end spiked, making him hold the phone away. "So, you're in? Probably in 2 days. Don't worry, I owe you one for this. Anything you need in the future, just call." Gao Peng chuckled. "With a mess this big, of course I want in. Let me know." He hung up and started walking again, thinking to himself, "Battles of this level are way out of my league for now. I'm mostly just going to watch, but if I want to be a true powerhouse, I have to witness how the strong fight. Need to broaden my horizons." He remembered his grandfather's words, the strongest beast tamer. Just then, he saw Sister Duoduo waving at him. He waved back, but then froze when he heard a familiar sound. Wait, what on earth is that chubby penguin? Suddenly, everyone followed Feng Tu to the diplomatic area by Mingjing Lake. Gao Peng looked at his surroundings and pondered. Suddenly, everyone followed Feng Shu to the diplomatic plaza by Mirror Lake. Gao Peng looked at the scenery around him and thought to himself, "We're not too far from the spot, and we haven't even gone deep into the Dark Ember Forest. This is technically just the outer rim." Feng Tu pointed the way. He gestured ahead and said, "It's right up ahead. Any further and we'll be in the Dark Ember Lord's territory. That lord has never been known for having a good temper. I wouldn't dare mess with that guy." Liu Feng looked at the stealthy pet beside Duo and thought in amazement, does Duo have another powerful pet like this? A notification box appeared next to it. Monster name, Phantom Dragon. Level, 39. Quality, perfect. Ability, Hardened Skin, level 2. Passive effect. When it remains completely still, it blends perfectly with the surrounding environment. Passive effect. Special surface skin properties allow it to absorb sound, and it can also neutralize sound waves while moving, making its movements virtually silent. It's almost impossible to detect. He looked at the notification, then at the monster, thinking, these stats are a bit terrifying. Now I see why Grandpa sent Duo. He looked at the gray-robed man with a green snake coiled around his neck and the pig standing at his feet, thinking to himself. Then he looked at the subordinates guild leader Feng had brought along. This guy introduced himself earlier as Li Khan. His pets are a level 24 spiked pig and a level 21 poisonous green snake. Then he looked toward the man in the brown shirt next to him, who had a red chicken by his side, and thought. And this guy, his name is Tanengi. His pet is a level 27 fire-attacking chicken. We're not even in the same league. He suddenly frowned, wondering. Wait a second. Li Khan, Tan Ingi, the names. Feng Tu suddenly held up his hand to signal a stop and said, "We can't get any closer. Monsters are most sensitive when they're about to break through. We absolutely must not provoke it right now." He pointed to a pit in front of them filled with man-eating worms, the Sa Da Man. Liu Feng exclaimed in surprise, "Whoa, there are so many." Feng Tu whispered from beside him, "Actually, we might not even need to make a move at the end. These Sa Da Man worms will naturally protect their leader." He looked at Feng Tu and asked, "Back up. Is the name of this Dark Ember Lord actually Dark Ember Lord?" Feng Tu turned his head and replied, "No. It currently occupies the entire Dark Ember Forest, so it's called the Dark Ember Lord. Not every Lord-level monster gets to claim territory, you know." He remembered the Desert Tyrant and continued. For example, if that Desert Tyrant could occupy the Great Benefit Desert long enough, maybe we'd call it the Great Benefit Lord. Feng Tu turned to warn everyone, "Be careful, everyone. The Sa Da Man worm is about to rank up. There are definitely other monsters waiting to ambush it." As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Feng piped up, Guild Leader Feng, we've got company." Seeing a giant chicken charging over, he gasped in shock. That is one huge chicken." Feng Tu laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha. A chicken eating worms. That man-eating Sa Da Man worm is about to reach Lord level. The temptation for this chicken is just too much." He watched the chicken leaping onto the swarm and said to him, "Little cow, look. This gilded feather chicken is using species suppression. It easily escaped the worm's obstruction, continuously stomping on them as it moved forward. Suddenly, it didn't see any more worms. It started looking around in confusion. Liu Feng also looked left and right, asking in surprise, "Where'd they go? Where did my giant worms go?" Duo, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh at his expression. Feng Tu coughed to explain, "Ahem, stay focused. Worms know how to burrow underground. The leader of the Sa Da Man worms is probably hiding below while it ranks up, so of course you can't find it, little cow. Your innate talent is 0, but your experience is even lower. You still have a lot to learn." Liu Feng had a hard time answering, only thinking to himself, "You're an elite in the pet taming world, all right. How am I supposed to explain myself if you've already seen right through me?" Over there, the gilded feather chicken was still walking around searching for its prey. Suddenly, the worm surfaced from the ground and clamped onto one of its legs. The chicken tried to fly up, but was held back by the group of worms underneath. Feng Tu continued, "Little cow, look, once those worms gain the upper hand, that chicken won't be able to fly anymore." Eventually, the gilded feather chicken was dragged down by the swarm and collapsed onto the ground with a loud thud. The man-eating worms seized the chance and swarmed to devour the chicken. Seeing this, Liu Feng closed his eyes and lamented, "The combat power of this chicken is really disappointing." Feng Tu calmly replied, "Don't rush. This is just the appetizer." Duo suddenly raised a finger to signal silence. Sheesh. The ground shook violently. She said faintly, "Something big is coming." A giant spider stepped out from the woods. A notification box appeared. Monster name, Brutal Terror Mother Spider. Lord level, 40.5. Attributes, rock. Weakness, 1. Wood type, 2. Blood drawing fruit, 3. Platinum vine. Abilities, enhanced spider web level 2. Hardened skin level 1. Liu Feng saw this and muttered, "These stats look a bit familiar." A fierce red flame suddenly appeared on its body. Everywhere the spider walked, the swarm of worms was sliced in two. Liu Feng lowered his eyes, secretly guessing. This mother spider. Could it be the same mother spider from the nest that Lulu Senlin and his group planned to conquer back then? He remembered that their raid failed, killing quite a few people, but it also disrupted the mother spider's rank up. It could only be considered a defective Lord-level monster. Feng Tu said guiltily, "That's true, but the military always thought it was killed by the Dark Ember Lord. I never expected it to still be alive. My planning wasn't thorough enough. Try to stall for time," he asked anxiously. "Are you serious? Even though this is a defective lord, it still has 1 foot over the threshold." He pondered, "Can we really do this with just our group?" Suddenly, his gaze shifted toward Duo and her pet, a spark of hope igniting. "Wait, I don't think it's impossible to stir up some trouble." Duo looked at Feng Tu and said, "We can join the fight, but we want this brutal terror mother spider." He was surprised when he heard this. "Huh." He still said anxiously, "We're only going to hinder this mother spider slightly, relying on our small group to hunt this brutal terror mother spider. We don't have the strength for it. We're just barely holding off this mother spider. They want to rely on us? This guy doesn't even have the strength to hunt down such a terrifying, brutal mother spider." She turned around and gave instructions. "All right, while Little Bong and I take action, you all stay sharp and keep an eye out for other monsters." Seeing the phantom dragon, she felt even more confident, thinking to herself, Little Tao's sister actually has a beast with a rare stealth ability in the military district. Anyone lucky enough to possess a beast like that would immediately be prioritized for elite training. She's no ordinary person. Liu Feng looked at the person before him, wanting to help. He said, "Sister Duo, let me have it die help you." Duo didn't refuse, replying, "All right then, Little Bong, stay behind me and keep watch on the surroundings." Feng Tu chimed in, "In that case, we won't." Before he could finish, Duo glanced at him, refusing, "Don't cause trouble, you guys." He whispered, "Hey, isn't that a bit discriminatory?" The older sister didn't answer him. She released her beast and gave the command, "Go." Kuan Yuan looked at it with bloodlust. She said coldly, "Go take out that spider." The mother spider saw Kuan Yuan approaching. It immediately switched to attack mode. Kuan Yuan picked up speed, sharp claws protruding from her toes, her expression looking incredibly excited. Seeing this, Feng Tu exclaimed, "That beast's claws are lethal." Duo poured cold water on his excitement. Not enough yet. Cuts were visible on the mother spider's body. She continued, "The wounds Kuan Yuan made are only superficial flesh wounds. They didn't reach the internal organs." A pink tongue lunged forward. It wrapped tightly around the mother spider's leg. It turned out to be the phantom dragon's tongue, but the mother spider countered. The phantom dragon's tongue kept trembling. The mother spider raised its leg, a flash of light revealing its razor-sharp edge. Then it slammed its leg into the ground. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. Kuan Yuan reacted quickly, dodging to the side, moving in a zigzag pattern to evade the attack. The mother spider kept firing toxic webs, chasing right behind Kuan Yuan. Seeing this, Liu Feng whispered, "This can't go on." Even though the mother spider can't hurt Kuan Yuan, we aren't dealing any effective damage to the spider either. A Xuan beside him also looked worried. Liu Feng looked at A Dai and ordered, "A Dai, use blood web heart." A Dai pulled back his cloak, revealing his body, then touched the red heart inside. Attacked by a Dai, the mother spider opened its mouth wide, looking furious. A Dai looked a bit terrified as he watched the mother spider growing in size before him. Liu Feng was just as surprised, thinking, "It lost its effect this quickly? Fighting above one's level is still too much of a stretch. If we can stall for a bit, then let's stall." Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Liu Feng looked at the flying debris, worriedly thinking, "An earthquake? Could it be?" Something burst out from the ground, knocking the mother spider away. Then, the creature's tooth-filled mouth bit off one of the spider's legs. Feng Tu raised his hand in victory. He happily said, "Upgrade successful." Liu Feng smiled slightly, thinking, "This is different from that mother spider." An info panel appeared beside it. The monster attacking frantically is a Sandman Eater, level 41 Lord rank, elite quality, earth type, weak to fire. Liu Feng assessed, a genuine Lord rank. The Sandman Eater looked down from above, its mouth wide open, ready to attack at any moment. Feng Tu felt a bit worried, calculating to himself, "Hey, why do you have to fight this spider to the death? This spider is a pseudo-lord that failed its evolution. Its potential is almost zero. You should go talk to the desert tyrant instead. That way the military can reap the rewards." Suddenly, the Sandman Eater burrowed into the ground. The mother spider thought to itself, burrowing underground. Is it trying to run away? Then, the mother spider went mad, digging into the ground to search for the Sandman Eater. Liu Feng looked at Feng Tu and smiled, saying, "This mother spider is so angry it's actually helping us collapse the tunnel. It's like we've completely lost track of that big worm." Feng Tu glanced at him and replied, "You're right. It seems our operation this time is a success." Li Kan, observing from the front, noticed something and called out, "Old Feng, look. This spider's behavior is very strange." He saw the mother spider spinning around on the ground, which was full of worms. He continued, "It hasn't stopped spinning since the start. It's not because of food or running away. It must be furious." Duo watched and shared her thoughts. This mother spider, during the fight earlier, exhausted quite a bit of energy. It might be a little hungry. She told everyone to look at the mother spider's feet and said, "Look, it's deliberately forcing the other worms into a concentrated area." Then, the mother spider suddenly opened its mouth and fired spider silk, the silk accurately, wrapped around the pile of worms on the ground. The mother spider used its legs to bundle the silk and the worms, then put them into its mouth. Liu Feng reached out and touched his stomach, which was making growling noises from hunger. He whispered, "Huh, why does this feel like eating noodles with bean paste?" Feng Tu, Li Kan, and Tan Ye looked at Liu Feng with strange expressions. He looked at the three of them and asked curiously, "Why are you looking at me?" Leaving the group behind to chat, Liu Feng looked at Duo and said, "The mother spider isn't seriously injured. It seems we have no way to capture it." Duo said with a serious expression, "Don't be in a rush. The best part is yet to come." Kuan Yuan, standing nearby, suddenly lifted her head and roared. Then, lightning fast, one of the mother spider's legs was severed. The phantom dragon, which had been hiding nearby, began to reveal itself. It was staring intently at the mother spider. The phantom dragon opened its mouth wide and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. Then, it lunged forward and bit off another leg of the mother spider. The mother spider shrieked in pain. Because it was being attacked repeatedly, the mother spider knocked Kuan Yuan aside for causing it minor injuries. Then, it kicked away the phantom dragon for causing it the previous injury. Liu Feng saw this and worriedly said, "This isn't good, Sister Duo. The mother spider's combat power is still too strong. We should rethink our plan." Duo pointed her finger toward the sky, calmly replying, "Little Bon, don't worry. This time, it can't escape." A giant bird wing was descending from above. The wind generated by those wings sent objects on the ground flying into the air. Liu Feng looked up and whispered, "That's a bird." It landed. A claw touched the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing eyes emitting golden light, sharp claws, and a pale yellow glow radiating from its body. Liu Feng was astonished. Lord, rank energy. It's an avian-type lord. An info panel appeared, monster name, Blood-Eyed Hawk Eagle. Extreme toughness, level 42, common quality, health status, calm and stable. Abilities, wind force, stomach reinforcement. Weaknesses, wind type. First is lightning, second is fire, third is metal, fourth is dark type upgradable to elite quality. Evolution Path 1, Dark Evolution Path 2, Holy Evolution Path 3, Blood Essence. Feng Tu looked at everyone and warned them, "Be careful. This lord-level creature might also have been drawn here by the man-eating worms. As for that semi-lord-level mother spider over there, as long as we don't provoke it, we should be safe." Seeing the blood man vulture bowing its head, one person asked, "Wait, why is it bowing to the mother spider? That doesn't fit a bird's instincts." Duo replied, "It's because those monsters are holding a memorial." Feng Tu let out a quiet "oh" upon hearing this. Liu Feng looked at her, confused, and asked, "Hold on, Sister Duo, why is it holding a memorial?" Duo answered sarcastically, "Because it's watched too many movies. I think it thinks it's a priest or something. Maybe it's just watched too many Angry Birds and got confused." Li Kan looked at the girl, pretending to understand, and asked, "Wait, this lord-level monster, it's yours, right?" Duo laughed and said, "Ha ha. A girl always needs some tricks up her sleeve when she's out and about, right?" Privately, she thought, "What kind of self-defense is this?" Liu Feng closed his eyes and pondered. At this point, even if you told me your grandfather's beast was a dragon, I wouldn't be surprised. Watching the injured mother spider, the blood man vulture still hadn't made a move. Seeing the bird shaking its head repeatedly, Duo complained, "This guy and its bad habits again." Liu Feng asked calmly, "What habits?" Meanwhile, Feng Tu's group pricked up their ears, secretly thinking, "This is a rare Lord-level beast. We have to learn about its habits." Duoduo tilted her head, trying to remember. It thinks it's a monk. It only eats carrion and can't take lives, so it's currently adjusting its mindset. Feng Tu and the others felt like they'd been struck by lightning. They all thought, adjusting its mindset? Is that even a thing? Duoduo looked at the blood-mane vulture and spread her arms. "No eating this mother spider. After you wound it, we're taking it back." The bird looked surprised and chirped back, "Can't eat it." Then, it flapped its wings, huffed, and looked incredibly disappointed. Suddenly, the blood-mane vulture shot straight into the sky. Liu Feng and the others looked up in shock as it circled high above. Blinding golden light radiated from its body, growing more intense. The mother spider raised its head, trembling as it watched the shadow descending. The blood-mane vulture slammed into the ground. The mother spider was tossed away by the shockwave, green blood splattering everywhere. Some green blood splashed onto the bird's face. It licked the blood away, its eyes shining with fierce intensity. Feng Tu was stunned. This semi-lord level monster. It just took it down. That seemed way too easy. Duoduo's voice rang out. "Cut its tendons." The blood-maned vulture stared at its own sharp talons, then began hacking at the mother spider's legs with its wings. Duoduo laughed. "Now it won't be able to run." Feng Tu exclaimed, "Little sister, your beast is strong." Once finished, Liu Feng waved goodbye to her and said, "President Feng, we'll be taking this mother spider with us." Feng Tu replied, "Oh, sure." Li Kan and Tani added, "Does this count as completing the mission?" Feng Tu replied, "I suppose so." Dusk gave way to night, and the stars filled the sky. Back at Liu Feng's villa, the lights were already on. Liu Feng looked at the two status panels. Mother Spider, severely injured, mobility impaired. Monster name, Brutal Terror, Mother Spider. Current state, Quasi-Lord. Evolution requirements, perfect earthstone, core of the earth, marrow liquid, 1 kilogram. He sighed after reading it. There's only one evolution option shown. That means there's only one path for it. Its potential must have been damaged. The evolution route is incomplete. Besides, I've never even heard of these materials. Looks like this mother spider is useless. He looked at the woman and asked, "Sister Duo, do you want this mother spider?" Duo was feeding a son and dismissed the idea. "What would I want a spider for? It's so ugly. If you don't need it, just give it to my grandfather for his experiments." A Dai, standing nearby, teared up and shivered, thinking it was being abandoned. Duoduo patted A Dai's head. "No, not you. Our A Dai is the best." Liu Feng gestured, "Sister Duo, it's late. Stay for dinner?" Duo declined. "Next time, I still need to find someone to handle this spider." Liu Feng reached for the doorknob and opened the door. A blinding golden light flashed from inside. Daisy came running out, looking aggrieved. "Master." Seeing the creature like that, Liu Feng asked worriedly, "What is it? What's wrong?" Daisy spun around his legs and said sadly, I want to eat. I want to eat ribs." Liu Feng looked troubled. "We don't have ribs at home. You want me to pull bones out of thin air for you?" Daisy suddenly thought of something and looked delighted. Liu Feng followed Daisy's gaze towards something in the distance and whispered, "A Dai?" A smile appeared on his face, his tone becoming strangely amused. Liu Feng pointed to a pot of boiling broth and said to A Dai, all right, A Dai, go get cleaned up and come over here." A Dai hesitated. "Master is making a delicious meal for me." A Dai's voice was full of emotion. "Even though I'm just a skeleton and can't really eat anything, my master hasn't forgotten me." Liu Feng took a sip of the broth and commented, "Not bad, and the temperature is perfect for A Dai. I guess I don't need to buy materials for rib soup anymore." It didn't seem like much of a challenge. I guess this means I won't have to buy extra ingredients for pork rib soup anymore. He carried the pot of broth toward his beasts and cheerfully called out, "Hey, drink up. There's plenty of pork rib soup for everyone." Over on the other side, Xu Shuang was busy comforting a Dai, who was sitting there hugging a pillow. Gao Peng stood by the window, gazing at the perfectly round moon in the sky, lost in thought. "A new map is about to open soon," he mused. Ju City was a massive urban hub with high-rise buildings packed tightly together. Surrounded by dense, sprawling forests, Gao Peng sat on the plane. A flight attendant approached to remind him, "Sir, we are about to arrive in Ju City." Looking out the airplane window, he whispered, "We're here." "Huh?" At the Ju City airport, Du was on the phone, saying, "I get it. All right, I understand. You just focus on your work." Gao Peng looked around, quietly assessing the place. "So this is the Ju City airport? Doesn't feel much different from Chang'an. Except the tech feels a bit more advanced." Du looked at the person in front of her and said, "My teacher has some things to take care of, so he couldn't come to pick us up." But he's already made arrangements at the company, so we can just head over directly. Gao Peng asked, did something happen? Dudu smiled and replied, just a minor issue, nothing to worry about. A large ship was cutting through the waves. Two people stood at the bow. Suddenly, the water surged violently as part of a monster's body broke the surface. Ji Handong stood with his arms crossed, his coat fluttering in the wind. He stared at the beast and remarked, so, this is the thing that's been causing all this trouble. Is this supposed to be my grand reunion with my grandson? The monster gaped its mouth open, revealing razor-sharp teeth and fierce, red, bloodshot eyes. As the beast lunged closer, the person next to him said anxiously, Director Ji, it's too dangerous here. Let's get out of here first. But Ji Handong showed no fear. He calmly commanded, bye. Be quick. I still have to go meet my grandson. A white dragon shot out like lightning and bit into the monster's neck. Red blood sprayed everywhere. After a swift and brutal fight, the monster slowly breathed its last. Through the white mist, the dragon stood tall, looking incredibly imposing. The water really is its domain. The monster is dead. Blood from its body spilled out, staining a vast area of the water red. As they looked at the monster's carcass, orders were barked out incessantly. Tell the task force to be careful. A monster of this level. Its entire body is a treasure. Logistics team, follow close behind. The alloy is ready. Blue monkey squad, get ready to go underwater. A brown monkey holding iron hooks prepared to dive in. Other monkeys had already jumped in beforehand. Underwater, the iron hooks were quickly latched onto the monster's body. The monkey surfaced and signaled, Blue monkey squad task complete. Start the hoist. Images of two boats pulling the monster appeared on the screen. A voice grumbled in frustration. Again, this is all we ever see. It's always that mysterious fog we never get to see the actual combat footage. Instructor Tran complained while eating watermelon. Our old man G is too stingy. At the Nam Thien group, a security guard looked at the card Dudu presented and smiled. This way, please. After entering, take a left to find the rest area for the large beasts. She happily replied, got it. Gao Peng looked at a beast even taller than Dudu, along with the information board next to it. Level 34 Lima White Boar. He whispered in awe. A boss-level plant beast just for a doorway? Talk about being rich with no sense of humanity. Dudu gestured, saying, let's go. We'll go in first, then wait. Think of this as my place, understand? Gao Peng replied with a simple, A girl in a red dress nearby couldn't help but chuckle. She let out a small pff sound, then quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Dudu asked, confused, what are you laughing at? The girl waved her hand, smiling as she explained. Haha, sorry, just a little country bumpkin. The man walking ahead urged, what are you explaining to them for? Who knows where these visitors came from? Hurry up, we have to meet an important person today. Seeing the attitude of those two, Gao Peng smiled and teased, Sister Dudu, it seems like people don't really recognize you. Looks like you've got some work to do. Dudu gave two dry coughs. Ahem, ahem. I've been in Chang'an for 2 years, haven't I? She suddenly raised her hand to call someone over. Hey, old Han. Secretary Han looked toward Dudu and asked hesitantly, is this Xiao Du? The man who hadn't walked far heard the conversation and whispered to himself, Secretary Han knows them. Secretary Han looked at the young man, smiled warmly, and said, you must be Xiao Beng, right? I'm glad you're here. Chairman Ji is back. He's waiting upstairs for you too. I'll take you there. Gao Peng replied politely, sorry to trouble you. The man overheard Secretary Han and turned his head. Thinking in shock, Chairman Ji? There's only one Chairman Ji of Nam Thien Group. Gao Peng looked at the girl in the red dress and chuckled. Ha ha. She let out a soft "I-emph" when she realized he was teasing her. She stomped her feet in anger. You little brat, how rude. The man next to her reached out to stop her. Gao Peng said breezily, my greatest strength is that I don't hold grudges. Because if I do, I usually get even right away. Dudu sighed, geez, you really are something. Secretary Han couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, not a bad personality at all, not bad. The elevator announced their arrival with a ding. Chairman Ji Handong stood with his hands behind his back, looking at his grandson, Xiao Beng, you're here. Gao Peng's face lit up as he called out, Grandpa. Secretary Han spoke up. Chairman, should I arrange accommodation for Dudu first? Ji Handong's voice echoed. Go ahead. Gao Peng looked at him and asked, Grandpa, did you have something you wanted to tell me? Ji Handong said slowly, before you start school, you'll temporarily work at the Nam Thien Group. Gao Peng was surprised. Isn't that a bit too soon? Ji Handong said kindly, I'm old now. Who knows? Something unexpected might happen one day. Nam Thien Group will have to be handed over to you in the future. That's why you need to learn how to manage it as soon as possible. Gao Peng gripped his bag straps tightly and whispered, Grandpa. Ji Handong gave 2 dry coughs and instructed, Ahem, ahem. So that's that. Go to the HR department first. He thought to himself, was that too harsh? After all, Xiao Bang is still just a high school student. He then continued, even though you're my grandson, once you enter the company, you have to start from the bottom. Spend 2 days at the HR department, then I'll find an opportunity to get you into the R&D department and set up a lab for you. Do we need to hide your identity for now? Upon hearing this, Gao Peng asked with surprise, why the need to hide your identity? As he spoke, Han Dong raised a hand to his mouth to mask his embarrassment, muttering something inaudible. I hear that young people these days like to pretend to be weak to bait their enemies, Han Dong said. Gao Peng's face revealed a speechless expression as he replied, that's other people. I don't have such weird hobbies. Han Dong let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, you truly are my grandson. I don't have those bad habits either. Gao Peng lowered his head, thinking to himself, did grandfather read too many novels? Secretary Han knocked on the door and said, Chairman, everything is arranged. Han Dong responded, then looked at his grandson and said, go on, little Peng. Let Secretary Han show you a different kind of battlefield. Secretary Han led Gao Peng to the business department. He gestured toward a man and introduced him. Little Peng, this is Minister Tao, the head of our business department. Minister Tao bowed low and said, young Master Gao, it was my presumption earlier this morning. Gao Peng walked over to help him up, saying, Minister Tao, you're joking. How could there be any presumption? It was just a trivial matter. In his heart, he thought, I just got here, and a minister-level official suddenly rushes over, bowing and apologizing. He's really putting on a show. A status window appeared beside him, healthy, calm. He thought to himself, he's sacrificing his dignity to dig such a big hole for me. This Minister Tao is truly a talent. Just then, Minister Tao smiled broadly and said, young Master Gao, you must have a lot to handle today, so I won't disturb you further. We'll definitely have a meal together another time. Secretary Han looked at the two, who seemed to know each other. Watching Minister Tao walk away, he asked, Little Peng, how do you know Minister Tao? Gao Peng replied, Uncle Han. It really was a trivial matter. Minister Tao was overreacting. His eyes showed a hint of doubt as he continued. But this Minister Tao is quite submissive in front of everyone, yet he didn't show a single negative emotion toward a kid like me. Is his emotional control really that terrifying, or is his nature simply this terrifyingly calm? Secretary Han patted his shoulder and laughed. That's something you'll have to discover for yourself, Little Peng. But Minister Tao pulling a stunt like that might make your future work very exhausting. Why don't you go to the Bai district and take charge of recruitment? Upon hearing the keyword, Gao Peng asked, Bai district. As the two cars pulled away, Secretary Han's voice rang out, yes, the Bai district. He looked at Gao Peng and explained, it's considered an underdeveloped economic zone in Jizhou. Gao Peng, who was leaning against the car door, asked, how backward is it? He looked at the scenery outside. The man next to him began. When the catastrophe occurred, many people died. Afterward, the social structure underwent massive changes. Many areas here are just communal living zones. People couldn't adapt to the changes, which is why the houses are crumbling here. He asked, then why is it called Bai? Secretary Han didn't mind the questions and continued explaining. Because the population waiting for work here includes people from all walks of life before the catastrophe. Of course, when it first started, some people in the Bai district refused to accept their situation and tried hard to leave. The ones who stayed are. When he reached this point, the car stopped. He said, we're here. Gao Peng looked up at the building in front of him. Secretary Han stood beside him and introduced it. This is the Bai district branch of the Nanqing Group. We are also responsible for managing personnel in this area. Gao Peng turned his head to the side and asked, what is that? Looking at the people standing and sitting nearby. There were even people sleeping. Secretary Han explained, that's the Bai district recruitment hall. Inside are all the Bai masters. Gao Peng asked in surprise, what does Bai master mean? Secretary Han noticed Gao Peng looking at him and continued, it's just a joke. Many people here have lost their loved ones, their homes were destroyed, or they refused to sign blood contracts, believing them to be contracts with the devil. They just scraped by, living one day at a time. He led him inside and gestured toward two people, introducing them, come, get to know your new colleagues. Little Peng, this is Section Chief Wang, sent by the headquarters HR department, and this is Manager Ji from the branch. The man in the suit, Section Chief Wang, bowed slightly and said, greetings, young Master Gao. The woman in the white dress, Manager Ji, also smiled and said, greetings, Supervisor Gao. Gao Peng looked at the polite attitude of the man and said, Section Chief Wang, we'll be colleagues from now on. Just like Manager GA, please address me by my title. Section Chief Wang bowed again and replied, no problem. I will follow your instructions. Secretary Han returned to the car. Before getting in, he turned and waved, saying, Little Peng, this place is a bit chaotic, but the management is relatively relaxed. It's a great place to train yourself. Keep it up. The chairman has other instructions, so I'll be going. If anything happens, just contact me. Gao Peng looked at the people in front of him and said, let's go. Section Chief Wang, take me for a tour. Section Chief Wang pointed in a direction and signaled. Certainly, young Master Gao. This way, please. Gao Peng stood silently, annoyed, and didn't respond, because he didn't remember what he had said. Section Chief Wang brought Gao Peng to a training ground filled with exercise equipment and said, young Master Gao, what we saw earlier was the branch warehouse. This here is our beast-taming training ground. Gao Peng reached up to adjust his glasses and said, Section Chief Wang, from now on, call me Supervisor Gao. If you get it wrong once, I'll deduct your salary once. Section Chief Wang quickly replied, understood, Supervisor Gao. Seeing him like that, he could only sigh and say, old man. He touched a piece of training equipment and asked, does every branch have these? Section Chief Wang replied, yes. Basically, every branch has them, it's just that no one uses them. Who would use this stuff? He looked around, thinking of the scenes where everyone used to go for field training, and continued. The security and guard departments have much more advanced training grounds that are more luxurious, and they also periodically go into the forest for field combat training. Gao Peng heard his explanation and smiled. All right, Section Chief Wang, go ahead and get back to your work. As for the recruitment in Baye District, Section Chief Wang didn't wait for him to finish before interjecting, young Master Gao, Supervisor Gao, rest assured. Someone will report the minor and major matters down here to you periodically. You just need to take a look at the specific hiring and the results. Handling personnel arrangements is fine. Usually, nothing bothers you. With that, he bowed deeply to greet him. In that case, I won't bother Chief Gao anymore. Gao Peng touched the training equipment, noticing signs of use. He pondered, thinking, basic equipment. No one should be using it, right? If so, where did this wear and tear come from? Gao Peng waved at A Soon, who was in the distance. He called, A Soon, come here. As he watched the creature running toward him, he thought to himself, A Soon really lives up to its name as the offspring of a Lord Tier monster. Its speed improvement is incredible, already level 20. Once it breaks through to the Lord Tier, it will be considered a truly effective combat force. Plus, it can directly fill the gap of having no flying-type beast under my command. He looked at A Zun and asked, can you still fly now? Seeing its slightly stiff appearance, he couldn't help but sweat a little. Still, he let it out to the field, pointed at some nearby hoops, and said, all right, then fly. Try flying through these hoops. Let me see just how much agility you still have. A Zun flapped its wings vigorously. The starting state is excellent. Then, it picked up speed and dashed toward the first hoop rapidly. Gao Peng didn't hold back his praise. System. Speed increased. That's already top tier for an avian beast at this level. Yet, its body slammed into the support pillar below instead of the hoop itself. The impact snapped the pillar in two, and A Soon tumbled down, rolling across the ground from the momentum. Gao Peng looked at A Soon. Its head was spinning in circles. He couldn't help but turn his back, his body trembling as he held back his laughter, but he still let out a stifled pfft. He patted its head to comfort it. Let's do something simpler first. It's okay, don't get discouraged. You have to believe in yourself. You can definitely do it. Afterward, A San successfully dove through the hoops. Gao Peng cheered loudly. Great, you're already controlling your turns. Once more. A Zun flew through the hoops repeatedly. His voice echoed, encouraging it. Again, A Shun used lightning speed to zip through the hoops in a zigzag pattern. Gao Peng praised it. Beautiful. You did it. A sun. You're amazing. Suddenly, A Sun's whole body erupted in a red glow, and it raised its head and cried out. Seeing this, Gao Peng was stunned. Wait, did you break through? Is this? Through intense training and innate talent, a fire aura swirled around his sun. It emitted an orange-red light and feathers scattered everywhere. Beside it, 2 notification panels appeared, level up to 21. Watching A Sun happily flying in the air. Gao Peng stood with his arms crossed and muttered, I didn't expect the phenomenon caused by A Sun's breakthrough to be this significant. A Sun circled around. 2 information panels appeared next to it. Monster name, Crimson Flame Poison Fire Crane Growth Period. Level 21 quality, perfect current quality. After upgrading to Lord Tier, it grew to elite quality. Attribute, fire ability, fire control. Level 1 trait, Fire Feather Effect 1, Passive ability. Firebird with a dragon bloodline. Can control fire while flying. Significantly increases fire resistance. Effect 2. Active ability. Feathers. Beyond that, they can detach from the body and fly toward the enemy, then explode. Once they explode, they will ignite the fire element in the air. Gao Peng was puzzled and thought, the monster's abilities and traits have both awakened and unlocked. The first passive effect is easy to understand, but the second active ability is a bit hard to grasp. He rubbed his chin and thought, it's not that the fire element inside the feathers causes the explosion, but rather, it seems to act like the fire element in the air causing ignition, causing an explosive power. That should be right. The only downside was that using this ability consumed feathers. He imagined Azun going bald. He couldn't help but sigh internally. If used too frequently in a short period, Gao Peng cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, Azun, do you know what kind of pattern you leveled up in? This pattern will be fixed now. A sun turned its head to look, its body trembling uncontrollably. He laughed happily and said, Ha, I'm just teasing you. Then he looked to the side, saw A Dai lifting weights, and called out, Let's go, A Dai. A Dai heard him and dropped the weights to the ground. Then, the group left the area. In Gao Peng's ears, there was the sound of A Xun grumbling incessantly in anger. Late at night, in the quiet atmosphere of the training ground, a rustling sound suddenly came from under the brick wall. Then, a section of the brick wall opened up. A dirt-covered young boy was kneeling there, carefully peeking around. Beside him was a tiny monster with glowing eyes. The boy took a tool, handed it to the little monster, and said, Let's practice this one this time. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over the boy, startling him. He looked up in terror as a voice rang out, How long have you been coming here? He saw before him a young man with a large monster. The boy stammered, I've been coming here for half a year. I'm sorry, I know this wasn't right, but... Before he could finish, Gao Peng cut him off. Let it slide this time, but don't come in through here again. The boy lowered his head and said politely, I'm sorry, sir, for sneaking in to use this equipment. Also, thank you. The boy led his little monster away. Gao Peng remained silent, but deep down he was thinking, it seems like the people who come here aren't all just trying to scrape by. Some people, even if they are living in hell, still look toward the light. Suddenly, he shouted, Wait. The boy froze in place. Gao Peng, still with his back to the boy, said, From now on, use the main entrance. I'll have someone make an ID card for you. The boy smiled with joy, tears spilling from his eyes. Gao Peng waved goodbye and left. As he walked, he instructed, Come tomorrow morning. If anyone stops you, tell them that Gao Peng told you to come. Although the boy knew the other person couldn't see him, he still bowed low and choked out, Thank you. At the training ground, Gao Peng was training with A Sun. Its fiery body soared into the sky. Department head Wang brought the boy he met last night to Gao Peng and said, Chief Gao, the kid is here. I've finished making his ID card. Gao Peng replied, Thanks for the hard work. He looked down at the boy and asked, What's your name? The boy replied softly, Li Juntong. He pointed in a direction and said, There's a shower room over there. Wash your beast and then go train. Li Juntong was overwhelmed with gratitude and said, Okay. Watching the boy and his little monster run off, a status window popped up. Monster name, Mutant Heavy Metal Iron Armored Beast Level. Level 4 status, Slightly Injured, Exhausted Quality. With an elite rank metal attribute, its weaknesses are fire and light. Director Wang's voice boomed. This kid is actually pretty lucky, managing to pick up a monster right out of the sewer. He even got it to listen to him. It's a good thing he found that rat, otherwise, a kid like that, without a father or mother, who knows how he would have survived. Gao Peng turned his head in surprise and asked, The sewers? Director Wang then told him about the glowing eyes lurking beneath the city. He couldn't help but add, Director Gao, you don't know this, but there are quite a few monsters living in the sewers of Bai City. They all survive on the city's various scraps. Gao Peng was puzzled. You just leave them be? You're letting them breed down there unchecked. Director Wang quickly explained. Those monsters used to come up to the surface when they first appeared, but then the beast tamers wiped out a few waves. Now, they all behave and stay underground. At the image of swarms of rats flooding the streets, Gao Peng couldn't help but let out a disgusted "Oh." Seeing his reaction, Director Wang proudly continued, I don't know how other base cities handle it, but in Zhouchuan City, we have absolutely nothing to worry about. Jitong has a beast that lives in the sewers and feeds on the monsters down there. Gao Peng thought to himself, Interesting. Humans hold the light of the city, while monsters occupy the darkness, surviving on the waste humans produce. This is a completely different situation from Chang'an City. Li Jiantong returned. He was much cleaner now. The boy wiped his monster's fur as he spoke. There are so many monsters in the sewers, most people in the city don't dare to go down there. Last time, I was just so hungry I went down to look for food, and I happened to find a wounded blood-tailed rat. Little Bloodtail is so agile. It dodged the monsters and helped me find food. Gao Peng stroked his chin, nodding as he understood. So, you're saying this blood-tailed rat is actually taking care of you. He looked at the person next to him. He asked Director Wang, I heard the factory is expanding and hiring. Is it hard to get a job there? Director Wang smiled at the question. Director Gao, what exactly are you getting at? Gao Peng looked at Li Juntong and said, how about coming to work at our factory, even though you're young? Your base salary might be a bit lower than the others, but it includes room and board. Plus, you can use the training grounds for free after your shift. The boy was stunned, speechless. Overcome with emotion, he cheered, thank you, sir. Seeing this, Gao Peng smiled happily, though he couldn't help but sigh inwardly at his own soft-hearted nature. In the dormitory building, the lights in Gao Peng's room were still on. He returned to his room and saw Da Zi excitedly, showing off the rat floating above his hand. Gao Peng's jaw dropped in shock. The status panel showed the monster was level 25. He thought, level 25? Isn't that? Did Grandpa look after it for a bit? Did he feed Da Zi some kind of high-grade food? Gao Peng thought of Da Zi and A-Ban, his expression turning slightly stiff. He thought, neither Da Zi nor A-Ban have reached the peak potential of their species yet, so for them to level up. This fast is a bit too extravagant, right? Or did Grandpa really take care of them? He looked up at A-Sun floating in the air. 2 tentacles were folded in front of its chest, making it look like it was doing yoga. He sighed. A-Sun had reached level 20 just by idling around, but its quality was still just elite, so it can't break through to the commander rank. I remember that after it evolves into a wood spirit jellyfish, it gains healing attributes, too. He found a white mouse to test it out. Half an hour later, the mouse lay flat on the floor, looking like it had completely given up on life. A teardrop was still lingering in its eye. A-Sun's tentacles were still trying to heal it by touching its body. Gao Peng looked at A-Sun, who was still humming, as if singing, and his face darkened. You! Stop that! He snapped. This efficiency is terrible. For a small wound like that, if you healed it any slower, the wound would have closed on its own. You've been at it for half a day and only healed 13%. A-Sun used its tentacles to swirl, creating a purple vortex, and then successfully produced a glass of orange juice. It looked completely content, enjoying the drink. Gao Peng felt like a spotlight was now only shining on him. He knelt on the floor, distraught. I'm hopeless. What kind of healing ability is this? The worst part is that this guy acts so arrogant. A-Sun continued to fly around his head. Despite his anger, Gao Peng stubbornly put on a determined face and said, it must be that the level isn't high enough. He heard that the materials Grandpa helped him find had been gathered in good quantity. Once he got back, I can strengthen these beasts a bit more. Once they level up, they'll be useful. Suddenly, he saw Adai sitting and staring at the distant moonlight. Gao Peng walked over slowly. He approached and asked with concern, what's wrong? Adai. Adai kept its head tilted toward the sky, its voice filled with emotion. Want to go see. Miss her. Miss my daughter. Gao Peng's eyes widened in surprise. He gasped, daughter? I never would have guessed a monkey was already a father. After that, he called his beasts, and with great excitement, he decided, don't worry. Tomorrow we'll go to the My House to check it out. Said and done. At the inner border of Hongxia River, a boat was moving along a river with water as red as blood. Gao Peng asked a man standing nearby, sir, aren't there monsters at the bottom of this river? He thought to himself, these people are way too bold. A small, 10-meter-long boat like this dares to sail proudly on this river. The man smiled kindly and replied, of course there are. Why wouldn't there be? He thought of the shimmering golden scales, then continued, but don't worry. Under the bottom of every boat we have, there's a scale from the Red Carp King. As long as we don't attack the monsters first, they won't attack us. He described how everyone sincerely offered tributes to a giant fish known as the Red Carp King. Then, with a solemn voice, he said, Lord Red Carp King is very kind. We only need to offer some monsters as sacrifices, and we can receive its scales as a reward. Its scales can protect us from being attacked by monsters while sailing on the river. Gao Peng's expression became thoughtful. He thought to himself, I've never heard of this kind of practice, but I can understand it. When a city's safety isn't guaranteed by the coalition government, it reaches the point where they have to sacrifice monsters. It's really nothing to be proud of. Gao Peng looked at the forest, deep in thought, to maintain the safety of a base city. To even attempt that, you'd need at least a Lord-tier beast, tamer, or a monster of equal power. Cities like Zhu and Chang'an are protected by humanity's greatest beast tamers, so they don't have to worry about monsters from the surrounding forests invading. But these small, remote cities, they're not as lucky. The uncle from before pointed to the forest nearby and said, "The boss is here." Upon reaching the familiar place, a Dai looked left and right, while Axuan used its tentacles to shield its eyes and survey the surroundings. Gao Peng asked, "Does this place look familiar to you?" Following its memory, a Dai walked into the forest ahead. There stood two massive trees. He remembered living here happily with its own kind, the flood monkeys. Suddenly, from high above, a giant net spread out, plunging downward. The flood monkeys trapped inside the net trembled with pure terror. Seeing its child about to approach, the monkey quickly raised its hand to stop it. A Dai knelt on the ground, feeling the soil with its hands, as if trying to verify something. Aban asked curiously, "Are these the tracks they left behind?" A Dai replied sadly, "Yes, but these are months old." Gao Peng looked at it comfortingly. "It's okay. Maybe they just moved to another spot." But suddenly, as if realizing something, a Dai turned and looked in a specific direction. Gao Peng couldn't help but ask, "What is it?" Seeing a Dai bolt away, he ordered, "Ban, follow it." Everyone stood on the high ground, watching the flood monkeys playing by the waterfall. Gao Peng watched a Dai, whispering to himself, "This is the first time I've seen a Dai so agitated." On the surface, he pretended to sigh and said, "Why don't you go take a look? After all, aren't they your people? Didn't you say you used to be the king of this tribe?" A Dai looked at its own skeletal hands and replied, "No, I shouldn't." Gao Peng became infected with a Dai's melancholy. He realized the creature felt it was no longer a living being. "Are you still alive?" He touched a Dai's shoulder, encouraging it. "It's okay, a Dai. Go take a look. We'll hide in the shadows so we don't disturb them." Afterward, a Dai moved behind a tree trunk. Watching a baby flood monkey eating a banana, a Dai's eyes welled up. It felt longingly, "As long as my child is living happily, that's enough. Your father was useless. When you were captured, I couldn't shield you from the wind and rain, but I will always love you." Seeing a Dai bowing its head and crying, Gao Peng asked, "Why not bring your daughter with us?" "Don't worry, I'll give her the best life possible." Internally, he whispered, "So even skeletons know how to shed tears." Hearing Gao Peng say that, a Dai shook its head, looked at him, and said, "If she's with me, she won't be free. Here, she is free." Then, a Dai placed a hand on Gao Peng's shoulder. It smiled, saying, "But being with my master, I am very happy." Gao Peng heard this and, touched, called its name, a Dai. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from a nearby tree, startling the flood monkeys. Gao Peng shouted a warning. "Something's wrong. It must be poachers." Hearing this, a Dai's eyes flashed with rage. Then, its entire body transformed, radiating a fierce aura. 10 minutes earlier, Li Jia's group, some standing and some kneeling, were scanning their surroundings. Little Wang looked at Li Jia and asked, "Li Jia, why do we have to waste so much effort catching these flood monkeys? They aren't even rare monsters." Li Jia explained, "Miss Chu's pet beast has recently developed a craving for the hearts of flood monkeys. That's why they're buying them at a high price. On the market, the price of a flood monkey heart has tripled." Little Li and Little Wang looked at each other, their minds filled with Li Jia's words. The Chu family, triple the price. A flood monkey had already entered their sights. Li Jia observed and remarked, "Soft fur, oily skin. Just by looking at its heart, I know it's top quality. It'll definitely sell for a fortune." Li Jia closed one eye to aim, muttering, "A group of common tier monsters, and we're in the middle of the Red River Basin. It's nearly impossible to run into anything dangerous here." He licked his lips and laughed. The hunting game begins. A bullet fired, but luckily, it didn't hit any of them. The flood monkeys were terrified. Li Jia clicked his tongue in disappointment and said, "Che, missed. Once we're done with this batch, I need to buy some better weapons." Little Wang watched the bushes moving violently and shouted, "Boss, we've got movement." Li Jia ordered his ironback wolf to go check it out. The wolf obeyed and lunged into the bushes. Li Jia looked at his sluggish underlings and commanded, "Don't just stand there. Pack the gear and climb up the trees." Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted from the thicket. Then, a gray shadow flew straight out of the bushes. The ironback wolf lay on the ground, dead or dying, with blood pouring from its mouth. Li Jia, looking down from the tree, wondered, "The ironback wolf is dead? Already?" Seeing a Dai suddenly appear in the bushes, he exclaimed in shock, "When did an undead-type monster appear in Liu Zhou? And it's a Lord Tier 1 at that." A Dai looked at the baby flood monkey sitting on the ground, trembling as it looked up at him. Nearby, two other flood monkeys were trying to protect the mother from earlier. Suddenly, the baby flood monkey sniffed the air, smelling something familiar. Then it looked at A Dai, no longer looking afraid. When A Dai reached out to pick it up, it didn't resist. A Dai placed the baby on its back, and the little creature looked excited. Little Wang, hiding in the tree, said worriedly, "We're doomed. Li Jia, this undead-type monster and that group of flood monkeys are together." Li Jia remained calm, saying, "We don't have weapons that can damage a Lord-tier undead monster. We're about to be wiped out. Don't panic, just wait." He watched Gao Peng sitting on a ban. He analyzed, "That's a beast tamer. His pet is also Lord-tier. There's no way he doesn't care about a wild undead-type monster. This time, we might be saved." Li Jia yelled down from the tree, "Big brother, help us." Gao Peng crossed his arms over his chest and glanced down with contempt, thinking, "Save you? Sorry, trash like you. I'll have to think carefully about whether you're worth saving." A Dai stroked the baby flood monkey's head, saying, "Don't be afraid. Daddy will protect you." Gao Peng looked at him and said, "A Dai, I'll keep an eye on him." He told his own beasts, "Little Flame, Great Two, protect it." Little Wang saw this and couldn't help but scream, "Captain, that beast tamer and that undead monster are with them." Li Jia glanced over, covering his mouth with one hand, trying to suppress his voice as he cursed. "You idiot! Don't yell so loud," Li Jia whispered, panicking as he saw A Dai approaching. Meanwhile, Little Wang clutched a tree, shivering, and said, "They're heading right for us." A Dai marched forward with intense ferocity. With a single blow, he shattered the tree that Li Jia's group was hiding behind, sending them tumbling to the ground. Li Jia was trembling uncontrollably. He reached down to his side, realizing his ribs were likely broken. A Dai stepped closer, grabbing Little Wang with one hand and throwing Little Li over his shoulder. Seeing this, Li Jia cried out in shock. "They've caught Little Wang and Little Li." He turned to flee, his mind racing. "No, I have to get out of here." Gao Peng noticed his attempt to escape and commanded, "A Dai, spider silk." Instantly, thick web shot out, completely engulfing Li Jia, who screamed, "Wah!" Looking at the people in front of him, Li Jia shamelessly began to beg. "Big brother, please, spare me. I beg you, let me go. My mother is 70 years old. My father is 72. My brothers both died during the disaster. I'm all that's left of my family. If I'm gone, my parents and my 13-year-old child will starve to death. We can give you all the red flood monkeys we've caught. We're human, please don't kill us. We can work like horses for you, just do anything, just spare my life." Gao Peng looked surprised and asked, "You're hunting these red flood monkeys, but not to keep them as beast companions?" Li Jia trembled in fear, stammering, "Beast companions? If it weren't because the beast companions of the two young ladies from the Chu family crave the hearts of these monkeys, who would travel this far to hunt such worthless creatures?" Rage flared in Gao Peng's eyes. He glared at Li Jia and shouted, "Worthless creatures, huh? Ha! So that's why you felt free to just slaughter the red flood monkeys, just to suck up to these Chu family young ladies?" Seeing his expression, Li Jia stuttered, "Yes, yes. They're a major power, one of the top families in Lizhou City." At that moment, Little Li started selling out his teammates. "These monkeys, these red flood monkeys are actually very gentle. They never attack unless provoked." Little Wang chimed in, Big brother, it was all Captain Li's idea. Can you let us go first?" "That's right, right. It was Captain Li's order. If we didn't kill all the red flood monkeys, the other squads wouldn't have their quota to deliver. We can raise the price." Gao Peng replied coldly. "So that's how it is, huh?" He turned to leave, telling A Dai, "You handle the rest. We'll meet you at the riverbank." Li Jia saw the young man walking away and panicked, shouting, "Hey, you kid, don't leave." He struggled, threatening, "You brat, I'm warning you. If you cross the Chu family, you won't have a good ending. Let me go. I'll put in a good word for you, you hear me?" But A Dai simply walked over to the group of red flood monkeys. He looked at them and gestured, "Come here." When all the red flood monkeys gathered, he said, brief but to the point, "A life for a life, a grievance for a grievance." Upon hearing this, the monkeys' faces filled with agitation and rage. Seeing this, Li Jia trembled even more violently than before, his eyes wide with terror. He begged weakly, "You, please, don't come over here." Once again, the boat cut through the waves on the Red Sand River. At this moment, A Dai was carrying a baby red flood monkey on his back, fast asleep. His expression held the gentle, warm love of a father. Gao Peng stood at the corner of the boat, on a call with Ji Handong. Looking at his own hands, he said with a hint of hesitation, "Grandpa, I don't feel like I did anything wrong, but why do I feel so down?" His grandfather's voice came through, asking, "Regretful?" Gao Peng replied powerlessly, "I don't know." Ji Handong looked into his eyes and asked seriously, "Let me ask you this. If you had to do it all over again, Would you stop your beast companion? Gao Peng thought for a long time before replying, no. Ji Handong stood up. He gently advised, then isn't that enough? My boy, you're just being yourself. Hold on to your convictions and do what you want to do. Staying true to yourself means you won't lose out. Don't let others lose out, but don't let yourself suffer either. As for the remaining red flood monkeys, I'll have people take them in at Yuzhou and designate a mountain area for them. As long as the Chu family has demands, there will always be more hunters. Before hanging up, he added, all right, Grandpa is busy now. Go have fun. Gao Peng put the communicator in his pocket and said, all right, next, let's go see the King Red Carp. An old man standing nearby corrected him. It's the Red Carp King. He warned, the Red Carp King can understand what we say. Young man, don't call it by the wrong name again. Gao Peng dragged out his tone. All right, got it. After a while, the man pointed to a bridge in the distance. He said, that up ahead is the place for the offerings to the Red Carp King. Depending on the level and quality of the beast offering, you get different contribution points. Then, based on your contribution points, you get your share of scales. Gao Peng looked puzzled. Then how does the Red Carp King deliver the goods? The old man looked a bit uncomfortable and said, how can you call it delivering goods? As the boat approached a large whirlpool, a voice rang out, we're here. In front of them was a giant red fish. Its entire body emitted a faint golden light. A status window appeared. Monster name, Dragon-Blooded Red Carp, Lord of the Red Sand River, level 44, Lord class. Quality, perfect. Attribute, water. Ability, water control, hardened scales. Gao Peng was stunned, thinking to himself, Lord class, perfect quality. The crowd quickly gathered on the bridge. Seeing the giant fish approaching, they hurried to urge, it's the Red Carp King. Quick, everyone, bring out your offerings. One after another, they placed their carefully prepared offerings into the water. The Red Carp King manipulated a column of water, gathering all the offerings in one spot before opening its mouth to take them in. It closed its eyes to savor the tribute, its fins flapping continuously, looking extremely happy. Then, it opened its mouth and exhaled a red bubble. Someone in the crowd pointed at it, recognized it, and shouted, it's the seven-colored bubble. The Red Carp King was clearly satisfied with the offerings. Soon after, a pile of shiny, glowing red scales appeared on the ground. Someone started giving orders. Everyone, take your scales in order. Don't bring the wrong offering, or you'll anger the Red Carp King. Watching this scene, Gao Peng muttered, this is my first time seeing a Lord-class beast use abilities. This kind of water control really is like something out of ancient myths. I really hope I can stand close and get a good look at it one more time. Thinking of something, he happily added, I wonder what Grandpa's Lord-tier beast is. A wild Lord-tier. You can't just get up close to observe the ones I keep at home. How about you go play in the Lusaka region of Central Africa instead? A colorful, graffiti-style string of letters appeared on a wall. Boom! A massive fissure suddenly ripped open at the street intersection. Everyone was terrified and scrambled away instantly. Alarm lights flashed blindingly, accompanied by an urgent, blaring siren that everyone in the room could hear. Hearing the alarms, the staff grew tense. Where did something major happen this time? One asked. A Dai voice replied, there's a high-energy spatial reaction nearby. The hollow-belly worms are acting incredibly restless. A spatial rift is likely to open. An officer barked an order. Hurry! Send the scarlet-banded hawk and take a hollow-bellied worm to the site to investigate. The man mounted the scarlet-banded hawk. Arriving at the intersection where the incident occurred, he looked down from above and saw a strange, shimmering, dark blue glow in the middle of the road. Black smoke billowed out from all around, heavily obstructing his vision. He muttered under his breath, what the hell? On the ground, something with legs shaped like a horse's is slowly standing up. With a bad premonition, the man told the scarlet-banded hawk, fly a bit higher. For some reason, he felt a looming sense of danger. Just then, his eyes widened in shock as he whispered, oh no. A figure resembling a horse wielding a blade charged forward, slicing both the man and the scarlet-banded hawk in half. Indeed, the attacker had the lower body and head of a horse, while its upper torso, abdomen, and arms were human. Its entire body exuded an eerie black mist. The creature left with its blood-stained, razor-sharp weapon, the black mist spreading everywhere in its wake. At a sprawling villa surrounded by vast, blue water, this was the home of Ji Handong, the diplomatic villa in Juzhou City. On the screen, a news anchor's voice rang out. High-energy reactions reported in Lusaka. A spatial rift has appeared. Lusaka welcomes beast tamers from all over the world to explore this site. Hearing this, Gao Peng pointed at the screen and asked Ji Handong, who was reading the news, Grandpa, a spatial rift appeared. Shouldn't we be approaching this with caution? Why does it sound more like it's being treated as a good thing? Mr. G replied calmly, naturally, there is danger. But where isn't there? Spatial rifts have historically been eternal. Only 3 permanent rifts have ever been discovered. In the last 200 years, it seems no new ones have been reported. He looked at his grandson and continued, that's why many people who believe their strength is great, upon hearing a new rift has appeared, actually see it as an opportunity. A spatial rift represents entirely new beasts, and they are monsters from another world. Rare things are always highly sought after. You should understand this logic. It's the same everywhere. He then pulled out a card and said, right, this is the access card to the villa's lab. You asked me to collect 10 materials earlier. I collected part of them. See if you can use them. But I tell you, if you want to raise a beast, you should find a high-level beast tamer in the company. Consult them. It's better than fumbling around by yourself. Gao Peng bowed his head shyly and thanked his grandfather, thinking to himself, Grandpa doesn't know I have a system that's more reliable than any high-level beast tamer. Ji Handong stood up and said, all right, enough of that. You just got back, so get some rest and hang out for a few days. Gao Peng hurriedly asked, Grandpa, can I see your beast? Mr. G walked away, turned his head and replied, Bai is in the house. Go find it and play. In the backyard by the lake, Gao Peng stood by the railing, overlooking the vast water, thinking, Bai must be the name of that beast. But I searched the whole house and can't find it. Then, he went to the pool, wearing only shorts and carrying a floaty. He looked energetic and said, screw the summer heat. I'm going to enjoy a soak in the pool. Little Yuan stood by the side, thoughtfully, holding a towel. Gao Peng lay on the floaty, drifting on the water, and said refreshed, wow, this is the life. Sun was also relaxing nearby. Suddenly, his body was flipped over, and his glasses fell off. He was startled. What's going on? Why does it feel like a wave is pushing me up? Gao Peng and Sun were floating in midair. He was still dazed and wondered, I'm flying? Little Yuan looked at the dark shadow beneath the water, its cold eyes visible, and trembled all over. As Gao Peng was tossed around by the water, he cried for help. Little Yuan, save me. Little Yuan flew higher, repeating to itself, don't look down, don't look down. Ji Handong stood up high, looking down, and spoke up, Bai, this is your little master. Don't play too rough. Gao Peng sat on the water spout, looking around in surprise. Little Yuan flew over and called out, Master. Gao Peng answered, Little Yuan. He reached out and grabbed Little Yuan's legs. Then, Little Yuan carried him to a successful landing. He and soon turned their heads, their faces full of astonishment, and blurted out, oh my god. They saw a giant white dragon looking down at them with majesty. Gao Peng wondered, is this a dragon? A real, living dragon? The info panel appeared. Name, White Flood Dragon. Level, 50. Tier, Lord. Quality, perfect. Attribute, Cloud Water. Status, healthy, acting cute. Abilities, Water Control, Cloud Control, Hardened Scales. Trait, Cloud Moving, Rain Making. Effect 1. A passive effect that significantly boosts the Flood Dragon's agility and speed in cloud or mist environments. Effect 2. A passive effect that significantly boosts the Flood Dragon's scale and claw hardness and strength when in water environments such as lakes, oceans, rivers, or rainstorms. Note, can be upgraded to epic quality. Requires 1. Pure Blood Evolution. 2. Calamity Evolution. 3. Water Element Evolution. Gao Peng's face showed admiration. Both have dragon bloodlines, but regardless of level or ability, the White Flood Dragon absolutely overpowers the dragon-blooded Red Serpent. He walked closer to the White Dragon, thinking. Both monster traits are passive effects. One boosts speed and agility. The rest of its body increases the hardness and strength of its scales, so you can imagine that the White Dragon's combat ability must be absolutely terrifying. A wicked expression crosses his face. He reaches out to touch it, muttering under his breath, the White Dragon is already the highest level beast I've ever encountered, but perhaps because it considers me one of its own, it has suppressed all its aura. I can't feel a shred of pressure. Suddenly, the White Dragon opens its eyes. It flashes a sharp look that startles Gao Peng. He instantly shifts into acting mode, pretending to stretch and yawning, saying he's a bit sleepy, while cursing internally. Ugh. Stingy. Looks like I can't touch it for now. He turns to leave, grumbling unhappily. Let's go back. The White Dragon's claw swipes out, trapping him like a toy. Then it retracts its claw and looks in another direction. Gao Peng thinks, head throbbing, what's with this? Let's see what you can do about it, look. Losing interest, Gao Peng mutters to himself, I might as well go back and level up Shun. The quality of Big Fatty and a Ban also dropped a level after evolving, so I need to bring them back to perfect quality. In the simple laboratory inside the villa, Gao Peng stands next to a table. On it sits a large water tank. He puts on a mask, holds a test tube filled with red solution, and pours it into the large tank. As he works, he says, "Last time, the reagent was blue, which turned soon into a turquoise color. But this time, it's red. Soon, will it be able to?" Nearby, soon is calmly drinking water, its eyes suddenly drawn to the red solution. Its body slowly sinks into the liquid. Gao Peng, having taken off his mask, stands by the side and remarks, "Steady, steady." He sniffs the air and says, "This scent is actually quite pleasant, kind of familiar, like some kind of fruit." He snaps his fingers and says, "Green apple." A moment later, Zuan begins to float. Its whole body emits a neon light, the water in the tank turns from red to green, and Gao Peng turns pale, blurting out, Sun." The creature happily drifts in midair. An information panel appears, monster name, void water jellyfish, quality, perfect, level, 20. Attribute 1, space. 2, wood element. Weaknesses: 1, lightning element. 2, ice element. 3, fear of fish. Gao Peng sighs and consoles himself. Well, at least when the lighting isn't great, you can't see the fear of fish part, it's fine. The other beasts, hiding behind the door, can't help but laugh when they see Sun sitting on his head. He just sighs. The last 2 words are the problem. Li Juntong, dragging a tool cart, greets him. "Hello, boss." Gao Peng smiles and replies, "You're early." Li Juntong makes a determined gesture and says to the blood-tied beast, "Let's practice one more time." The beast nods obediently. Gao Peng watches and thinks, this kid Juntong is almost the first to arrive at the training ground every day, and the last one to leave. With such hard work, I can't let him down. He gives the kid a supportive pat, picks up his tools, looks at his beast, and says, "Little Yuan, same as before, 1 by 2. He tosses the tools into the air. Little Yuan follows up by spitting fire, watching as the tools burn above. He can't help but marvel. Little Yuan's flame power is a few notches stronger than it was a week ago. 2-stage flame burst is already a breeze for it now. The training is quite effective. Watching little Yuan fly and spit fire as if it were playing, he sighs and thinks, but to be honest, training fire-type beasts in the summer is a form of torture. Just as he's about to drink some water, a voice calls out, "Director Gao." Department Head Wang reports with a smile. "Our recruitment drive has officially started. Per your instructions, we've specially opened up positions for orphans or children from single-parent families. Whenever you're free, please come and inspect and guide our work." Gao Peng waves his hand dismissively. "No need for that. On paper, we have a superior-subordinate relationship, but in the future, most of my time will be spent on training and raising beasts. You can handle the daily operations however you see fit." Department Head Wang continues to butter him up. Yes. Many colleagues in the company say Director Gao has a heart of gold. Using children as workers used to be illegal. But in this day and age, letting these kids do some simple work to earn a bit of food is truly a charitable act. Seeing Li Juntong laughing happily, he instructs, "All right, enough with the flattery in front of the kids. Just keep an eye out for good talent for me. If you find any, let me know. Capability is secondary. Character is most important." He smiles obsequiously. Understood. He suddenly hears a commotion and, looking over, sees a crowd nearby. He turns to the person beside him and asks, "What's going on over there?" Seeing Director G arguing with a man, Department Head Wang explains, Word is a monster appeared in the workshop. Some workers went missing. Their families came looking for them, so the director is negotiating rescue efforts with General Manager Jiang from security." Gao Peng observes the situation and mutters, "Doesn't look like the negotiation is going very well." He walks toward the group. He looks at the man and asks, "General Manager Jiang, what's the situation now? Has the monster been found?" Seeing him approach, Director Jie greets him. "Director Gao," she explains, "the workers have all been found and sent to the hospital. Their injuries are quite serious, but their lives were saved." "But the monster," General Manager Jiang chimes in. "Those monsters are very cunning. They ran into the sewer." Internally, he looks down on them, thinking, who on earth disturbed it? These rich kids who know nothing but love to show off are the most annoying. Gao Peng, hearing this, asks repeatedly, "The sewer? How did the monster get in from there?" "The underground defensive equipment at the construction site is damaged." He then orders, "Get it fixed immediately. If more monsters get in through the sewer, we'll be in trouble." Department Head Wang chimes in, "Director Gao, there is no defensive equipment underground at the workshop, only a metal gate for the sewage." He is shocked and looks at the man in front of him, asking, "No defensive equipment, General Manager Jiang? What on earth is going on?" General Manager Jiang's eyes dart around, and he makes an excuse, I. I thought under such strong water pressure, no monster could possibly get close, and besides, isn't there still the alloy gate? Your voice turns sharp. Do you guys feel? Is now really the time to talk about this? All I know is that someone was seriously injured in a supposedly safe work environment, and the factory's progress has been affected. That was the result. Then you instructed General Manager Kwong. You take me to the scene to check it out. Director T, you stay here and handle the aftermath. Director T happily agreed, saying, "Yes, sir." General Manager Kwong, hearing this, snorted coldly to himself, thinking, "Show off. Who doesn't know how to talk?" General Manager Kwong led the way to the factory's basement. He pointed to a large hole and said, "Chief Cow, this is where the monster vanished." Daozi stepped closer to the edge of the hole and looked down. Liu Feng followed, lost in thought. There shouldn't be a lord-level monster in the sewage pipes. Besides, if I remember correctly, there's some kind of beast living down there. Any threatening monsters were probably wiped out already. You grabbed a flashlight, prepared to go down, and said, "I'll take a look first." General Manager Kwong hurriedly stopped you. "Wait a minute, Chief Cow. Let us handle this kind of thing." Liu Feng looked at the beast behind him and said, "What are you bringing your four-winged drunken demon wolf for? That kind of narrow, damp environment isn't its specialty. It's not good for it to fight there." General Manager Kwong didn't know what to say, could only let out an and furrowed his brows slightly. With grievances he couldn't voice, he thought, don't you think I know my beast isn't suited to go down there? If it weren't for that, I would have gone down myself long ago. These young masters who grew up pampered just love playing the hero. In the end, aren't they just making us clean up their mess?" He looked at his beast and said, "It's fine. I trust my beast. It can definitely adapt to any environment, right?" The four-winged drunken demon wolf heard this and kept shaking its head. Liu Feng, hearing this, slowly said, giving no room for rebuttal, "I trust General Manager Kwong's abilities, but there's no such thing as a universal beast. A spacious environment is the only place suitable for the four-winged drunken demon wolf to fight. Right now, a major incident has occurred at the factory, and we still need Captain Kwong here to maintain order." Hearing this, he stopped trying to intervene and continued, "Chief Cow, you must be careful. That monster might not be high level, but it's agile and can climb walls. Watch out for your head. After you go down, head straight west, and you'll see the alloy gate." You thought to yourself, actually, this young master isn't like the previous guys. Liu Feng put on a mask, turned around, and left. "All right, Ban, Da-Zi, Sun, let's go." You followed behind, shining the light. Sun's excited strides as it walked in front made you unable to help but laugh, saying, "Do you guys think we're out to play?" You shone the light around to observe the surroundings and concluded, but then again, it seems like there really isn't anything to be nervous about. Seeing Dazi's excited look, Liu Feng looked at it and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something up there?" You shone the light in that direction, and were shocked to see a giant cockroach. Good grief, a cockroach that big. The cockroach suddenly turned around, revealing two legs covered in sharp spikes. It flicked its long tongue out to attack. Liu Feng shouted, Ban. A ban immediately spat spider silk in that direction. The silk quickly wrapped around the cockroach's body, and then Da-Zi unleashed lightning at it. The cockroach was hit by both of Liu Feng's beasts in perfect synergy, causing its whole body to be roasted, emitting a savory scent. Ban sniffed the aroma and whispered, "It smells so good." It looked at Liu Feng, drooling, and said, "Master, can I eat it?" "Can I eat it?" You heard this, laughed, and agreed, saying, "Go ahead, go ahead." Ban looked at its prize and kept marveling, saying, "So delicious, so delicious." But just as it tore through the silk, the cockroach suddenly flew up. Ban stared blankly at the cockroach flying high above, its mouth still mumbling, "So delicious." It flew away. Sun looked at that cockroach and associated it with the object it practiced with alongside Liu Feng. It happily said, "Flying disc." A big flying disc. It habitually spat flames, accurately hitting the target. The cockroach's carcass burned black and fell to the ground. Sun looked incredibly proud. Liu Feng and Da-Zi clapped continuously, praising, "Wow! Great job! Great job!" After that, the group continued moving forward. You walked to the control panel, operating it while saying, "Looking at the usual state, the large alloy gates are always tightly shut. They probably only open when wastewater is being discharged. Could those two monsters have traveled upstream when the alloy gate opened for drainage?" As the gate gradually opened, you speculated inwardly. How strange, to be able to withstand such a strong current. I wonder what made these two cockroaches persist like this. As the gate opened, it revealed countless eyes glowing red, staring this way. Liu Feng saw this, frowned, and thought, "Oh my god!" Liu Feng shone the light ahead, seeing the densely packed cockroaches, and cursed under his breath. Damn it, this many. The swarm of cockroaches sensed movement and surged toward them. You asked in a low voice, "Is there a sound from inside?" Then, several cockroaches bared their fangs and brandished their claws, rushing to attack Liu Feng. You quickly ordered, "A Ban, take the lead. Da Zi, provide support from the back. A Sun, burn them." A Sun obeyed the order, took a breath, and spat out a massive burst of flame that engulfed the cockroaches. Taking the lead, Liu Feng observed the surroundings. When he looked in a certain direction, his eyes fixed on something. He called out, "Aha!" A cockroach with a bigger body than the others, it looks like it's controlling them. You whispered, "This chubby one is directing the others. It's probably their leader." The sound from earlier must have been the attack command it issued. You ordered, "A Ban, take out the leader on this side." A Ban hurriedly replied, "Yes." A Ban was charging back and forth through the cockroach swarm, sending them flying everywhere. Then, A Ban glared at the leader cockroach and its minions, making them pause for a moment. In a flash, A Ban lunged forward and bit the leader cockroach head off, causing blue blood to spray everywhere. Cow. Bong watched the cockroaches scatter in panic and whispered, "They're finally retreating." It seems the factory incident was caused by these oversized insects. With so many of them, even opening the door slightly is enough for one or two to slip in. Suddenly, A Ban began waving its legs wildly, its whole body squirming non-stop. Cow. Bong saw this and hurriedly asked, "A Ban, what's wrong?" A Ban stuttered in reply, There's something moving inside my mouth." A Ban opened its mouth, and inside, a few tufts of fur were clinging to its oral cavity. The information panel appeared, name, dark rabbit. Type, parasitic creature. Level 19 monster. Quality, perfect. Attribute, dark. Monster likes. It uses metal, and its weakness is light. It has parasitic properties, feeding on the host's blood, while the subcutaneous fat provides it with nutrition. It helps the host recover mental energy, heals internal injuries, and boosts the skin's defense. You look closely and sigh, saying, "A parasite? Huh. Since it's a parasite, kid, its potential and enhancement stats are actually pretty good." Suddenly, you stroke little Yuan's head and say gently, "You've worked hard. You're still so young, yet you've had to endure so much." Little Yuan is stunned by such kindness, looking blank as if it doesn't understand. Then it finally realizes, at A Ban's spot, it's keeping its mouth wide open so the creature can pluck out those tufts of hair. Gao Peng, standing to the side, is directing the process very enthusiastically. Right, that's it. Right there. On the left, too. The things it pulls out include saliva and those tufts of hair. Just a moment later, a pair of green eyes appears on the clump of hair. Seeing little Yuan looking miserable, like it's about to vomit, Gao Peng coughs and says, "Grandpa A Ban, you're really something." One look and you can tell you don't brush your teeth properly. Behind the group, the clump of hair is secretly watching, and as it tries to sneak away, Gao Peng's eyes light up. He seems to have predicted this. He looks at his beast and says, "Dazi, buddy. In a moment, I'll have to rely on your sense of smell to track down this new friend. Follow the parasitic larva, and we'll be able to find the mother parasite." The ground suddenly shakes violently. You can't help but shout, "What's going on?" Dazi points behind you and says, "Boss, there's a huge guy behind us." Little Yuan echoes the sentiment, but this huge guy doesn't seem to have any ill intent. Gao Peng turns his head, wondering, no ill intent? Behind the bend, only a pair of green eyes is visible. The status screen pops up, monster level 39, but then it doesn't move. A moment later, it leaves. You breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, level 39. If we had actually fought it, we definitely wouldn't have been its match. Why is there such a powerful monster in the underground canal? Didn't they say Grandpa's beast had already cleared it out? But thinking of something, your face darkens. Wait, could this be Grandpa's beast? Oh, great. If Grandpa finds out, he's definitely going to tease me about this. Gao Peng ponders for a moment, then calls out to Dazi. You look at Dazi and say, "You remember the scent of those dark things earlier, right? My weak soul has been hurt. It needs to be compensated." Dazi hears this, not knowing what's going on, and feels a bit anxious, with sweat beading on the back of its head. Meanwhile, the dark rabbit larva is still trying to escape. A beam of light shines on it, startling it. Gao Peng walks up, flashlight in hand, saying, "Found you." Seeing it trying to run away again, Gao Peng gives the order for little Yuan to intercept it. Little Yuan immediately spits out a flame to chase the dark rabbit larva, which is running frantically. Dazi also lunges in to join the attack. With tremendous momentum, the dark rabbit larva sees a red rat nearby and proceeds to parasitize it. The red rat, now parasitized, shows a ferocious look. It bares its sharp teeth and massive fangs, lunging toward Dazi. Dazi quickly raises its claws to block. Dazi is pushed back by the recoil, its body slamming hard into the stone wall with enough force to cause cracks. The rat smiles and raises its razor-sharp claws. Seeing its arrogant attitude, Gao Peng growls, Dazi, use electric pulse. Around Dazi, yellow lightning suddenly emerges, emitting a crackling sound, looking extremely imposing. The dark rabbit larva quickly leaps out of the rat's body. Before Dazi can even land a blow, the rat runs away as if chased by a ghost, leaving the dark rabbit larva stranded on the ground. Dazi rubs its head, still feeling the pain from the aftershock. Gao Peng, standing behind, doesn't know what to say. You frown and say, it seems. This type of parasite mostly lives through symbiosis. The dark rabbit larva can't forcibly command the parasitized monster, but that's fine. I only need the ability of this dark rabbit. I don't need its intelligence. Seeing the dark rabbit larva trying to run, Gao Peng and his beasts surround it. You smirk. Resistance is futile. Hehehe. When the group returns to the surface, the lead researcher, Wang, sees Gao Peng and asks, Master, how did it go? You look at him and say briefly, it's all settled. Have someone repair the crack part in a bit. Then you turn to the side and say, a die. Hold on to this tight. Dazi, you guys go get some rest. The dark rabbit in a Dai's hand keeps squirming, trying to break free. Suddenly, a part of its body breaks free and jumps onto a Dai's cheek. Watching it move and explore all over a Dai's face, Gao Peng's expression turns a bit sour, thinking, this stupid rabbit, why does it feel so dumb? Flesh and blood on the bones, huh? A Dai suddenly uses his other hand to press down hard on the first, leaving it no room to resist. Gao Peng looks at the limp dark rabbit. It's not squirming at all. Thinking its soul had left its body, you ask with some annoyance, a Dai, what are you doing? A Dai hears this and flatly replies, it was moving around too much. It was an eyesore. I didn't like it. Hearing him say that, Gao Peng can only be silent, thinking, forget it. You can't tame it if you're too hasty. Afterward, while reaching into your pocket for an item, you say to the person next to you, lead researcher Wang, find a bulletproof glass box. Bring it in. After finishing the task, your phone rings. You look at the screen and ask, Grandpa, what's up? Ji Handong's voice rings out, Little Peng, you can come back now. You are a bit surprised and ask back, tell me to come back? I just got here not long ago, and I haven't done anything yet. Grandpa Ji laughs loudly, your personal lab is finished. Come back and check it out first. Hearing Grandpa say that, Gao Peng can't help but laugh and say, the lab is ready? That's great. I'll head out immediately. Ji Handong leads his grandson into the cave behind the villa's lake. Ji Hanyu. You look around, feeling it exceeded your expectations, and you can't help but praise him. Grandpa, this is too good. Grandpa Ji hears this and calmly says, what's so special about this? Go ahead and touch that light beam. You walk over to a light beam and gently touch it with your hand. When your hand makes contact with the light beam, it slowly turns red. A faint sound echoes, and you see the door gradually opening. Gao Peng is surprised and thinks to himself, the door opened? That's way too high-tech. Seeing the rooms equipped with brand new, modern amenities, you can't help but exclaim, wow. Ji Handong looks at his grandson, smiles, and asks, so, what do you think? Are you satisfied with this lab? If not, we can build it again. Hearing this, you clench your hands together, excitement clearly visible on your face. You happily say, I'm satisfied. Grandpa Ji gestures to introduce two people in front of him. Now, Little Peng, let me introduce these two to you. These are the only two high-level beast tamers in the company, Deng Yimiao and Tu Ha Min. The two men then introduced themselves one by one. The middle-aged man wearing glasses said, hello, I am Deng Yimiao. The other man with black hair was Tu Ha Min. He looked at Ji Handong with a slightly annoyed expression and said, I'm already halfway through this experiment. Mr. Kai waved his hand dismissively and generously said, I'll increase the experiment budget by 20%. At this, the attitude of Tu Ha Min immediately changed. He smiled and said, President Kai, you are so generous. Mr. Kai then pointed at his grandson and said, this is my grandson, Liu Feng, an intermediate beast tamer. Hearing this, Deng Yimiao praised him. So young, yet already an intermediate tamer, truly gifted. Hearing someone praise his grandson, Mr. Kai couldn't hide his joy, laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. In reality, his talent is just average. Everyone, stop praising him, or this kid will get cocky. Once his pride subsided, he turned to Liu Feng and said, these two are here to help you complete your experiment. If there's anything you want to do, don't hesitate to ask them. Liu Feng looked at Mr. Kai and said, Grandpa, first I want to make a few types of evolution potions. Liu Feng looked at everyone and shared his thoughts. Previously, I explored several ways to prevent beast evolution, which can be used directly to create potions. If we can build on this foundation to develop pharmaceutical products, we could definitely sell much more, and it would also increase the reputation of Nam Thean Group. Everyone listened intently as Liu Feng explained his ideas. The department head, hearing the grandson speak this way, excitedly laughed and said, "Is that true? My grandson is so brilliant. He's truly a genius. I'm so happy." Ha 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 ha. Seeing his grandfather like this, Liu Feng's face went dark as he thought to himself, "Grandpa, you really can't act. Your acting skills aren't even as good as Sister Duoduo's." Seeing the expressions of the two men in front of him looking somewhat skeptical, Liu Feng said, "And you two must be mocking me, thinking I'm talking nonsense, right? After all, as high-level beast tamers, you wouldn't necessarily think of these ways to stabilize beast evolution." He crossed his arms across his chest with a confident look, thinking, "All right, it seems I have to let the experimental results do the talking." Liu Feng walked over to the control panel. His hands moved continuously across the computer. A red solution from specialized equipment was gradually poured into a test tube. As time passed, he took out a sealed vial containing the red solution. Liu Feng held the test tube up in front of everyone and confidently said, "Grandpa, and you two experts, this is a new type of potion I formulated myself." Then, he calmly explained, "I call it the Blood Crystal Butcher. The main ingredients include blood red fruit, gold thread bacteria, and the internal organs of a black demon spider." As his finger touched a button on the control panel, his voice resonated simultaneously. "And the experimental subject is..." He looked at the ape in the specialized room, which had horns longer than a knuckle and was peeling a banana, and said, "A commonly encountered vicious monster, the black ape." Tu Min, hearing him use a black ape as a test subject, asked in confusion, "A black ape? Isn't the evolution path for its two forms already very mature?" Deng Yimiao sighed and said, "The raw materials that young Master Cao just brought out are much more likely to succeed than the standard formula. If this potion can evolve a black ape, then this is truly a successful improvement." Hearing this, the corner of Liu Feng's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He thought to himself, "Improvement, huh? The first experiment will definitely leave a deep impression on you people." Standing outside, he operated the control panel while saying, "Because the experiment is a bit intense, it needs a large dose of anesthesia." Inside, as the anesthesia was sprayed, the ape already began to react. A device injected the medicine into the black ape's body. Liu Feng continued, "After the black ape falls asleep, we will use the machinery to inject the serum." Only a short while later, the black ape's body began to change. Waves of red smoke emanated from its body. The thick red smoke gradually obscured the ape from view. The AI voice exclaimed in surprise, This reaction has never been seen before." Deng Yumiao pressed against the glass door, trying to observe closely. He thought to himself, "This kind of intense, conflicting reaction is worth studying. Even if it fails in the end, we could still create something useful from this medicine." This grandson of President Kai is actually quite something. The black ape's eyes glowed with dense blood-red veins, looking incredibly fierce. Then, claws burst from within, trying to tear open the cocoon. A moment later, it successfully broke through. The horn after evolution was much longer, and the entire body looked incredibly powerful. A notification screen popped up. Monster name, Blood Crystal Butcher. Special bloodline evolution. Monster level, Tier 10. Monster quality, Elite quality. Monster attribute, Blood system. Monster likes, soft, quiet music. Monster weaknesses, 1. Blood fruit. 2. Leech-type creatures. Upgrade quality requirement, perfect. 1 high-level blood crystal evolution. Everyone looked at the appearance of the Blood Crystal Butcher in disbelief, and said, "Evolution. It actually evolved." Deng Yimiao looked at his boss and said, "This is miraculous, President Kai. I have never seen this kind of evolution before." Ji Handong heard this and said with satisfaction, "That means this monster has likely never been discovered before." Deng Yimiao agreed. "That's right. Currently, this species does not exist among known black apes." Mr. Deng said to Tu Min, "Kid, hurry up and use the black obsidian spirit stone to check it." Tu Min replied with a simple, "Understood." Liu Feng, a young man always willing to learn, heard the strange term and looked at Deng Yimiao. "Please enlighten me, Teacher Dang. What is the black obsidian spirit stone?" Hearing this, the man happily explained, "It's a type of natural stone, a variant of black obsidian. Through processing, it can determine the quality of different monster species. Looking at the stone turning from black to green, the AI voice announced, the results are in. Green indicates elite quality." Ji Handong glanced at the remaining test tubes on the table and fell into deep thought. That red one already succeeded. But what about these 3? Little Bong really never stopped surprising me. But if his talent becomes known to outsiders, he will face quite a few dangers. He suddenly changed his attitude, his face becoming extremely serious, exuding the authority of a leader. He ordered, "Today's events are a secret of the group. Under no circumstances is this to be leaked to the outside." The two men replied repeatedly, "Understood, President Kai. I understand." Mr. Kai then turned to his grandson and asked, "So, have you named this beast yet? It's the first one you've created. After all, go ahead and give it a name." Gao Peng hesitated, his voice trailing off as he spoke. "A name, huh?" He turned to look at the massive beast happily munching on bananas and made up his mind. "Let's call it the Blood Crystal Eater." Gao Peng looked at the 3 test tubes in his hand and continued, "I've named these 3 potions: Earth Serum Type 1, Petrification Serum Type 1, and Royal Serum." His hands moved nimbly across the monitor. He watched the black ant inside the specialized chamber. He looked at the people around him and said, "This ant, which already possesses great strength, has been injected with the Petrification Serum. Next, let's observe the results." Lacking long-range attack capabilities is a common drawback for most early-stage beasts. He watched as the ant began to change, its legs slowly turning to stone, and added, "But increasing their agility is incredibly difficult. It's much simpler to modify their body structure directly to boost their defensive capabilities." By now, the ant's legs and head had fully petrified, its eyes gleaming like 2 red gemstones. An info board popped up. Beast name, Rockheart Ant. Level, Beast Level 7. Quality, Elite. Beast Preferences, 1. Sugar Water, 2. Tree Sap. Beast Status, Healthy, Thriving. Gao Peng said calmly, "This is the result of the serum. I call this ant a Rockheart Ant." Seeing the obsidian changed into a green color, Tu Ha Min asked in surprise, "Is this also elite quality?" Gao Peng continued operating the screen, his expression unchanging. "It's not over yet. Let's look at the effects of the Royal Serum next." Inside the specialized chamber was a bird with razor-sharp teeth. Gao Peng's voice echoed out. The mountain sparrow is a common beast species found in the mountain city, evolved from the mountain warbler after the cataclysm. They aren't large, but they are incredibly fast. Plus, they are aggressive, with mouths full of sharp teeth. After using the Royal Serum, it evolved into a mountain imperial sparrow. Its quality jumped directly from common to elite. He paused slightly, looking at everyone with a hint of regret, and said, "However, the Royal Serum has one small problem. While continued use can evolve them to perfect quality, the difficulty of advancing to the Lord level increases significantly." The 2 elders, Deng, looked at the green stone in front of them, finding it hard to believe. They thought, a serum that just needs continued use to reach perfect quality, and the only drawback is a harder time reaching the Lord level. You call that a drawback? Gao Peng then used another test tube to transform a small yellow dog into one with a brighter golden coat. Its overall condition had clearly improved as well. Gao Peng looked at the test tube in his hand and said, "This final Earth Serum can turn a Golden Light Hound into an Earth Golden Light Hound. It raises the quality by 1 grade, and both strength and durability increase accordingly." Ji Handong placed his hand on his grandson's shoulder, smiling proudly. "Ha ha ha! If you need any materials in the future, just tell your grandfather. Also, the results from your experiments here can be reported directly to me. No need for anyone else in the corporation to know." Gao Peng obeyed. "Understood, Grandpa." Elder Ji turned to the 2 Dengs and decided, "From now on, you can start preparing to bring the Blood Crystal Eater and Earth Serum Type 1 into mass production and sell them on a large scale. The Royal Serum is more valuable, so keep it off the market for now." Deng Yimiao looked at Ji Handong and said, "Understood, President Ji. We'll get to work." The 2 bowed, turned, and left. On the way out, Tu Ha Min's face showed his annoyance. "Young people these days are truly terrifying. It seems like he's already not much worse than me." Deng Yimiao replied calmly, "Indeed. Perhaps in less than 2 years, he'll surpass us both." Gao Peng, after the demonstration, looked around and fell into deep thought. Having a lab was convenient for him, but giving all the formulas to his grandfather? With the system in his hands, he didn't need to slowly experiment on the path of beast evolution. Sitting in a lab with air conditioning was just a waste of time. He looked at Elder Ji and asked, "Grandpa, are there any recent missions outside the city for the corporation?" Ji Handong squinted his eyes at him. "Why? Are you interested? Want to be a world hunter?" Gao Peng smiled and answered, "Grandpa, don't you think world hunters are incredibly cool?" He thought of how badass those people looked and said, "Among beast masters, there's a very special group called World Hunters. Every single one of them has a name for themselves. They are the celebrities of the beast master world and the strongest, most specialized group." He became lost in thought, imagining himself standing on a high mountain peak looking out at the world, rambling on enthusiastically. Unlike other beast masters, they enter the deep mountains and great rivers to search for areas no one has ever explored. They are the world's explorers and the warriors of the wilderness. The military needs to defend the central city and protect the citizens. Today, nearly half of the places humans have explored are thanks to those world hunters. Gao Peng's eyes sparkled like stars. He looked at his grandfather and said, "Just thinking about it makes me excited." Ji Handong couldn't help but laugh at his grandson's expression. This brat, he's had this kind of personality since he was small. Elder Ji didn't outright reject his grandson's wish, but continued, "Going out isn't impossible, but your beasts need proper training. The way these beasts fight is way too reckless. The wild is not some small forest near the central city. Danger is everywhere." Suddenly, one of his eyes flashed red. His authoritative aura erupted. He spoke firmly. "So, until you have my permission, you are absolutely forbidden from entering the wilderness. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. You can just lie in bed and recover." Gao Peng didn't dare to defy his grandfather, but inside, he was calculating. "I have the power to turn the world upside down. So, if you want to break my legs, you'll have to deal with Da Zi, Ban, Ah Soon, and Xiao Yan first. Little Flame is fine where it is," Grandpa Ji said, as he turned to walk away. Before leaving, he added, "Tomorrow at 6, be here sharp and bring your beast pets for training." Liu Feng, exceptionally obedient, answered, "Yes, sir." The next morning, the clock on Grandpa Ji's wrist beeped when the time hit 05:57. Ji Handong, with his back turned to his grandson, said, "I told you to be here at 6, and you arrive early. That's good punctuality. Since you're so mindful of the time, I'll reward you with 30 push-ups to loosen up those muscles." Liu Feng had assumed that just getting there before the deadline would be enough. Hearing that, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" He scratched his head and voiced his confusion. "But sir, human strength can't compare to beast pets. Besides, with beast pets to protect us, we don't really need to." Grandpa Ji cut him off mid-sentence, smiled, and asked back, "We don't?" Then, he turned around, his entire demeanor suddenly sharp. With a single kick, he snapped a tree trunk in two. Liu Feng stared at the massive stump left on the ground. It would take at least 2 people to wrap their arms around it. He thought in shock, that's just too over the top. Even an average-level black ape might not necessarily be able to snap a tree with one kick. Grandpa Ji turned his head and shouted, "If you have a beast pet protecting you, you don't need to train anymore. How naive. And don't even get me started. Do you think you won't need physical stamina if you have to run away?" He continued, "We are beast tamers. Protecting our own lives is the most important thing. Because as long as you're alive, there's always a chance to make a comeback." Liu Feng looked at his grandfather, silent and not arguing back. In his heart, he agreed that his grandfather wasn't wrong. Grandpa Ji's tone softened. He glanced over and said, "The feedback power we get from beast pets is small, but if the beast's level is high enough, the feedback power we receive will actually increase gradually. Therefore, as the quantity and level of your beast pets grow, a beast tamer's own strength will slowly surpass that of an ordinary person." Grandpa Ji stood as straight as a pine tree. He looked at his grandson and added, "By the way, I only used 3 parts of my strength just now." Liu Feng was startled, thinking to himself, "Only 3 parts? Wow." In the distance, people were chatting happily. Grandpa Ji chuckled inwardly. "Ha ha, little Bong must be admiring me right now." In the distance, White Dragon watched, knowing his master all too well. He muttered to himself, "He's just trying to show off in front of his grandson, isn't he?" Grandpa Ji looked at the centipede in front of him and said, "Dazi's ability is lightning type. Coincidentally, I have a beast pet that might be able to help it a bit." As he spoke, he looked down at the water and saw a point glowing with lightning. He called out, "Come on out, Thunder Shell." A status window appeared. Monster name, Thunder Shell. Monster, level 39. Quality, epic monster attributes, lightning water. Monster preferences, 1. Water, 2. Sugar, 3. Sap. Monster status, healthy, steady. Monster abilities, lightning control, level 3. Water control, level 2. Hard shell, level 3. Monster trait, lightning shell, effect 1. Passive effect, control ability, level +1, effect 2. Active effect, accumulates lightning type energy within the thunder shell. Fully releases within a certain range to summon a thunderstorm zone. Potential evolution. Legendary quality. Grandpa Ji introduced the beast pet that was constantly emitting sparks, just like its name suggested. Thunder Shell is one I picked up from the sea. Its abilities aren't super strong, but its personality is very gentle. It's perfect for training Dazi. Liu Feng heard this and thought to himself, underground, underwater, as expected of Grandpa's beast pets. Just then, Dazi, who was hiding behind him, was shivering uncontrollably. He looked at Dazi and said, "Go on. Thundershell is the same attribute as you. It's your senior. Understand? You have to listen to your senior." Dazi shook its head stubbornly, looking completely unwilling. Liu Feng called out, "A Dai." Hearing his name, A Dai walked over and stood beside him. A Dai went over, grabbed Dazi by the antennae, and picked it up. Dazi struggled and cried out, "Liu Feng, you don't want me anymore. Liu Feng, you've changed." Liu Feng looked slightly annoyed and said, "Train properly for me. Why is my beast pet such a coward?" Dazi shrieked, "You're the coward. You're the biggest coward. I learned it from you." He ignored it, looked at Grandpa's beast, and said kindly, "Brother Thundershell, my beast pet here is a bit disobedient, so I'll leave it to you to teach. Please don't get angry." The Thundershell monster wore a gentle smile. Grandpa G acted as the translator, saying, "Thundershell says it's no problem. Leave it to him." Liu Feng looked at his grandfather and asked, "Grandpa, what about A-Ban, A-Dai, and Little Flame?" Grandpa G thought for a moment and said, "Little Flame can train with Dazi. Even though Thundershell is lightning and water type, there are many similarities in elemental types. A-Ban is a spirit type. Its fighting style is mainly close combat. A-Ban, what kind of position are you planning to develop into?" Liu Feng, as if prepared, said, "Defense and crowd control." Grandpa G touched his chin and pondered. "In that case, you'll need to train your control abilities and resistance." Ji Handong thought of something, raised his finger, and called White Dragon over. He told it, "White Dragon, from now on, you will train with a Dai and a Ban." A Shun saw White Dragon and became dazed. It fell to the ground, still mumbling, "That fish is so big." Grandpa G signaled with his hand, "All right, let's start." White Dragon viciously swung its tail, sending A Dai flying 100 meters before it could even defend itself. Seeing this, A-Ban immediately released a flash of golden light and dug a deep hole in the ground. Liu Feng thought A-Ban was using a new technique and hoped, "This light, A-Ban is actually learning Earth-type abilities here? Is it making a den? Is it trying to set a trap?" I didn't expect A-Ban to use tactics like this. Before he could think for long, A-Ban quickly scurried into the hole and hid, leaving him stunned. A-Ban. It hadn't been hidden for long before White Dragon used its foot to scoop it up and slam it back onto the ground, making it dizzy. After being slammed down, A-Ban flew into a rage. He was worried seeing A-Ban like that and thought, "Oh no, A-Ban is going crazy again." He shouted, "Oh crap, A-Ban going crazy is going to be a headache." Before he could finish his sentence, A-Ban was flicked away again by the arrogant White Dragon, sending it flying far into the distance. A-Dai struggled to push itself up with its arms. It poured every ounce of its energy into the attack, but it was still no match for White Dragon. As soon as it reached him, it was knocked down instantly. You actually managed to land a hit," White Dragon said, looking surprised when a Dai managed to touch him. Grandpa Gao Peng saw this and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. A-Ban, you really need more training." Gao Peng couldn't believe his eyes. He just stared, mouth agape. Even though there's a big gap in their levels, that was still too fast, he thought. He turned around and asked, "Where did the others go?" At that moment, Dazi and Thunder Beetle were arguing. Dazi said, "You're strong, but I'm not as good as you." Thunder Beetle replied, "This is just a trick suited to your level." With that, it unleashed powerful bolts of lightning that covered the entire sky. "And this," it continued, "is my level." Dazi was so impressed it started drooling. "Whoa." Thunder Beetle encouraged it, saying, "Actually, it's not as hard as you imagine. For me, controlling lightning is a natural talent, just like how you use your dozen legs to walk. It's built into your nature. You just need to master it. But for that little bird next to you, trying to move all its legs at once is impossible." Thunder Beetle turned to ask Little Flame, "Am I right?" Little Flame, having been dragged into this, looked blank and said, "What's that got to do with me? If you've got a lot of legs, that's your business. Lots of legs, but still short ones." Little Flame couldn't help but taunt Dazi a bit more. After saying that, Little Flame breathed out a fireball. Thunder Beetle was stunned. "You created a fireball on your first try? Even I had to practice a few times when I started. And this little one-legged bird succeeded on the first go. You've got real potential." Praised by Thunder Beetle, Little Flame huffed proudly. Humph, humph. Seeing Little Flame acting so smug, Dazi felt annoyed and competitive. It thought, "What's so great about that? It's just tapping into the power hidden inside the body. I can do it too." Dazi shut its eyes and pushed all its energy outward. Its body was covered in a brilliant purple glow. As it felt its own power surging, Dazi shouted, "Oh, this is it. This is my true strength." Seeing this, Gao Peng thought he was finally going to be proud of them. He said happily to himself, All right. Now the next step is to release that power through a stable flow, right? Da Zi, come on. You can do it, Gao Peng shouted. Not wanting to let him down, Da Zi released a gas bomb. But the gas smelled a bit foul. Gao Peng collapsed, face-planting into the ground. He muttered helplessly, "Forget it. I'm exhausted." Meanwhile, A Xuan was still delirious, muttering nonsense. "Big fish. Don't eat me." Cut to. Half a month later, back at that same vast field. At this very moment, a Dai was sparring with White Dragon. A Dai darted like lightning, dodging attacks, quickly grabbing White Dragon's tail, using the momentum to launch itself into the air. Its fist clenched, pouring all its power into a heavy punch against White Dragon. Gao Peng stood to the side, cheering, "Well done." A Dai. It bounced back, landing and creating a crater under its feet. It raised both arms high, looking like it had just achieved a great victory. A band looked on with regret, saying, "Ah, man, the fight's already over." White Dragon spoke up, telling A Dai, "Not bad. Your reaction time and speed are up to standard now, just earlier. My water-controlling ability was operating at the full level of most leader-class aquatic beasts. You managed to close the distance against an attack like that. This match is halfway over." Having said that, White Dragon glanced sideways at A-Ban and remarked, "And you're just a meat shield anyway. Just knowing how to take a hit is enough for you." A-Ban felt hurt, tears welling up as it sniffled. Gao Peng comforted it. "It's all right. At least you don't have to worry about getting beaten up, right?" High in the sky, a bird appeared, surrounded by fireballs that were launched straight into the lake, causing huge explosions. Thanks to this training, Little Flame had mastered fire element control. The power was impressive. As for Da Zi, it looked like it still needed more training. Turning to A Xuan, it was happily jumping around. On the contrary, over the last half-month, A Xuan finally leveled up to leader class. Its spatial volume had skyrocketed. It was now large enough to hold a car trunk. The mobile warehouse idea had finally become a reality. Gao Peng was thrilled and thought, Grandpa's training goals have basically been met. Food, medicine, tents, and other essential survival items have all been prepared. Just as he was deep in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice coming from behind him. He turned around to see his grandfather. "This is for you, grandson." He opened it to find a map, a computer, and a compass inside. Grandpa explained. "The computer and this map run on solar power. It has an electronic map inside. You can even make calls, as long as there's a signal. As for how to use the map and compass, I've already taught you. This is an internal map of all the major and minor regions surrounding Yuzhou City, and the dangerous areas are all clearly marked on it. Study it well. You have a flying beast, so compared to most beast tamers, you have an extra layer of advantage. When facing danger, you must learn how to make choices. Grandpa is here. I will always be your rock. Whatever you want to do, be bold and do it." Touched. Gao Peng's eyes widened. "Grandpa, I remember your hair used to be black." He replied, "Yes, I'll be back." Deep in the Yuzhou wilderness, Little Flame was flying high in the sky to scout the situation, while Gao Peng's group was tracing their path on the map below. "We're probably here right now. These red circles on the map are way too crowded." A quick scan showed at least 10 of them. "These are all territories of Lord-class beasts. No wonder Grandpa said the wilderness is dangerous." The condition for A-Ban's epic quality evolution was to swallow a Spirit Earth core, then be buried in black soil to sleep for 72 hours. Then it could evolve into a great Earth Shield pig. Spirit Earth core. Spirit Earth core, he muttered, opening the system interface. He wondered if his soul strength had increased. The system board read, "The Spirit Earth core is easily grown deep inside caves surrounded by mountains. When I focus my attention on certain materials in the data frame, it can reveal the living environment of that material." Suddenly, a massive swarm of mosquitoes flew in from afar. Little Flame quickly shouted, "Master, there are so many giant mosquitoes." No sooner had he finished speaking than he gathered his energy to create fireballs ready to strike. But Liu Feng said, "Wait a second, Little Flame, don't attack. Get down here first." Obediently, he landed on a tree branch and asked, "Master, why not let me attack? They're caught off guard." He explained, "In the deep forest, the light is dim and it's full of thick tree trunks. Plus, the foliage is dense. You have no idea what else might be hiding among the other mosquitoes. If we get surrounded, we're going to have a headache. To deal with these monsters, we have to use our brains." As he spoke, he reached into A-Sun's space. He pulled out a large bag. At that moment, his and A-Sun's expressions turned sinister. He said, "This is the super-grade mosquito extermination bag. It's a mixture of various plants with mosquito-repelling effects like night-blooming jasmine, purple gold, fragrant grass, geranium, and ghost fragrant. and 7-mile fragrance. A ban opened the bag and held it high, while a Dai worked hard, fanning the air to disperse the herbal scent toward the giant mosquitoes. Little Flame just listened blankly as he continued. Now, it's time to witness a miracle. When the giant mosquitoes inhaled the scent, the whole swarm collapsed to the ground. They all went to get their boxed lunch, while the protagonist's group hid behind a bush to watch the situation, cheering that it was easy to manage. Basic stuff, just basic stuff. As soon, A Dai, A Ban, Da Zi, and Little Flame's eyes lit up hearing that, and they continue the protagonist's journey. Right now, the whole group was being carried on Big A Dai's shoulders to wade across a stream. Liu Feng said, "Let me see. First, cross this stream, then head to the right." Suddenly, he felt a danger lurking. Whoa! A green leopard lunged rapidly at Liu Feng. Name: Fast-pouncing leopard, monster level 26. Monster quality, elite. Monster attribute, wind. He thought to himself, so fast. Luckily, A Ban blocked it quickly, or I would have been hit. A ban launched from a Dai's arm to attack the leopard, dealing a heavy blow that forced it to flee into the woods. Little Flame was about to chase, but he stopped him. Little Flame, get back here. He thought, none of my beasts have exceptional speed. A Ban only shows his strength at close range, but over long distances, his power doesn't reach. Letting Little Flame chase alone is too dangerous. He muttered irritably, don't let me catch you, you leopard, or I'll definitely skin you alive. No sooner had he finished than a vine whipped fiercely toward him from behind, but fortunately, he reacted quickly and dodged the attack. Monster name: Golden Border Kneeling Vine. Monster level: 29. Leader class: Monster quality: Wood. Another monster. 1 fire type, 1 lightning type. There's more. This is the second time. This is straight up bullying. He yelled furiously. If a tiger doesn't roar, you take it for a sick cat. Huh. Saying that, he ordered Da Zi and Little Flame to strike. Da Zi and Little Flame quickly channeled their inner energy, entering attack mode. Together, they unleashed their power, sending the monster straight to the afterlife. You still like to act tough, huh? Try acting tough for me now. He stepped forward and picked up the spirit core, saying, the spirit core of a leader-class plant monster can sell for at least over 1,000 credits on the market. He handed the spirit core to Azun to store in the space and said, find a place to set up camp. After searching for a while, they finally found a cave. This cave is sheltered from the wind and enough to hide in. There's a water source nearby, too. Let's stay here. I should mark this on the map. It can be a temporary safe point for later. As he approached the cave, a small yellow duck waddled out, quacking, quack, quack, quack. He was surprised. Huh? A duck? That's a unique call. I'm borrowing your nest for a bit, so quit quacking. Before my beasts get hungry, get lost. Quack, quack, quack. He scolded it in annoyance. Even the sound is wrong. It's embarrassing. Duck, quack, quack, quack. He thought to himself, with your level of intelligence, I really wonder how you survived until now. Monster name: Rare Variant Little Huang. Monster level: 10. Monster quality: Epic. Monster status: Healthy, tired. Monster trait: Strength. Passive effect: when attacked, it has a certain chance to cause its body to grow larger continuously for a period of time, while defensive power and speed also increase accordingly. He was surprised. Epic grade? It's actually epic quality. As he spoke, he turned his back and walked away, ignoring the confused duck. Forget it. Let's go. We need to reach our destination today. You silly thing, if you grow your body like that, it won't be easy. If you meet humans in the future, don't get too close. Lest one day you don't even know why you died. Just then, a Dai's group was complaining, saying, Master, I'm starving from running. I want to eat duck. Da Zi also complained, hungry. Eat duck. Eat duck. Seeing Da Zi complain, A Ban retorted, what are you hungry for? A Dai carried you the whole way. Da Zi argued, you're riding on A Ban. I'm just copying you. Copying you. Little Flame called out, Master. He replied, I know. I know. A small figure was peeking from behind a large tree. Suddenly, it darted out. Quack, quack, quack. Little Flame replied, quack, quack, quack. He was shocked and asked, Little Flame, you understand that? Little Flame said proudly, I am level 8 inches bird language. His face twitched. At that moment, the silly duck ran quickly toward him, quacking. Quack, quack, quack. It said, Big duck, wait for me. Big duck, wait for me. Master, it sees you as one of its own. He thought, could it be because I helped it fix its accent? Forget it, don't pay attention to it. A band picked up the pace. If we don't hurry, We'll have to spend the night in the deep forest, which is too dangerous. The silly duck kept running after them, quacking, quack, 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 meaning, wait for me. Stop. He ordered Little Flame to tell it to be quiet. Because it was running too fast, the silly duck tripped over its own feet and took a painful tumble. It lay moaning on the ground. Little Flame moved closer. Oh, this strange duck doesn't like me either. Everyone makes fun of me. Mom and Dad don't want me anymore. Suddenly, he picked it up. Quack, quack. Thank goodness, Big Duck hasn't left yet. Little Flame felt sorry for the silly duckling and said, Master, this silly duck seems to have been abandoned by its parents, and it's still so young. Do we really have to leave it here? He turned his head away coldly and said, Forget it, there's already enough trouble. Just bring it along. He thought to himself, it is epic grade anyway, so I'm not losing anything. Liu Feng was thrilled to finally have the little Huang following him. As a Dai and the duck climbed up, Dazi also scrambled to get involved. From now on, we'll guard you. We're in the stone forest outside Zhou City. The spawn rate for Earth Spirit Hearts is really high here. It must be nearby. The hole was too small for A Dai, A Ban, or Liu Feng to fit through. He looked over at Dazi, who was lazily hanging off A Dai's shoulder, and said, Dazi, you go in and check. He tucked his hands into his pockets and added, Go in and search. Look for anything that has a really strong earth element aura. Be careful. Stay safe. If there's a monster inside, get out immediately. Don't push it. Dazi squirmed into the hole, grumbling, Got it, got it. Liu Feng cautiously scanned behind him and spotted a monster, a rock scorpion, level 11, elite rank. Wait, only common quality? The little Huang squawked twice when it saw the monster. Liu Feng thought, Good, the monsters in this area aren't that strong. A Dai asked, Master, should I drive it off? Liu Feng said calmly, Don't worry about it. Even though this scorpion is a higher level than the little Huang, it's only common quality. It shouldn't be a problem. He encouraged the little Huang, which was already ruffling its feathers. Go on, show me what you've got when you use your full strength. 10 minutes later, Liu Feng yawned and asked, How long do those two plan on squabbling? Right now, the little Huang and the rock scorpion were in the middle of a heated argument in their own language. Squawk, squawk, clack, clack. Liu Feng sighed helplessly. Forget it, A Dai, just chase it away. As soon as the scorpion saw A Dai, it scurried off. Liu Feng looked at the duck, skeptical. He wondered aloud, I'm genuinely curious. How have you managed to survive this long? Clack, clack. Suddenly, Dazi shouted, Found it, master. Nice work, Dazi. Bring it out. Dazi crawled out with something in its mouth. It was a small earth spirit heart. It contained dense earth element energy and could help earth-type monsters evolve. Liu Feng held the earth spirit heart in his hand. It's only a small one, but this should work, right? He recalled that A-Band's evolution requirements only specified needing 6 earth spirit hearts. It didn't mention anything specific about the size. They continued their journey to the spot they had marked where the black profound soil was located. Once they arrived, Liu Feng had them dig a hole to bury A-Ban. As A-Ban tearfully held the earth spirit heart, Liu Feng said, Get some rest. We'll be right here waiting for you. A Dai quickly filled in the hole. Liu Feng said, We'll wait here for A-Ban to wake up. The owner of this territory might return soon, so everyone, stay alert. When night fell, a massive centipede appeared. Where'd this duck come from? It's blocking my entrance. The little Huang was sound asleep against a tree, completely unaware of the giant centipede. The centipede suddenly bit the duck, jolting it awake. Enraged, the little Huang used its power to grow to a massive size. It turned to the centipede and demanded, Why'd you bite me? The jerk of a centipede didn't say a word and attacked again. The duck clutched its face, sobbing. My eyes. My eyes. The centipede laughed, K. Its laughter didn't last long. As its jaw dropped, the little Huang had truly snapped. It grew 5 or 6 times larger than before, making the centipede tremble in fear. Hearing the commotion, Liu Feng walked out, rubbing his sleepy eyes. What's going on? Why is it so noisy out here? Before his eyes stood a giant, furious little Huang. The bloodlust was intense. How? How did this duck get so big? He finally understood why this little Huang had managed to survive so well. The terrified centipede tried to run, but the little Huang stomped it flat. Liu Feng stood behind the duck, thinking. At first, I thought this power only increased its size slightly. Plus, since the growth couldn't stack and it was a passive ability, I thought it was a bit trashy. Looking at it now, this is actually incredible. The little Huang really is blessed. As the duck gradually shrank back to normal, Liu Feng continued thinking, I should try to form a blood pact with this duck. Thinking this, He called the duck over and channeled his energy into its consciousness. The outer layer of its mental space was bright and vibrant. He remembered the guild leader, Feng Tong, saying this represented feelings of comfort and joy. But then, things got weird. Wait, what? In this space, there was a tree with wings. He was dumbfounded. Flowers with mouths and eyes. This duck looked so ditzy, but it had such a rich inner world. He paused. The area around him was being covered in a cold, blue hue. He thought, why does it feel so heavy? The scene shifted to a memory of two large ducks. Are these our babies? Yeah, they're ours. Look, its eyes are so big. The duck, furious, screamed, but it had 5 toes. It's a monster. At this time, the little Huang was still young, thinking, what does monster mean? It sat alone in a corner, watching its siblings eat happily. The silly duckling thought, we're all siblings. They'll give me a bite, right? Whose siblings with you? It was cruelly chased away by its own siblings, who sneered, don't come over here, monster. Get away from me. The little duck couldn't control its power anymore. It grew large, scaring the other ducks. A monster. It really is a monster. One of them ran to tell the father duck. This monster is bullying us. The father duck fiercely tossed the silly duckling into a remote area, saying, you 5'2" freak. Just stay here and fend for yourself. The mother duck, though reluctant, couldn't do anything. The little duckling sat there, crying, why are you abandoning me? Why am I a monster just because I have an extra toe? Liu Feng, watching everything from the sidelines, thought, no wonder its cry wasn't normal. No wonder it followed me after I only taught it twice. He felt a pang of sympathy for the little duck. It must be because it was cast out before that this little Huang became so sensitive. Wait, let's head back. I'll take you with me. After all, no one has ever listened to its story before, and no one has had the patience to hear it out. He reached out his hand. Why think so much? Just follow me from now on. You can eat as much fish as you want. The little Huang was deeply moved, its eyes welling up. This strange big duck. And just like that, they successfully formed a pact. Liu Feng said, since we've bonded, I should give you a name. You're all covered in yellow feathers, so let's call you Little Huang. The little Huang tilted its head, confused. Suddenly, from beneath the earth, a flash of light appeared. A band crawled to the surface with sturdy armor and a mantis-like frame. Species, Great Shield Mantis. Level, 25. Rank, Lord. Quality, Epic. Attribute, Ancient System. Ability, Earth Control Level 2. Status, Evolved. With health and joy, the monster trait Earth Heart replaces its original heart, boosting its elemental synergy while sacrificing its ability to communicate. Efficiency 1. A passive effect that adds +1 to its Earth Control energy rank. Efficiency 2. A passive effect. Earth Guardian's Might. As long as it stands on solid ground, it constantly absorbs the Earth's power to form a layer of elemental Earth armor on its body. This armor is tied directly to its Earth Control ability. Gao Peng said, excited and happy. Ah, it evolved successfully. And it even gained a monster trait. This mountain trip was definitely worth it. Let's go. Time to head back. Back at the villa in Duzhou, Gao Peng had just finished his shower when he noticed a glass of milk on the table. Along with a note, company's busy. Eat breakfast first, then check the documents. Gao Peng sighed with a helpless smile and said, Grandpa is really such a worrywart. Am I still a kid? I'll check the files first. He opened the folder and saw photos of the West Sea Lake area. Huge schools of emperor fish were gathering, and senior scouts from the corporation had spotted a glowing spirit treasure at the bottom. Attract 7. This is called a magic-suppressing water crystal. I just talked to Grandpa about the materials needed for the little Huang's evolution yesterday. To think I'd actually find it. The magic-suppressing crystal is a must-have. This is the final step in the little Huang's evolution path. I have to get my hands on this crystal. Once it upgrades, that silly duck can awaken its second monster trait. Suddenly, the projector on the table flashed with Grandpa's image. He asked if Gao Peng had seen the documents and if it was the material he needed. Gao Peng replied, Ah, yes. Sorry for the trouble, Grandpa. Grandpa responded grandly. Just do a good job. I'll send people to get it. You just stay home and don't worry. I have a meeting. Hanging up now. It's already done. Gao Peng hadn't even reacted yet. He thought, shouldn't I be out there with my wild monsters, fighting bravely, overcoming countless hardships to obtain the treasure, and maybe run into some young master from another power, accidentally causing a grudge? Why is this so different from what I imagined? He wore a sly, mischievous smile. But why does this feel so good? Over by West Sea Lake, ships were surrounding the spot where the magic-suppressing crystal was rumored to be. Men in black stood on the decks, talking nervously. Man, oh man, Just how many emperor fish are there? The ones in West Sea Lake are practically a plague. I knew there were a lot, but not this many. The one-eyed man in black spoke up. This mission has a reward of 300 million Alliance credits from the Blackgate Corporation, plus 3 mid to high-level boss monster crystals. Do you think this is supposed to be an easy job? Don't worry, with so many squads involved, we just need to hold on until the end to grab the loot. Underwater, a sea monster poked its head out. One man in black said, maybe we should just turn back. Even if we get that thing from the bottom, I doubt we'll make it out of West Sea Lake alive. Unless we have a flying type tamed beast. Another man in black trembled, pointing ahead. A flying type beast probably won't cut it either. Boss, look over there. That's a yin-yang gold swallow king. They shouted, refusing to continue the mission. I'm out. Whoever wants this money can have it. Let's go. Meanwhile, deep in West Sea Lake, a small, big-headed fish was swimming toward the magic-suppressing crystal. It thought, this crystal feels amazing. This must be the destiny Mom talked about, right? I heard Mom only became strong after eating one. It chuckled happily, admiring. The powerful purple-backed emperor fish in our clan were all birthed by Mom. I want to give birth to lots. Lots of strong emperor fish, just like Mom. Just then, another huge emperor fish appeared and asked, who's there? A voice replied, what are you? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you want me to eat you? The purple-backed emperor fish said, big emperor fish, back off. This is the territory of us, purple-backed emperor fish. The big emperor fish's eyes turned blood red, and it bared its sharp, vicious teeth. The purple-backed emperor fish panicked. Oh no. Is this the pack leader of the big emperor fish? How did it get drawn here? The others immediately blocked, in front of the little fish and warned. Big emperor fish pack leader, don't you dare come any closer. Behind us is the daughter of the emperor fish king dotes on most. If you dare hurt her, our king will be furious. The big emperor fish leader just let out a creepy, raspy laugh. He. Would a tiger fear the revenge of eating a cub? No, because if a tiger has the chance,